further. Now, the track has not changed as of 5 a.m. We will have a complete update at 11, but still expecting a major hurricane to approach the coast there along the Big Bend in and around Apalachicola. The forecast cone still very narrow, but that forecast cone just says where the center is expected to go. This system spans hundreds of miles. Just from the center outward, we're still talking about over 300 miles of tropical storm force winds. And that's why here in Central Florida, we will be feeling that strong gust, those strong gusts, especially as we head into the latter part of the afternoon, which is why we do have tropical storm warnings still in effect for pretty much all of Central Florida. But we also have a tornado threat in effect. We'll have more details on the timing and, of course, how long this weather will last coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Candace. It is now 7:41. Schools closed, but the attractions, some of them are open.
Yeah, at least most of them. Still ahead what the theme parks are planning for today. And water levels already rising in Seminole County. What emergency officials say about flooding near rivers.
Welcome back at 7:45. Here's a live look at the radar. Hurricane Helene making its way toward the Florida Panhandle. And here at home, we're in for heavy rain bands and gusty winds. Right now, nearly all local counties are under a tornado watch. And we have our team coverage of meteorologists here back with another update in just minutes. And while the Gulf Coast will see the worst of Helene, the extra rain could be an issue for us here.
Especially in Seminole County, where the water is already rising at Lake Monroe and the St. Johns River. The Director of Emergency Management is expecting strong winds and rain over the next couple of days.
All of our creeks, our tributaries, our lakes, our retention ponds are already full, so there's not a lot of capacity.
2 years ago, Hurricane Ian, the strongest storm to hit Florida since Michael, caused historic flooding along several spots of the river. Officials in Pinellas County spent yesterday relocating dozens of patients from a coastal hospital near St. Petersburg. HCA Florida Pasadena Hospital moved its sickest patients to other hospitals, all because of worries about storm surge and flooding. Meantime, in Tampa General Hospital installed these. They're called an aqua fence, a barrier that can withstand up to 15 feet of storm surge.
And Helene's having an impact on air travel right now, in parts of the state. Tampa International Airport shut down overnight, and Orlando International remains open for now. Most of our theme parks, though, also open today, including all four Disney parks. However, the Halloween event at Magic Kingdom tonight has been called off. SeaWorld is open, but Discovery Cove, along with the water parks, are closed. The Brevard and Central Florida zoos are also closed today for the storm.
Now let's take you to the famous southernmost point buoy. Helene has been churning up the Gulf, sending big waves crashing into Key West, as you can see there. Officials have been urging people to leave the island in case of storm surge. I mean, already we haven't even really seen Helene get into Florida yet.
Well, it's huge. So that's what we're talking about when we keep talking about the size of this storm that will feel impacts all across Florida.
Yeah, and even with, I believe so far it's been about 300 miles or so away from Key West. Key West is already reporting wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. So that just kind of goes to show you how big we're talking about this system being. Now, all morning long we've been talking about it, trying to get its eye wall structure kind of set up, and that's exactly what's happening. Look at the last frame here. You can see all of a sudden we lose an eye, and then we're starting to gain an eye again. And because of that, we start getting that structure lined up. The rest of the storm will follow suit. And that is why within the last hour or the last couple of minutes, we officially had that update, the 8 a.m. intermediate update. Now, this update does not change the forecast cone, but it does focus on the current status of the storm. So pressure continues to drop. The lower the pressure, the stronger the winds. And that's exactly what's happening with those sustained winds right now, up to about 100 miles per hour, officially making it now a Category 2 hurricane. It's not only a strong hurricane, it's also a very large hurricane. So as we continue to watch the track, again, the track is, as of the 5 a.m. update, showing rapidly intensifying quickly into a Category 3 storm, staying as a major hurricane, possibly strengthening a little further just before landfall later on this evening and into the overnight hours right along the Big Bend there, even maintaining hurricane strength as far north as about central Georgia by early tomorrow morning. So let's look here at the radar. You might be waking up, you're looking out the window, you're going, what storm are we all talking about? The storm is still, by the way, 500 miles away, and we are already starting to deal with some of those squall lines starting to scoop into areas of southwest Florida, about to approach areas of Flagler County, Polk County. And most of these scattered showers and thunderstorms will continue to kind of spiral through. Now, here in Central Florida, we're not expecting the worst of the weather until this afternoon. So if there's things you want to get done, you don't want to get them done when obviously we're seeing the worst of the weather, now is the time to do it. As you can see here, besides just a little bit of drizzle, that's really all that we're dealing with. And that's all we're really going to be talking about until about 2-3 o'clock. We'll start to see some of that convection starting to billow up, but it's really not until about 4 or 5 o'clock. That's when our winds will really start to increase upwards about 40 to 60 miles per hour gust. And that's where we will have the potential of those spin ups. Some strong storms on the right side of that storm will have the potential of causing that quick rotation, those tropical tornadoes that we, of course, always keep a very close eye on, especially on setups like this. I do want to show you real quick. This is what we call our supercell potential. And when we get supercells, that's where we will have our best best chance for tornadic activity, and we are going to be picking up a couple of those signatures again this afternoon and into the evening. With more on the timing and those impacts, meteorologist Julie Broughton is standing by with more on that.
Candace, and as we've been telling you all morning, our entire team will be in watching all of this for you throughout the day, writing it out with you, especially as that weather deteriorates later this afternoon. You can see on our Daytona Beach sky cam, really pretty sunrise there, but we're seeing some clouds, and we're also already seeing some gusty winds just about everywhere. Here's a look at those current conditions on our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia sky cam, where we are sitting right now at 83 degrees in Daytona Beach. But look at that, winds are already gusting in Daytona Beach up to 31 miles per hour. So a really breezy morning already. Elsewhere, if you are in areas like Mico, you're seeing your current wind gusts at 26 miles per hour. Cape Canaveral, 34 mile per hour wind gusts right now, taking you inland into areas like Ocala and DeLand, anywhere from around 15 to 25 miles per hour is what you're dealing with right now. Now, here is a look at the timing of those winds. As we said, as Helene makes its closest pass off our coast, moving into the late afternoon, early evening hours, we'll be looking at winds gusting into the 50s into areas like Mount Dora and Wildwood, rolling you through till around 5, 6 o'clock. Up in Ocala, you could be looking at 71 mile per hour wind gusts, 69 mile per hour wind gusts possible if you're in the Villages. And then still, even after Helene makes landfall in the Big Bend area and continues to move inland, because we're talking about such a large storm, such a large wind field, we're still talking about tropical storm force wind gusts area wide as we take you into the overnight hours. So county by county, again, what we can expect, everyone will be looking at those tropical storm force wind gusts. On average, 1 to 3 inches of rain in area wide. We are looking at that potential of isolated tornadoes, especially late this afternoon and into this evening. Now, here's your pinpoint accurate forecast. 78 degrees at 8 o'clock, 84 degrees by 11 o'clock. Rain chances eventually go up to 90%. Here's a look at your next 7 days. We'll see rain chances again remaining high even as we head into tomorrow. Some moisture lagging behind the system keeps scattered showers and storms in the forecast through the weekend. Now let's head to Crystal with a check of the roads.
We do have another crash, this one in Altamont Springs. There was a wreck along I-4 eastbound just north of 436. That one's off to the side, not causing any delays, but we are still keeping an eye on this that's going on. And this is in southern Orange County along the turnpike just north of 417. It's not a crash, a lot of police activity, a lot of troopers out there. As soon as we get some more details on this, we'll let you know. But for now, just keep it slow and move over. A Volusia County neighborhood known for flooding, hoping for the best.
And still ahead, how the city of Edgewater stepping in to get results. First, though, the Gulf Coast could be in for the most direct hit from this major hurricane. Mandatory evacuations underway next as we check our big stories. Time now, 7:56. If you're headed out, let's check our big stories. Hurricane Helene continues gaining strength as it moves toward Florida. This storm is still expected to make landfall around the Panhandle tonight as a major hurricane.
Tens of thousands of people, including 3 entire counties, have been told to evacuate. Storm surge could top 20 feet in some spots, and with the storm moving so fast, even Atlanta could see hurricane-force winds.
Hundreds of thousands of students are staying home today.
Still ahead as the special extended edition of News 6 continues, which schools have already called off class for tomorrow as well.
Live from clickorlando.com and WKMG, we're getting results now at 8 a.m.
Now on News 6 Mornings, Hurricane Helene gaining strength and on the move towards Florida. The new track overnight and the impacts we're already feeling.
At 6 p.m.
Plus, the worst of Helene's impacts expected to be felt along the Gulf Coast. News 6 is live in Perry right now, where people are bracing for what will be life-threatening conditions.
Good morning on the special extended edition of News 6 Mornings. It is 8 a.m. I'm Crystal Moyer.
I'm Bridget Ellison. Trooper Steve is off. We are watching the roads for you. We also have our team weather coverage, of course, here. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, Meteorologist Julie Broughton here with us this morning. The Weather Center is packed. We have a long day ahead.
Yeah, certainly a long day ahead, but we do have a little bit of a lull right now. So if there's things that need to get done, this would be the time to do it here in Central Florida. So here's a quick timeline. If you're just waking up this morning, it is a Category 2 storm. Hurricane Helene has gained strength up to sustained winds of 100 miles per hour. Now, although it is still expected to make landfall in the Big Bend later on today, it's such a large system. We're going to continue to watch it, really continue to stream in a lot of those tropical storm force winds, wind gusts here in Central Florida, as well as the big, heavy squall lines that could pack quite a bit of a punch in the forecast. So for this morning, it's cloudy, it's gusty. Julie Broughton will be showing you more on that in just a few moments, but throughout the afternoon, that's more of that squally weather. That's where winds all of a sudden start to whip really fast. We're up to about 40 to 60 mile per hour gusts. We could get some strong storms. We are under a level 2 out of 5 for severe weather for today. The main focus, though, are those quick spin ups, those tropical tornadoes that we tend to see. And then by the evening, after about 9 o'clock, I think we're going to start bringing down those impacts a little bit and relatively clearing things out nicely into your Friday. Hurricane Helene, again, this is the latest update. We are now finally starting to see a very recognizable eye within the last couple of frames. Hurricane hunters are in there right now. Sustained winds at 100, making it a Category 2 hurricane. Now, the cone, by the way, that was updated at 5 a.m. We won't get a fresh cone until about 11 this morning. We, of course, will bring it to you the moment we find out. But it's still expected to maintain strength and even gain strength over the next few hours as a Category 3 storm as it approaches the Big Bend later on this evening. For more on the timing, those impacts, and what it looks like right now outside, meteorologist Julie Broughton has more on that.
And Candace, we're already seeing breezy conditions area-wide. This is what it looks like for you right now. This is our Launch Credit Union camera out at Port Canaveral. Look at the trees there already whipping with wind gusts into the 30s at times this morning. Right now, you're sitting at 84 degrees in Port Canaveral. 23 mile per hour sustained winds with those gusts, again, right in the low 20s. We have seen higher wind gusts at times, and we've been talking about the potential for severe weather this afternoon. So we are all under a tornado watch with the exception of Flagler County, but even Flagler County, you could still see some isolated tornadoes. That tornado watch is up until about 8 o'clock. So we really think that threat of severe weather will kick in for us by late this afternoon into early this evening as Helene makes its closest pass out over the Gulf of Mexico with the center of circulation closest to us. So this is important to note. A lot of people have been saying, hey, we're not in the cone, so we don't need to worry, right? But remember, we are talking about a huge storm. Those tropical storm force winds extend out 345 miles from the center of circulation. That wind field will likely grow. And remember, look at Florida. So we talk about quadrants of the storms. We divide it into 4, and we're talking about that front right quadrant in relation to how the storm is moving. That's where we have the greatest potential for rotating storms. So just about all of Florida will be in that front right quadrant. That is why we keep talking about that potential for isolated tornadoes later this afternoon as those rain bands are rolling through. They get a little bit of spin, a little bit of rotation. So that is something that we're going to be watching very closely for you as we head through the rest of the afternoon hours as those tropical storm force winds arrive by early this afternoon. We'll break this down in more detail coming up in just a few minutes. But first, let's get a check of those roadways.
Well, I do want to remind you, we're going to see some lines at that gas station. So if your gas is halfway or under, you know who you are. Go ahead and top it off this morning so you don't have to deal with any of those issues. We're still following this police presence along the turnpike. This is heading northbound just after 417 in southern Orange County. Not sure exactly what's going on, but we've got a lot of FHP troopers out there focused on this black car. So as soon as I find out some information about this, I will let you know. And right now, the Florida Panhandle is bracing for a direct hit for what could be a Category 4 hurricane.
Helene continues to strengthen with outer rain bands battering parts of the Gulf Coast. This is video from overnight from Monroe Island. The biggest impacts will be felt farther north, though. Emergency officials are warning the damage could be catastrophic. We're starting this half hour in Perry, southeast of Tallahassee. News 6's Eric Sandoval is there where people are preparing for the worst.
Yeah, Bridget, I think that word, catastrophic, is what's catching everybody's attention, especially here in Taylor County. Work continued all day yesterday, people getting ready. They were boarding up their businesses like this pizzeria here in downtown Perry. If we can swing over here, I just want to show you this. This is one of the main intersections, Jefferson and Green here in downtown Perry. There was a mandatory curfew that was in place until the sun came up. You can see the sun is now up and there are cars milling about. We can only assume that they're trying to get some last minute things done before that storm hits. Now, if you ask the sheriff, if he had his druthers, everybody here in Perry would have evacuated to higher ground. The work stretched into the evening. We watched as these firefighters boarded up a glass door on Perry's City Hall. a building that dates back to 1903.
All of our guys get called in to work the storm. So there'll be a cramped house.
Captain Ben Meacham has lived here most of his life.
We've been told it's going to have a little more punch to it, so that's one reason we've been boarding up.
What about the residents? You a little more concerned about their safety too?
Hopefully the last 13 months we've had as many storms as we've had. I feel like they're taking it a little more serious. Maybe just if there's nothing binding them here, just leave. That's the hope. So we'll see. Hopefully the small town stubbornness won't set in too hard.
Now is the time for you to evacuate.
News 6 was the only television station at a press conference at the Taylor County Emergency Operations Center. Senator Rick Scott and State CFO Jimmy Patronis urged people to make the right choice and leave.
A lot of people have evacuated and relocated here to Perry. How confident are you guys that Perry is a safe place to be during this storm?
Well, all of Taylor County is under a mandatory evacuation, and what we're asking people to do is go somewhere else, get out of the county.
Back out here live in downtown Perry, photojournalist Megan Neely wanted to show us this puddle showing the raindrops hitting here. It's significant, believe it or not, because that puddle is going to be floodwaters later on today when this storm hits. About 15 miles to the west, right behind me, is the Gulf of Mexico. We're expecting storm surge anywhere between 15 and 20 feet. So a lot of the residents there are going to be coming inland, probably here to the Perry area, maybe a little bit past. And we're going to be riding out that storm here in Taylor County, bringing you live coverage throughout the day. For now, we are going to go fill up our car. We're live in Taylor County right now. Eric Sandoval, getting results, News 6.
That's some good things to do out there. Definitely fill up that gas tank. Be prepared. Thanks, Eric. In the Panhandle, the entire county of Franklin is also under a mandatory evacuation order. That's home to Apalachicola, right along the Gulf Coast. It's an area that was badly damaged during Hurricane Michael in 2018. And now officials, including Senator Rick Scott, are urging residents to take Helene seriously.
You have to assume you're going to lose power. I mean, this all the water, all the wind is going to knock out a lot of electricity.
And in Central Florida, some of the areas that will see the worst of Helene will be our western counties.
Yes, and that has emergency officials opening up some shelters for people looking to stay safe. Our team coverage continuing now with News 6's Ezzy Castro in Wildwood live for us. And how are things looking for folks out there?
Well, you know, you wouldn't think right now that a hurricane is heading towards Florida because it is a pretty nice morning, but we can feel a little bit of the wind gusts here and there, but nothing too bad. However, emergency officials here in Sumter County believe that that's all going to change in just a few hours, which is why they are opening shelters this morning. This one opened up at 7 a.m. This is the Wildwood Community Center, and it is for people with special needs. The other is a general population shelter at the fairgrounds in Webster. Officials say anyone in low-lying areas or in mobile homes may want to consider moving to the shelter as a precaution, but none of the evacuations are mandatory. Now, just yesterday, News 6 did find a couple of people getting supplies, and emergency officials say that is not a bad idea.
And make sure you have enough water on hand, make sure you have enough food stock to be able to go through a couple of days of bad weather and so forth when it rolls in. We're looking at really a rain event here and a wind event.
Emergency officials here in Sumter County believe the county will get up to 4 inches of rain, and of course those strong wind gusts. Again, that is something to keep in mind if you live out here. Now, as for the shelters, again, these are open. They opened at 7 a.m., so they've been open for over an hour or so. So if you do need to evacuate, these shelters are open. We actually have a full list of shelters county by county, a list on clickorlando.com. But for now, live in Sumter County, Ezzy Castro, get results, News 6.
All right, thank you, Ezzy. And Candace, the good thing is, like we mentioned, there's still time to sort of get prepared or figure out what your plan will be, but time is limited.
Right. This is happening later on today. Okay. So we're still talking about this system rapidly strengthening over the next several hours. Right now, it's holding a Category 2 strength. That was the latest update as of the 8 a.m. intermediate. Still expected to become a major hurricane as it continues its track towards the Big Bend there, where Eric Sandoval is towards more closer a bit towards Apalachicola later on this evening. But of course, when we start talking about the overall size and magnitude of the storm, all of Florida will be feeling those impacts, as pretty much we're talking about tropical storm force winds extending outwards about 345 miles. Speaking of miles, right now, meteorologist Michelle Morgan was able to kind of calculate its latitude and longitude versus, let's say, Leesburg. And right now it's just over about 400 miles away. And we are already starting to see some of those rain bands already arriving into central Florida. So let's look at those rain bands right now, pushing through Arcadia. We'll continue to kind of sweep through the area. Now, this line will weaken as it continues to slide north, but just do be aware, this is all kind of the start of what will be a very active afternoon. We do have a tornado watch because of that spiraling motion and then those rain bands coming in, us being on the right side of the dirty side of that storm. That tornado watch is now in effect for all of central Florida until 8 o'clock. You can see it's a level 2 out of 5 when it comes to our severe weather risk, meaning that embedded in some of these squall lines, there will be that potential of those quick tropical spin-ups. Along with those squall lines come tropical downpours. How much rain can we see? How strong will the winds be? We'll have all of that coming up in just a couple minutes. Back to you guys.
All right, Candace, it is 8:12 still to come on this extended coverage on News 6 Morning, bracing for Helene's arrival.
Coming up, how those living along the Gulf Coast are preparing for what could be historic storm surge and flooding. Hurricane Helene inching its way closer to Florida and gaining strength as it does. The storm expected to intensify before making landfall in the Panhandle. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos and Meteorologist Julie Braun, along with Meteorologist Michelle Morgan, they're all back there pinpointing the very latest in the Weather Center. We'll check in with them in less than 3 minutes.
And Concerns about flooding from Helene are everywhere, including Pinellas County. Residents there say previous storms have left them flooded out of their homes for months, and they're worried that this storm might do the same.
What's going to happen when the storm's here? There's going to be more water. If I flood again, this will be the third time.
And forecasters say the county could see 5 to 8 feet of storm surge along the coast, which would only make the flooding issues from rain worse.
Closer to home, officials in Brevard County are urging people who don't have to be out to stay home today. That's because even though the storm is in the Gulf, the wind field stretches for hundreds of miles.
Wind, that's our big one, and increasingly some tornado threats, and we'll talk some more about that. But wind, we're talking about sustained wind in the 25 to 35 mile an hour, gusts in the 40 to 55, maybe even a little higher, 60 along our barrier islands.
And because of the winds, the Mathers Bridge in Merritt Island will be closed to boating traffic today. It will remain open for cars.
In Volusia County, people in the Florida Shores neighborhood of Edgewater aren't taking any chances when it comes to Helene. That's because they've been dealing with flooding just recently when streets were left underwater from rain. And we saw homeowners getting their sandbags around their properties yesterday, and even the city delivering 1,000 sandbags to people directly.
What's the reaction from people when they find out they can get these sandbags delivered to their house?
They're very grateful. Most are grateful, and most can't do it and cry when they see you, and they're just so happy to receive them.
Every bit helps, and crews spent part of Wednesday cleaning culverts, hoping to prevent any water from backing up. And you know, lots of areas got lots of rain recently, and so they're waiting on that to go down and looking to clean out what they can to get ready for this.
I mean, and at the end of the day, there's so many different waterways that are all connected. So you think, oh, I'm good right now. And all of a sudden you turn around and it's gone up. So a lot of that runoff today will certainly increase those river levels up and down the St. Johns and the Ohio River. There's so many areas we will continue to closely monitor. We have our graphs and monitors that will continue to keep tabs on that. In the meantime, though, before the rain gets here, let's first talk about this developing system. Hurricane Helene, as of the 8 a.m. intermediate advisory, it is now officially a Category 2 storm. It's forward motion right now. We are watching it. It's now moving a bit towards the northeast, about 12 miles per hour, and it's expected to accelerate a little further, a little faster, along with it not only strengthening but expanding and accelerating all at the same time. So this system is certainly going to be one that will continue to evolve over the next few updates. So this is the latest forecast track. Now the track doesn't get updated until 11. This is the most recent, which is the 5 a.m. forecast track. But overall, still showing basically what it has been for the past couple of runs, that it will turn into a major hurricane later on today. Last night's model run held it as possibly a Category 4 hurricane before landfall. We'll have to see now that the system has reorganized, that ice structure is better kind of stacked up as of the 8 a.m. advisory. Now it could have that potential of strengthening into a Category 3 or 4. Listen, nevertheless, no matter whether it's a 3 or 4, we're still talking about life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic flooding, winds for the Panhandle and the Big Bend. Here in Central Florida, we're still going to be on the right side of that storm. We're still going to be on the dirty side of the storm. So let's show you here clouds and rain forecast. We are going to see pretty much a lull. It's going to be breezy. It's going to be cloudy. It's going to be one of those days you walk outside and you're like, I feel like something is imminent and it feels like it's going to rain. Well, it will eventually rain, but it will take some time. So the latest run still shows most of that moisture surging in after about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon. Now, with these squall lines, by the way, we are talking about those quick spin-ups, those tropical tornadoes that certainly are possible, kind of embedded within some of these stronger squall lines. Tropical downpours, rainfall up to about 1 to 3 inches. Some areas could see more rain as Helene officially makes landfall later on tonight. Current winds, even though the system is over 400 miles away from some parts of our coastline. Look right now, Pine Island right now, wind gusts of 39 miles per hour. Apalachicola right now gusting upwards of 33. More on the forecast for your winds, especially. Meteorologist Julie Broughton is standing by with more.
Candace, we are already seeing winds gusting into the low 30s in some spots across Central Florida. And as we head through the next several days, all of us have that potential to see tropical storm force wind gusts. Here's a look at our wind wind gust forecast. We start the clock for you at 8 o'clock. So right about now, we roll you through the morning hours and notice by around 1, 2, 3 o'clock, we start to see winds gusting to around 51 in the Villages, 52-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Leesburg, and tropical storm force wind gusts area-wide along the coast. Now, taking you into the evening hours, notice as we look out over the Gulf, that is where we start to see that Helene will be making its closest pass to our coast. That's when the winds really pick up for us. So in Ocala around 7, 8 o'clock, you could see 69, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I do think in Marion County, especially west of I-75, we could be talking about some hurricane force wind gusts. So remember, that would be 74 miles per hour or stronger. Even into 11 o'clock tonight, after Helene makes landfall and begins lifting into Georgia, we are still going to see strong tropical storm force winds lagging behind that system into the overnight hours before things start to let up a little bit for us wind-wise by tomorrow morning. So again, we're talking about a very large system and just a huge wind field. So our tropical storm force winds extend out about 345 miles from that center. So you can see that huge area encompassing already that wind field stretching up close toward St. Petersburg. Now, again, I know Candace was showing you the satellite imagery looping back over the last several hours. There you see the eye wall becoming much more well-defined, and we measured from the eye wall up toward Tampa. So again, the eye wall roughly about 300, 310 miles from Tampa right now, and it is moving around 12 miles per hour. And we are expecting, again, some coastal hazards with some gusty winds. And even though the system is not on the Atlantic side, still a huge system can move a lot of water. So we are talking about that potential of around 1 to 3 foot storm surge. So again, not the best day to be heading to the beach. Here's what you can expect county by county. We're all talking about 1 to 3 inches of rain. Winds along our east coast around 30 to 45 miles per hour. Orange, Seminole, and Osceola County. Again, we're all looking at that potential of isolated tornadoes. And then our western counties, you could see winds gusting up to around 70 miles per hour. Now here's a look at your forecast as we go hour by hour so you can plan the day. By around 12, 1 o'clock, that's when we start to see the showers really picking up. 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock, that's when the worst of the weather begins to roll in. 7-day forecast showing our rain chances for today are at 90%. We will be looking at isolated tornadoes possible and strong storms throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours. Now let's head to Crystal with a check of your traffic.
Did you hear that? That means you need to stay off the roads heading into the evening, into the late night hours. So plan now for that. Here's a look at some of our DOT cameras across Central Florida. I-4 east of 532. Looking pretty clear. I-4 and 535. This is near Lake Buena Vista. Plenty of space to move around. 408 and Alafaya Trail moving at speed, and 417 and Red Bud Lake Road moving at speed as well. We do not anticipate too heavy of traffic. Kids are out of school today, but a reminder, go ahead and fill up that gas tank while you can now. Well, our team coverage of Hurricane Helene will continue with live reports from across Central Florida, including the Gulf Coast.
And we're following breaking news from New York City, where the mayor is indicted on criminal charges, what he's saying about his case and political future. 8:26 now. New from overnight. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted by a federal grand jury on criminal charges. At this point, the indictment is sealed. However, in recent months, there have been several federal investigations into the mayor and his associates, ranging from donations to deals with countries like Israel and China. In a video statement overnight, Adams vowed not to resign.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill have reached a deal to avert a government shutdown with less than a week before the deadline. The bill, approved by the House and Senate, will fund the government through December 20th. It includes more than $200 million in additional funding for the Secret Service, but not the SAVE Act, which is a controversial measure focused on stopping non-citizens from voting.
And still to come on this extended version of News 6 Mornings, tracking Hurricane Helene.
Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos and our team of meteorologists are pinpointing the very latest with the storm and when we will feel the worst impacts.
Live from clickorlando.com and WKMG, we're getting results.
Hurricane Helene gaining strength now at Cat 2 and headed towards Florida. The impacts we're already feeling, all as the Panhandle braces for a direct hit. Plus,
watch out for these downed trees, these downed power lines, the local flooding.
Officials take no chances where shelters are opening for anyone looking to stay safe from the storm. Thanks for being with us on this extended edition of News 6 Mornings. It's 8:30. I'm Bridget Ellison.
And I'm Crystal Moyer. We want to start with the very latest on Helene and what we can expect to see throughout the day. So let's go ahead and get over to Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos.
All right, so if many people might be just waking up this morning, maybe the kids are off of school, so you're able to sleep in a little later. This is your timeline, what you can expect as we head into the rest of your Thursday. From now until about lunchtime or so, we should be okay. It will still start to be a little more on the gustier side. It will be cloudy, the gusts about 20 to 30. Into the afternoon, that's when we are going to go red, as we will continue to see the strongest of the storms. The squally weather will start to approach Central Florida by about 2, 3 o'clock. o'clock, lingering till about sundown. After that, we will start to bring down the threat a little bit. But when it comes to that afternoon, late afternoon, early evening zone, we will be talking about some pretty rough weather, even for us here in Central Florida. So the reason for all this weather, Hurricane Helene, right now a Category 2 hurricane, sustained winds of 100 miles per hour. You can see that center, the eye of the storm, completely opening, and it's a very clear picture here of a storm that is ready to intensify and quickly intensify over the next several hours. So you can see here the forecast cone. This is as of the 5 a.m. update, by the way. The cone we won't get a new cone until 11. Still shows it as a major hurricane later on this afternoon as it approaches the Big Bend. By this evening, we're still talking about life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic wind and rain, all four parts of the Big Bend and into the Panhandle. Locally here, though, we're going to start seeing the approach of some of these squall lines that will continue to kind of just skirt and spiral around Central Florida. This won't be the strongest of the storms. Again, that will be this afternoon. For more on those impacts, meteorologist Julie Broughton is standing by with more on that.
Candace, we'll start with a look outside for you. This is our Light Orlando Delivering Hope Together camera over downtown Orlando. You can see some clouds and breezy. Not a lot of folks out on the roads right now. I know school's out. Probably a lot of you are staying home today. 81 degrees right now, but notice the wind gusts. They're coming in out of the east-southeast. Winds are gusting at times to around 23 miles per hour, and you can really see that as we take a look on our Launch Credit Union camera in Port Canaveral. Notice the trees there and all of the gray skies out there. If you've been outside, you know it already feels very tropical out there. 84 degrees right now in Port Canaveral, 23 mile per hour winds, and we are seeing those higher wind gusts. Now, we do have that threat of tornadoes. That threat will go up late this afternoon into this evening. We often see that with tropical systems because we are in that front right quadrant in relation to how Helene is moving. So we do have that tornado watch up until 8 o'clock for all of our counties shaded in red. Flagler County not technically in that. Flagler County, you still could see some strong storms and some isolated tornadoes. Again, we're in the front right quadrant of that storm. That is where we tend to see a little rotation with those storms, so we could see those quick spin ups. Our entire team will be here this afternoon watching this very closely for you. Now, the timing of the winds, already we're seeing those strong wind gusts, but watch as we head into the afternoon hours. By around 1 o'clock, that's when those tropical storm force winds arrive. Things will deteriorate from there. We will talk more about that timeline coming up in just a few minutes, but first, let's head back to Crystal with a check of traffic.
Thanks, Julie. We are still seeing a heavy police presence in FHP troopers. This is in the southern end of Orange County along the Turnpike northbound, just north of State Road 417. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. It's not reported as a crash, so they are investigating something. So just make sure you slow down and move over for those law enforcement officers on the scene. If you're traveling towards Marion County, you're looking pretty good. Sumter County, I-75, no delays to report there.
Strong winds and rain from Hurricane Helene lashing Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula overnight. Streets in the tourist hotspot of Cancun flooded as well. Many of the area's all-inclusive resorts are now shelters for tourists riding out the worst of the storm. Here in Florida, we're already seeing some impacts from outer bands of the storm, with the Panhandle and Big Bend region set to take the most direct hit.
Yeah, we're talking catastrophic winds and storm surge that could reach 20 feet. Mandatory evacuation orders are in place for people in parts of 15 different counties, with 3 counties, Franklin, Taylor, and Wakulla, ordering everyone out. Many are heeding the warnings, but say after several recent storms, they're feeling the fatigue.
It's like a bad dream over and over. It's like as soon as you get cleaned up for one storm, 6 months later, you're getting hit again, or 8 months later, you're getting hit again.
By the way, it's not just Florida. Georgia is also under a state of emergency due to the threat of flooding and widespread power outages.
And closer to home, Marion County is in for some strong winds and heavy rain. The center of the storm forecast to come within 150 miles of western Marion County sometime tonight, including the World Equestrian Center in Ocala, Marion Oaks, and the city of Dunnellon. And our Mark Lehman joins us live from that area where police actually went door to door yesterday, Mark.
Yeah, the police chief tells us his officers were getting the word out for people to get ready for the storm's impact. Those final preps are likely happening today here in Dunnellon. Things are quiet right now. We've been seeing rain on and off, kind of a drizzly morning, but the conditions are expected to deteriorate. Marion County is expected to see some of the worst conditions in central Florida, and that storm should be rolling through later today.
You got to worry about the trees and the top of your roofs when you own a mobile home.
Barry Tunnicliffe lives in Dunnellon Square Village. He's seen what strong storms can do to a mobile home community and went through one himself a few years back.
My wife and I were sitting on a porch and she thought I left the light on, and I said, no, I said, it's gone. And she said, what do you mean it's gone? I said, the roof's gone.
With Hurricane Helene approaching, Tunnicliffe helped his neighbors secure their homes.
It's anchored in. If you anchor it in, like the wind won't get under it, it won't pull like this.
Across Marion County, people spent Wednesday preparing for flooding in low-lying spots and tropical storm-force wind gusts. Officers in Dunnellon say they expect Helene to bring a significant impact to the area.
Biggest thing right now is the wind. We're preparing for trees and electric lines to go down.
We're going to keep an eye on the conditions throughout the day here in Dunnellon. Chief Chris Scaglione says if those winds get over 45 miles per hour, they won't be able to respond to emergency calls. Now, Marion County did open one emergency shelter yesterday at 4 o'clock. That was at Westport High School in Ocala. That shelter is also able to serve people with special needs. For now, reporting live in Dunnellon, Mark Lehman, getting results, News 6.
Some crucial information for folks in the area, Mark. Thanks. In Lake County, a shelter opens at 8 a.m. at Leesburg Elementary School. It opened about 30 minutes ago. It's going to be for both the general population and people with special needs. Some boat ramps are also closed because of the storm, and sandbag filling stations will be open now until noon today. And one of the biggest concerns with this storm is power outages. Thousands of linemen are pouring into the state from across the country to help out once Helene finally moves away. News 6's Jarrell Baker has been in contact with Duke Energy, where crews are getting ready. Jarrell?
Yeah, that's right. They're also having crews that are coming from as far as Ohio and Kentucky, all to areas like here with Duke Energy. They have around 8,000 workers that will be working and responding today. Now, when I was talking with Audrey Stasko, she's a spokesperson for Duke Energy, she said they'll have about 4,000 over at the villages, and they'll also have people in other areas like Tropicana Fields and also Pittsburgh State College in Tarpon Springs. They also said that they'll have several different types of vehicles there as well, including digger derricks.
Those can actually go through water, flooded areas, and help our crews get to poles and wires that are hard to reach. We also use helicopters to do damage assessment following a storm, drones, and then also we use helicopters as well to do vegetation management.
Now, they said there's a couple things that you should keep in mind when it comes to a lot of this severe weather. One of those things is if you have medical equipment and it runs on power, you need to evacuate to somewhere where you can also power those devices. And there's going to be a lot of floodwaters on the ground thanks to a lot of that rain coming in. It's important to stay away of that standing water. There could be down power lines in it and also other dangers as well. Here in Winter Garden, Jarrell Baker getting results, News 6.
All right, Jarrell, thank you. Neighborhoods in Orlando known for flooding are getting some extra attention right now. Mayor Buddy Dyer showed us what crews are working on to prepare for Helene.
When we have big events, rain events, we try to make sure that all of our stormwater systems are unclogged and they're free to flow in the fashion that they should.
South of downtown in the Delaney Park and Wayview Park neighborhoods, residents there have been urging city leaders to fix drainage issues following flooding that left several homes with damage.
And Candace, no relief in sight for some of these areas with that rain that we're expecting to see within the next few hours.
Right. And of course, we're also talking about the conditions, right? The conditions are going to be really ripe for tornadic activity because we are, of course, on that right side of the storm. Now, if this was a real tight, strong, concise hurricane, maybe it wouldn't be as high. But the problem is that we are still talking about a wind field that exceeds 345 miles from the center. That's not how wide the system is. We're just talking about from the center out. It's about 345 miles, which one is the reason why we are going to see more of a wind event than what we did during Idalia last year because that was a smaller storm. But the other issue that comes with that large wind field is that the dirty side is a much larger side. So this is something that we're going to be watching. We are watching several tornado warnings that are in effect. That is why the entire weather team will be here around the clock all throughout the day and into the evening hours, because this is something that we are concerned about. As these lines continue, these squall lines continue to spiral into Central Florida, even though the system, by the way, is still about 400 miles south of Central Florida, or at least southwest of Central Florida. We're going to continue to tap into these big tropical downpours and these squall lines. Locally here, the conditions are ready for that. We just don't have any squall lines coming in. So as we do that, that once again will be the big concern for us into the afternoon, along with the gusty winds and the tropical downpours. That is why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch for pretty much all of Central Florida until this evening, as again, those conditions will be primed and ready for possible rotating storms. Quick look at the latest track. You can see Helene now starting to really showcase its eye much more clear over the last few frames there. Sustained winds of 100 miles per hour. We are going to continue to crank up the speeds, though, into the afternoon. With right now, you can see sustained winds about 100 miles per hour. Expecting to go into a Category 3 storm potentially as we head into the afternoon. We'll have more details on the timing, of course, looking at the impacts of storm surge for the Gulf Coast and more of a timeline for our local forecast in just a few minutes. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Candace. Another check on your highways. Let's get a peek at I-75 if you're traveling near Sumter, Marion counties. You're looking pretty good right now. Your drive time's in the green with a 39-minute ride along the turnpike between I-4 and I-75.
And it's 8:42. Some schools closed today, but some attractions open.
Yeah, at least most of them. Still ahead, what the theme parks are planning for today.
It's 8:45. Here's a live look now at the radar. Hurricane Helene is making its way toward the Florida Panhandle. Here at home, we're in for heavy rain bands and gusty winds later today. And right now, nearly all local counties are under a tornado watch. Meteorologist Candace Campos, Julie Brodden, and Michelle Morgan will be back with more updates in just minutes. And while the Gulf Coast will see the worst of Helene, the extra rain could be an issue for us here.
Yeah, especially in Seminole County, where the water's already rising at Lake Monroe and the St. Johns River. The director of emergency management is expecting strong winds and rain over the next couple of days.
All of our creeks, our tributaries, our lakes, our retention ponds are already full, so there's not a lot of capacity.
2 years ago, Hurricane Ian, the strongest storm to hit Florida since Michael, caused historic flooding along several spots of the river. And officials in Pinellas County spent yesterday relocating dozens of patients from a coastal hospital near St. Petersburg. HCA Florida Pasadena Hospital moved its sickest patients to other hospitals, all because of worries about storm surge and flooding. Meantime, in Tampa General Hospital installed this aqua fence. It's a barrier that can withstand up to 15 feet of storm surge.
And Helene's having impact on air travel in parts of the state. Tampa International Airport shut down overnight. Orlando International, though, does remain open. Most of our theme parks also open today, including all 4 Disney parks. However, the Halloween event at Magic Kingdom tonight's been called off. SeaWorld is open, but Discovery Cove and the water parks are closed. The Brevard and Central Florida zoos also shut down today because of the storm.
Now let's take you to the famous southernmost point buoy. Helene has been churning up the Gulf, sending big waves, as you can see. They're crashing into Key West. Officials have been urging people to leave the island in case of storm surge. And we saw some video from last night. A lot of people out there trying to take that picture. You know, some people who are visiting Key West. Not right now.
That always makes me full of anxiety when I see people very close to the water when it's getting rough like that.
Right. And it's getting so rough there in Key West, even though the system is still hundreds of miles away from the west coast of Florida. We're going to continue to watch it as it does get a bit closer. It's moving a little faster, though. Right now, moving at about 12 miles per hour to the north. But I do want to show you right now, taking a look at the radar. We did move the camera down a little bit. This is not just over our area. This is just south into Sebring, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie. You can see a bunch of those little bright red polygons indicating tornado warnings. It's been already a very busy morning across South Florida, and basically the conditions that are prime for tornadoes that we're seeing those tornado warnings currently is the exact same atmosphere that we will be under in just a few hours. So as these squall lines continue to spiral around Helene, as it continues to strengthen just a few miles offshore, we are going to continue to see the chance for that severe weather threat, primarily looking at that risk of those fast spin-ups that, of course, will spark those tornado warnings. The moment we get any tornado warnings, we will be jumping on air, online. And by the way, if you want continuous coverage, even after we are done here at 9 o'clock, News 6 Plus, clickorlando.com. We will be streaming all this information for you, bringing you the very latest. So if you are home, you're with the kids, you will always want to kind of keep updated. Of course, we will find ways of getting that information out to you. In the meantime, though, there's not much going on right now across Central Florida, but that, again, will all soon change by this afternoon. The latest stats on Hurricane Helene as of the 8 a.m. intermediate advisory has sustained winds of 100 miles per hour. We're starting to see more of an eye there on our satellite imagery within just the last couple of frames there. Now, the hurricane hunters are still in there. They're still investigating it, still truly trying to get a good picture and good data for us to be able to understand where it's going, how it's going to strengthen. As of right now, still expecting to become a major hurricane before making landfall. Real quick, clouds and rain forecast. This is what you need to know. For the next few hours, we are going to be cloudy. We're going to be breezy. The worst of the weather, that's going to start rotating into Central Florida as early as about 4 or 5 o'clock. It's these squall lines that we're going to be keeping very close tabs on, as again, the atmosphere is juiced and primed for that tornado threat. With more on the timing and your hour-by-hour forecast, meteorologist Julie Broughton standing by with more.
Candace, we are already seeing breezy conditions area-wide. We'll start out with a live look outside. This is our Launch Credit Union camera out at Port Canaveral. Look at those trees. Already seeing some stronger wind gusts with winds sustained in the low 20s, around 23 miles per hour. Right now in Brevard County, you are sitting at 84 degrees. And as we continue continue to check out the rest of Central Florida. If you're waking up with us in the Villages or in Leesburg over toward Wildwood, you're looking at winds gusting around 20 to 25 miles per hour. Palm Coast already, you are seeing 32 mile per hour wind gusts. And this storm is so large and the wind field is so large that we will all be dealing with those tropical storm force wind gusts throughout the day today, starting by around noon, 1 o'clock or so. Here's a look at our wind gust forecast. We start the clock at 8 o'clock, roll you through the morning hours into the afternoon. We stop the clock around 4 o'clock and look at that. Area wide, we are talking about 40 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts. Again, those are not sustained winds. And then as Helene Center gets a little bit closer off our west coast, we are still talking about strong winds at 9 o'clock. Look at that. Ocala, you are talking about close to hurricane force wind gusts at 71 miles per hour. And we do keep it windy as we head through the overnight hours, even though we're expecting Helene to make landfall in the Big Bend area around 8, 9 o'clock this evening and then rapidly move to the north. But because of that large wind field, those strong winds hang around even into tomorrow morning. We're looking at 32 mile per hour wind gusts in Orlando before those winds relax for us during the day tomorrow. Now, again, those tropical storm force winds extend out about 345 miles from that center of circulation, and that wind field could likely grow. Now, we do have some coastal hazards, even though this storm is in the Gulf. So we are looking at winds around 25 to 50 miles per hour. Not a good day to be on the water and even a little bit of a storm surge. Now, here's your pinpoint accurate forecast. As we head through the day today, we're expecting rain chances to go up. The roughest weather moves in by around 3, 4, 5 o'clock, with rain chances eventually going to 90% for us. 7-day forecast for you looking like this. We do see some moisture hanging behind that system, so rain chances stay around 50 to 60% into the weekend. Now let's head to Crystal with a check of the roads.
Southern Orange County still seeing a heavy police presence along the turnpike heading northbound. This is just north of 417. Still waiting to hear back from FHP on what exactly is going on out there, but it's not a crash. I do just advise you to move over, give them plenty of space, and I'm not seeing any major delays throughout that area, so keep that in mind. In just minutes, we're expecting to hear an update from the governor.
Yes, and we'll have another live update on the storm's track and bring you that press conference live at the top of the hour. Meantime, the Gulf Coast is facing for that direct hit from Hurricane Helene. Mandatory evacuations underway next as we check our big stories. Time now, 8:55. Let's get the latest on Helene. Here's Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos.
Wanted to show you real quick a look at the radar. As of now, all of Central Florida remains relatively dry, but we are continuing to watch these squall lines that will continue to rotate hundreds of miles still away from the center of Hurricane Helene. By the way, Hurricane Helene, right now a Category 2 storm, still expected to make its landfall later on this afternoon towards the Big Bend of Florida.
Thanks, Candace. Tens of thousands of people, including 3 entire counties, have all been told to evacuate. Storm surge could top 20 feet in some spots. And with the storm moving so fast, even Atlanta could see hurricane force winds.
And here at home, Marion, Sumter, Lake, and Orange counties are all opening shelters for anyone looking to get to safety today. Emergency officials say the biggest threats remain to be heavy rain bands and the chance for isolated tornadoes. And the governor is set to speak from the State Emergency Operations Center at the top of the hour. We'll have that for you live.
Yes, and keep it here. We'll have updates all day on News 6 and clickorlando.com.
Hurricane Helene, now a Category 2, still gaining strength as it heads toward a landfall in the Panhandle later today. And you are watching continuing coverage here on News 6. Good morning. It is now 9 a.m. I'm Bridget Ellison.
And I'm Crystal Moyer. You're watching an extended coverage here on News 6 as we track this storm. And we're also waiting for an update from Governor DeSantis. He is going to show up soon to the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee for an update. But first, of course, we want to get... Oh, there he is. He's heading to the podium right now, so let's listen in.
Our Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, Secretary Jared Perdue from Florida Department of Transportation, and Major General John Haas from the Florida National Guard. As you know, as of 8 a.m., Hurricane Helene is now a Category 2 hurricane. It is located 365 miles south of Apalachicola. It is expected to speed up throughout the day, and it's expected to make landfall in northern Florida sometime this evening. Maximum sustained winds are currently about 100 miles per hour. It is possible that this storm could make landfall as a major hurricane, as a Category 3, or even potentially a Category 4. It is moving fast. More rainfall is, of course, expected, and it could lead to significant storm surge in our coastal areas. And so we are prepared for that, of course, and we'll see what happens in terms of the intensification. I think that these things can rapidly intensify. Sometimes they become major, sometimes there's changes. So we're just going to continue to do our thing and assume that this is going to be a major hurricane when it makes landfall. This is a very large storm, so you're going to see tropical weather that's going to extend hundreds of miles away from the center of the storm. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a hurricane Category 3 winds, say on the east coast of Florida, but you are going to have tropical conditions, and it's going to be nasty throughout the latter part of the day here in the state of Florida. We are, of course, looking at the track. If you look at the 8 a.m. advisory, and I think this has been happening probably for the last 8 hours, the models are nudging the center of the storm a little bit east. And that's significant when you're talking about Tallahassee, because I think yesterday we were looking at an eye wall that was probably just on the western part of the city. When the storms hit, the northeast part of the storm is usually the most damaging. And so to the extent it is tracking east and mirroring more of an Idalia track rather than a direct hit on Tallahassee, that is going to impact the extent of the damage. This area has not had a major hurricane hit in quite some time, and certainly nobody in recent memory has seen a storm of this magnitude that has hit. So we'll watch that. There's no guarantee that it's going to continue on that trend, but we have seen that slight trend, and that could potentially be very impactful if you're talking another 30 or 40 miles to the east versus maintaining course or even toggling a little bit west. There will be debris either way. Obviously, if it hits direct into Tallahassee with the trees that we have here, and it's nice, but it will cause a lot of damage. Kevin and his team have been working with local governments throughout the state, but particularly throughout this region, about making sure they have their debris contracts ready to go. There's going to be a need to get debris out of the roadways. Kevin and his team are going to be helping. Jared and his team are going to be helping. But then also with power restoration. You want to be able to get the power back on. The linemen are going to have to access these power lines, and that could be more challenging in an area like Tallahassee than it would be in areas that may not be as wooded. So those debris, all local governments, do your debris contracts. You're going to get FEMA reimbursement for this. Fiscally constrained counties, we've stepped up at the state level and helped them in the past, but I think you can anticipate that there's going to be a need for some serious debris removal. So please take the appropriate steps. As we've said all along, this storm was never projected to make landfall on kind of the Florida Peninsula Gulf Coast, whether you're talking about Sarasota, Tampa, some of those areas, but because it's such a big storm, it's churning a lot of water. And so you're going to see surge all up and down the west coast of Florida. The water is going to rise, and that is going to create hazards as well. So just because you're outside the cone, and I think a lot of those parts on the west coast of Florida are probably outside the cone, that does not mean that you're not going to see significant impacts. We have overnight had 14 different tornado warnings. There's likely to be more of those throughout today. Warnings were issued in Palm Beach, Hendry, Glades, and Collier County. Now, parts of our state are starting to feel the effects already. Certainly, if you're in North Florida, you still have time to execute your plan, but you got to do it now. You have time to get to a shelter, but you got to do it now. Every minute that goes by brings us closer to having conditions that are going to be simply too dangerous to navigate. But if you are in the northern part of the state and you have access and you're in an evacuation zone and you've been told to evacuate, you do have time to do it now, so do it. but don't wait another 6 hours, 7 hours and say, oh man, this thing looks big, and think that you're going to want to go out. That will be very hazardous to do that. With all of the evacuation orders, there's going to be a time, and some of that time may have been reached in southern parts of the state, where your local official is going to tell you it's too late to stay put. I don't think that we've reached that in northern Florida yet, but wherever you are, if your local EM officials say that it's too hazardous to go and that you're better off just hunkering down, heed that advice. I know Jared's talking about with the folks about the winds. We're looking at the Skyway Bridge is having, I don't know if they've closed it yet, but I think that was imminent. So you're starting to see this. So just listen to your local officials depending on where you are in the state. And there will become a time in North Florida as the hours pass today where they may tell you stay put. But don't put yourself at risk. We have fatalities on the roadways in hazardous conditions almost every storm, and those can be avoided with proper planning. Remember also, we're going to experience power outages. A lot of people use generators, and that's great, but please use the generator properly. If you use the generator inside your house, that could kill you. You got to keep the generator outside the house, a safe distance from any doors or windows. You can't let the carbon monoxide get into your home. So please use the generators appropriately. Also, in terms of shelters. So if you are in an evacuation zone, you've been ordered. Some people just recommended evacuation. Some people may not have been told to, but they look and maybe they feel like they need to get out. There are shelters available. If you want to look at the shelters available in your particular county, go to floridadisaster.org/shelters, and you will see the options that you have. All counties are required to have at least one pet-friendly shelter. So please do not leave your pets behind. Make sure that you take them with them. We want to keep our pets safe in addition to our families. The Division of Emergency Management has partnered with Uber, we announced yesterday, to provide free rides to shelters for Floridians in counties that are under a state of emergency, which is almost all of them at this point. So if you want to use that, the Uber code is Helene Relief when you book your ride. Just one, all in one, no space, Helene Relief, and when you book your ride. So take advantage of that. Obviously, we're reaching the point where that's not going to be an option as the storm gets closer. But I can tell you, if you're in Tallahassee, if you're in Wakulla, if you're in some of the northern Florida, and there's Ubers available, you still have time right now to be able to take advantage of that. Lastly, as we've learned in major storms, two of the greatest dangers are tree limbs falling on roofs, as well as driving during the storm. So once the storm hits, do not go out on the roadways. There will be hazardous conditions. Do not drive in standing water. You're going to see roadways that are going to be flooded throughout the state of Florida. You're putting yourself at risk if you do that. Also, if you're sheltering at your home, be aware of the tree limbs that are on your property or adjacent to your home. Try to be in an interior room or away from limbs that could fall through the roof or window and cause harm. And we do see fatalities that happen in these storms because of tree limbs falling on homes. And you can have a great home that can withstand a Category 3 storm winds. It's a lot more difficult to withstand a big tree falling on your roof. So take a look at that and know that that is a very real hazard when it comes to this storm. Tampa International, St. Pete, Clearwater, and Tallahassee airports are now closed. Additional flight cancellations or delays are being reported at other Florida airports. Check with the airlines directly on specific flight updates, but given the magnitude of the storm, how far out some of the winds are going, and again, it's not going to be a Category 4 wind 200 miles away, but it's creating tropical conditions, and having flight cancellations or delays is absolutely something that is foreseeable and that you should take into account when you're making your arrangements. We do anticipate Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater to open relatively soon after the storm has passed, and I know the people in Tallahassee are going to try to be doing that as well. Now, the storm is going to make landfall this evening. It will likely be dark by the time the storm passes. Do not try to do any work in the dark. You don't know what hazards are out there. There's going to be debris. There's going to potentially, in some parts, there's going to be standing water. That is difficult to navigate as it is, but to be doing that in the dark of night is hazardous. The sun's going to come out. You're going to have time to take stock of this. You're going to have time to do what you need to do. When you do that, make sure you're using proper ladder safety. We do have people that have accidents, and we've seen fatalities based on misuses of ladders. There are going to be groups that are coming into Florida that will help you with some of the things that may be damage to your house. And Kevin and his team have worked hard with these groups now. We work with them for many storms. And so if you have somebody that's elderly, don't put yourself at risk by jumping on a ladder to remove a tree that may have fallen on your property. We get some of these guys to go out there and help you. There's going to be a lot of assistance available. So particularly for those who are elderly or who may be at risk, don't take the risk of doing that. Also, pay attention to live wires and avoid standing water. Now, the Division of Emergency Management has a total of 1,100 missions that are in progress, as Kevin mentioned. Some of that is pre-storm, but a lot of that is people wanting to be prepared for post-storm response, and so they're going to continue fulfilling those requests, and that's everything from high water vehicles to generators to personnel. And we're going to continue to work with our folks, particularly our fiscally constrained counties up here in North Florida. There are 35,000 shelf-stable meals that are staged near the anticipated area of storm impact, and they will be deployed as needed. We also have tens of thousands of linemen that are at safe locations just outside potential area of impact. When that storm passes, they are going to go in and begin the power restoration, and that's something that's been a priority for us when we do the storm response. There is mutual aid available. I've spoken to the major companies, I've spoken to the co-ops, I've spoken to the municipals. I think everybody is of the same mind that they want to get after this very quickly. So if you have access to the mutual aid, take it. We want to be helpful at the state level to be able to help you do that. Whatever damage this brings, if we're able to get people back up on their feet with the electrical, that makes a huge difference. And obviously we want to get the debris out of the road so people can move around again. So that is available, and we want to put those to use. Of course, we've mentioned many times how we use the Starlink internet devices. We've got over 100 that are deployed in areas that could lose the internet. And we've sent generators to 130 different gas stations. When the storms hit, it's usually not because there's not enough fuel that the gas stations aren't open. A lot of times it's because they don't have the power to be able to operate the pumps. Now, new stations and large stations are already built in Florida with new generators, but when you look at some of the stations in northern Florida, some of them are older, some of them are smaller. So Kevin and his team have dispatched 130 to gas stations. That will allow them to continue to sell gasoline in the immediate aftermath of the storm. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to want. Kevin, I mentioned yesterday, and DEM have executed fuel contracts. So we've brought in a lot of fuel to the state of Florida. We haven't seen fuel shortages. I mean, there have been some lines places, but those the fuel has been able to be replenished. So we feel good about the fuel situation that we're doing. We now have 3,500 soldiers. We can surge that by another 2,000 from our National Guard if needed. We have 200 state troopers with Florida Highway Patrol that will also deploy immediately following the storm. Florida Department of Transportation has 1,700 of its members that are working on preparing and staging and response to the storm. And that's 550 generators, 230 pieces of large equipment, and 40 large pumps. Be able to get some of that water out of some of these low-lying areas. Our Florida Division of Environmental Protection has pre-authorized 871 disaster debris management sites for the counties included in our executive order so that they can temporarily stage debris that is generated by this storm. And particularly in this Tallahassee region, we do anticipate there to be some significant debris. We also have troopers that have assisted with evacuations in a variety of Florida counties. And as of today, there are 80 healthcare facilities that have reported various levels of evacuations, hospitals, assisted living facilities, and nursing homes. So the storm, it's coming. We're already seeing some effects in the southern part of the state. We're going to continue to see conditions deteriorate throughout the rest of the day, and we are anticipating a landfall as likely a major hurricane sometime this evening. So if you are in the area of the expected landfall, this Big Bend, Tallahassee region, you still have time to execute that plan. You do have time to heed the call of your local officials if they're telling you to evacuate, but that time is certainly running out, and you're not going to have all day to be able to do that. So please make the decisions that are going to be best for you and your family. We're going to be here all through the storm, and we'll ride out the storm in the Emergency Operations Center. We anticipate that this building's going to be fine. We do have contingencies in place, but we're going to be itching to get on the scene and see what needs to be done in terms of helping up with the recovery efforts. We do have a lot of personnel that are staged and ready to go for search and rescue. We needed that in past storms. We haven't needed it in some of the storms more recently, like Idalia, as much because I think a lot of people heeded the warnings and were able to run away from the areas that had the big surge. We'll see what happens on this one, but we've got all our assets that are mobilized, ready to go. I've also been in contact with the sheriffs from the surrounding counties here. And they've been working with their residents about the impending storm. They've assisted with evacuations, but they also understand that some people have made decisions that they're going to hunker down, even though they were requested to leave. So, regardless of how that shakes out, if there's people that are going to be in distress, we're going to be there to be able to assist in those efforts. And with that, I'm going to bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you so much, Governor. And again, thank you for being here early with us and staying with us throughout this this impact that's going to be happening over the next 24 to 36 hours. With that being said, conditions in the Big Bend area today will continue to deteriorate, as the governor has mentioned. There is a danger of potential life-threatening storm surge along the west coast of Florida, including the Big Bend. Some areas could experience 3 to 5 and as much as 15 feet of storm surge today. Again, as I think visuals are always good. The men standing here with me are, around 6 feet tall, maybe a little bit taller. And, that's going to be as high as we can reach. It's going to be much higher than that. So you cannot survive that. So please make sure you're evacuating the area. If you're in the North Florida area, you do have time to evacuate, but that time is now. It is right now. You need to be moving to a location. We have shelters across the Big Bend area that are available. So please, if you need that information, floridadisaster.org/shelters to find out where a shelter is available for you. Please remember that evacuating doesn't mean you have to go all the way to Atlanta, Georgia. In fact, as the governor said yesterday, it's probably not the best place to go is up towards Georgia, as this is where that storm is going to go and dump a lot of rain. You only need to drive tens of miles. Again, get yourself to a shelter. That's where we need you to go. If you don't want to stay in a shelter, then yes, you're going to need to move west towards Pensacola, towards the deeper portions of the Panhandle, and seek some type of shelter in a hotel there. Again, you can get to that through our website by getting to Visit Florida and get that information. As the governor said before, we have the free Uber ride, so please make sure you're taking advantage of that. Again, we do not have a lot of mass transportation in the fiscally constrained counties around Tallahassee, so the division has activated a bus contract, and we are providing buses to individuals in the surrounding communities. If you need a ride and you're in the Big Bend area, you've got the Uber capability, but you also have the ability of calling 1-800-729-3413. Again, that's 1-800-729-3413, and we will send a transportation asset to pick you up. Again, we need to act on that right now. If you choose to shelter in place, you need to stay put until the storm has passed. I would also encourage you to call somebody and tell them you're sheltering in place. That way, there's some type of check and balance there so that we know that you did not evacuate. Again, we don't want you to shelter in place, but if you decide to do that, make sure you call a friend or a loved one outside the area and let them know. But don't forget to call them after to let them know that you're safe. If you hear trees snapping, this is a very, very valid point. We haven't really had an opportunity to talk about this. If you hear trees snapping around your home, treat it like a tornado. At that point in time, get to an interior portion of your home, most likely a bathroom, get as low as you can. If you have some type of protective material, a heavy blanket, a comforter, maybe a very, very small thin mattress, get to that point, put it over the top of yourselves and hunker down there. Treat it just as you would a tornado. You will hear tree snapping. Pine tree snapping sound an awful lot like fireworks or potentially gunshots. So please make sure if you hear that, act immediately. Get to the interior portion of your home, away from glass, most likely a bathroom, and stay there until you hear that sound stop. If, again, for the people in the Tallahassee area, if all of a sudden it goes from catastrophic trees popping to absolutely nothing, that does not mean the storm is over. What that actually means is you're in the eye of the hurricane. All right? Do not go out and survey damage. This eye is projected to be anywhere from 50 miles wide to 20 miles wide. But again, if it's moving at 21 miles an hour and it's a 20-mile wide eye wall, you may have only 30 minutes, 45 minutes before that eye wall collapses right back on you and trees start snapping again. So again, if it goes from horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, there's a 99% chance that you're in the eye wall. Stay in place. Do not move. We want to make sure you do that. Don't go in outdoors until it's deemed to be safe. If you lose power and are going to be using a generator, as the governor said, we want you to follow our 20-20-20 rule. There's an opportunity to do the last 20, but we want to keep it outdoors, 20 feet away from your home and away from all windows. You're going to wait 20 minutes before you refuel that generator, and then you make sure you keep it on a dry, flat surface, and then invest $20 to get you a carbon monoxide detector and put it inside your home. That'll save your life. Residents needing residents needing resources before and after the hurricane can call our state assistance information line at 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have individuals there for English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole speaking. And then also be sure to follow us on X, Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and then on Facebook at FDEM. And again, Governor, as well as John and Jared, thank you so much for everything you do for the Division of Emergency Management. Appreciate you.
Jared?
All right. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Thank you, Kevin, for your leadership at the division, General Haas. We've been in very close coordination since this storm formed. We've been coordinating very closely with our law enforcement partners, with the Florida Highway Patrol, and also our industry partners at our seaports, airports, and rail. We have taken extensive efforts to prepare for this storm. As you heard from the governor, we have nearly 2,000 team members working the storm, staging, and preparing to respond. We are really looking at the path of the storm now and preparing our operation for cut and toss, for damage assessment, and for bridge inspection. We're going to be very focused on those coastal bridges as this storm passes through. We want to get them inspected and repaired as quickly as possible so people can move around. In the path of the storm, I-10 and US 98 are two major routes that we're going to be looking at. US 98 obviously has some vulnerabilities along the coast, so we're going to be focused on those. There will potentially be a lot of vegetative debris, a lot of trees down. Those trees can be wrapped in power lines. Please do not get out and explore. It can be dangerous. If you see water on the road, please do not drive through it, especially if it's around a culvert or a bridge. It can be very dangerous to drive through water. We have 120 bridge inspectors on standby. They will deploy immediately as soon as it's safe to do so. We're already beginning to see high wind speeds on the west Gulf Coast of Florida. As you heard from the governor, the closure of Skyway is imminent. And just as a reminder, when wind speeds reach 40 miles per hour or greater, local law enforcement and Florida Highway Patrol usually start to close those bridges. So if you still need to evacuate, please get out while you can move around safely. As the storm passes through, FL511.com is the most reliable place to get information on road closures, detours, etc. We will be updating that website live as the storm passes through. And throughout the night, we've had our 10 traffic management centers monitoring traffic live. We've had our road ranger service patrols on 24/7 operations, and we've been monitoring all of our roads during the evacuations and helping facilitate those evacuations. And we're going to continue to do that. Again, as the storm passes through, please remember there will be a lot of trees down, there will be a lot of vegetative debris. Do not drive through water. You heard from the governor, Tallahassee Airport, Tampa Airport, St. Pete are all closed. We hope to see those open up as soon as possible after the storm passes through. We have several seaports right now that have closed waterside along the coast, just preparing for the storm. And again, we'll coordinate closely with them and the Coast Guard to open those back up as soon as the storm passes through. Again, thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and we'll continue to work.
Also, as for folks that are in these low-lying areas that could experience major storm surge, electric vehicles, when they have the saltwater intrusion, that has generated fires in the past, and those are very difficult fires to put out. So if you do have one of those, try to get that to higher ground as well, because it does represent a hazard for the safety. And we actually had in Ian, we had homes that were completely fine withstanding a Cat 5 impact, and then got burned down because of the EV that was in the garage and caught fire. So try to avoid that if you can. Again, if you are particularly if you're in northern Florida, I mean, you can leave now if you're in an evacuation zone. You have time to execute this plan, but that time is really running out very quickly. Listen to wherever you are in Florida, listen to your local officials about whether it has come to the point where you just need to hunker down. And that may be the case in some of the southern parts of Florida that are experiencing more impacts now. As the day goes on up here in North Florida, that is going to be something that they're going to say, because it's going to be very hazardous conditions when you're, and it's not going to be safe to be out on the road. So I want to thank everybody for mobilizing up to this point. We've got a lot of assets, as we always do, available, and we will bring those to bear as soon as the storm passes, and first helping people with life and limb that may be in jeopardy, but then two, restoring the critical services, whether that's transportation or whether that is power, and we have the resources in place to be able to help do that. And with that, I'll take some questions. Yep.
With this storm being the third hurricane to hit the financially constrained counties, how much of a strain does that put on state resources to help these people that are struggling to pay for one storm, let alone three?
We've always stepped up and helped fiscally constrained counties in Florida, and we'll continue to do that. I mean, look, we put aside $500 million a year for disaster response. We started that when I became governor, and we're in a very strong fiscal shape now. We believe in utilizing whatever levers available. If I can get money elsewhere, I will do that for the counties. But we're in a good shape to be able to step up and help them. And we'll see. This is not projected to reach a Michael strength, but you never know, right? And but I remember, like Mexico Beach, the debris cost was like $80 million, and their annual budget was like $8 million. Well, that's not going to be something that's going to be feasible. So we know there's going to be need for support for fiscally constrained counties. Kevin and his team have already done a lot to help them on the outset and leading up to the storm, and we'll continue to be a good partner with them on the way back. Yes.
What could you tell locals? What should we expect for the aftermath of Tallahassee? I mean, will Tallahassee look like Tallahassee anymore after this?
Well, look, I think, on the one hand, if you look at the track that we were talking about last night, that was a track that we have not seen in that magnitude hit Tallahassee in anybody's lifetime. And if that were to happen, that there is just going to be a lot of debris. I mean, it is going to push down a lot of trees, and it will cause significant damage. Now, we always prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And as I said at the outset, you have seen the models nudge it more to the east. And if you're on the west side of the storm, the amount of damage is just less than if you're on the east side of the storm. That's just the way these things work. And if you look at the solutions, a lot of the model runs, there's a lot of them that have it more on the Idalia track. I think the NHC's cone, I think they've been on the western side of where all the models are. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but there is a lot of data out there that does want to nudge it east. So in terms of Tallahassee, every model run that nudges it east, if that's the track it takes, that will mean less damage. There's just no question. Anything that moves it west is just going to be more damage. And so we're prepared. I've spoken with the mayor of the city. We've spoken with the county leadership. I've spoken with the sheriff. People are ready. They're taking this seriously. They know that they have the potentially going to be called upon to execute a response that has just not been something that they've been called upon to do. I remember, I wasn't governor, but when they had Helene, that was not something that there was good preparation for on the local level. You had a lot of people that were without power for a long time. It just didn't seem. That is not the way it's being done this time. So I think that from local up, people are taking it really seriously, and we're going to respond accordingly. But this track change is going to make an impact. And if you told me it was going to hit 50 miles east of Tallahassee, then I'd be comfortable saying that the impacts would be less than what the track was yesterday, because it has to be. That's just the way these storms work. Yes.
I'm wondering what the scenario is that you're managing now on the power specifically for the affected Big Bend counties. Are we talking a couple weeks, a month, maybe without power? I mean, just.
Well, a lot of times it just depends on the extent of the damage. I mean, we had Idalia. We had that was the fastest restoration from a major hurricane in the history of our responses. And part of it is because we had mutual aid with these electrical co-ops and the municipals. Just the way it is. I mean, the private utilities have more manpower, right? So if you're in an area, Florida Power and Light or Duke, they have, some of the smaller outfits just don't have as much. So Kevin and his team, we've worked really hard to provide that mutual aid. Now, if you're talking about Tallahassee, the more debris that's there, that could interrupt the ability to get to the power lines. And so we're going to have Jared, we're going to have FDOT, they're going to be helping. I've spoken with the county and the city about making sure they have debris contracts ready to go, but getting the utility workers to the place where they can hook it back up is going to be something that's important. Now, if it's more of an Idalia track, this is like deja vu all over again, right? I mean, we had Idalia, we had Debbie, very similar tracks. If this does nudge east, you're going to have a storm that, maybe it's more powerful than Idalia, maybe it's a little less. We'll see. Idalia reached Cat 4 before landfall, and then it receded to a Cat 3 when it hit landfall. So you could have something that's very similar. So I think there's a lot. But we're going to have over 30,000 linemen that are going to be staged and ready to go. I would note that there are some relatively minor power outages across the state, largely because of these tornadoes that we've seen. Now, those companies, a lot of that's FPL, and they'll get that back on very quickly. But I think the municipal and the rural co-ops, they've really embraced taking mutual aid. They've embraced going in and trying to get the stuff back on as quickly as possible. Now, if there is damage to not just the lines, but the underlying system that can be destroyed in these things, then that makes, because you have to rebuild the system. Now, it didn't happen in Idalia. It did happen in a couple areas in Hurricane Ian right there on the coast. Now, hopefully, there's not a projection that this is going to be as powerful as Ian, but you never know. This is they've got a great runway in the Gulf of Mexico. The water's warm. It's deep right where the storm is now. It could rapidly intensify. So if you have that structural destruction, then you have to rebuild. We did not have to do that in Idalia. And then what Kevin has been dispatching are these flood protection devices around the utility substations. And I think a lot of them have utilized that up here. So they've been able to do, and what that does is, if you have some surge, if you have a flood, it can keep that substation operating. And that makes a huge difference in terms of the power restoration. So we've got huge amounts of assets that are ready to go. The scope of the storm, the path of the storm is really going to depend on, in terms of the power, will depend on the path and scope of what ends up happening.
Do you know how many substations have that flood control device around it?
I know. We filled dozens of missions. Cody, I can get you a...
Okay. All right. I'm just curious.
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Duffy.
Sure.
So with this major hurricane, or it's expected to become a major hurricane, or it was, up to maybe a Category 4 Still things up in the air. Why doesn't Leon County have an evacuation order? A lot of people are leaving. They're scared. They're nervous. I know Wakulla does. Franklin, the counties around it do.
Yeah. So in reference to the question about Leon County specifically and evacuation order, we probably need to fact check that, because I do believe Leon County has an evacuation order right now for low-lying areas and manufactured homes, which makes sense. If you come here, and I'm going to just briefly, if you allow me, Governor, put my local county EM director hat back on. Where we sit at right now is 45, 50 feet above sea level. We are not going to have storm surge impacts here. There is no level A, B, C, D, E, F evacuation zone for Tallahassee. It's low-lying manufactured homes. That is their evacuation order. So, again, I want to give credit where credit's due. You know, the governor's been up here talking about the mayor and the city getting much better, the county getting much better at responding to these disasters. And they have been doing yeoman's work at getting ready for what's about to happen. So they have issued their evacuation orders for low-lying and manufactured housing, which is appropriate for this particular storm. We're not going to have storm surge. We're not going to have riverine flooding up all the way into Leon County proper. So, you know, they're doing the right thing as a local former county EM director, and as a state director now. Yes, 100%. We support their decisions on what they've done. They have opened up, I believe, 7 shelters here. They have asked the state to help supplement that, and I believe we have 3 other shelters in addition to that, ready and able to take on individuals in this area.
And you know, the thing about, and Kevin's exactly right, you're not in a surge situation when you're talking about Leon, but, and so you don't want to tell people, hey, just evacuate willy-nilly. At the same time, individuals can look at their home, look what's around it, and assess what risk may be there, because you could have very powerful winds. You could see trees start to fall over. I mean, we had, you know, at the governor's place, we had a really big tree there for Idalia, and Idalia was not, I mean, right now the track is closer to Tallahassee than Idalia was, and that tree fell over from that. And it didn't do structural damage to the home, but it's just, that was a massive tree. So the closer it is to Tallahassee, and the winds are 120, 125 potentially for what they're talking about, that is going to be. So you just as a resident, you look, you see, you think about, assess the risk, and there may be places, as Kevin said, you could treat it like a tornado, get in a place where you can hunker down, and maybe that's the best option for you. But it's hard to just fashion an evacuation order around that. I think you just got to trust people to make their own judgments. But debris is going to be an issue. Trees falling is going to be an issue. The more the track shifts east, the better off for Tallahassee, of course. The more that it stays on course or toggles back west, if that is possible. And it doesn't seem like that's where most of the models are tugging it right now. But, you know, these things change. There's a lot of different factors on there that will, of course, mean more damage if it's a more westward path. But I think people can make their judgments about that. But we do have, in almost every storm, we have people that are not doing anything wrong. You know, they're taking the storm seriously, and then a tree falls on the home and can cause fatal damage. And we've seen that. I mean, we had I think it was a young girl in the most recent, was just they weren't doing anything wrong, and it's a tragic thing, but that is a possibility, especially when you're talking about an area that has as much tree cover as Tallahassee. Okay, thanks so much.
All right, you've been listening to emergency management officials, and including Governor DeSantis there, with the latest on the preparations as Helene makes its way closer to Florida. The Big Bend expected to get the brunt of that impact, and they're urging people in those evacuation areas to do so, and if they can't, to shelter in place and let someone know that they'll be doing that. They also talked about the resources to get help in an emergency. There's even a code for Uber rides if you need to get to a shelter. Helene Relief is that code, and they are providing bus rides in the Big Bend area to shelters if you need, and of course urging people to use floridadisaster.org for more information, and the state assistance info line 1-800-342-3557. Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos for the latest on the storm. And you know, he talked about the Category 3. Do we know about when that might take place, that upgrade?
It's it's looking like it could be happening between the 11 and the 2 o'clock update. We do have hurricane hunters in there right now, Bridget, and that should really start giving us a better idea of what's actually going on in that system. It has intensified between the 5 a.m. and the 8 a.m. update. We had a Category 1 early this morning. It has intensified now to Category 2. Still expected to move into that major category strength later on this morning. But I do want to show you real quick the radar, because we are now starting to track some of those scattered showers that are approaching parts of Brevard County. So I do want to highlight you guys right now in Satellite Beach, Rockledge. Right now we're just dealing with some of those light to moderate showers, but also be aware that the rain that we're dealing with is still tropical in nature. So even though you see some orange and yellows, we're still talking about torrential downpours. Tropical moisture on the radar certainly packs a little bit more of a punch, even though it looks like a normal typical afternoon shower and thunderstorm. Right now into Vero Beach, this zone right here was actually just under a tornado warning. That has since been discontinued, but you can see areas of Kissimmee through Haines City. All of these scattered showers and thunderstorms will continue to move into areas over the next couple minutes. I am going to just show you here how quickly some of these spiraling rain bands will continue to basically skirt parts of our coastline. Once again, some of these squall lines will be packing a punch. The heaviest of the rain, though, still anticipated to be, once again, this afternoon and into the evening. Latest stats, again, we are talking about wind gusts already in the center of the system up to 115 miles per hour. Still anticipated to move into Apalachicola right there along the Big Bend as a Category 1 storm into Georgia later on this afternoon. Again, the timeline, cloudy and gusty for now. It will get squally. We will see those strong storms, strong wind gusts as well, and then things will start to taper off after about 9-10 o'clock this evening. Of course, the entire News 6 team will be here, the entire weather team as well. And of course, if you want continuous coverage, we will be having all those updates as well as clickorlando.com and News 6 Plus throughout the rest of the day.
That's right, Candace. So keep it here on WKMG. We will go back to regular programming for now, as the worst of this storm is coming in later on today. But we will come in every half hour with updates for you here, and we'll break in with any weather warnings as needed. We're also streaming, like Candace mentioned, on clickorlando.com and News 6 Plus. So check that out on your smart TV to get more updates and continue the conversation there. Stay with News 6 both on the air and online. Take care.
This has been a News 6 breaking news alert. For continuing coverage of this developing story, go to clickorlando.com.
Good morning. The time now is 10 a.m. You're watching News 6 Plus. I'm Bridget Ellison. It's good to have you with us here. We're streaming live. We will be talking to our reporters who are scattered all across Florida as we continue to cover Helene. And this is something that, we've had to go back to regular programming on WKMG. So that's why we're here on News 6 Plus streaming and talking as long as we like about this storm and getting your questions answered. And of course, we want to go to the people who are where this storm is expected to make the biggest impact. And our Eric Sandoval is in Perry this morning, and he's been watching these conditions. Things so calm right now, Eric, and I would imagine a lot of people have decided to leave, but what's it been like so far this morning?
I don't know if a lot of people decided to leave. I think a lot of people decided to leave the beach side and come here.
Okay.
And I think, we were talking to the sheriff last night here in Taylor County, and that was one of his concerns, honestly, Bridget, that, they were calling it small town stubbornness, thinking, because remember, this is going to be their third major hurricane in 13 months. And I think a lot of people here, especially in Perry, are thinking, oh, we've ridden out the last two. What's one more? But this one, as you guys have been reporting all morning long, this one's going to pack a little more oomph, and the tide is really going to come in. We're thinking 15 to 20 foot swells. So what we're doing right now is we're driving through downtown Perry, and I'm just going to turn my phone as I talk. You can see a lot of the windows are boarded up.
Yeah.
Right along here in the downtown area. And Bridget, feel free to chime in with any questions you may have along the way. We're just going to drive you through Perry and show you how they're preparing along the way. If we could pull over and show them the creek that's over here.
So now, Eric, you weren't in Perry last time, one of the last storms. Have you been to the Big Bend before?
Eric Von Enken was. Mm-hmm. I've been up here covering other things, not necessarily a hurricane. I'm a little nervous, I'll be honest with you, especially given the strength that this storm is supposed to be. So I want to show you, we've gotten a lot of rain here already, and I want to show you this creek. This creek was just a trickle yesterday.
Wow.
And it's already, it's not overflowing its banks by any means, but just with the rain that we've already gotten, it's already, filled up a little bit. So over the next, 18 hours, as this storm hits, and the torrential rainfall that we're supposed to get, you can imagine that the concerns about flooding are real here. And that's why a lot of people have, sandbagged their businesses. They've boarded up, of course, because of the wind. But things are already looking a little dire here.
And when you think about this area, if you haven't been to this area before, Perry is really probably the closest town for miles around there, because it's just really rural. And so a lot of that area is, of course, wooded. And much of that probably is a bit marshy too.
It is. And, I had to do some research about Perry. Perry bills itself as the tree capital of the South. And, the lumber industry is basically the backbone of this place. Most of the people who live in Perry, the 7,000 people who live here, most of them, are in the lumber industry. So it's sort of ironic that the very industry that supports this town, trees and lumber, are the very things that they're now fearing because of these high winds knocking down those trees, and also, knocking down some of the power lines and electrical lines. We're driving down 221 right now, Highway 221. This is one of the main drags here in Perry. You can see not many people are on the road.
Yeah, and when we had that,
go ahead, Bridget.
When we had the press conference with emergency management, they talked about that sound of trees snapping and what that means, and that you should really get to your safe spot. And when you talked about just how many trees are there and it being like a tree capital, that's definitely something that is scary to think about if people are just choosing to shelter in place tonight.
Yeah, we went to the news conference with Jimmy Petronas, the state CFO, last night, he was talking to the sheriff, and he was saying, he was hearing that Helene was going to be hitting as a Category 4 storm.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it's a Category 3, the big concern, he said, was the trees. Because
Mm-hmm.
as you said, this is a very, very rural part of Florida. This is old Florida. It's not commercial at all. And the highways and the streets that are around here um, are very, it's one lane going in either direction. I want to point this out.
Mm-hmm.
So, Megan, I'm going to go right by it. That's a Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurant over there. We have, let's see, a Hardee's over here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm showing you these because they're all closed.
Yeah.
They closed last night. So, anybody wanting to venture out and grab some lunch or anything like that, they're out of luck.
Have
Even
you been able to
McDonald's.
find anything open?
No.
Not yet. Oh my goodness. And they talked about the gas stations and keeping those open, and that they have generators in order to keep the gas stations open, because many times gas stations will close because of lack of power. And so it'll be interesting to see if that does help with some of these lines you see around this time when we have storms, people lining up for gas. I know I need to get gas right now.
Yeah, and we've been really diligent about staying on top of our gas situation because we don't want to be trapped in that same situation. We've
Mm-hmm.
made really good friends with the manager over at the marathon station here.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we've been getting our meals. We've been living
Oh,
off
wow.
Hostess. Yeah,
Oh.
the gas stations pretty much are open. Actually, this is really good right here. Look at that. So this is a marathon station. And you can see all the military convoys there. The Florida
All
State
right.
Guard is actually mobilized here.
Mm-hmm.
If we could get a little closer here. We're
Now,
gonna
are those
go
the high
right into
water?
the,
Are those the high water vehicles, or not necessarily?
they look like they might be the high water vehicles. They sit very high.
Mm-hmm.
But last night at the news conference, the Florida State Guard was in the room.
And we have
And
thousands of them on standby, troopers on standby,
yes,
Florida Department of Transportation officials on standby, linemen stationed everywhere to handle the outages as quickly as possible. So it was interesting to hear the governor say that he had allocated much more money for these types of responses, because it's not just the federal response that they're waiting for, but also having the resources in the state to sort of take care of your own.
absolutely. And we've reported on that, Bridget. What was it, Ian, when we had all the problems down in Osceola County with Samaritan's Village and the homes that were getting flooded.
Mm-hmm.
The state senators were telling us the National Guard just wasn't fast enough. They weren't getting there fast enough, and there weren't enough troops basically to help out in the first place. And so that is one reason Governor DeSantis revitalized the Florida State Guard. He said, okay, if the National Guard can't help us, we're going to do it ourselves. So he resurrected the Florida State Guard, which existed, years ago. It was dismantled in World War II, right after World War II. And he revitalized it to basically fill the gap that the National Guard was leaving for situations just like we're experiencing now. And honestly, that we're going to be experiencing, especially here in the Big Bend area over the next 24 hours. So it was really good to see that. It was good to see them gassing up.
Yes.
So that they
Look
have
for the
some
helpers,
fuel.
right?
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it. No, that was really good to see them. We're just going to keep driving around and see what we see here. But I think this basically tells the picture here in Perry. There are not many people out on the roads. A lot of people are hunkered down. And to your point, Bridget, I think some of them did get up and get out of Dodge just to stay safe.
And we even heard that they were offering bus rides to shelters. So it'll be interesting to see how close. I don't know how close the shelters are to where you are, or how many there are in that area. But if maybe people change their minds, but they, it's too late for them to drive out, or maybe they don't have the means to drive out, at least they can get to a shelter that might feel safer than staying at home.
Can you turn in there? Yeah, absolutely. I think there's one shelter here in the Perry area, and then the other one is more inland. And they're actually telling people in Perry to get out of the county.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how concerned they are. And
Right.
that's one reason I think that there's only one shelter here. The
Yeah.
big shelter they're turning everybody to is in Live Oak, which, is over near I-75, well inland. And
Okay.
I think
How far
thinking
is that
there
ride
is
time-wise to leave
about
Perry and
an
go to Live Oak?
hour and 15 minutes.
Okay. Oh, I remember
So,
this shopping center from when Von Anken was
this is
out
where
there
Von
last
Enken was
time.
here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the same shopping center.
I'm really hoping Starlink
And
helps our signal this time, though, because that was what really hurt us last time, was when the brunt of it was really coming through. It was really tough to get that signal out from there.
yeah, so we have Bell's boarded up here. A lot of these businesses, actually, I'm trying to get my gauge of direction here. A lot of these businesses are not boarded up. Looks like a lot of them are vacant, though.
Maybe so.
In Dixie that has hit its hurricane shutters up too. You were mentioning Starlink, Bridget. We do
Right.
have a Starlink satellite receiver with us, and
Here's hoping. Right.
here's hoping that we don't have to use it. But if we have to use it,
Oh, there's
um,
someone there.
yeah,
No doubt.
she was there last night, and we
She
feel
doesn't want
bad.
help. She won't accept help. Yeah.
No, and what do you do if you're homeless in a situation like that, where you're in the bullseye of what could be a Category 3 or 4 storm?
I would imagine law enforcement might come along at some point and try to,
They were
make
there
her go
last
somewhere
night. And she
safer.
was just refusing to go anywhere. Bless her heart.
Yeah, that's tough when you think about the homeless
So-
population in these types of situations. I know the
So
governor
there's
talked
the
about if
Harveys
you
again.
do want to stay, you need to let someone know you're staying and that you're okay once it blows over, so that they know where to look.
Yeah, yeah. And I know earlier yesterday, some of the crews here in Taylor County were literally going door to door. They were down, by the beach side, and everybody who lives down there, they were going door to door to make sure, A, everybody knew the storm was coming, but B, more importantly, trying to get them out. Trying to convince them to evacuate and seek some higher ground and be safe. They didn't say how many of them they got to change their mind, or actually how many answered the door.
And Eric,
So-
we talk about this every time a storm gets close. There are those, like you said, who might be, they've been going through these storms for generations, and they've got a thick skin around it, and sometimes stubborn about maybe taking the highest of precautions. And then people who maybe have relocated here and have never been through a storm, and it is so scary.
Oh yeah, and just imagine your first hurricane being a Cat 3 or Cat 4 near the coast. I
Yeah.
mean, that'll change it.
Yeah,
It'll
there's
make you
someone.
rethink, moving to Florida. If this is just your first
Right.
stop on your journey,
Yeah, it's like, people up north might deal with the snow, which we have no idea how to deal with, but we do when it comes to storms. Right. This is what we do. This is what the emergency responders do, and when we kick it into high gear. And you've seen a variety of conditions as we've covered these storms, from the heartbreaking flooding that happens and people losing everything. And it speaks to just the resilience of people, but also just how brutal Mother Nature can be.
Absolutely. And, I think that sort of speaks to what the fire rescue crews were calling the small town stubbornness yesterday. They think they have seen it all. They've already ridden through a few storms here, so they think, what's one more? But I have to tell you that I was telling you the lumber industry is the backbone of this city, and I was reading a newspaper article yesterday, Tallahassee Democrat, and they were saying that the leader of the lumber industry here he's just tired of the storms. It's interrupting their business. It's costing them money, and it's also diverting their crews, because once the trees are fallen from the storms, it's his crews that know how to pick up the pieces and pick up the trees. So this is a money loser for them, because of the side work that needs to be done afterwards in order to get back to normal.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if much of that is salvageable once it's been damaged and blown around like that.
It's a good question. I think it depends on the tree.
Mm-hmm.
So to
Yeah.
let Mother Nature chop it down instead of
Right.
the crews.
Right, right.
Yes,
And that type of debris is really dangerous when you talk about the projectiles and the storm surge and what all could be mixed in with that water. It's almost like a tsunami.
absolutely, absolutely. Real quick, why don't you bring us back to where we are going to be live from around the building? Okay. So what we're going to do now, that was basically the nickel tour of Perry.
Mm-hmm.
That's how big the city is. We're going to take you back to where we plan to be live starting at noon and probably for the duration.
I need to come back to you because there's a tornado warning, so we're going to jump over to pinpoint
Okay.
weather. Yeah, we'll check in with you. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
we'll check back
Bridget.
in with you. Thank you, Eric.
Of course.
Well, so again,
bye-bye.
this tornado warning is in effect for the next 30 minutes or so. These are fast-moving, quick spin-ups that we are going to continue to watch. So we're going to pop the velocity tracker here real quick to kind of give you an idea. Now, I'm going to just start prefacing this before we start getting a lot of tornado warnings in the next couple of hours, is that these tornadoes are very fast-moving. They spin up really fast as that squall line continues kind of spiral around overall the general big storm with Helene. So with that, it really spins up fast. So they're not going to be that iconic afternoon sea breeze storms that we say are really clear couplet. Now, a couplet, before we get to that, is basically a red and green zone here. So when we start seeing red and green, we've got the reds coming and going from the radar site. So that is something we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on. So I'm going to just come around this polygon real quick and just kind of see what we're talking about. So you see general reds here and then general greens to the south. So what we're looking for is for a real tight circulation here with reds and greens pretty much closed in together. So if I had to guess of where we're talking about here, it's going to be just south of Whispering Hills, Gulf Estate. So let me kind of circle here and tell you what we're talking about here. So this is the zone that right now we're looking at for your general kind of broad circulation. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. That means we do not have any official reports of any tornadoes down at the ground. We don't have any storm spotters that have spotted anything. Now the problem is that we're also talking about big time rainfall rates when embedded in some of these squall lines. When we talk about those tropical downpours, there will be that potential once again of seeing some of those rain-wrapped tornadoes. Hard to see if you're down at the surface, hence why we rely a lot on our Doppler. Look at the last frame. You can see it has now disappeared. This is what we're talking about. When we talk about these couplets, they last for a very short amount of time. It sparks that tornado warning. Now we have to kind of wait and see if that couplet kind of picks up again as we continue to scan with that Doppler radar. So again, here's where the couplet now is starting to move. You see how quickly it's moving. All right, now we're starting to kind of see it. Let me zoom in here. So this is the couplet that we're talking about. Again, the couplet is basically a really tight little cylinder where the wind is going and coming from the Doppler side, which is why it goes red and green. So when you start getting these colors really tight wound up together, that's where we will have the best possibility. If there is a tornado out there and it is present, that is basically what we're talking about. So if let's zoom in here, give you an idea of what we're talking about. So this is South Street. We're talking Whispering Hills Gulf Estate. This is areas, let me zoom out real quick, give a better perspective of what we're talking about. This is far north and east, north and west of Indian River City, areas right along South Street, South Park Avenue, right along the 40, this is 95. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Is this 95? Yeah. All right, so this is riding up right along 95 right now in Brevard County. So there's the couplet. That's what we're watching right now for that potential for a quick spin up. Now, when it comes to this one little cell here, again, around South Street, basically South Street where it kind of curves into Knox McRae Drive down to South Street right along 95. This is the zone that we're watching for that potential of a tornado if there is officially one down at the ground. Just because you have a spin doesn't mean that you have an actual tornado on the ground. But the one thing we're going to kind of rely on here really is that Doppler because, one, it's extremely close to our radar station. So we're going to get a much better picture of that system, or at least that cell, compared to the actual cell. Julie, I'm not sure if it got, would you be able to move me for All of a sudden, it seems like it stopped. Once again, we are watching for an overall tornado watch. That is in effect for all of Central Florida. That tornado warning again. Oh, there you go. I think it just caught me. All right. Let me see if I got, yeah, okay. Thank you very much. You must have reset something. Perfect. So with this being said, you notice that right now most of the rain is actually shifted further towards the west of where that center and where that velocity is. So it's very difficult here in Central Florida or in anywhere in Florida to actually pinpoint a tornado with radar because we don't have those typical, let's say, Midwestern tornadoes. But what we really see it is, once again, it's those velocity trackers, and it's still that tracker that we're watching. All right, so we're going to pull up some Department of Transportation cameras right now. Producer in my ear just told me. All right, this is I-95. This is mile marker 215. For those who don't know, that's about around the Titusville area. You can see the clouds there in the distance. I think we're pointing southward here. And again, we're going to continue to watch overall very cloudy skies. But the moment those squall lines come in, it quickly picks up some of that friction off the ground that spins up those circulations. Now, mind you, beyond what we're looking at when it comes to the tornado warning is that we are also watching some rotation that is also happening in other parts of Central Florida. Although that's not a warned area, we are also watching those quick spin-ups. We've been watching a couple spin-ups happening right along this line here, some around Windermere, but it's not closed enough or not creating those signatures that we need to officially spark those tornado warnings. So again, anywhere in Central Florida, if you're seeing some rain, you're seeing the wind, there will be that potential, once again, of seeing prime conditions to produce that quick spin up. So once again, if you're just joining us, it is 10:21. We have that tornado warning that is in effect. This does include parts of Brevard County, mostly Brevard County focus, south of Scottsmore, down through Southmere, Titusville, Indian River City, and as far south as, let's say, Bellwood and Port St. John. So this is an area that, again, that we were watching. It's the polygon, for the most part, has shifted just right along 95, with the bulk of the heaviest of the rain now moving into Southmere, I should say. Let me put the quick motion here to see how quickly. Just about 15 minutes ago, we didn't even have anything, and then all of a sudden we spun up this one cell. Let me stop the clock here. Yeah, so again, velocity tracker is still showing that little couplet. As long as we're seeing those signatures on the maps, that's exactly what we're going to continue to track. And there it is. There is that center. Let go. All right. Right here along 95, we're talking Whispering, Gulf Estate, Titusville, Mims. I'm not sure if that's even a location. JJ, that basically this is the zone. This right here is what we're going to continue to closely watch. Let me see some of the threats. Julie is standing by. Julie, is there any mention of anything on the chat regarding this?
I've been checking in the chat, and again, nothing new has come out. But if you're just joining us and you're expecting to see, let's make a deal, and you're like, hey, what's going on? We've been talking about that threat for isolated tornadoes, and this is what we anticipated. And again, you're looking at our threat detector right now, so indicating the potential of some pea-sized hail, and also, those rainfall rates. And you mentioned that you will not necessarily see a tornado. So do keep in mind you need to head to the closest or the most interior room of your home if you are in this warned area.
Right, and so some of these things that you're seeing, like Julie just mentioned, again, pea-sized hail, but some areas where we're not seeing any rain on the east side of 95 versus the west side of 95. It goes from barely any rain to about 2 inches of rain falling per hour. So that's why when we talk about the radar, when we talk about the reds and the yellows and the oranges, this is tropical moisture. This is moisture that is packing a lot more of a punch than a typical afternoon thunderstorm in the forecast. So let me pick up, let's see if the shear, because I know sometimes when we pop up, there's some shear. So there's certain things that you need to see for signatures. You have to kind of slice the atmosphere in different ways, kind of like a sandwich, right? So we first are looking at the rotation. We've got some rotation in that same zone. Now, if we put the shear tracker on there and we pick up the shear marker and it says, oh, I'm sorry, hold on. I messed up on that one. Let me find the icon here, a little pixel query. So right now we are seeing weak shear, which is still enough to potentially help spin up a tornado. It's just some indicators that we continue to watch real closely. I'm going to walk off screen real quick. Meteorologist Julie Broughton is standing by. Let me go check on some of the computer models and see what we're talking about here.
Okay, so let's go ahead and leave this with Lynx 1 as our source. But again, this is what we're talking about right now as we are scanning out on the radar. We are talking about tornado warning in this part of Brevard County. I'll go in a little bit closer for you. But again, we are talking about a lot of those rain bands from Helene working on shore. And with those rain bands, we're talking about some weak rotation. Let's go back in a little bit closer for you and show you again what is happening for those of you in Brevard County where you have that tornado warning in place until 10:45. Now, I'm going to step off camera because for some reason I can't grab the hand tracker there to show you exactly what we're talking about. But again, we are continuing to see some heavy rain. And again, that potential of some weak rotation on the radar for you, taking you in toward the Titusville area. Again, maybe if we could turn hand tracking off because that doesn't seem to be cooperating too much for us. That warning is up until 10:45 for Brevard County. This is just the first warning that we will see today. There we go. As we go in a little bit closer for you, that warning area has been shaved back a little bit, but again, all this area in red, so just to the west of Mims, up toward Orantia, over toward Southmere, and even in this area where the warning isn't, that is where we're also talking about some very heavy rain. And again, going in a little bit closer, we can show you a different perspective of the radar. So when it looks like this, it's not the view that you're necessarily used to seeing. This gives us an indication of how pixels are moving in relation to the radar. So where we see green, that shows us rain parcels or pixels, winds moving toward the radar. Red shows us where they're moving away from the radar. So we look for the red and the green clustered closely together. That's what we call a couplet. And notice we're not seeing a whole lot of that right now, but that rotation, that broad rotation, has kind of been pulsing on and off for us. And that is what we see happen with these tropical systems. We see some quick, broad rotation. They spin up some weak tornadoes, and they pop up really quickly, as we saw, as Candace just showed us. We'll go back to the typical view of the radar for you. We'll go back to the radar reflectivity, and that will show us, again, what we're talking about as far as the rain. So we're going back to the Melbourne radar for you, and we'll show you the traditional view there as we continue to track this for you until 10:45. Take you back out and show you what's going on across all of Central Florida, because as Candace has mentioned, we've been back in the Weather Center along with meteorologist Michelle Morgan, and we've been picking up on some different areas of broad rotation within these squalls, within these bands. And you'll notice out over the Atlantic, more rain bands are coming toward you as you are in Brevard County. So going a little bit closer, areas like Satellite Beach, Rockledge, Cape Canaveral, Mare Island, you will see some intense activity moving into your area in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside for you right now and show you what it looks like in Brevard County. We have our port cam ready for you, and we've been watching this camera all morning because the trees have really been blowing out there. This is what it looks like right now. You can see those strong winds out there. At times, we're seeing winds gusting close to tropical storm force. You can see those heavy clouds, that gray sky, a very tropical looking atmosphere out there for us. And we will continue to see more of this for the next several hours. This is just beginning. Let's go back to the radar for you here at 10:28. Again, this is our area. This is our tornado warned area. You see in Brevard County, that tornado warning is up until 10:45. So going in a little bit tighter areas like Turnbull, Orantia. Going back to the velocity for you now that we're in a little bit closer, that will give us an idea of any sort of rotation. And again, not picking up any major areas of rotation, seeing perhaps a little bit just to the south of Turnbull. But again, we've seen that weak rotation, but that was enough for the National Weather Service out of Brevard County, out of Melbourne, to trigger that tornado warning up until 10:45. And the thing with these storms, these rain bands, they're moving very quickly. We're seeing heavy rain within these, so they can move up on you very fast. And as we've been saying, you won't necessarily see a tornado warning. So if you are in this area, that includes Southmere as well, you need to go ahead and move to your safe place, move to your safe room, and that means a small interior room. Unfortunately, most of us in Florida don't have basements, but maybe a bathroom. You want to be away from windows. I think a good rule of thumb is put as many walls between you and the storm as possible, because this is a serious situation. And again, Candace, this is just the beginning for today.
Right, yeah. At the end of the day, when we talk about the conditions for for tornadic activity. Remember, we've been really stressing the point about the right side of the storm, the dirty side of the storm, and that is the reason why we're going to continue to track the progress of exactly where Helene moves, because at the end of the day, this overall size of this storm is the reason why we are starting to see impacts as far reaching as what we've been dealing with. So again, this tornado warning has been altered just a little bit, the polygon here. Just checking with the National Weather Service, we have not had any official confirmation down at the surface from anybody physically seeing a tornado at this point in time. But again, this is going to be the story over the next couple of hours. And this is one of the big impacts here in Central Florida that we continue to monitor, because again, it's one of those threats where you think, okay, school is out. It's just a little windy. It's a little rainy here and there. And then all of a sudden we get a tornado warning out of that. And that can easily really overall enhance the storm threat, the wind threat, the damage threat as well. So again, we are going to be watching this one. The rest of Central Florida, by the way, this is just one cell. We are watching another line that is continuing to spiral into areas now of Orange County. This same cell, by the way, was creating several pockets of some fast-moving circulation just before we hopped on here with that tornado warning in Brevard County. So I just want to let you know that we are still keeping our eyes on rotation, even embedded within this one here that is now starting to basically curve into areas of Bellevue, the Villages, Leesburg, out through Altamont Springs, Winter Park, Orlando, and Oak Ridge. I also want to turn your attention to the lightning strikes. Lightning strikes are only about 2 within the last 30 minutes across at least this view of Central Florida. We don't typically get a lot of lightning. We don't have that type of instability that you'd get during a daytime afternoon sea breeze thunderstorm. So if we're starting to pop a couple of lightning strikes here and there, that's indicating to us that it is a very strong cell, because it takes a lot of energy to actually get lightning embedded within squall lines. It's just an interesting little meteorological tidbit. So sometimes, during the afternoon, you say, well, this doesn't pack any lightning, it's not severe. Well, that's not the case when you start talking about a tropical system in those squall lines here. All right, once again, we are going to continue to stay on the clock here as long as this tornado warning remains in effect until 10:45, so we just have about 14 minutes left here. This does include only Brevard County. The bulk of the rain is now kind of on that quick northern fringe of the polygon. So if you're watching us right now from Titusville, areas of Mims, I feel like your coverage of the tornado threat has gotten down a bit compared to areas moving into more of the Scottsmore. So once again, let's put those velocity trackers on there, give you a better idea of what's going on. You see the lightning strike. That's one of them. So when we start looking at some of the radar and you're watching this along with us, those are the small little hints as we investigate more, some of those clues on how strong these cells can actually get within some of these fast-moving squall lines. So again, we're watching this circulation has been holding on longer than usual, which is why we certainly wanted to make sure that we stay with this circulation. Let me just draw it here in case it's hard for you guys to see. This is the zone that we're talking about right now, right along 95, just south of Scottsmore. So if you are for some reason on the roadways, you have to get to and from, whether it's work or you're running a quick errand, this is going to be the main zone that we're watching with. We're also talking about some pretty heavy rain kind of in this same zone. So let me swap the velocity tracker with radar. And as you can see, a lot of that rain is still kind of on that northern fringe of where that circulation is going. So we're actually seeing a lack of rain right now, right where that velocity is picking up some of the heaviest of the strongest of the rotation. So that is a bit more on the concerning side when we talk about, again, finding those clues and trying to investigate what's actually going on in the atmosphere. Because as of now, unless anybody back there in the weather department has seen anything other than no reports as of yet, but National Weather Service is pretty good that if there is an actual confirmed tornado, this red blinking box would actually start turning purple, and that would mean that there's an actual confirmed tornado or a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and we're not seeing any of that. So Julie, do you see anything there?
I was just checking the National Weather Service chat, and as of right now, there's been no ground truth. Still, obviously, as you've been showing and we've been talking about, still seeing that rotation on the radar, which is why we still have that warning in place until 10:45, so for about another 11 minutes.
All right, let's take a a live look real quick of Scottsmore there. There is the heavy rain. There is the wind. Again, picking up a lightning strike or two around that area. And again, that's indicating to us that this is a storm that is packing up a lot of instability and a lot of moisture with it. So you can see the raindrops there, but there are people on the roadways. Now, are there as many people as a normal day when we aren't under a tropical storm warning? I'm not sure, but certainly making sure that if you don't have anywhere to go today, just make it a nice night. Maybe, you know, have a nice little time at home, just making sure that you're staying weather aware and making sure that you're staying tuned. So if there is anything that does change quickly, like they tend to do in tornado warnings, it looks like they just reissued a larger one.
Yeah, it looks like it was extended farther south. I'll run back and check and see the text with that. It looks like that is now
okay, this is now to 11. Okay, so let's pop back here to our radar. So while we were showing you the live look out there, National Weather Service has now issued another tornado warning. Basically, what it seems like they're doing is they're following along that same little circulation that we've been watching. Remember how I told you it was starting to get to that northern end of that tornado warned zone? That has now been extended. So again, if you're watching us right now from areas from the past tornado warning, that looks like it's going to pretty much expire as most of that rain has pushed out. The threat has really pushed out as well. So let's zoom in here. So now this new polygon does include a much bigger swath of Brevard County. So let's first take you to the actual location of where this warned area is. Again, it just takes that northern fringe of that last polygon of that tornado warning and has now extended it further north. So Scottsmore, this extends out to Oak Hill, Maytown, up 95. So if you're traveling up to 95 into more of the Edgewater, New Smyrna Beach, Samsula, this whole zone here, right up to 44, that is where that forecast potential for tornadic activity will lie. Let me see if let's go. There you go. All right, let's pop the velocity and see if we can find that circulation again. Well, there it is. That's obvious. That's an obvious one right there. All right, so you see the reason why the National Weather Service has now extended that. This little tight couplet, this little circulation of red and green kind of tied up together. This is the couplet that we've been watching since it's been as far south. It was the Gulf of States, wasn't it? Try to remember which one it is. But anyway, so it was traveled all the way north, basically traveling what seems like almost traveling right along 95. So Scottsmore, this is the zone that if there is a confirmed tornado on the ground, not only do we have the circulation, right? We have the lightning strikes that are basically telling us that there is some sort of strong cell going on. Let's check the shear here. Let's see. And again, now we get some shear involved with this. The reason why we look at shear is because circulation happens first on the horizontal plane, and the moment you get that shear, you get that difference of speed in height, that's when we start seeing that circulation, that tunnel of air start rotating, and that's where we get that spin that goes from cloud to ground. So again, you don't want to see a lot of shear, and unfortunately we are starting to see some of that. I forget to keep putting the pixel query on here, Julie.
There are lots of buttons to choose from.
There are a lot of buttons, so let's pixel query this.
Yeah.
Again, this seems like it's going to be minimal wind shear, but again, this tornado warning, I should say, is in effect until 11 o'clock. So we still have about 22 minutes or so left on the clock here.
Yeah, and that new warning encompassing Volusia County, again, that is until 11 o'clock. And one thing interesting, Candace, you were just showing how it's traveling basically right along I-95. The speed with these storms, moving around 30 to 35 miles per hour, that means even if you're in an area where you're like, oh, it's not so bad, it's okay. But if you are in that polygon all the way up to New Smyrna Beach, it is time to go to your safe room, take cover, because these storms are moving fast today.
They are moving fast. You were saying 35 miles per hour. Now, mind you, that's not wind gusts. That is basically, this little cell is moving at a clip of about 35 miles per hour. Let me zoom in here real quick and see if I can. So again, for some reason, they normally when they want to expire a tornado warning and it's too close to it actually expiring, they'll just leave it there. So even though there is that blinking all the way down through Southmere, as you can see, there's no real concern for you guys. So the real threat has certainly gone down. And it does look like we are starting to see a little bit of that rotation. I'm not sure. Maybe I've been looking at the screen for too much. But it does look like that circulation is starting to broaden out just a hair. Not a lot, but we'll take any type of broadening. The moment you broaden out that circulation, kind of think of a figure skater. The moment the figure skater opens its arms, then that's when things start to slow down. So the broader that circulation goes, the slower that spin is expected. But you can see that if there is even a tornado out there, and if there is a confirmed one on the ground, which there has not been, but if there is, it's going to be very hard to actually spot it because look how much rain is falling kind of in this zone. Let's look at some of the overall threats real quick. Oh, it likes to get stuck on my finger sometimes. All right, so let's see. So we have here the awkward silence of me trying to figure this out. Sorry, guys. All right, so rainfall rate's not too bad at this point in time. Taking a live look outside, there is Daytona Beach. Not an ideal beach day, that is for sure. So we're talking still pea-sized hail embedded within some of this action right now that we're picking up on the radar, but you can see right around that cluster of the tightest circulation that we certainly can pick up right now with that radar signature. It is still showing rainfall rates there. That's about 2 inches of rain falling per hour.
Yeah, and remember, that means that's a lot of rain coming down all at once. So as we've been saying, you are not going to see a tornado warning or a tornado coming at you if there were to be a tornado on the ground, which at this point we have not received ground confirmation of this. We've been watching the radar. The National Weather Service out of Melbourne has been watching the radar and has issued this tornado warning that is now until 11 o'clock for folks in Volusia County. That is now extended until 11 o'clock. So still technically a tornado warning in Brevard County until 10:45. This box will drop at 10:45. They'll clear that off the map. But this is the area of concern for us right now, extending from the Brevard County, Volusia County line up through Oak Hill, heading up toward areas like New Smyrna Beach. I want to go in a little bit closer for you, see if we can get some streets in there. And once again, just a reminder, we are all under a tornado watch today. That is until 8 o'clock. And we've been talking about this for several days, that anytime we are dealing with a tropical system and we are in the front right quadrant, which we are, we have that threat for tornadoes. So this is what we anticipated. Very heavy rain right along I-95 up toward Creighton, really getting hit pretty hard. I'll turn the velocity back on. Candace has been showing that to you, and that gives us an indication of where those rotations are. So we'll put on the storm relative velocity for you. And what we look for on the radar is anywhere where we see areas of green and red together, because that indicates where we have some of the winds traveling toward the radar. Those are the green winds. The red winds are traveling away from the radar. So that helps to get some spin. So you can see we are seeing this area of rotation just to the east of I-95, north of Scottsmore, east of Maytown, beginning to broaden out a little bit. We'll turn on the shear for you, and again, that also gives us an indication of what's happening. So as we look at the shear, we'll turn that on. It looks like a lot of the shear on our radar is indicating that that has moved north. So we are looking at the potential of some rotation again north of Creighton as we take you up to the north of that box. So just to the south of Samsula. But really, anywhere in this red box, that is where we could see a tornado popping, a tornado reaching the ground. And all of this is moving very quickly to the north, right around 30 to even 35 miles per hour at times. That is typical for us when we are dealing with these landfalling tropical systems. And we're also talking about Helene as a very large system. So this is just the beginning. We're going to have rain bands moving through our area for likely the next 8 to 9 hours. So this is going to be a long ride for you as we head through the rest of the day. Our entire Pinpoint weather team will be here with you throughout the day, tracking all of this. If you can't get us on TV, we are also streaming online across all of our platforms. Again, here's a wider look out at all of Central Florida right now. And we've been focusing on this area, this red flashing area, because that is where the imminent danger is. That is where the immediate threat is right now with that tornado warning up, including Volusia County, until 11 o'clock. Notice, though, I want to show you what's out over the Atlantic. We have more of those rain bands, that heavy rain working inland. I'll loop the radar for you so you can see the last hour or so. And this gives you an idea of how these storms are moving. So they're lifting to the north and then taking a little bit of a turn to the west as well. So you're going to see some more heavy activity moving through Cape Canaveral, through Merritt Island. And typically with tropical systems, we don't see a lot of lightning, but Candace was pointing this out. Where we're seeing a little bit more lightning, that is an indication that we are talking about a little bit more intensity. So that is something we're watching and seeing out over the Atlantic. Pulling wider back out again for you. We've seen some of those heavier rains moving through Orange County, lifting up through Apopka, the Villages, up toward Ocala, really seeing some heavy rain right now as well. And more is on the way. Rain chances stay around 90%. And by early this afternoon, I think all of us will be seeing at least tropical storm force gusts, and that threat of tornadoes will stick around for us until around 8, 9 o'clock tonight, or that tornado watch that we are all under, with the exception of Flagler County. Although Flagler County, you still could see isolated tornadoes as well, but that tornado watch is up for us until 8 o'clock tonight. Let's go back into our warned area. Where you're seeing this red flashing, that is the area that is under that tornado warning. We'll go back to the velocity for you to give us an idea of where we're talking about. We're seeing some broad rotation, so we can turn that on for you. And again, what we look for is the areas that are close together, the red and the green, very close together. The more tightly packed it is, the better chance we have of some rotation. So it looks like some of that rotation is beginning to broaden a little bit, but notice right over Edgewater, we are starting to see a little bit more lightning. We'll turn on the shear for you and show you what we're talking about. Again, shear still being indicated right in this area, just to the south of Samsula. And again, one concern for us is how quickly these storms move. They track to the north around 30 to 35 miles per hour. And so that means they are going to run up on you really fast out there. And we're seeing very heavy rain right in the Samsula area. Also Edgewater picking up a little bit of lightning as well. If you are in this area and you have someplace to go, run some errands, or you need to go someplace where you're going to be driving along I-95, it is not a great idea right now. Visibility likely very low. We're also talking about ponding of water on roadways. So not a good situation. This is what it looks like right now. This is Ponce Inlet. Ponce Inlet, we are talking about, wow, really looking dark out there. And again, talking about that tornado warning up for Volusia County. That is until 11 o'clock. Looking closely at those clouds, you can just see lots of moisture hanging around out there. The heaviest of the rain right over New Smyrna Beach, down toward Edgewater, back down toward Oak Hill. Again, that tornado warning is up for, just dropped for Brevard County and is now up for Volusia County. That is until 11 o'clock, and we are going to stick with you until that threat is over. But Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, Meteorologist Michelle Morgan is here. Our entire Pinpoint Weather team will be with you throughout the day as we continue to navigate this storm, navigate these threats. And this is something, Candace, we've been talking about for the last several days, that this was our main concern. And it's something we deal with every tropical system, unfortunately. And they pop up really quickly within those rain bands.
Right. I mean, and at the end of the day, the National Weather Service saying that there is still no confirmation that there is actually anything on the ground at this point. A couple of our Department of Transportation, or DOT cameras, have been picking up kind of that rotating cloud cover that we tend to see, especially when we start talking about an overall spin already is in the atmosphere because of Helene, but then when you start bringing in some of these storms, that helps start spinning things up. But if that circulation in the sky doesn't stretch and get down to the surface, then we technically don't have a tornado. The thing with this system, though, is really watching for that potential for it to develop.
Right, and so that, again, this red flashing box, that if you live in this area, this is the time when you need to enact your plan. So go to the smallest, most interior room in your home. A good rule of thumb, I feel like we say this so much, but we just can't say it enough. Put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. You want to stay away from windows. And we're talking about extremely heavy rainfall there. We can go ahead and check the rainfall rates in some of these areas. And a lot of folks have been dealing with flooding, where, again, we're talking about that threat of flooding. Okay, so again, there's the tornado warning. That is up for you until 11 o'clock. We have that tornado watch in place for everyone. That is up until 8 o'clock tonight. So we'll go ahead and query some of these rainfall rates for you. Around 2 inches of rain falling per hour in some of the areas of darker green. So again, that's where we're talking about ponding of water on roadways, and certainly just very heavy rain moving across you very quickly. We'll go back to the traditional radar view. I'm trying to get this warning box to go away here. There we go. Let's take you back out and show you what's going on across all of Central Florida, because I know a lot of you are wondering what is happening in your area. We've been focusing on Volusia County because that's where our tornado warning is up. That is in place until 11 o'clock. But from Ocala back down toward the Villages, down through Apopka and Orlando, you're seeing light to moderate rainfall. We can loop the radar for you over the last hour, show you the general movement, and look how quickly these bands are lifting to the north. So rolling through. Some of you seen a little bit of a break right now. We saw earlier some broad rotation down near Epcot. That did not trigger a warning, but that shows us what is going on in the atmosphere, where I do think we'll see a lot of rotation throughout the day today and a lot of tornado warnings. Hopefully none of those actually result in tornadoes on the ground, but we will be here tracking that for you and keeping you up to date and helping you prepare and stay safe in case that is the case. So again, here is your red flashing box. That is where our tornado warning is. Let's go back in a little bit closer for you. Show you what is happening in this area. Some of the more intense activity beginning to lift up toward Port Orange and Daytona Beach, not technically in that warned area. We'll go back to our different view of the radar for you and let you see as we check out to see what rotation, if any, we are still seeing in this area. So on that view, what we look for, again, the couplets, the red and the green clustered tightly together. So that shows us the red is wind moving away from the radar and the green is red moving toward the radar. So we'll go back to the storm relative velocity. Here's what it looks like as we go in. We'll zoom in even a little bit closer for you. And it looks like
I have a feeling that we might actually extend this into more of northern Volusia County at this point, because I mean, we've been tracking a couple of those circulations. There was actually 2 at one point, but now it's starting to look like we're back into just watching that one right just south of New Smyrna Beach. And remember what we talked about before, it's the lightning strikes. Those lightning strikes are a real good indicator of where that's the strongest circulation is. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of instability to pop some of those lightning thunderstorms in the forecast. So even with 1 or 2 in that zone with circulation, with wind shear, it all has the ingredients to potentially spin this up and stretch that velocity down to the surface.
Yeah, so our radar indicating a little bit of shear still in this area, but again, you mentioned the lightning, so the lightning right over there. Let's go in a little bit closer for you on the radar, show you again what we're talking about. So as Candace said, we could likely see this box stretched a little bit more. Again, getting the indication of some shear right on top of the Samsula area, Edgewater Junction, Edgewater, that's where we have seen some of those lightning strikes for you. And look at the radar. So when we talk about the colors, the reds, the yellows, the oranges, that is how much rain is coming down right now. So as we head up toward Sugar Hill Estates, up toward areas like Ponce Inlet, Allendale, Port Orange, all getting hit really hard with some of those rain bands for you right now. Again, not technically in that warning area. Would not be a surprise to see that stretched a little bit farther to the north, giving you a view again of all of Central Florida. If you're tuning in wondering what's going on in your area right now, this is our only active warning. Let's go ahead and take a look outside right now in Daytona Beach. Again, Daytona Beach, you are not in this tornado warning. You have some rougher activity heading your way, and you can see gray skies, some rain, and we have been talking about gusty winds throughout the day. Yeah, that camera looking really rough out there. See the camera shaking? That is our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera in Daytona Beach. Lots of strong winds out there. I'm not sure what our current wind gusts are right now, but at times we've seen winds gusting as high as around 37, 38 miles per hour along our coastal areas in Brevard County, in Volusia County, even in the Villages. We were seeing some of those higher wind gusts. And I think in the next hour or so, just about all of us will be talking about tropical storm force wind gusts. And then especially as we head into the late afternoon and early evening hours, I think things will really deteriorate as Helene's center begins to make its closest pass to our west. Still well out over the Gulf of Mexico, but remember, the wind field with the system is huge. Tropical storm force winds extend about 345 miles from that center of circulation, and we are talking about a powerful system. As of our last update at 8 o'clock, a Category 2 storm. It could strengthen into a Category 3 storm as we continue to roll through the rest of the day. Let's go back to the radar for you now and show you what is happening. Again, if you're just joining us, this area is flashing in red. That is where we have our tornado warning. Candace, I don't know if we've had any updates from the National Weather Service or anything on the chat, but a lot of the intense activity is moving out of that warning box. We'll turn the storm relative velocity back on for you.
It really has started to broaden a lot. Most of whatever circulation that we were picking up around New Smyrna just a few moments ago, and that really shows the story that you were also talking about, how fast a lot of these cells are moving, that the National Weather Service, it takes a moment to trigger these tornado warnings, and then all of a sudden, by the time we get 5 minutes into this tornado warning, most of that circulation went from the southern end of that polygon to the northern side. So I have a feeling that they're going to continue to keep these tornado warnings relatively broad and and long, I guess you could say. So it allows some sort of a alert and notification ahead of time, because if these cells are moving at a 35, 45 mile per hour clip, it really is hard to keep up with them with these tornado warnings. So again, they did say that if this area needed to be warned into Daytona Beach, into Ponce Inlet, that they will continue to kind of alternate that warning as of now, but they are now currently planning to let the Volusia tornado warning expire at 11, so we do have another 6 more minutes left, but we're going to continue, of course, to monitor what you're showing right now, Julie. It's that northern end of that, polygon, where I wouldn't be surprised if we'd get another warning if it starts to tighten up again, that center that you were just showing a few moments ago.
Yeah, we'll go back to that storm relative velocity. Again, starting to see that rotation, that circulation broaden a little bit, not seeing any couplets that are really tightly clustered, but we're also, as we go back to the radar, just the more traditional view that you're used to seeing when you pull up your radar or look at your radar app that shows the rainfall reflectivity. Look at all this intense activity lifting out of that warned area, going up through areas like Port Orange, Ponce Inlet, picking up a little bit of lightning in the Ponce Inlet area. So if you're in this area, likely it's feeling pretty rough for you right now. Islesboro also seeing some of that. This will be lifting up towards South Daytona, Daytona Beach, Holly Hill, and Ormond Beach. And remember, we are talking about very fast moving storms. These are moving right around 30 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and put a track on the leading edge of the most intense activity. But again, these are moving fast. Imagine driving down the street, or what it feels like when you're driving down the street at 35 miles per hour. That is how quickly these storms are moving. So we'll track these out for you, take them out around 30 miles per hour. So on this path, and again, we're tracking from the leading edge. So the leading edge of the most intense activity will move into Daytona Beach in about 2 minutes. I mean, that is how fast these are going. Holly Hill, you'll see some of this in about 5 minutes. Taking you down toward Tomoka Estates, you'll see some in about 11 minutes. Ormond Beach, 11 minutes for you as well. Mound Grove in about 25 minutes, and Flagler Beach within the next half hour. Here's a look again, once again for you outside. This is our Daytona Beach camera. This is our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera. They're in Daytona Beach, and you can see, man, it's looking even more rough than it was just a few minutes ago. You were talking about a lot of rain out there, gusty winds. When we looked at this camera last time, the camera was kind of shaking. Again, we've been talking about wind gusts close at times to tropical storm force. That will continue to be the case throughout the afternoon, as we'll see more of those strong winds moving in as Helene continues tracking off to the north and northeast. And we did just get that 11 o'clock advisory on Helene. Maximum sustained winds now at 105 miles per hour. It is a Category 2 storm nearing Category 3 status. So it is getting better organized. It is moving, it is getting better organized and getting stronger, which is exactly what we have anticipated. It's moving to that area favorable for all of that development. Now, again, taking you back here locally, what we are concerned about right now, we have this box here flashing, this tornado warning, but most of the intense activity from that warned area has now moved out of the warned area. And Candace, you were saying the National Weather Service, the chat, they're thinking they'll let that expire at 11.
Correct.
But that will be, I'm sure we'll see you again soon, because this is one of those days where these storms are continuing to rotate. We've got a lot going on with all of these rain bands working up through central Florida. And Candace, these warnings are popping up quickly. We see that rotation tightening up, broadening out. This is going to be an active day, and everyone really needs to be alert and aware today.
Absolutely. And if the producers can do me a favor and actually switch the source there to links to, this is the latest track. While we've been on, the National Hurricane Center has officially issued its 11 a.m. advisory. Right now, the winds have increased up to 105, so it increased slightly, still anticipated to become a major hurricane before making landfall. There has been back and forth intensity uncertainty a bit on how strong Helene could get as it approaches what looks to be still really focused on the Tallahassee zone, a few miles inland. But of course, we're talking Apalachicola areas here along the Big Bend that we're going to continue to monitor. Now, with that being said, we are also dealing with extremely strong wind gusts at this point in time. So once again, we're talking about that wind field extending outward over almost 300 miles. And that is why here in Central Florida, one, we're already starting to see those feeder bands. And two, we're also starting to see those wind gusts. So again, right now we are clocking winds at about 29 to 31 miles per hour across our northwestern zones. But even along our coastline right now in Cocoa Beach, we just had a reported wind gust of 41. This system, by the way, is still 100 miles away. So we are still watching for the system to develop and continue its progress as it continues to make its way closer towards the coast. So once again, let's switch over. Sorry, producers, back to Lynx 1. There you go. You guys got me. Thank you so much. Again, we are watching for the final end to this tornado warning that, of course, the National Weather Service did mention that they are going to allow it to expire at 11 o'clock. That should be done in the next 10 seconds or so if the clock under my camera here is accurate. But once again, let me just pick up the velocity for you just in case. Again, we're going to be watching for that potential. Again, most of that circulation has broadened out. So we have a cluster of red and a cluster of green, not tightly wound up close together. So that's certainly good news when it comes to the potential for any isolated thunderstorms within that one couplet there. So again, all looking better. Let's look at the shear. Hopefully we're not seeing too much of it. You see, also notice that the green here, the little green blob showing that wind shear also has started to weaken as well. So overall, good reports here. And it does look like officially we do have that tornado warning that has now been discontinued. It has finally expired. Actually, not discontinued. They have expired it. So again, we are going to be continuing to watch the progress of this cell, this one big squall line that's going to continue to kind of loop around parts of Central Florida. This is going to be a zone, though, that we are going to continue to watch because even before we came on with that tornado warning that happened in southern Brevard County, moved through Brevard, moved into Volusia County, and then finally started to kind of broaden. These cells are moving fast. It's not that it's a strong cell, it's that the circulation starts and then we have to track it. And because it's moving so fast, we have to continue to extend those tornado warnings. So it was one real big circulation that we were watching, and then we just kind of traveled northward along with it. So again, we're going to continue to watch the progress of this, of course, over the next couple of minutes, making sure that this actual center of circulation doesn't tighten up. So I'm going to hold on just for a few more minutes, watching for, again, that potential. But now that we don't have a warning, let's kind of look outside of just Brevard and Volusia County. So let's first start Daytona Beach. This is not sure if we can get a live look there from the producers. We're on the same wavelength. All right, there's a live look outside right now, Daytona Beach. Again, we're starting to see a lot of that cloud cover, a lot of that heavy tropical downpours. Now, we're used to seeing red on the radar this time of the year, right? We get those afternoon showers, we get those afternoon thunderstorms, but when you start packing in a lot of that tropical moisture within some of these cells, we are going to continue to see it. Which beach is this? All right, this is just a close-up of our Daytona Beach camera. Rough surf out there. The camera's a bit tilted there to the side, but you can get the gist of it. It is cloudy, it is rainy, it is windy. We do have a high risk of rip currents out there. We have a high surf advisory. So just glad to first off see that there's nobody on the beaches, because sometimes we get that we take a live look outside in Daytona Beach and you've got some of the surfers or people trying to kind of take in the overall experience of experiencing tropical systems. We do have a lot of tourists out there that also want to snap some pictures. I understand it, but at the end of the day, we need to, of course, be as safe as possible. So before we actually hopped on air with that tornado warning, we were actually tracking several quick little areas of circulation that we were tracking. As Julie mentioned a little earlier, it was around the theme parks, around Epcot. We were watching. Wasn't anything confirmed. It wasn't even tight enough of a circulation to actually spark a tornado warning. So, of course, we're going to continue to watch it, because within some of these cells, it won't take much to quickly spin up any tornadoes. I'm just kind of riding along some of this velocity markers here and seeing. I'm not seeing anything too worrisome, so that's certainly some good news. Let's look at some of the shear around Central Florida. Not seeing too much either. All right. think things are looking better. We are watching a cluster of those thunderstorms just offshore there in Brevard County, but most of it still shifting. Most of it, the bulk of it, is still offshore. So let's take you here. Let's take you guys to Brevard County, Melbourne. We were just there a few days ago. They're hitting the roads in Melbourne right now. Titusville, seeing some of the heaviest of the rain right just north there on along the beaches just north of the Cape. Areas of Rockledge also seeing some of that heavy rain right along the 528 moving into Orange County. And then the rest of southern Brevard County, we are looking pretty good to go at this point in time. But let's talk about a little further south. How about Key West? This area has been inundated with those big time waves that have been clipping parts of the, never mind, our camera does not work there now. But we are going to continue to watch this. We have a lot of cameras across Central Florida that we're also watching for this next kind of batch. Let's actually put this into motion here, show you what how fast some of these are moving within just like, let's say, the last 30 minutes. You can see how quickly a lot of this is. Again, that tornado warning was because we're putting it behind in time. Here's a live look from our Mount Dora camera there in downtown Mount Dora. There are some people out there. People are trying to get some stuff done. Not sure how many of the shops there are open because of all the tropical storm warnings that are in effect. A lot of people hopefully just kind of staying home, just making sure that they're staying safe as possible. The good news is that we are looking much better. Conditions are improving nicely. A lot of the circulation is, of course, starting to expand and weaken, so there's certainly some good news. We, of course, wanted to hold on just in case. If we can just jump back real quick before we leave you to links 2, I wanted to show you again the progress of Hurricane Helene. The next advisory officially will be at 5 o'clock, but the sustained winds have increased to 105. This is the new advisory as of 11 a.m. while we've been on. Again, we are watching for the potential of it strengthening into a Category 3 storm before making landfall later on this evening, just after about 8 o'clock. So we're talking about maybe 9 to about 10 o'clock, possibly seeing a landfall somewhere pretty close to areas of Tallahassee. That forecast cone has narrowed considerably. Now, we have seen the system strengthen a bit within the last advisory, so we have upped those winds from 100 to 105. I do want to show you real quick, this is certainly effects that all of Central Florida are feeling right now. Our wind gusts within the last 30 minutes, clocking 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts straight out of the southeast there in Orlando, 26-mile-per-hour winds there in Daytona Beach. Cocoa Beach had a 41-mile-per-hour wind gust there, peaking just a few moments ago. So, of course, we're going to continue to keep our eyes on not only the winds, but the rain, the storms, those squall lines, which is why it is crucial that you have our Pinpoint Weather app, our news app. If you have to go anywhere today and you want us kind of on the go, we are also going to be streaming on YouTube. Jonathan Kegas, as well as David Nazario, our entire weather team, will continue to monitor all this. They're going to be streaming all throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours. So wherever you need us, we've got you covered. If we can jump back to links 1 real quick, kind of just show you what's going on. So yes, we're going to be streaming live on News 6 Plus, clickorlando.com. That will be continuous coverage. We're going to take a little bit of a break here between now and the 12 o'clock hour. We, of course, as conditions continue to ramp up and conditions remain unsteady and pretty unstable, we're going to continue to follow this with you. I'm going to stop the clock here so that way you don't see that polygon there blinking in the distance. So anyway, we will send you back now to the Price is Right. I want to watch Price is Right as well. We, of course, will bring you any type of warning to areas the moment they come to you. Of course, if not, we'll see you right here on News 6 starting at 12 o'clock.
This has been a News 6 breaking news alert. For continuing coverage of this developing story, go to clickorlando.com.
Welcome back to our continuing streaming live coverage here on News 6 Plus. I'm Bridget Ellison, and you're watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene as it inches closer to Florida. And this is a storm that is still gaining strength, and we want to head back over to the Pinpoint Weather Center and check in with our team of meteorologists. And Michelle Morgan is there with us now. Michelle, we just got out of some tornado warnings that are just kind of popping up here and there because even though the storm won't make landfall until later, we're still going to see these impacts as we move throughout the day.
Yeah, so the latest update came out not too long ago, and this storm is a fairly large system. That's why impacts will be felt across central Florida as we go through today, and already many of us are feeling those impacts. Not too long ago, we had a few tornado warnings in effect for Brevard County, and this is usual with tropical systems because there's so much spinning in the atmosphere. We tend to see tornadoes try to form within those stronger thunderstorms as they move across the area. Now, usually they're not strong tornadoes. If we get a tornado, they're usually around EF0, EF1, so they're fairly weak and they're brief. So long-lived tornadoes are not really a threat, but we can certainly see that, and that'll continue as we go through the rest of today as Helene continues to move to the north. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at that updated track. So Hurricane Helene has gained strength. It has winds of 105 miles per hour, and the wind gusts are even stronger at 125 miles per hour. Now, the pressure has dropped some, which means that it is trying to intensify. It is moving to the north-northeast at 14 miles per hour. So that forward movement has increased, and we do expect it to continue to increase gradually as it hones in on the Big Bend region. Now, the location of the center is 290 miles south of Apalachicola, so it is getting closer, and winds are certainly picking up across central Florida, especially along the coast. So as we take a look at the radar scan here, already begin to see those bands, those outer rain bands moving across the area. So this is what we've been talking about, that we'll see heavy rain at one point and then a lull in the rain because you're just seeing the waves, the rain bands moving in, and we'll continue to see that through today and also tonight. Now, winds have picked up significantly across central Florida. We're looking at between 10 to 25 miles per hour sustained across the area, but in terms of gusts, at Daytona Beach, we are seeing gusts of 41 miles per hour, 37 miles per hour in New Smyrna Beach, 35 miles per hour in Orlando. So you get the picture. Winds are pretty gusty across the area, but notice the direction of the winds out of the southeast. So anytime we see our winds out of that direction, either out of the southeast or east, that is going to tend to push up water along the east coast. So storm surge between 1 to 3 feet possible along the east coast. We could see some minor flooding, beach erosion, minor beach erosion as we go through today. And especially in those low-lying areas, the ground is already super saturated because we've been seeing rain. So on top of that water being pushed up and then the waves of heavy rain moving in, we could see some flooding again in those low-lying areas. Now, I do want to show you the winds across the Big Bend area. Apalachicola is seeing wind gusts of 33 miles per hour, as well as Horseshoe Bend, Gainesville at 36 miles per hour, and then the Tallahassee area picking up on 31 mile per hour wind gusts, and that'll continue to increase as Helene gets closer. So as we take a look at the wind field here, very impressive because this is a large system. So hurricane force winds extend 60 miles from the center, and then tropical storm force winds extend 345 miles from the center. So that just paints a picture of how large this system is. So, and then of course, comparing it to previous systems, Hurricane Debbie, which made landfall along the Big Bend region not too long ago, tropical storm force winds extended 170 miles from the center. So that kind of gives you an idea how large Helene is. So we do have tropical warnings in effect. Of course, for the Big Bend region, a hurricane warning is in effect for our region. we're looking at a tropical storm warning, which means tropical storm force winds will really blanket the area as that system stays well west over the Gulf of Mexico. But again, because it's such a large system, that's why we'll be dealing with primarily a wind threat across the area. Also, tornadoes. We just had 2 tornado warnings. We remain under a tornado watch for all the counties except Flagler County. A tornado watch will be in effect for Flagler County until 10 o'clock tonight because of the potential for those tornadoes. Now, coastal hazards, we have a few coastal hazards in effect, but as I mentioned before, we have a high surf advisory in effect, high rip current risk, we marine warning, all those type of warnings because of the threat for those high winds pushing up the water. So the bays will be choppy. Seas are between 5 to 9 feet, maybe a little bit higher than that. And of course, along the Gulf Coast, there's also a storm surge warning in effect. And speaking about storm surge, this is the worst case scenario. Along the Big Bend region could pick up more or above 12 feet of storm surge. That is catastrophic. And then along like Tampa, St. Petersburg, Bradenton, between 9 to 10, even 11 feet, but then along our east coast between 1 to 3 feet. And that could, of course, certainly cause some damage across our areas there. Now, when we're talking about potential impacts, and we're going to go county by county, so Flagler, Volusia, Brevard, we're looking at the lesser rain amounts for you all, between 1 to 3 inches. Maybe 4. That'll be locally, the locally higher amounts, of course. Winds between 30 to 45 miles per hour. Those are gusts. And again, the threat for tornadoes across the entire area. Now, as we head to Orange, Seminole, Osceola County, 1 to 3 inches. Winds between 30 to 50 miles per hour. Those gusts. And then as we head to Marion, Lake, and Sumter County, between 2 to 4 inches, possibly 6, even 7 inches if you are under that heavy pocket of rain. And then winds will be much stronger for you all because you'll be closer to the Gulf side, which is where the storm is located. So wind gusts will be between, or expected between 50 to 70 miles per hour. So as we take a look at timing here, already beginning to see those outer bands, those outer rain bands pushing in. We'll continue to see that setup as we go through the next several hours. So we're at 3 o'clock. We're seeing those bands move in. Around 5, we're looking at heavy rainfall across portions of Sumter County, Lake County, Marion County, and now that extending into Orange County, portions of Volusia County, even Seminole, Brevard County as we head into the 8-9 o'clock hour. Now we are expecting landfall between 10 o'clock tonight and then around 1 o'clock this morning, or tomorrow morning, I should say. So around that time frame is when we're expecting landfall along that Big Bend region. So as we continue to fast forward things, the system continues to pull to the north and east, but we're not finished yet. It's still going to be breezy. Our winds are going to shift directly out of the south, and we'll continue to see those feeder bands move in. So pockets of heavy rain will continue during the overnight hours, lasting into early Friday morning, staying cloudy, staying breezy, still continuing to see scattered rain, especially over Brevard County as we head into lunch tomorrow, and then things beginning to slowly clear out across the area. We may even see some sunshine tomorrow, but again, possibility for a few showers beginning to pop up as we head through our Friday morning, lasting into the early afternoon hours. Now winds, according to this model, we're looking at tropical storm force winds, already seeing that across central Florida. As we fast forward things into the afternoon hours, as that system again stays well to the west of us, we're looking at those winds continuing to pick up. Again, these are the wind gusts between 40 to 50, even 60 miles per hour in the 4 or 5 o'clock hour. Fast forwarding things to 8-9 o'clock, notice out in our western counties potentially getting up to 70 miles per hour. So that includes Ocala, the Villages, Wildwood, even parts of Lake County, Mascot, Claremont, Mineola, those areas. And then our coastal spots, still windy, picking up wind gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour, certainly possible. And that'll continue throughout a good chunk of tonight. And then we'll begin to feel those winds die down as we head into the overnight hours on Friday. So Winds, mainly the threat, and of course the threat for tornadoes will remain in the forecast as we go through the next 12 hours. So here's a look at your planning forecast. Temperatures will be near average in the upper 80s. The rain chances remaining high. Strong winds definitely will play a factor. And then your 7-day forecast, as we head into tomorrow, it'll be hot, humid. Again, Helene will continue to pull in that tropical moisture, and it's going to feel super tropical tomorrow. 50% coverage for rain. And heading into the weekend, rain chances stay moderate to high with our temperatures again in the lower 90s, Bridget.
And Michelle, you know, if people are just joining us and they've been trying to kind of keep up with these updates, I mean, this is why it's important to sort of keep tabs on it, because it shifts a little bit to the east or the west by fractions every time we get another update that comes out. And then, you know, the speed and all those different things are variables as the people monitoring the storm go in and out of it to see how things are looking.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, when we're showing the cone, we always like to remind people that the cone is the forecast for the center of the system. Impacts will be felt well outside of that cone. And, you know, we are beginning to see wobbles and shifts, but we're pretty confident in the forecast that it's not going to significantly shift more east. It's going to wobble a little bit, but our wind forecast, our rain forecast, we're pretty confident in those forecasts as I just went through it. So we're continuing to monitor things, of course, but as of right now, you know, it is getting stronger. It is moving over very warm water. Conditions are certainly favorable for rapid intensification, and that's what we're all looking at right now. So it's going to continue to take its time, but as you can see that I'm beginning to lose my voice.
I'll give you a chance to get a drink of water while I talk about those graphics, because what I noticed is just there's various graphics that Michelle showed you just now, and I think one of the ones that tells a big part of the story is what we call the egg graphic, because it's showing you sort of how the impact of that storm spreads out. And then when she talked about the conditions from 60 miles out to as much as 300 miles out from the center, that's when we look at the impact of the storm, not just the cone of where the center is going to go. And that's why, like we said earlier, we had a tornado watch, you know, out on our coast just now, and it's because of those bands that are coming in already, even though landfall is not until tonight. You said sometime between 8 p.m. and 1 a.m. up in the Big Bend area.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, you see her right behind me, she was just on air talking about those tornado warnings. And, you know, more than likely, we'll probably see more warnings through today as that system continues to, it's still well west of us, but we're on the dirty side of that system, the northeastern quadrant. So that's where we see a lot of the spinning, the heavy rain, the strong winds. So we're like dead smack on that side as it continues to go north and northeast. So, you know, you were talking about the egg, and as I mentioned before, you know, the latest update, you know, showing the wind field of how large this system is, hurricane force winds extend 60 miles out from the center. That's pretty significant, where you're feeling those strong winds. And then when you're talking about tropical storm force winds, we're still looking at 340 miles from the center. That's huge. And then comparing it to other systems, we just had Hurricane Debbie, which also directly impacted the Big Bend area. Even though it was a weaker storm, it was also a smaller storm. The wind field on that storm, tropical storm force winds, only extended 170 miles. So it kind of gives you a comparison. Of course, every storm is different, but just to show you, you know, the presentation of that system, which you just saw the satellite imagery, it is a fairly large system. And it's not only going to impact Florida, it's going to impact Georgia and also areas of the Carolinas. And then when it makes landfall and moves across land, it's going to slow down. So you have all that tropical moisture moving over areas that can more than likely get flooded because of all of that rain that is just going to fall because it's slowing down. So, I mean, this system is coming with all modes of impacts, not only for us, but for other areas as well.
Yes, I mean, we have a long way to go throughout this day of coverage and into the evening. And of course, we'll be here on News 6 Plus, and we'll break in on television on WKMG as we need to. And you all always break in when there's a tornado warning.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, Michelle, thank you so much. And I will let you and the team get back to those updates. We will be waiting for the latest advisories coming out. We're expecting in the next few hours this will probably get upgraded to a Category 3. But of course, we'll be watching for the latest from the weather team as the Weather Service sends out those alerts. But we've been checking in with the crews who are scattered across Florida, bringing you coverage of what's happening on the ground. You know, we've been looking at the graphics, but Mark Lehman is out this morning where folks are, you know, getting ready for this storm. And Mark, are you still in the same area? I know we checked in with you earlier today, and we were talking about how, you know, people were getting ready for the storm, and even law enforcement was trying to go door to door to talk to people.
Yeah, we've been moving around a bit, going around the area of Dunnellon, but we're pretty much back where we were at this morning. You know, leading up to this, law enforcement have been telling their officers to urge people to get ready for this storm, whether it's filling sandbags or securing things around their property, because we're likely going to see some flooding in low-level areas from this. A lot of strong wind gusts are expected from this storm as well as Helene moves closer to this area. But just a short while ago, I stopped by the Dunnellon Square community. It's a mobile home park here in this area off of US 41. Spoke with a woman there who just moved into her home about a week ago, and she said she does have concerns about what's going to happen with this, especially since she just noticed a roof leak in her home a couple of days ago. And yeah, so she had an inspector come out and check things out to see if there could be a fix today. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do a fix today, but she says it's small. She hopes that it won't get any worse. It all depends on what happens with this, how much wind comes through, how much rain comes through as well. But she has done other things around her home, like putting down those storm shutters, moving plants to her front porch, making sure everything's secure around her home. But I mean, right now we're just kind of in a watch and wait pattern out here in Dunnellon, in the southwest portion of Marion County.
And we know that that county was one of the ones included in a lot of the warnings when we first started, you know, tracking the severity of this and getting everyone on notice. So, Mark, there's a lot of rural area there. The equestrian community is big out there. Is there still a lot of time to get supplies? Like maybe like the lady you talked to, can she still get out to get a tarp maybe at Lowe's or Home Depot, or like, you know, people still have a little bit of time to kind of secure things before tonight? But
yeah, we've been finding most places are open. We have the gas station right here behind me is still open. Most of the other shops that would be open at this time are remaining open, at least for the morning and into the early afternoon. I mean, right now the conditions really, they're not bad at all. It's not even raining like it was earlier. We were seeing, you know, some light rain on and off. That rain has stopped. You can even see some blue sky behind me.
Yeah.
Of course, that's going to get worse as we get into the afternoon, into the evening hours, as you know, this portion of the county is closer to the Gulf Coast than any other portion of Marion County. In fact, we're about 16 miles away from Yankeetown, which is right off the Gulf, and that's what people we were talking to here. They say they're really concerned for the people who live there, about 20, 25 minutes away, because they know that's a low-lying area that's had problems with flooding before, and the storm surge, the expected storm surge from Helene could be devastating, could be catastrophic, especially if you're in one of those low-lying spots, right off of the Gulf Coast.
And so what about the shelters out that way? Will you have time to go check those out or see sort of how people are responding to the shelter options?
Well, yeah, there's one shelter open in Marion County. That's in Ocala at West Fork High School. It opened up at 4 yesterday afternoon, and it's a public shelter. It's open to anyone that doesn't feel like they're safe inside their home and would like to ride things out in a safe and secure location. Also open to people with special needs as well. I'm not sure exactly how many people have taken advantage of that at this point, because that's probably about 40, 45 minutes from where we're at, since we're in the southwest portion of the county. But that is an option that's available. As far as Marion, there have been no evacuation orders or anything like that. So I think for the most part, people seem to be okay with riding things out from inside their home. They know that we're going to get some strong wind gusts, some flooding, some heavy rain in spots, down trees, power lines. We're probably going to be looking at power outages, but for the most part, I think people that live here feel that they should be safe inside their homes. At least that's a hope, and they're going to be kind of keeping an eye on things, see if what changes over the next several hours.
And I don't know if you were able to listen in a few moments ago. We had that tornado warning that just lifted up off of, our East Coast area, and it's interesting how these bits and pieces are sort of scattered throughout the day, even though that technical landfall is not until tonight. And so, you've been covering these storms for a couple decades. What can you tell people about, the sort of, that feeling of false sense of security, if you will, and not being alarmist or getting too scared, but also taking things seriously because there's a variety of things that can pop up and be very dangerous?
Yeah, and that's the thing, because you don't really know what's going to happen when you have a hurricane come close to your area, even though it's not making landfall nearby. You have those outer bands, and that could cause a number of problems, whether it's heavy rain or strong wind gusts, or what we have tornadoes that spin up. I mean, you see that this Hurricane Helene is well off of the coast into the Gulf, but all the way over in Brevard County and Volusia County, we saw those tornado warnings pop up, and things can spin up very quickly. The conditions can change, in a moment's notice, and people need to be prepared for that. And that's why it's important to continue to watch how things are changing throughout the morning and take those precautions. Make sure you're in a place that's safe, because that can happen when we do have those tornado warnings that spin up from the outer bands.
Yeah, and when we look at those maps, Mark, and we look at like that cone map, that's so misleading for someone who may not be as experienced with riding out these storms.
Oh yeah, because a lot of people watch that center line of the cone, but that's just where the projected path of the eye is going to go. But these dangerous conditions extend well beyond the eye. We're talking with this storm, especially 300 miles plus outside of the eye wall of this storm, and that's when you can get tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds. You have the heavy rain bands that come through and can make things pretty dangerous for people who are they feel like they're well away from where the storm is going, but we're still going to be feeling the effects, especially the western parts of Central Florida, but even the eastern parts of Central Florida, we can see some of those conditions as well, like we saw with the tornado warning that popped up on the East Coast not that long ago.
Yep. Well, Mark, we appreciate you guys, and we'll let you go. And of course, sunshiny there in Marion County right now, but of course things are changing by the minute. So we'll see you soon. Appreciate the update.
All right, thanks, Bridget.
Thanks. So we'll take a quick break here on News 6 Plus. We'll be right back with more weather updates for you in this continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene. And welcome back here to News 6 Plus. The time now is 11:41 a.m. We're bringing you continuous coverage leading up to Hurricane Helene making landfall in Florida. Of course, we have you covered across the state, but right now we want to head over to Winter Garden where our Jarrell Baker is standing by. And you've been monitoring how our emergency responders are getting ready to help out people in need. How are you doing, Jarrell? Let's see if are you on mute? Maybe. Check your volume.
Okay, can you hear me
There,
now?
gotcha.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I'm actually outside here in Winter Garden. I've seen a couple of trucks come in and go and leave right there. These are several different actually get through those rough flood waters and also help out in those areas and respond. They have several other ones. They'll also be utilizing helicopters. Just so but they have people stationed all over the Central Florida area. Some people up in the villages, some workers over in near Tropicana Field.
And so if people are experiencing some extreme conditions, I noticed that the governor said, you know, don't try to go out and remove debris or anything like that. You should call for help.
Right, you should listen to your governor. I mean, there's a reason why they have a lot of this equipment here and a lot of professionals that know what they're doing. Moving that equipment can be pretty dangerous no matter how easy it may seem, especially when you see a lot of those flood waters. We have a lot of people that have the tendency to try to drive through those flood waters, go through those type of areas. It's good just to go around it entirely, and if not, then call somebody. Duke Energy, as well as several other power companies, can help you. And you see some of the stuff and materials they have on your screen right there. They have loads of these resources and about 8,000 workers just here at Duke City. So you can imagine that there are several other workers on the roadways that are prepared to help whatever proper problem that you have when it comes to this extreme weather. So be on the lookout and also call people that are prepared to help.
Yeah, and Jarrell, you know, we have talked about how all these linemen are standing by, and that's one of those other things that gets dangerous after a storm, because sometimes people venture out to look around and you can come up on a live power line and that can be dangerous, even fatal. We've had people die from the conditions after the storm.
Yeah, that is true, and I've reported in several areas, and not only in Orlando, but also in North Florida as well. And you do get the urge to venture out, but I tell you, there's one thing that remains the same: the danger that presents after the storm as well, too. Structures, as well as power lines, as well. You kind of want to play it safe until you're able to do so by listening to your officials. Not a time to try to be Superman or remove some of the debris, no matter how annoying or easy it may seem. A lot of people have been doing training on the job for years. I talked to some people that were with the power company as well, and they have had training not just to remove debris, but to reconnect power lines, clear out some of those flood waterways as well too. Very experienced and capable people can help you out. So it's really good to not just try to, but just let the people who are prepared to do it.
Right. And some of the things you can do to help yourself are just being prepared for those power outages, like having those extra backup chargers, your weather radios, extra bottled water. What are some of the tips you like to give people who maybe haven't been through a storm yet?
Yeah, so we have a lot of people that are new to storm. I myself been a Floridian for years, so I kind of know. But for people that don't know, especially if you have medical equipment, I have a CPAP machine. I know some other people have CPAP machines, and they have other medical equipment that you need and needs to be charged to have power. It's important to have like a backup power source charges for your equipment and make sure that that can still operate, depending if you're in a power outage or not. Also, very important, if you have a business or if you have a home, make sure that you turn the power off and so just making sure that you protect yourself and protect your home from that damage that you can actually perceive.
Right, and it cut out a little bit. You said turn off the power to your other properties that you won't be at, or what was that?
Correct. Yeah, yeah. So if you know that there's a high chance that they could be flooded in those areas, it's good to turn off that power to those areas because flooding, it can seep up and get up pretty high in those areas and touch those electrical equipment and touch an outlet, then pretty much disrupt a lot of that power in the house. Turn the power off, not a problem there, at least for that. So make sure turn that power off, especially if you know you're not going to be there. Just a lot of
Right.
things happen in the hours or the time that happens when these hurricanes.
And Jarrell, like we see that parking lot pretty empty, so a lot of those vehicles and those emergency responders have already rolled out. So we appreciate that update from Winter Garden.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, see you at noon. And so we are getting ready for News 6 at noon. And so we will take a break here and we'll see you for WKMG News 6 at noon for continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene. Those latest updates should be coming out very soon, more advisories. So stand by here on News 6 Plus. You can also go to clickorlando.com and watch us, of course, on the air. And we appreciate you for making us your choice. And we will have more updates for you in just about 10 minutes. Stay here.
as well. We'll have more details on that coming up in just a little bit. But right now we are looking relatively dry, but let's pinpoint more the timing with it now with meteorologist Julie Broughton.
We are talking about those county by county impacts already being felt across much of Central Florida. This is our launch credit union camera in Cape Canaveral in Brevard County, where you're seeing winds gusting close to 30 miles per hour, 83 degrees for you right now. And we're seeing winds gusting close to tropical storm strength in both Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach. If you're in Ocala, you are seeing 27-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Taking you county by county now, if you are in Brevard County, you can expect to see winds gusting up to around 45 miles per hour. That threat of isolated tornadoes. Area-wide, we're looking at about a 1 to 3 inch threat of rainfall out there. Localized, we could see some higher amounts. Volusia County, you did have a tornado warning in place along with Brevard County earlier today. The worst of the weather comes late this afternoon, where you can expect winds gusting to around 45 miles per hour and on average 1 to 3 inches of rain. Flagler County, technically you're not in that tornado watch. I do think everyone in Central Florida does have that threat of isolated tornadoes. The worst of the weather coming as we move through the afternoon hours, 1 to 3 inches of rain and tropical storm force wind gusts. Orange County, you could see winds gusting at times to around 50 miles per hour. And area-wide, we're talking about 1 to 3 inches of rain possible. That does include those of you in Seminole County, areas like Oviedo. Now, if I didn't get to your county this round, I will the next time. We're going to be here throughout the afternoon, keeping an eye on these impacts for you with the entire weather team. Now back to Bridget and Crystal.
Thanks, Julie, for keeping us covered. Helene has its sights set on Florida's Big Bend area.
Yeah, that eye of the storm expected to impact overnight between the area of Cedar Key and Tallahassee. We start this half hour in Perry, southeast of Tallahassee. News 6's Eric Sandoval is there live. Eric, I talked to you on News 6 Plus earlier this morning, and have conditions changed at all since then?
Well, you know, right now we're sort of enjoying a moment of dryness, Bridget. I looked at the radar. We're basically in between those feeder bands coming from Hurricane Helene. We also moved, hi, little doggy just passed by me. We also moved a little bit from downtown Perry, and wanted to show you the CVS pharmacy. You can see it's shut down for business right now. They have boarded up all of the windows there. Across the street, there is another pharmacy, I think more of a homegrown pharmacy, Jay's. You can see they are also boarded up. Right across the street, where the dog just safely crossed the street, thank goodness, the Marathon gas station is also boarded up, but it is open for business. And I just talked to the owner inside. He's going to stay open until the weather changes for the worse. And we understand that to be happening here in the next couple hours. Now, between the morning show and the noon show, photojournalist Megan Neely and I jumped in the car, and we actually took a field trip down to Keaton Beach, and we shot some video that we want to show you. This video shows the Gulf of Mexico. Look at the water. It is completely still right now, and that is not what we expected to see. We expected to see some choppy conditions. Don't let that fool you, though, because the National Hurricane Center says this is ground zero. Keaton Beach is. This is where we're probably going to see a ground swell or a tidal swell of 15 to 20 feet. The homes around there were built for this. They're on stilts, but fortunately, it was a ghost town at Keaton Beach. Everybody had evacuated. We talked to the very last people who were about to leave. They said that they were on their way out just as quickly as they finished cooking some food. They coincidentally lost 2 cars in the last hurricane. And back out here live, I do want to drive home the point. This area, this will be the 3rd hurricane, major hurricane, that they have seen here within the last 13 months. This is a community that's really tired of hunkering down and waiting for the storm to pass. But this is a major one. And we're going to be writing this out all afternoon right here live on News 6. For right now, we are live in the city of Perry in Taylor County. Eric Sandoval, getting results, News 6. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Eric. It was really eerie to see that water so calm, thinking about what is just a few hours away. And parts of Marion County, farther inland, will also be impacted by these very severe winds coming in from Helene. And due to those potential impacts, Marion County schools will also be closed tomorrow.
Yeah, the center is forecast to come within 150 miles of western Marion County sometime tonight, including Dunnellon, and that's where News 6's Mark Lineman is live. Mark, what have you seen so far in that area today?
Well, we've been talking with people buying last-minute supplies and getting things ready around their home. Now, as far as the weather conditions, it's actually pretty nice right now. It was raining earlier, but it's dry at this point. We actually have some blue skies, but things are going to get much worse over the next few hours.
Weather is, sometimes not as predictable as we'd like it to be.
Not at all.
It takes its turns and does what it wants to do.
Maybelle Holman spent the morning doing some final preps around her home. The storm shutters are down and plants moved to her front porch ahead of worsening weather from Hurricane Helene.
If it's in a pot and it hits somebody's window or something like that, then you've got some damage that you've caused somebody else.
Marion County is expected to see flooding in some spots and powerful wind gusts into the evening. It's concerning for everyone who lives in the Dunnellon Square community. Holman says she just moved in last week and found a leak in her roof.
And where it was leaking, it's just barely leaking, but you never know what the wind's going to do. The wind is probably going to might cause some damage.
Officials say they're expecting downed trees and power outages from the storm. Those here telling us they'll be riding things out from their home, watching for changes and hoping for the best.
That's all you can do is just try to prepare and then hope that things don't get as bad as they're saying it's going to get.
Back out here live just down the street, you can see there's really not much of a breeze at this time. And keep in mind, we're only about 16 miles from Yankeetown, which is right on the Gulf Coast. And that's what people here say they really have a lot of concerns from Hurricane Helene, because they know that's a low-lying area and has experienced flooding in the past and is expected to go through a lot of storm surge from Hurricane Helene as it moves closer to our area. Now, we're going to keep an eye on the conditions out here throughout the day in Dunnellon, the southwest portion of Marion County. And things are expected to gradually get worse into the afternoon and the evening hours. For now, reporting live in Dunnellon, Mark Lehman, getting results, News 6.
I'm glad some of those folks are taking this time to prepare. Mark, thanks. Like Marion, Sumter County will be feeling some of the worst conditions from Helene.
And they have shelters open in the county for people looking for a safer place to stay during the storm. Meantime, power crews are on standby to help in the aftermath and those outages. News 6's Ezzy Castro is in Wildwood with how things are looking out there. And Ezzy, I see lots of trucks behind you there.
Yeah, Bridget and Krista, I can tell you it actually rained pretty hard just a few hours ago while we first got here. But as you can tell right now, things are just a little windy for the most part. However, yes, this is right here. This is Duke Energy Storm Yard, and you can see the trucks out here this morning. Now, this is, we took a tour about an hour ago showing rows and rows of power trucks. Duke Energy told us they have 8,000 workers on standby. That includes line workers and support personnel. As for shelters, there are 2 that are open in Sumter County right now. Wildwood Community Center is for people with special needs. The other shelter is at the Sumter Fairgrounds in Webster. That's where we spoke to 92-year-old Avis Washington, who decided to evacuate from her home this morning as a precaution. Why did you decide to evacuate from your home?
Because I feel safe here. I just feel safe, and I come here every time there's a storm. Yeah. When the shelter opens, I come.
Yeah. So you don't want to take any chances.
No way. I live where there's a lot of trees.
Mm-hmm. Now, officials say anyone living in low-lying areas or in mobile homes may want to consider moving to the shelter as a precaution, but none of the evacuations right now are mandatory. Now, back out here live, as you can see, the wind is picking up a little bit, but we do have blue skies. I gotta say, we do have blue skies out here right now. However, emergency officials believe that could change later throughout the day, so they want you to be prepared. For now, live in Sumter County, Ezzy Castro, getting results, News 6.
All right, thank you, Ezzy. And more than a dozen tornado warnings have been issued since overnight, including the Treasure Coast and Southwest Florida.
Yeah, coming up, a look at Helene's impact along the Gulf Coast.
You're watching News 6 at noon, getting results, and we'll be right back.
Sponsored by the Florida Lottery, who encourages you to play responsibly.
And all of the above. Katrina's asking a good question. When will the front affect the storm? That's going to be a little bit later today. We're actually already seeing some of the effects of it, because that's what's helping to lift it to the north. and pull it up out of the Caribbean. So we're already seeing that interaction. The deal is, and I mean, I don't know if anybody has happened to be tuning in from North Carolina, the Appalachian Mountains area, where we've already seen significant flooding. I can't stress enough how bad this is going to be for the mountainous regions of the Appalachian Mountains. I know that's kind of getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but we're already dealing with flash flood warnings. We can check that up on the radar picture from last night. Look at all of that flooding in the Southwest Virginia through Asheville, Johnson City. These are all flash flood warnings. And I want to show you that because that was kind of the appetizer and it's already bad. Look at what is coming. I'm going to pull up the rainfall graphic. I know this says winds, but it's showing rainfall. So I mean, we're talking about where you see that white color there. I mean, the purple is about 8 to 10 inches, and then this white, a foot plus. So we're already saturated, we're already flooding, and now we're going to add a foot plus of tropical rain into the Blue Ridge Mountains, into the Appalachian Mountains in eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, western South Carolina, Georgia, and southwest Virginia. So some big-time impacts, unfortunately, coming for well inland, and that's what we were talking about. And that's what we were talking about yesterday. All right, good question. How much will it affect Reddick? I've got a special graphic for you for Marion County. So I'm going to pull that in. And there it is. So our impacts from the hurricane, we're just outside of that hurricane warning. I'm expecting the worst to come in the next couple of hours along I-75. The gusts about 45 to 65 miles an hour. That tornado threat also going to be high. There's a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight for all of Central Florida. And then the rainfall is going to be about 4 to 6 inches as well. So that's what we can expect in Marion County.
With Hurricane Helene expected to become a strong Category 3 storm, Governor DeSantis is reminding people of the dangers that come with a storm of this magnitude, including trees around your home.
If you're sheltering at your home, be aware of the tree limbs that are on your property or adjacent to your home. Try to be in an interior room or away from limbs that could fall through the roof or window and cause harm. And we do see fatalities that happen in these storms because of tree limbs falling on homes. And you can have a great home that can withstand a Category 3 storm, winds. It's a lot more difficult to withstand a big tree falling on your roof. So take a look at that and know that that is a very real hazard when it comes to this storm.
Other big concern, people driving around or looking around after the storm or during the storm. He's telling people to stay in place because there could be dangerous conditions on the roads that you can't always see, including downed power lines and standing water that might be deeper than you think.
All right, let's take a live look at our Launch Credit Union port cam at Port Canaveral. Just look at how heavy the winds are blowing there. This is near, what is it called? Exploration Tower there. We saw some rain on and off in the past couple of hours. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos is here tracking the latest on Helene.
And Brevard County, Volusia County both had tornado warnings earlier this morning. And of course, we're going to continue to watch the potential and the threat for tornadoes in the forecast. So even though this system is not a landfalling storm for us here in Central Florida, it certainly will along the Panhandle. Just the sheer size of the system still means that here in Central Florida, we will be feeling many effects, a lot of those tropical storm force wind gusts that we are already seeing on that live picture there at the Cape. All right, this is the latest stats as of 11 a.m. It's an overall complete brand new update, has sustained winds of 105 miles per hour, upping it slightly from the 8 a.m. intermediate advisory. This system continues to wobble just a little bit, but as of now, the National Hurricane Center is keeping the cone relatively unchanged, maybe even narrowing a little bit. But I do want to show you again the sheer size of this. From the center of Helene outward, it stretches about 345 miles. So even here in Central Florida, that's the reason why we do have those tropical storm warnings in effect, because as it continues to gain strength as possibly a major hurricane before making landfall, the concern will be on the right side of that storm. So that includes pretty much most of Central Florida and of course the west coast of Florida as well. That forecast cone has narrowed a little bit. It is now keeping Apalachicola out of the forecast cone. Again, the cone basically just tells us where we think the center of Helene will go. Of course, the effects will be felt, again, for many miles out from the center. So the cone primarily hovering over Carabel and Perry at this hour. We, of course, will watch for the next forecast cone update. That will be coming down at about 5 o'clock this afternoon. All right, let's look at the radar. We had a lot of rain in a short amount of time as the first of a couple of squall lines already moved into Central Florida. As of right now, there is a lull. We got a lot of reporters out there talking about how the sun is shining and how the skies are clear. That's a concern for us because the moment we start heating up our atmosphere, destabilizing our atmosphere, you can see there is that little stretch between some of the squall lines that we're starting to see some of those breaks in the clouds. That is concerning because if we start juicing up our atmosphere, adding heat to the mix on already a very unstable atmosphere, that certainly will be a concern for more of that tornadic activity on the radar. Tornado watch as of now still in effect for all of Central Florida because of all the conditions there. They run between 8 and then 10 o'clock for you there in Flagler County. But before we get to your breakdown here, let's first bring in meteorologist Julie Broughton. I forget who's here. We have all of us here right now, really breaking down the timing and those impacts county by county.
Yeah, we are all here and we'll all be here with you throughout the day already, feeling some of those impacts just about everywhere in Central Florida. Let's take a look. This is our Light Orlando Delivering Hope Together camera over downtown Orlando, and you can see a break in some of those clouds. And as Candace just said, we do not want to see sunshine out there today. That just adds fuel to an already unstable atmosphere. 82 degrees right now in downtown Orlando, but notice the winds. They're gusting to around 23 miles per hour. Temperature-wise elsewhere, we're looking at 86 in Mico, 86 in Melbourne, 81 right now if you are in the Villages. Now look at the winds. Earlier during that tornado warning, we did have a wind gust of 41 miles per hour in Cocoa. We're looking at winds in New Smyrna Beach gusting to 37 miles per hour right now. 30 mile per hour gusts in Ocala, and winds are gusting at 34 miles per hour right now in Brevard County. It will continue to get windier, especially as we head through the next couple of hours. And I think at times we will all be dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts. Here's a look at our wind gust forecast on the model data. We start the clock for you right there at noon. We keep rolling through the afternoon hours, stopping the clock at 4 o'clock. Notice Brevard County, Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, looking at wind gusts in the 40s up to almost 50 miles per hour at Cocoa Beach by 8 o'clock. And notice as we look out over the Gulf, that is when Helene will be making its closest pass to the Gulf Coast. So areas like Marion County, you could see winds gusting up close to 70 miles per hour at times. And again, a concern throughout the day will be those isolated tornadoes. Let's take you county by county for those impacts now, starting with Marion, Lake, and Sumter counties. On average, 2 to 4 inches of rain total. Some spots could see up to 6 inches. Again, you could see winds gusting, especially west of I-75, close to 70 miles per hour with a few tornadoes possible. Orange, Seminole, Osceola County tornadoes. Then taking you to our coastal counties, Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties, winds gusting close to 50 miles per hour with that threat of isolated tornadoes. Candace, this is something we will all be here throughout the day watching.
And once again, the timing is really going to increase that threat and the likelihood for strong to severe storms. The strongest winds, as we were showing you there on the maps, will really come in after about 4 or 5 o'clock. You can see the bulk of the moisture will be streaming in across Central Florida. And again, if we get a little bit of that sunshine, some of these rain bands could certainly quickly spark up those strong to severe storms. Of course, Helene continued to make its way onshore by as late as 9 o'clock, but we will still be dealing with some of those heavy tropical downpours even as late as about midnight for tonight. Again, the worst of the weather will be late this afternoon and into early evening. Now let's check on that hour-by-hour forecast for today.
Sponsored by Strata Air Conditioning and Heating. AC emergency? You ought to call Strata.
It's obviously a pretty much guaranteed chance for rain. Temperatures could warm up into those upper 80s before we get that squall line back in. Of course, Weather Impact Day, the News 6 weather team will be here all throughout the day and the night on air. And of course, clickorlando.com and News 6 Plus. Back to you guys.
All right, Candace, Justin, Universal canceling tonight's Halloween Horror Nights event. The parks, though, will remain open and closed during their normal times.
Stay with us.
The live News 6 Mount Dora camera is sponsored by the city of Mount Dora, someplace special.
All that stuff. And there you go. Thank you, Lizzie, for that. 45 to 60 mile per hour wind gust, potential tornado warnings, and then some heavier rain along the I-75 corridor. So thank you for that. All right, let's get back to the actual stuff. We'll look at the latest satellite, and we're going to get updates. And again, this is what's happening. So you see right here, if my telestrator will work, see where this green color is right in the middle of the screen? That is the warmer cloud tops, okay? So it is pulling in some drier air. Note the center, though. It's still to the back, to the south and west. That hurricane symbol right here is actually where the center was at 11 o'clock from the Hurricane Center mission, or the Hurricane Hunter mission, and from the 11 o'clock advisory. So it's important to note that this is not an eye as well. And I think that's the big thing. You got it, Abby. Good question. For Orange County, I got a graphic for you as well. And again, the worst of our weather right in the central Florida area coming a little bit later on this afternoon. Gusts maybe pushing 50 miles an hour later today in those heavier rain bands. And then rainfall about 1 to 3 inches. So this is the water vapor imagery. It's hiding some of the lower the lower level air, drier air that's in place. It's doing a good job fending off. Somebody asked about the front before, that drier air. Don't pay any attention to that steering piece thing. This is from a little bit before. But when I showed it earlier in the week in one of our videos, but that's the dip in the jet stream. See that little spiral there? Let me get these circles off real quick so that we can do some high level stuff, because this is really, really interesting.
Welcome back. Video from Sarasota showing flooded streets due to storm surge. It's about ankle deep in this video. We'll be right back.
Light imagery whenever you have that counterclockwise circulation, that upper low, and watching how the steering current. So it's everything that we talked about leading up to this point from a forecasting standpoint. That is the verification of the forecast right there. And you kind of can on the last couple of frames. I didn't have advanced all the way out to real time. Look at where the green goes lighter, and you'll see it pop out again when it kind of advances. It tries to maybe get an eye right there, and then that is the drier air that it pulls in. So all that stuff. So that's actually a good point about a wobble tracker. We can make one of those, and that's a fantastic idea. So bear with me here. We're going to add the wobble tracker to the satellite. Great idea. That's why I love you guys so much. So actually, they actually just canceled Horror Nights for tonight. Universal just announced on News 6, just sent a push alert. Yeah, Universal Orlando cancels Thursday's Halloween Horror Nights. So there's more information on clickorlando.com. But yeah, unfortunately, Horror Nights has been canceled this evening because of the hurricane. Eastern Tennessee is going to be pretty bad with the flooding potential, and there's still an opportunity for some very nasty winds. We'll take a look at Tennessee in just 1 second. I do real quick, though, want to build our wobble tracker. We were kind of doing that with the models, but we're going to take the models off the satellite, and what we're going to do, bear with me 1 second. We're kind of breaking this down together, and lost my train of thought. I need to get some more coffee or something. It was a long night last night, and Nazario and I were on.
We're taking a live look at downtown Mount Dora. We want you to stick around as we continue our team coverage of Hurricane Helene right after the break.
And I'll pull it over. This is our weather computer, so you can kind of see real time. We have to find the storm. We have all this data coming in to our computer, so you can actually watch what I'm doing. We'll add that. So now we're going to have all of that information over here. And then that dashed line is going to be its past track. So we want to get rid of the path forward. So there we go. And again, so there's kind of the wobble tracker. So this is where it came from. That's whenever it became a tropical system down here. This white lines, we can keep tabs what it's doing through the course of the live stream, through the course of all that stuff. So Jenny adds as well, Disney has canceled their Not So Scary Halloween party tonight as well. However, they're still open for guests. And we've got a full list. Thank you for that, Jenny. Appreciate that. We've got a full list on how the theme parks have been impacted by Helene on clickorlando.com. Hey, 12 Doc. I-95 should be good tomorrow morning going south. You might run into a few tropical downpours, but the worst of this junk that's coming through is going to be over, so you should be good. I'm with ya. I gotta make some. Not ready to take a break just yet. We're doing a lot of stuff, breaking a lot of this down. Okay, so got some questions about when Orlando was gonna get bad. So let's do that. We're going, and thank you guys, because this stream is gonna be what you guys make it. That's why I love this super growing weather community, and thank you guys for the support, hopping on this channel, following along, and interacting and giving your storm reports. That's what makes us different, the interactivity, because I love getting your storm reports and see what the weather's doing in your location. So if you want to be a part of this growing weather community, hit that subscribe button for me. And at that, I lost my train of thought. So at some point, we are going to have to get coffee. I was so involved in getting all the cameras in here that I forgot to fill up and bring the cup.
Hurricane Helene spawns tornado warnings across central Florida as it moves north through the Gulf, headed for the Panhandle.
As it moves north, several cities in the Tampa Bay area are seeing flooding, and this is just the beginning. You're watching News 6 Getting Results as we continue our extended coverage of Hurricane Helene. I'm Crystal Moyer.
I'm Bridget Ellison. We have team weather coverage as we track Helene as it speeds up toward Florida's coast. Meteorologist Julie Broughton is here with meteorologist Samara Kokinos. And Julie, what is the latest on the storm and its track?
It is continuing to get its act better together as it is out there over the Gulf of Mexico. This is the very latest information for you that came in in at 11 o'clock this morning. At that time, maximum sustained winds were up to 105 miles per hour, but we're talking about gusts around 115 miles per hour. And notice this area of orange, that is the wind field. That is how far out those tropical storm force winds extend, about 345 miles. And already across parts of central Florida, we've seen gusts close to tropical storm strength. We are expecting it to continue moving to the north and east, becoming a major Category 3 storm before it moves onshore this evening, looking at winds up to 120 miles per hour by 8 o'clock this evening. Going a little bit closer for you, taking you to show you that cone. This is where the National Hurricane Center is honing in on a landfall between Carabel and Perry, moving up into the Big Bend area as we head through the evening hours. Now, I do want to show you the satellite imagery. We're looping back over the last several hours, and you can see as that track is plotted, we've seen a little bit of a wobble off toward the east with that center of circulation, with that eye. Sometimes as these storms are continuing to strengthen, it is not uncommon to see a little bit of a wobble, but that is something we're going to continue to keep a watch on as we head through the afternoon hours with you. Here's what's going on the radar right now. If you were with us earlier this morning, we started to see some of those outer rain bands beginning to move up through the area. That did cause tornado warnings in both Brevard and Volusia counties. We had no verification of an actual tornado, but we do see a lot of rotation within any sort of tropical system. And also you'll notice out over the Atlantic, we are seeing more showers that will continue rotating toward the coastline. So especially as we head into the afternoon hours, and certainly if we've seen a little bit of sunshine, we will continue to see that threat of stronger storms. This is what it looks like right now as we take a look outside in Brevard County. This is our launch credit union camera out at Cape Canaveral. The first thing you'll notice, look at those trees blowing out there. We even saw a 41 mile per hour wind gust earlier today in Cocoa. Right now, you're looking at partly cloudy skies in Brevard County, sitting at 83 degrees with winds around 30 miles per hour. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos is standing by. And Samara, we've been looking at the winds. It really is getting gusty out there, and that will continue to be the case.
Absolutely. So as we head into this evening, the conditions will continue to deteriorate. So while we are still in that lull at the moment, just expect that everything is going to start to really ramp up in the second half of the afternoon and then going into the evening hours. A live view from our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera, Daytona Beach Skycam, you see conditions already very, very gusty out there temperature-wise. I would say, you know, let's get it to work here. So 81 degrees, but winds are gusting at about 24 miles per hour. So still under tropical storm force. But whenever you look closer to New Smyrna, getting closer to that with that 37 mile per hour wind gust, sustained wind speeds across central Florida between about 9 and 23 miles per hour. But when you factor in the gusts, of course, we're going to continue to see all of this really start to pick up in the second half of the day. Let me show you exactly what we're talking about. Julie mentioned that tropical storm force wind field from the center of the storm out is about 345 miles. And so as we take a look here, as heading into the second half of the day, we're going to continue to see these wind gusts really pick up and reach the 50 and 60 mile per hour wind gust range, and even getting closer up to near 70 mile per hour wind gusts for Ocala, the Villages, possibly even Wildwood. So areas on that western periphery, you'll notice, are closer to the storm itself. So of course your winds are going to be gusting at a higher rate compared to the coastline, which is still really rough out there, making rough surf all up and down the Atlantic coast from Flagler all the way down into Brevard and areas south. But notice that as we head into the rest of tonight and go in early tomorrow morning, we're still in the high wind speeds. We're talking about really wind gusts in the 50 mile per hour range. And then as we head into Friday morning, they start to wind down a little bit in the 30 mile per hour range, even some in the 40s. So we'll continue to pinpoint all the impacts county by county coming up in just a few minutes. Ladies, back to you.
Mayor, thanks. And team coverage moves back to Sumter County now.
Yeah, at the top of the hour, we showed you power crews on standby, ready to assist. Now we head to the Emergency Operations Center, where Laverne McGee is talking to leaders with an important message that they want to get out.
Yeah, that's right. I am here in Sumter County, which is the Wildwood Villages area, here at the command center. Right behind me, the Sheriff William Bill Farmer Public Safety Center. This building actually can sustain winds of up to 150 miles an hour, they tell me. And even though it's nice out right now, they say they don't want people to let their guard down. They want to make sure that everybody knows what to do in case there is serious weather here. And not too long ago, I spoke with the Emergency Management Director.
Should people be calling 911 if it's an emergency, or is there another number to call?
No, always call 911 if it's an emergency. Do not call 911 if it's not an emergency. We are getting calls from the public asking where their shelters are via the 911 lines, and that's a no-no. We have, in Sumter County, we have a citizen information center people can call for those type of questions. So that number is 352-689-4400. That's the number we want people to use. Do not call 911 unless it's an absolute emergency, and do call 911 if it is an emergency.
And once again, they want people in Sumter County, in the Wildwood area, the Villages area, to use that number. Don't call 911 unless it's actually an actual emergency. Right now, as you can see behind me, some wind here, but no rain, even some sunshine. But again, they don't want people to let their guards down. And the shelters, they have 2 of them, they're open as well. Reporting live from Sumter County, Laverne McGee, Getting Results News 6.
Thanks, Laverne. We can see the wind ramping up there with your hair blowing. Thank you so much. We'll check back in with you. Meantime, Marion County could get wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. They've opened a shelter for people who need help. It's at Westport High School. That's on Southwest 80th Avenue in Ocala. Pets are allowed there. Meantime, there are shelters now open in Orange County. The West Orange Recreation Center in Winter Garden and the Goldenrod Recreation Center in Winter Park are both open to people with special needs. The shelter at Barnett Park in Orlando is open to the public, and you can find all of this information on the homepage of our website, clickorlando.com.
And a reminder for parents in Marion and Sumter counties, both districts will be closed tomorrow because of the storm. Other Central Florida school districts are monitoring those conditions and will send out updates this afternoon. While wind is a big factor with the storm, some parts of Central Florida really don't need any more rain.
Yeah, Seminole County has been passing out sandbags as the water is already high at Lake Monroe and the St. Johns River. News 6's Catherine Silver joins us live at Wayside Park by Lake Monroe. And Catherine, you've been covering the preps there for the last couple of days.
Yeah, and we wanted to come here to Wayside Park so we could see just how high the water is already. So many rivers and lakes across Seminole County are already at capacity because of the rain we got just a few weeks ago. Now, the St. Johns River at Sanford, where we are, close to Lake Monroe, this is just below action stage today. Emergency management expects with this storm, it will be back at action stage and possibly into minor flood stage. I do want to show you some video that we shot earlier closer to downtown Sanford. We drove the path along the Riverwalk this morning and stopped at the marina. If you know this area, you can use the seawall as a marker of where the lake level is now. We also stopped on First Street, where it's business as usual on a Thursday morning. We did see at least one restaurant had some sandbags out front lining the door. People have been walking around, playing basketball, even fishing, because we haven't seen too much rain so far through the morning. They're enjoying the day while they can. Back here live, this boat ramp here at Wayside Park is closed. Schools in Seminole County also closed today, along with government buildings beyond just essential services. And for now, it's pretty quiet. Sun starting to come out. We did have some light rain within the last hour, but everyone's just waiting to see what Helene will bring here. For now, I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, Getting Results, News 6.
Catherine, thanks. Governor Ron DeSantis says there are tens of thousands of power crews ready to be deployed across the state.
Yes, and Duke Energy says it has 8,000 workers standing by, half of them staged in the Villages, as we saw with Ezzy Castro in the past half hour. The state has sent 130 generators out to gas stations to help keep those open so people can get gas in case they lose power. The governor says 3,500 members of National Guard are stationed, as well as members of Florida Highway Patrol and Department of Transportation. News 6's Jarrell Baker is in Orange County now with more on this. We talked to you during News 6 Plus streaming, and you were in Winter Garden. Is that where you still are?
Yeah, that's right. I am still here right in front of Duke Energy. You can see they still have some power crews here with some vehicles still as well. And as you mentioned, they have them stationed at a lot of places ready to respond after things come from that hurricane. Now, I have some pictures here as well from the IKEA Orlando. They had several vehicles dispatched overnight from their parking lot. Now, these are utility crews from Kentucky and pretty much all over, utilizing the IKEA Orlando's parking lot as a staging area ahead of the storm. Now, spokesperson Audrey Staskos with Duke Energy says that they have 8,000 workers in several areas, including the Villages, Tropicana Field, St. Petersburg College, and Tarpon Spring, and more. And a lot of the the vehicles that they're using are specialized to handle this type of rough weather, like the digger trucks, which can get through floodwaters and make repairs.
We are getting an army of resources, responders, trucks, crews, and contractors that are coming throughout the country, really, to help us respond to power outages from Helene.
Now, even though they're making preparations, there's a lot of preparations that you can make there at home. If you have medical equipment, you definitely want to make sure that you have a different power source just in case your power goes out. You can still charge and get that medical device you need. There's also going to be a lot of floodwaters on the ground. Don't go near them. The best thing is just to avoid and stay away from them because they could be hiding down power lines underneath and other obstructions that could damage your car, yourself, your family. So it's just best just to play it safe and steer clear. Here in Winter Garden, Jarrell Baker, Getting Results, News 6.
Great advice there, Jarrell. Thanks. Sunrail services are temporarily suspended as Hurricane Helene makes its way towards Florida's coast. Operations will return to normal as early as possible tomorrow morning once crews have the time to inspect the rails for any debris or other obstructions that may be on the tracks there. And still ahead at noon, Hurricane Helene is causing disruptions with flights as 3 Florida airports are shut down.
And we're taking a look at the impacts of the storm along the Florida Gulf Coast, as well as the Space Coast. A live look now from the Launch Credit Union Port Cam at Port Canaveral. Very overcast conditions. The port temporarily closed for potentially high winds from the storm. News 6's James Sparvero will give us a report from there after the break. You're watching News 6 at noon, Getting Results. We'll be right back.
It's Central Florida. You know weather is always changing.
Path of Hurricane Helene, but they are feeling the impact with high winds and rough waves, as you can see there. They could see some flooding from storm surge, and there is a state of emergency in effect for Monroe County. People were urged to leave yesterday if they could.
And while the storm is brewing in the Gulf, it already whipped up a tornado warning earlier this morning along our East Coast counties of Volusia and Brevard just a few hours ago.
Yeah, the threat continues as we head into the afternoon. News 6's James Sparvero is at Jetty Park. And James, what is it looking like out there?
Hey, Bridget and Crystal. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon from a deserted Jetty Park. The only people here right now are wandering around, getting video of the ocean. Let's show you that video too, because it is a very rough Atlantic Ocean. I'm going to point in this direction to show you the Jetty Park Pier, so popular for fishing, watching rocket launches and landings. Wisely, nobody there right now. The wind is very consistent. It's gusting as well. And I've also noticed as we walk to our location here, there's a lot of new seaweed on the beaches. So this all washed up from the weather right now. I'm reminded of about a year ago, we had very similar conditions here at Jetty Park to what we had during Hurricane Idalia, and that storm took a very similar path. West Coast storm hit around the Big Bend and the Panhandle. But we did have a tragedy out here in Brevard County when a windsurfer went missing, and that windsurfer tragically passed away. And the water looked a lot like this then. So we're keeping people like that who might be out here kite surfing just to be as safe as they possibly can, because we do see some of those adventurers out here on the water right now. Kite surfers not in the direction of Jetty Park, but we're going to pan south down the beach in the direction of the Cocoa Beach Pier. And you can see at least one kite surfer in the distance there. Again, that's common here anytime we get weather in Brevard County. So where we're at Jetty Park, it's important to know that Port Canaveral's closed today, so no ships in the channel. And if you have a cruise this weekend, everybody, the port wants you to check with your cruise line, because those times this weekend are likely to be delayed. The school district is also closed, of course, Bridget and Crystal, along with Brevard County Courts. We'll be right back with you with another report from the beach as our coverage here continues. Live in Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, I'm James Sparvero, Getting Results News 6. Bridget
James,
and Crystal,
thanks.
back to you.
Wow, that water looks extremely choppy out there. Well, let's take a live look over downtown Orlando, further inland from our Light Orlando camera. You could see a lot of cloud cover there, rain on and off. So we want to get right to our meteorologists doing team coverage here, tracking Helene and Julie. You know, we are at a threat for some of those tornadoes.
Yeah, and we had 2 tornado warnings in place earlier this morning. If you were with us, Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, Michelle Morgan, and I were all pinpointing that for you. And that will be the case for us, I think, especially as we move into the later afternoon hours. We get a little daytime heating, get some more of those rain bands, and we could see some quick spin-ups. Here's the very latest information for you on Helene. This is our 11 o'clock update. We'll get a new intermediate update that comes in at 2 o'clock and then a new full update at 5 o'clock. But we are now talking about a Category 2 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 105 miles per hour. But look at the gusts. Winds are gusting up to 125 miles per hour, and it's about 290 miles south of Apalachicola, moving to the northeast at 14 miles per hour. Now, we are still thinking there is a very good chance this will gain further strength and become a Category 3 storm before moving onshore in the middle part of this evening between Perry and to the south of Tallahassee. So that cone has tightened up, as it tends to do as we get closer to landfall. So we're still looking at that landfall in the Big Bend area. I wanted to show you this. This is the visible satellite imagery, and you can see as the sun comes up, we begin to get more images. We're still talking about just a very large system. There is the center of circulation. That eye has wobbled a little bit to the east over the last couple of hours, and sometimes as these storms are kind of getting their act together, strengthening a little bit, that's not uncommon. But also keep in mind that the tropical storm force winds, so those are the winds 40 miles per hour or stronger, extend out 345 miles from the center of circulation. That is an absolutely huge wind field, and because of that, I think all of us will at some point during the afternoon feel those tropical storm force wind gusts, and we're already getting really close to that in some spots. Here's a look at the radar now. As we've been prepping for the storm over the last few days, we told you it's not going to be an entire day of a lot of rain, but we will see those showers on and off. We do have some more rain out of the Atlantic as we loop the radar for you over the last hour. You can see the general storm movement is riding those showers off to the north. We will see more rain bands working in from our south as we move through the next couple of hours, and then that is where we will continue to see that threat of those tornadoes, and we do have those watches in place for you. Here's what it looks like for you as we go hour by hour for you on our Futurecast clouds and rain forecast. I'll stop the clock for you at 3 o'clock. At that time, we could see some heavy rain affecting areas like Marion County, Ocala, right along I-75. Then we roll you to around 4, 5 o'clock this afternoon. A lot of our coastal areas like Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard County still dry, but some of those rain bands starting to work as far inland as West Orange County, areas like Winter Garden and Windermere. Then by 5, 6 o'clock, I think most of us will be seeing at least some showers, and notice pockets of heavy rain, pockets of stronger storms, taking you into 8 o'clock, still Some of that rain lingering, especially across our western counties. I think things could still be intense for some of us by around 9, 10, even 11 o'clock. We'll see a lot of that moisture hanging behind this, creating some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and again, that threat of those isolated tornadoes. Of course, our entire weather team is in. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos is taking a short break. She will be back with us by the time things really ramp up this afternoon. But meteorologist Samara Coquino standing by, and we do have a lot of advisories in place, Samara.
Absolutely. So when we take a look at the overall scope of what's happening here locally, warnings that are in effect right now, we have tropical storm warnings across the majority of central Florida, if not all. But when we look at Marion County, you'll see a little bit of red there, and that's along the I-75 corridor back to the west. That's where you're under a hurricane warning, and that goes through late tonight. So until further notice, we are going to expect deteriorating conditions, especially as we head into the second half of the afternoon and into the evening hours. Coastal hazards all the way through Friday. We're talking high surf advisories all up and down the coastline here in the purple. You notice that we do have a coastal flood advisory in place for Flagler County through at least Friday as well. But tropical storm warnings mean it's just dangerous to be out there. Don't get in the water. We had talking about waves breaking at about 8 to 10 feet. Definitely will knock you down. High rip current risks. You don't need to be in that water. Also, you don't need to be on the water at all for boating. Storm surge, definitely a contender, especially along that Gulf Coast where the actual landfall is going to be. That's where the big upwelling will be. But look up and down our coast, folks. We're talking 12 feet up in the Big Bend. And then as we get closer to the Tampa, Bradenton area, up to 9 feet between that, up to 12 feet by Bayonet Park. But we can't rule out also up to 3 feet along our coast, so northern Volusia going into Flagler County, we could see 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. So with that wind field is just so expansive, we're definitely going to feel impacts all across central Florida. Marion County, 2 to 4 inches of rainfall with isolated maximums up near 6 inches is quite possible. Winds gusting up near 70 miles per hour, especially across the western half of these counties. Isolated tornadoes can't be ruled out. And then as we head into Orange, Seminole, and Osceola, up to 4 inches of rain is possible with winds gusting near 50 miles per hour. Again, we can't rule out the threat for some tornadoes even along the coast. We've already seen a couple of warnings today. Winds will be gusting up near 45 miles per hour and about 1 to 3 inches of rainfall with maximums up near 4 inches. So that could lead to some localized flooding on this already saturated ground. Let's go back over to Julie now with a look at the 7-day.
And we are going to continue to see those showers increasing as we head through the next couple of days. Here is your pinpoint accurate forecast.
Sponsored by Strata Air Conditioning and Heating. AC emergency? You ought to call Strata.
Our chance of rain today is at 90%. As we move through the next hour to 2 hours, we will see some more of those rain bands rolling in next 7 days. Again, today we have that tornado watch in place for all of our counties until 8 o'clock. Flagler County for you, that goes until 10 o'clock. Rain chances today 90 to 100% going into the upper 80s today. But we are not going to dry it out right behind this. We keep our rain chances elevated as we head into the weekend. Again, our entire pinpoint weather team is here writing this out with you throughout the day today. And if we have any tornado warnings popping up, we will let you know immediately.
Thank you, Julie. Mandatory evacuations now in place for at least 20 coastal counties. People told to move to higher ground if they live along the Gulf Coast.
A look at Helene's impact in Mexico next.
As a working mom of 2, I know how crucial it is to be ready for any type of weather. From sunny skies or a chance of rain, from tropical storms to hurricanes. So whether the sun's shining or the storms are rolling in, I'm here looking out for you, helping you start your day, staying ahead of the weather, and making your mornings a little brighter. I'm meteorologist Candace Campos. Let's tackle the day together, weekday mornings on News 6.
It's the latest stories that matter to you. That's what you need in the morning.
Exactly. You're walking the dog, getting the kids ready. You want to know what's happening in your neighborhood.
Plus the traffic situation.
So we're seeing those slowdowns right around 5:35, so please be careful.
And of course, is it going to be raining?
We're looking mostly dry this morning, but the kids do not need the rain gear for now.
You wake up, you can get what you need before your day begins.
That's what News 6 Mornings does every day. We've got your back.
You got to watch before you go.
Want the latest and most pinpoint accurate updates going on in the tropics? Then download the free News 6 Hurricane Tracker app. Sign up for push alerts with the most recent storm watches and warnings. Get instant live storm track models and local radar, all to help you prepare for what to do before, during, and after the storm. Tracking the tropics with News 6, and it's all in the palm of your hand. Just search WKMG in your app store.
Whoa, what is happening?
We're packing up our newscast and taking it on the road.
Oh, that's happening now?
Now, so let's go.
Every month, we're broadcasting live from a different community.
Because we want to speak with you, hear about the things that concern you most.
It's time you create the roadmap for our newscast. See what I did there?
WKMG hits the road live. Want us to come to your neighborhood?
Go to clickorlando.com/hitstheroad and tell us where to go next.
Hurricane Helene is now a Category 2 storm barreling through the Gulf of Mexico towards Florida.
And it's expected to hit tonight in the Big Bend region as a major life-threatening hurricane. Tens of thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate already. CBS's Dave Malkoff reports on the entire Southeast being impacted by the damage coming from this storm.
Hurricane Helene's outer bands are already hammering the entire west coast of Florida. Mandatory evacuations are up in at least 20 coastal counties, and Governor Ron DeSantis is warning residents to move to higher ground now.
Every minute that goes by brings us closer to having conditions that are going to be simply too dangerous to navigate.
Forecasters expect Helene will make landfall tonight in the Big Bend region, where Gulf waters are already spilling over barriers and flooding roadways. Storm surge could be as high as 20 feet. Tampa General has installed what they call an aqua fence, this watertight barrier designed to protect the building against flooding. The plywood is up and the sandbags are filled.
Once the storm hits, I'm headed for dry land back in towards the other side of the county.
Helene hit Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula yesterday as a Category 1 storm, flooding the Cancun area. It's now traveling over the warm waters of the Gulf, where it is expected to swell in size and strength. Hurricane hunters flew into the eye wall Wednesday to gather data. On the ground, federal task forces from around the country are headed to the region, including this team from Pennsylvania.
People that do not evacuate, that need rescue, there could be a swiftwater rescue environment due to flash flooding.
After hitting Florida, Helene is expected to spin throughout the southeast with damaging winds, flash flooding, and a tornado threat. Dave Malkoff, CBS News, Atlanta.
Our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues right after the break.
Curious about the weather? Jump into WeatherWise on News 6 Plus. It's your go-to for a deep dive into weather. Sure, I'll catch you up on the current conditions, but we are going way beyond that. I've got the lowdown on those wild weather phenomena. Want more than a local forecast? How about hyperlocal? I'll zoom in and show you those details. I'll break it down, explaining the hows and the whys of the weather. Join me, News 6 meteorologist Jonathan Kegas for WeatherWise, weekdays at 8 a.m. on News 6 Plus and clickorlando.com.
It's really about getting the truth, trying to dig down and figure out how this story impacts you.
These stories matter not just to us, but to the entire community.
We want to make sure you have everything you need to know, that we answer all of your questions.
Now we're breaking down the whole story, what matters to you, and getting the answers you want.
Because that's what you need to know before you go to bed.
News 6 at 11.
Time and accuracy are critical when talking about weather. A wrong forecast can ruin a lot more than your day. I know it all boils down to you, your family, and their safety. So when I can pinpoint a storm down to the minute, I know that I have been able to make one of our neighbors' day, maybe even help keep their family safe. Knowing how the weather will affect where you are or where you're going with pinpoint accuracy down to the minute, that's what News 6 can do for you. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegas on News 6.
Whoa, what is happening?
We're packing up our newscast and taking it on the road.
Oh, that's happening now?
Now, so let's go.
Every month, we're broadcasting live from a different community.
Because we want to speak with you, hear about the things that concern you most.
It's time you create the roadmap for our newscast. See what I did there?
WKMG hits the road live. Want us to come to your neighborhood?
Go to clickorlando.com/hitstheroad and tell us where to go next.
If you have a flight, check with your airline. Right now, Orlando International Airport remains open. Officials are warning, though, there could be many delays and cancellations due to the storm.
Yeah, the hurricane is already causing major travel problems around the country. Chris Van Cleve is at Love Field in Dallas, the home base of Southwest Airlines.
The airlines have been closely watching this forecast, tracking the latest developments of the hurricane as it now barrels towards Florida. The Tampa airport closed early this morning to the public. Flights suspended until the storms pass. Airlines worked to add flights, rush in airplanes last night to get people out before Helene arrived. You're going to see airports up and down the Gulf Coast of Florida with very limited, if any, operations today. But that's not the only place where we're going to see disruptions, as cancellations are climbing this morning, delays climbing this morning. They will continue to get worse throughout the day. We're watching disruptions, particularly at the world's busiest airport in Atlanta, not only today, but tomorrow. Atlanta's going to get a lot of rain and a lot of wind before this storm passes through. It is Delta's biggest hub, but disruptions could stretch as far as parts of North Carolina and Tennessee. We're watching Charlotte, North Carolina, a hub for American Airlines, as this is just a massive storm with winds and thunderstorms that will extend well beyond the eye. And that can matter because it can essentially block the expressways in the skies that planes use to get from point A to point B. So even as airports reopen in Florida as the storm passes, it's going to be a challenging couple of days to get in and out of the southeast United States. Chris Van Cleve, CBS News, Dallas.
And stay with us as we continue team coverage of Hurricane Helene. Crews spread out across the state in Central Florida and Taylor County, where it's expected to make landfall later this evening.
Yeah, and a reminder, we're also streaming coverage on the News 6 Plus app and clickorlando.com. But first, let's go ahead and take a live look at Daytona Beach. Wow, those waves are just choppy out there. We continue our coverage of Hurricane Helene right after the break.
It's Central Florida. You know weather is always changing.
Traffic's no different. It could be changing minute by minute.
We're just trying to make things easy. How do you dress the kids? Should you bring the umbrella?
Which roads to avoid and how I can get you guys to work safely.
And we're both Floridians.
I've been patrolling these streets for well over 10 years as a Florida State Trooper.
I've been forecasting for about a decade.
Why not get your information from two people who have lived it?
And loved it.
You gotta watch before you go.
The new and improved News 6 app is here. We've updated everything and added new features to make it even better, like a more customizable home screen where you can log in and see the stories important to you at a glance. Stream News 6 and News 6 Plus live anywhere, anytime with picture-in-picture playback while you're using other apps on your phone. And now, the More For You section, which offers even more options for you to choose from. Download or update your app today. The new and improved News 6 app.
Having a pinpoint accurate forecast is so vital. We use the most advanced tools to examine those changing forecasts. Our powerful pinpoint Doppler radar constantly sends us updated data that we analyze. We take all that and turn it into information that you can trust, drilling down to your neighborhood, minute by minute. So while the weather is unpredictable, we're not. That's why News 6 can say, pinpoint accurate.
It's really about getting the truth, trying to dig down and figure out how this story impacts you.
These stories matter not just to us, but to the entire community.
We want to make sure you have everything you need to know, that we answer all of your questions.
Now we're breaking down the whole story, what matters to you, and getting the answers you want.
Because that's what you need to know before you go to bed.
News 6 at 11.
Hurricane Helene gaining strength as it moves closer to Florida. Thanks for joining us. I'm Lisa Bell.
And I'm Crystal Moyer. Landfall in the Panhandle expected in just hours. And right now, Central Florida is starting to feel the impacts. Our team of meteorologists has been keeping us up to date on the latest conditions. We want to start with Julie Broughton pinpointing Helene's path.
Crystal, we saw some of those first rain bands moving through around 10 o'clock this morning. Those actually prompted 2 tornado warnings for us. And right now we're in a little bit of a lull before the activity really ramps up this afternoon. Here is the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of 11 o'clock. Now it's 1:07 right now. We'll get a new intermediate advisory coming out at 2 o'clock that will have updated strength. But as of 11 o'clock, maximum sustained winds were at 105 miles per hour with winds gusting as high as 125 miles per hour. It's moving to the north-northeast at 14 miles per hour. And notice here is the National Hurricane Center historical path and track. And notice it's taken a little bit of a jog to the east, that center of circulation. But the cone does remain, taking it into the Big Bend area this evening between about 8 and 9 o'clock. So again, here's a look at that path. Also, notice this big orange area. That shows us the wind swath. So we're talking about tropical storm force winds, really just a huge wind field. They extend out 345 miles from the center of circulation. That means just about all of us will see some of those tropical storm force winds. By 8 o'clock, we're looking at a major Category 3 storm. Still, some of the models do want to take it up to a Category 5 regardless. We are talking about a powerful system moving onshore between Carabel and Perry as we head into the evening hours. And remember, we are on the front right side of this storm. That is where we see the biggest risk for severe weather and tornadic activity. Radar for us right now, scanning out, showing we're in pretty good shape. We're seeing a little bit of a lull, but we are seeing quite a bit of rain out over the Atlantic. These showers are riding off to the north. And as we loop the radar for you, you can see that general flow, that general movement, the showers moving right now kind of parallel to the coast. Starting to see some light rain moving up from Polk County. And the thing is, we've seen some sunshine in some spots. We absolutely do not want to be dealing with sunshine today. That will add to further instability, and that will help intensify some of those storms later today. Here's a live look outside. This is our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera in Daytona Beach. We're seeing cloudy skies, 83 right now. Winds are coming in out of the southeast at 13 miles per hour. This is a look at our current wind gusts, and just on time, we said we'd start to see some of those tropical storm force winds early this afternoon. That is the case in Sanford right now. Your winds are gusting to 41 miles per hour. You're looking at 38 mile per hour wind gusts in Melbourne, 37 mile per hour wind gusts in New Smyrna Beach. And Ocala, your winds are gusting to 25 miles per hour. These winds will continue to ramp up for us. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos is standing by with a more look at that, as well as more of our local impacts.
That's right, Julie. And as we take a look at extended wind gusts, as we look into that Big Bend area where we're anticipating landfall later today, Apalachicola currently with a wind gust at about 35 miles per hour. But notice you get back to Tallahassee, slightly lighter there at 29 miles per hour. Sustained wind speeds, though, for the rest of the afternoon will be between about 20 to 40 miles per hour. So we're talking about consistently blowing. But when we go into the afternoon and early evening, watch how these wind gusts really start to ramp up. So as we put the clock in motion, we started at 1 o'clock this afternoon and we head into the late afternoon. Notice those wind gusts are already picking up, getting closer to that 50 mile per hour wind gust range, and then they'll continue to go up. So look at this. That was the actual closest area for this hurricane to get closer to Central Florida. And notice that by 9 o'clock tonight, Ocala, you could, because you're on that far western half and even areas back to the west where we're under that hurricane warning, you could see wind gusts in excess of 71 miles per hour, and even all of that extending down into Wildwood in the upper 60s, low 70 mile per hour range for wind gusts. Across the interior and near the coastline, we're talking 59 to 61 mile per hour wind gusts at around 9 o'clock tonight. And then as we head into the overnight hours, things start to lighten up once again. So even though we're still dealing with upper 40, lower 50 mile per hour wind gusts at 1 o'clock in the morning, you'll definitely hear the winds howling out there, but it'll begin to kind of relax a little bit as we head into early Friday morning. So early tomorrow morning, you'll notice the winds start to lighten up just a little bit. Sustained wind speeds will still be elevated in the 20 and 30 mile per hour range, but eventually we will see that clearing as that system continues to pull to the north, so, and away from Central Florida. Now, as far as everything else is concerned, we look live downtown from our Light Orlando camera, delivering hope. You'll notice that we are getting some peaks of sunshine here and there, really not a whole bunch of sunshine. And again, we don't need that. We don't want it. The instability would definitely cause a lot more widespread severe weather, but you'll notice winds are gusting at 32 miles miles per hour, and it's 86 degrees. As we head into this afternoon and evening, though, things are going to continue to deteriorate, folks. So just get everything done now. That way you can be at home and be safe. Heading into the second half of the afternoon, squally, strong storms will definitely move in, packing winds anywhere between about 40 and 60 miles per hour, maybe even exceeding that in terms of wind gusts. As we head into the evening hours and overnight, we're talking more and more rain bands producing those heavy torrential downpours. We can see some localized flooding on the roadways. So if you're headed home early evening, be prepared to drive a little bit slower so you can get to your destination safely. We don't need you speeding. Plus, in addition, with all of the winds picking up, you could get blown around really quickly. You notice that the winds still this evening gusting at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. We also cannot rule out the potential for tornadic activity, folks. So we're talking about tornado watches in place until 8 o'clock tonight or late tonight. And then we'll also see the potential for maybe some rain-wrapped tornadic activity that happens with this tropical activity. Now let's go back to Lisa and Crystal over at the desk.
All right, Samara, thank you. Florida's Big Bend is bracing for the worst of this storm. News 6 investigator Eric Sandoval is in Perry, which is just southeast of Tallahassee. He specifically went to Keaton Beach to see what the conditions are like there.
Yeah, and Eric, we checked in with you earlier. You said you saw a few residents heading out of town. What are you seeing out there now?
Okay, so we're standing right along a place called Keaton Beach here in the Big Bend area of Florida. Maybe you know it. It's just a little bit southwest of Perry here in Taylor County. Right behind me, this is the Gulf of Mexico. Honestly, when photojournalist Megan Neely and I were driving up here, we were expecting to see some really, really choppy water, but you can see it is just calm as glass, at least for right now. In the distance, if you look closely, you may be able to see Hurricane Helene. She is out there and she is on her way. I'm holding my anemometer right now, which registers wind speed, and it is clocking just about 10 miles an hour. Of course, that is going to increase as Helene roars this way, has her sights set right on this place. Let's show you some of the homes that are over here. These homes are actually built for an event that is going to happen later on today. We're going to see storm surge here of anywhere between 15 and 20 feet. And you can see these homes are built on stilts. And you can see these homes have probably been here a while. They're a little aged on the roof there. Some of the windows are a little have some film over them. They're weathered. They have been here and they have actually survived these storms. So the owners of them knew what they were doing when they built them, number one. Number two, they also knew what they were doing when they heeded the evacuation calls. Let's take a look here around the marina. You can see there is not a single car. There is not a single person. Matter of fact, most of the homes are boarded up. For the most part, it looks like people have really heeded the evacuation call. Of course, as we've been reporting on News 6, a lot of them headed inland to the city of Perry. Not a hotel room to be had there, but the sheriff in Taylor County is even urging the people in the city of Perry to get out of harm's way and go inland even more. Of course, that is if you can find a hotel room. We checked. You can't find a hotel room for probably about a 100-mile radius. Of course, this is one of the bullseyes. We are going to be paying extra close attention to this area, and of course any damage that happens here as we monitor Hurricane Helene as she roars ashore here in the Big Bend area. For now, we are on Keaton's Beach. Eric Sandoval getting results. News 6.
And News 6's Mark Lehman is in Marion County right now.
Yeah, and this area is expected to get the worst of the impacts in central Florida. And he's been seeing a lot of residents making some last-minute preparations ahead of Helene's arrival.
Yeah, you heard what Eric Sandoval just said there, and it's a much different scene from where we're at in Dunnellon. This is the southwestern portion of Marion County, and for the most part, people are just going about their day like it's any other day. We're seeing a lot of cars on the roads. Most businesses are open. Some of them have closed. However, we've been speaking with people who've been getting some last-minute supplies and also making some last-minute preps around their homes, securing items, make sure those storm shutters are down. As for the weather, it's not bad right now. We had sunshine here earlier. Some clouds have just moved in. Slight breeze from time to time. It's not raining now. It was earlier. We're expecting things to get much worse as we get further into the afternoon and evening hours, and that's concerning for people who live here, including one woman we spoke to who lives in a nearby mobile home community.
Weather is, sometimes not as predictable as we'd like it to be.
Not at all.
It takes its turns and does what it wants to do.
Mabel Holman spent the morning doing some final preps around her home. The storm shutters are down and plants moved to her front porch ahead of worsening weather from Hurricane Helene.
If it's in a pot and it hits somebody's window or something like that, then you've got some damage that you've caused somebody else.
Marion County is expected to see flooding in some spots and powerful wind gusts into the evening. It's concerning for everyone who lives in the Dunnellon Square community. Holman says she just moved in last week and found a leak in her roof.
And where it was leaking, it's just barely leaking, but you never know what the wind's going to do. The wind is probably going to might cause some damage.
Officials say they're expecting downed trees and power outages from the storm. Those here telling us they'll be riding things out from their home, watching for changes and hoping for the best.
That's all you can do is just try to prepare and then hope that things don't get as bad as they're saying it's going to get.
Yeah, and back out here live, you're looking at the American flag off in the distance where you can see things are a little bit breezy right now, but again, nothing like what it's going to be like later this afternoon and into the evening hours. I've been checking with the Marion County Sheriff's Office, their Emergency Operations Center. They're issuing out reminders about school closures. They're closed today and tomorrow. Also, they're telling everyone, letting them know that the Citizen Information Hotline is open for anyone who has any concerns or wants to get an update on how things are looking in Marion County. Now, we're going to have crews out here throughout the day, keeping an eye on the conditions as we move into the evening, as Hurricane Helene moves closer to the area. We're getting those outer rain bands, and we'll keep you updated with how things look throughout the day. We're now reporting live in Marion County. Mark Lehman, getting results, News 6.
Mark, what a cute little dog she had, too. Yes, hopefully they stay safe tonight, Mark. Thank you. Well, meantime, in Sumter County, power crews are on standby, ready to respond to any power outages.
Yeah, that's where we find News 6's Ezzy Castro. And Ezzy, Duke Energy has thousands of crew members in the villages alone waiting to take action.
Yeah, to give you an idea, we're talking about 8,000 workers, yes, that are on standby. Actually, right here, I have Audrey Stasko with Duke Energy. Audrey, we've been here all morning. I know you've been really busy. What can you tell us about the crews?
Yeah, so you're right. 8,000 responders ready to go once the storm passes. We've got 4,000 responders right here at the Villages site. Basically, it'll be a check and adjust. Once, Helene hits and it's safe to do so, we'll deploy these resources across the state to get our Florida customers back on their feet faster.
Yeah, I want to say anytime there is a hurricane going on, we definitely do reach out to Duke Energy and all the other utility companies. I mean, gathering and having folks come here to help, I mean, that takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of work, and with just short time.
Yeah, so fortunately, Duke Energy has decades of storm response experience. We've got a detailed storm response plan that we're improve after every storm. But it takes a lot of coordination, not only with our neighboring utilities, our municipalities and things like that, but also with our contractors that came in, from across the country to assist Florida.
Yeah, we're talking about states and states. I saw Kent, Ohio. I know you guys are based out of Ohio. So, I mean, we're talking about men who are leaving their families to come out here and help others.
Yeah, men and women leaving their families, leaving their homes to ensure that Florida gets back on their feet faster. But you're absolutely right. So Duke Energy, we're a large company, so not only can we pull resources from our mutual assistance, but we can also pull from our own 6 states that Duke Energy serves, and we have lots of them here as well.
And Audrey, I know we were talking about this before we went on camera. You said safety is priority. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit about that?
Yeah, so safety is number one for Duke Energy, for our crews, our contractors, but also for our communities. So, we have certain policies and protocols, making sure that we don't, go up in bucket trucks if winds are over 35 miles per hour and things like that. We have a lot of safety protocols calls, but we encourage that for our customers as well. Stay away from downed power lines. With a Category 3, Category 4, we're going to see some extensive damage to our equipment. And so we just encourage our customers to, stay vigilant and be safe.
All right. Well, most definitely. Thank you. And we're out here. I know we are off State Road 471 out here in Sumter County. We actually have been here for a few hours. I know earlier this morning we were getting a lot of rain. We actually had to hunker down here right under this tent. But right now it's just pretty windy for the most part. But the weather is supposed to maybe change later on today. What do you tell your workers in that circumstance?
Yeah, so right now this is just really a gathering site for the workers. So they'll be in hotels, but our local line workers, they could be out restoring power right now. They'll go home, they'll rest. We'll wait for the storm to pass, and when it's safe to do so, we'll get out there, do some damage assessment.
Yeah.
That will be our first line of defense, where we'll actually see what's damaged, what equipment we need, and kind of deploy our resources that way.
Okay. Are there any other, the other day I heard about drones going out and assessing the damage. Do you guys use some of those drones as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we utilize a lot of technology. So drones to do that damage assessment, and, kind of patrol the line, see where there's issues. But we also use helicopters to do a lot of that damage assessment. We'll even go as far as using, a vegetation management saw that will help, for hanging from a helicopter to get debris and things off our transmission lines. So a lot of technology. We also have our self-healing technology that will actually reroute power if there's an outage. So
it's very interesting, and I love that you mentioned that, because for the viewers, it's not just about the trucks and the crews, but you have also technology that's out there to assess a lot of this damage. But thank you so much, and thank you for being with us here today. But yes, here in Sumter County, I know emergency officials have spoken about 2 shelters that are open right now. We actually went by this morning, and we did speak to a couple of folks that were evacuating from their homes, and they're going there just as a precaution because they do expect some, wind gusts later on, tropical storm wind gusts later on here in Sumter County, and possibly up to 4 inches of rain. Obviously, that all depends on Helene. But for now, live in Sumter County, Ezzy Castro, getting results, E6.
All right, Ezzy, thank you. Governor Ron DeSantis says there are tens of thousands of power crews ready to be deployed all across the state. The state has sent 130 generators to gas stations to keep the gas pumps running in case they lose power. The governor says 3,500 members of the National Guard are stationed, as well as members of the Florida Highway Patrol and Florida Department of Transportation. Now, we know it's dangerous to go out on the roads during a storm, but the governor also says to be careful around your house as well.
If you're sheltering at your home, be aware of the tree limbs that are on your property or adjacent to your home. Try to be in an interior room or away from limbs that could fall through the roof or window and cause harm. And we do see fatalities that happen in these storms because of tree limbs falling on homes. And you can have a great home that can withstand a Category 3 storm, winds. It's a lot more difficult to withstand a big tree falling on your roof. So take a look at that and know that that is a very real hazard when it comes to this storm.
Now, there are concerns of flooding out in Seminole County. The water's already high at Lake Monroe and the St. Johns River.
Yeah, News 6's Catherine Silver joins us live from Wayside Park along Lake Monroe. And Catherine, people have been out there picking up sandbags, but we see flooding in that area quite a bit.
Yeah, Lisa, I think a lot of that prep is actually already done. We went to a sandbag site this morning and it was closed, the county site at the Boomba Sports Complex. So I think a lot of people were there yesterday. It was quite busy. Today, it's really the calm before the storm. We here at Wayside Park, which is right along the St. Johns River in Sanford. You can see the boat ramp behind me is closed. No surprise with the storm on the way. In the distance, that is the bridge. The I-4 heads into Volusia County. You can get an idea of what the conditions are like, what the water looks like today in this live picture. We haven't had too much rain so far this afternoon. The sun is out. People really have been enjoying the weather while they can. I did speak with one man who comes here to fish often and spoke with him about what the water levels have been like in the last couple of weeks.
Extremely high. I was under the overpass just a few minutes ago, and there's no sand to even stand on down there, so it's extremely high. On the other side, it's kind of 2 feet off the wall, the Sanford side wall, so it's pretty high.
Does that worry you with more rain on the way?
I know, it's just going to be more flooding in the ponds and lakes, more inland.
Now, that has been one of the biggest concerns from Seminole County Emergency Management. All of the rain that we get, of course, drains down through the St. Johns River, and so many of our creeks and rivers are already full and don't have much capacity left. Here where we are at the St. Johns River at Sanford by Lake Monroe, it is close to becoming an action stage. Emergency management expects with the rain we get from this storm, it will be back into action stage, possibly even minor flood stage. We just have to wait and see how much rain we get. For now, I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, Getting Results, News 6.
All right, Catherine, thank you. We have already seen tornado warnings in Volusia and Brevard counties this morning. And in the last few hours, the Flagler County Sheriff urged people to stay vigilant.
Although the center of the storm is not near Flagler County, this is a very large storm. You can expect about 1 to 2 inches of rain through Saturday. Coastal areas may even see elevated tides up to 3 feet above normal, especially during high tide. Wind speeds are expected to range between 25 and 35 miles per hour, with gusts up to 40 or 50 miles per hour. The higher winds are expected along our coastline. It looks like we will be mostly spared from the wrath of Hurricane Helene. If you go out, drive safely and remember the roads may be wet. Remember, schools and the courthouse are closed on Thursday, but plan to reopen on Friday. Be safe.
All right, well, our coverage on Hurricane Helene continues next. We have our team of meteorologists who will be back after the break to give us a breakdown of that track of Helene.
We'll be right back.
It's Central Florida. You know weather is always changing.
Traffic's no different. It could be changing minute by minute.
We're just trying to make things easy. How do you dress the kids? Should you bring the umbrella?
Which roads to avoid and how I can get you guys to work safely.
And we're both Floridians.
I've been patrolling these streets for well over 10 years as a Florida State Trooper.
I've been forecasting for about a decade.
Why not get your information from 2 people who have lived it?
And loved it.
You gotta watch before you go.
The new and improved News 6 app is here. We've updated everything and added new features to make it even better, like a more customizable home screen where you can log in and see the stories important to you at a glance. Stream News 6 and News 6 Plus live anywhere, anytime, with picture-in-picture playback while you're using other apps on your phone. And now, the More For You section, which offers even more options for you to choose from. Download or update your app today. The new and improved News 6 app.
Having a pinpoint accurate forecast is so vital. We use the most advanced tools to examine those changing forecasts. Our powerful pinpoint Doppler radar constantly sends us updated data that we analyze. We take all that and turn it into information that you can trust, drilling down to your neighborhood, minute by minute. So while the weather is unpredictable, we're not. That's why News 6 can say, pinpoint accurate.
It's really about getting the truth, trying to dig down and figure out how this story impacts you.
These stories matter not just to us, but to the entire community.
We want to make sure you have everything you need to know, that we answer all of your questions.
And we're breaking down the whole story, what matters to you, and getting the answers you want.
Because that's what you need to know before you go to bed.
News 6 at 11.
Welcome back. Hurricane Helene gaining strength as it moves closer to Florida. I'm Lisa Bell.
And I'm Crystal Moyer. Landfall in the Panhandle expected in just hours. And right now, Central Florida is starting to feel the impacts. Our team of meteorologists has been keeping us up to date on all the latest conditions. So let's get right over to meteorologist Julie Broughton. We do expect our next update 5 o'clock, right?
Well, we get an intermediate update coming out at 2, so that will give us an update on strength and location and forward motion. Now, everybody's always wanting to see the cone. The cone comes out every 6 hours at 5 and 11. So the next track for us comes out at 5, but we'll get a new update here on the strength coming up in about 30 minutes. This is the update as of 11 o'clock. At that time, maximum sustained winds were at 105 miles per hour. We were seeing gusts to 125 miles per hour. Movement to the north-northeast at 14 miles per hour. So it is moving along at a pretty good clip, and we are still talking about a very large system with a very large wind field. Here's how it looks as we go in a little bit closer. Loop the radar for you. Again, a pretty symmetrical system, a very large system, but notice, again, we keep pointing this out, we are off to the east of that center of circulation. That is typically where we see the most intense weather, the best chance for some tornadic activity. We did have 2 tornado warnings in place earlier today, one for Brevard County, one for Volusia County, so the potential is there in the atmosphere. Here's a look at the track with the wind swath laid over it. So the hurricane, or the tropical storm force winds rather, extend out 345 miles from the center of circulation. So at some point, all of us will see at least tropical storm force gusts. Here's the most recent track. Again, we'll get a new track at 5 o'clock. It'll be really close to landfall by then, but we are still anticipating this to become a major hurricane with winds at 120 miles per hour by 8 o'clock. So that is a Category 3 storm, still not out of the realm of possibility that this could even be a Category 4 before it makes landfall. Remember, we're talking about pretty light upper level winds, and it is in areas of the Gulf of Mexico where in some spots water temperatures at 88 degrees, so that will really help it amp up throughout the afternoon. We're anticipating landfall somewhere between Carabel and Perry, again as a major hurricane, probably between 8 and 9 o'clock. Now, the hurricane hunters have been in there this afternoon. They've been doing lots of missions, flying in, trying to see what is going on and analyzing the strength. So they're looking at different levels there and talking about pressure around 960 millibars, and we've seen winds as high as 100 to 120 miles per hour in there. So we will get that new update for you coming in at 2 o'clock. Here's a look at the radar for you right now. We are scanning out. Most of us are seeing a lull in the shower, starting to see some little light rain right along the Osceola County, Polk County line. But I do want to point out all of these areas. That shows us where we have some of those storm reports coming in, and so we've already seen some gusty winds in some spots, especially with those tornado warnings earlier today. Where you see those icons, that shows us where we have seen winds at times greater than 40 miles per hour. So we'll continue to see, again, some stronger winds as we move through the rest of the afternoon hours. Here's how it looks out over the Atlantic. More showers. Now, right now, these are generally lifting off to the north, but those rain bands from the south will continue riding to the north. So over the next couple of hours, we'll begin to see things ramping up. Already, we are seeing tropical storm force wind gusts in some spots of central Florida. Here's how that looks. Sanford, your winds are gusting right now at 41 miles per hour. 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Leesburg and up to 38-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now in Brevard County and Melbourne. Now you've seen some high wind gusts in the Mico area as well. Now here's a look at the clouds and rain forecast for you. This in-house model has done typically very well historically with our systems in the Gulf of Mexico. So taking you through the afternoon hours, we stop the clock for you at 3 o'clock. Notice again, Helene will continue lifting to the north and northeast. Some of those more intense rain bands getting a little bit closer to us. So if you're in areas like Ocala, down toward the villages, down toward Leesburg, by around 3 o'clock, I think you could see some periods of heavy rain, some gusty winds. 5 o'clock, that starts to spread farther to the interior toward areas like Lake County, over into Windermere, Winter Garden, Ocoee, down toward the attractions. Most of you along the coast still dry around 5 o'clock, but that changes rapidly as we head toward the 6 o'clock hour. Melbourne, Mico, Grant, Valcaria, up through Cape Canaveral, Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, all seeing some of that rain. And remember, when we're talking about tropical systems, we have a lot of spin in the atmosphere, a lot of rotation. That's why we always talk about that potential for isolated tornadoes. That threat for isolated tornadoes will really go up for us between about 4 and 8 o'clock this evening. So again, you're seeing that heavy rain. And notice 9, 10 o'clock, as we are all still here with you throughout the evening hours, we will be looking at the potential of pockets of heavy rain from Palm Coast down through Metro Orlando, back down toward the attractions. Even though we think that Helene will make landfall by that time, and still some moisture lagging behind this system as we head through the overnight hours, but the winds will relax and things will really calm down for us as we head into our Friday. But still, we'll see some moisture lagging behind this system. Now, meteorologist Samara Kokinos is standing by, talking a little bit more about the hazards. And again, a lot of things we need to monitor as we head into the afternoon.
Absolutely, Julie. So when we look at this satellite imagery again, this is Hurricane Helene just racing up to the northeast at this point, and really is still going to maintain that strong hurricane status. So just not as a major hurricane. And once it's on land, it's going to slow down and weaken a little bit, moving into the Atlanta metro as a potentially still a Category 1 hurricane. So this is a massive storm. We're talking about the impacts really being seen all across Central Florida, the entire state at this point. But back here at home, this is what you can expect. When Julie broke down that hour-by-hour forecast, I want to basically kind of wrap everything back around for you. Storms will be scattered with those outer bands, and then as we head into the overnight hours, late tonight going into early Friday morning, that's where we'll see a little bit more consistent activity. But again, this is going to be bands of rain moving through. Winds will be gusting. They could get up to 70 miles per hour, maybe even exceeding those wind gusts, especially across our western zone. So we're talking about western Marion, right along the I-75 corridor and back to the west, and even possibly portions of western Sumter County could even see wind gusts up in that 70 mile per hour range, whereas everybody else across I-4 and back to the east will be closer to anywhere between about 50 and 60 miles per hour in terms of wind gusts. Flooding, there could be some localized flooding to deal with, and we could see anywhere between about 2 to 5 inches of rainfall with isolated maximums exceeding that, especially if you get one of those rounds of heavy rain that just kind of moves slowly, or it comes one right after the next. Hail, we're not really talking about a threat for hail, but tornadoes, definitely some spin-ups quite possible. And we're talking about they're usually kind of small, or they are going to be rain wrapped. So they're going to be very difficult to see. This is why you need to be already in your home, kind of just buckling down for the rest of the night. So once you get past that drive time home, really start to think about, hey, I'm just going to stay home and stay safe. Looking live from our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera from our Daytona Beach Sky Cam, you can already see the coastline, really those waves already starting to kind of push on shore. And we haven't mentioned much in terms of storm surge, because the majority of the storm surge is definitely going to be on the Gulf Coast, but we cannot rule that out here. I'll show you that in a moment. Temperatures currently in the mid 80s in Daytona, 85, with winds gusting at 23 miles per hour, sustained out of the southeast. So constantly blowing at about 10 miles per hour. That's going to ramp up in the second half of the afternoon, 20 to 40 miles per hour. Here's a better look at those coastal hazards though. High surf advisories in place all up and down the coast in the purple. So it's not just Brevard County, it goes back into Volusia and Flagler as well through Friday morning at 11. We'll also have a coastal flood advisory that extends back into Flagler County through Friday morning. But tropical storm conditions, we could also see the potential for beach erosion, because we are looking at those really strong winds, definitely picking up the breaking waves are anywhere between about 8 and 10 feet. Now look, here's the storm surge, the biggest storm surge, of course, in the Panhandle, going back toward Tampa, where you could see anywhere between 9 up to 15 feet, and maybe even exceeding that closer to the Perry area, going back into that Big Bend notch where they're anticipating landfall. But look at this. As we look back over at the Atlantic coast, so Brevard County, not much happening, right? Volusia, you get into northern Volusia going into Flagler and St. Johns County, that's where you could get up to about 3 feet of storm surge. So don't be surprised if you do see some of that beach erosion. We've been seeing it time and time again, and we've already have battered beaches that we're working on to kind of restabilize those situations out there. But tropical storm warnings in place across all of Central Florida, with the exception of I-75 back to the west in Marion County. You're under a hurricane warning until late tonight, until further notice, basically. We also have a tornado watch. Look at this. All of Central Florida in this tornado watch. So that tells you the potential for tornadic activity is definitely there. It happens anytime we get these tropical squalls moving in. We do have the potential to see a few tornadoes. We've already seen a tornado warning or two earlier today. With nothing confirmed, but the thing is, the potential for it is there. That's why we want you inside, especially late in the afternoon going into the early evening. This tornado watch will last through 8 o'clock tonight. And of course, as the conditions become less and less favorable for tornadic activity, you'll see some of those counties begin to drop off, and I would anticipate that to happen from the south going to the north at this point, or possibly closer to the coast. Excessive rain outlook. When we take a look at this model, you'll notice all of Central Florida, or a good half of it, anywhere here in this slight category. So that is a high category for the potential to see some localized flooding, especially when you get closer to those rain bands on the western half of Marion County, maybe even western Sumter County. But we can't rule out those downpours, of course, leading to some localized flooding across parts of Lake County and then going into Orange and even along our coast. So now let's go back over to meteorologist Julie Broughton for more on what's happening later on tonight.
Samara, we'll continue to see that chance of rain ramping up as we head to the day. We'll of course have much more on that, but I think okay, there's the planner for us now. We're going to see rain chances going up to 70% over the next couple of hours. And remember, along with that, we do have that threat of isolated tornadoes. Our entire Pinpoint Weather team is here. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos was with you starting at 2 o'clock this morning. She is taking a little break while we have that lull, and she will be back later this afternoon with us, and we will continue to keep a close eye on all of this for you through the next several hours, guys.
All right, Julie, thank you. News 6's Laverne McGee continues our live team coverage. She's at the Emergency Operations Center in Sumter County.
And Laverne, you just spoke with emergency leaders. They said they have an important message they want the public to know about.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a couple messages, actually, because they want to make sure that everybody is well prepared in case they get some bad weather here. Here at the command center, this is the Sheriff William Bill Farmer Public Safety Center. This is where they're gathered here, officials who are protecting the area that includes Wildwood, the villages, and some of the outerlying areas there here in Sumter County. They are telling us that they have 2 shelters open, that they are making sure that people are off the roads, and they also want to make sure that people know how to contact them if there's an emergency.
Should people be calling 911 if it's an emergency, or is there another number to call?
No, always call 911 if it's an emergency. Do not call 911 if it's not an emergency. We are getting calls from the public asking where their shelters are via the 911 lines, and that's a no-no. We have, in Sumter County, we have a citizen information center people can call for those type of questions. So that number is 352-689-4400. That's the number we want people to use. Do not call 911 unless it's an absolute emergency, and do call 911 if it is an emergency.
So again, they do have 2 shelters open. One is for people with special needs, the other one for the general public. They're going to be open all day. They said they're not going to close until they know for sure that everything is safe. They have closed all government offices. So this, of course, is just the emergency personnel who is here who are at work, but the rest of the government offices are closed. So you can't do any of that type of business. But again, they really just want to make sure that people are prepared. They are off the streets. They have everything they need, their food and their non-perishable items, that sort of thing. They want to make sure that everybody has what they need so that if things get bad bad here later on, everybody will be as safe as possible. So we're going to be keeping up to date with them here as we talk to them on and off throughout the afternoon. You can see right now it's a sunny day. It's a little bit windy out here, but other than that, it is, as they say, the calm before the storm. So we will send it back to you now, reporting live from Sumter County. Laverne McGee, Getting Results, News 6.
All right, Laverne, thank you. Marion County also has a shelter open. It's at Westport High School on Southwest 80th Avenue in Ocala. Pets are allowed.
In the meantime, their shelters, 3 shelters are now open in Orange County. The West Orange Recreation Center in Winter Garden and at the Golden Run Recreation Center in Winter Park are both open to people with special needs. There is a shelter at Barnett Park in Orlando that's open to the public. You can find all of this information on the homepage of our website, clickorlando.com.
All right, we want to check in on how things are looking along the East Coast right now. Brevard County leaders are set to give an update at any moment. We do know that we had tornado warnings already in Brevard and Volusia counties earlier this morning.
Yeah, News 6's James Barbero is live at Jetty Park. And James, when we last checked in with you in the last hour, you saw some windsurfers out there. The waves look pretty choppy.
Hey, Lisa and Crystal. So we moved just a little bit south down the beach from Jetty Park. We're at the Harbor Heights beach access. This is actually the beach access in my neighborhood where I live. But Jetty Park is just to the north that way, and that's where Cape Canaveral is closed today. Yes, we have seen some kite surfers, windsurfers already out here, which is expected. Anytime the water gets rough in Brevard County from any storm, always can count on that. Unfortunately, a year ago, there was a windsurfer who lost his life in conditions that were very similar to this, so keep that in mind, everybody. Please be very careful. Also seen some surfers, and we're going to pan to the south now and in the direction of the Cocoa Beach Pier. There's a man fishing right now. All right, I just got word that that press conference that Lisa alluded to from Brevard County Emergency Management is underway, so let's toss to that. We'll be back with you in a few.
That we saw or we're thinking we might, we're definitely still going to see the wind. So throughout the rest of this afternoon, into the early evening, and probably a little after sunset, we're going to continue to see those wind speeds pick up and the gusty winds go. So we're still talking about gusts in that 40 to 55, maybe even 60 plus along the barrier island. So still very much a thing we need to watch for. And definitely, just because it looks sunny out, now's not the time to take our eye off the ball. We really need to continue to hunker down and pay attention.
Yeah, I think one of the things we're most concerned about, given the conditions we're facing, is tornadoes.
Yeah, no, again, nailing it. Tornadoes are a big thing. Anytime you get this kind of weather comes through where it's a little sporadic, a little chaotic, tornadoes love chaotic atmosphere, and so that's really what feeds them. And so we're currently under a tornado watch. We're in one until about 8 p.m. It wouldn't surprise me if they extended a little bit longer, but really we want to make sure everyone knows, you know, when you have a tornado, what do, right? You go to your strongest interior room, like we talked about yesterday, find something to protect your head, whether that's a helmet or a pillow or whatever, you know, ride that tornado out, and then hopefully we don't actually see it and it passes, but we're doing the best things. But knowing what to do when a tornado warning is issued for your area, we want to make sure everyone's doing those kinds of things.
All right. Right now, we're anticipating Brevard Public Schools being open tomorrow. If that changes, we'll let you know. Also, you can always go to our website, brevardsheriff.com, the em.gov.
Yeah, embrevard.com.
Yeah, embrevard.com, and there could be updates on there about schools and everything else. One word of caution with all the wind and potential tornadoes and everything, a lot of times after it passes, everybody wants to go outside and assess damage. Be mindful of down power lines. Be mindful of debris that's been blown around and everything else. Just be very careful as you go outside. What we always ask is that you give us a little bit of time to assess the different neighborhoods and everything and see what kind of damage we have. Obviously, there are power crews that are standing by. A large contingency of that has gone up to the more impacted areas of Florida. But our team works very closely with them to make sure we get power restored very quick.
Yeah, we have FPL here with us in the building, so we're coordinating directly with them. So as things come up, they've got crews that they're mobilizing, you know, provided it's safe for them to get there. And to your point, we always want to give crews time to get out there and assess so that they're being safe, so that we're not exasperating problems, but we're solving problems.
Right. So in summary, right now, this will probably be the last time for this storm that John and I are talking to you through this. I do want to point out, John's got on his storm shoes. And if you know anything about John, you have to, he does messaging through his shoes. These are the storm shoes. These are the ones that we have to worry about a little bit. But John, I think this storm's gonna pass us by with no significant damage.
And that's what we're hoping to. Fingers crossed, we don't see any of those tornadoes make it all the way down for us. But again, the best way we mitigate this as a community is we limit our travel for the rest of the day to essential stuff. We're prepared should we get a tornado warning. Hopefully we continue to see good weather patterns for us. We get through to tomorrow and move on.
Yeah. Keep checking our websites for any updates about schools. I will tell you that from the Sheriff's Office perspective, we've already assembled a team. We will be pulling out first thing in the morning, early day, to go up to the more impacted areas and offer our assistance to our brothers and sisters up there and anybody in harm's way. So we'll update you more from that. But John, great job by the EOC team here. Level 2 activation, everything's working. This was actually a good chance to kind of test everything.
All right, we've been listening live to an update from Brevard County with the sheriff, the Emergency Operations Center, everyone just standing by and waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, and what's interesting with this storm is that even though we're not in the cone as far as Brevard County is not in the cone, they're still going to see some of the impacts of the high winds, the heavy rains. So, of course, we'll keep you covered on this on clickorlando.com, and we'll continue our coverage here on Hurricane Helene next.
It's Central Florida. You know weather is always changing.
Traffic's no different. It could be changing minute by minute.
We're just trying to make things easy. How do you dress the kids? Should you bring the umbrella?
Which roads to avoid and how I can get you guys to work safely.
And we're both Floridians.
I've been patrolling these streets for well over 10 years as a Florida State Trooper.
I've been forecasting for about a decade.
Why not get your information from two people who have lived it?
And loved it.
You gotta watch before you go.
The new and improved News 6 app is here. We've updated everything and added new features to make it even better, like a more customizable home screen where you can log in and see the stories important to you at a glance. Stream News 6 and News 6 Plus live anywhere, anytime with picture-in-picture playback while you're using other apps on your phone. And now, the More For You section, which offers even more options for you to choose from. Download or update your app today. The new and improved News 6 app.
Having a pinpoint accurate forecast is so vital. We use the most advanced tools to examine those changing forecasts. Our powerful pinpoint Doppler radar constantly sends us updated data that we analyze. We take all that and turn it into information that you can trust, drilling down to your neighborhood, minute by minute. So while the weather is unpredictable, we're not. That's why News 6 can say, pinpoint accurate.
It's really about getting the truth, trying to dig down and figure out how this story impacts you.
These stories matter not just to us, but to the entire community.
We want to make sure you have everything you need to know, that we answer all of your questions.
Now we're breaking down the whole story, what matters to you, and getting the answers you need.
Because that's what you need to know before you go to bed.
News 6 at 11.
At 3 p.m., Orange County leaders, including Mayor Jerry Demings, are expected to give an update on storm preps and the resources available. When that happens, of course, we're going to bring it to you live.
Yeah, but first, News 6's Darrell Baker is live from Orla Vista, which has a history of flooding. We've heard the mayor already talking about that area, and I imagine a lot of people there are concerned about what's going to happen over the next few hours. Darrell?
Yeah, you are right about that. Now, I'm here off of McKinley Street in the Oakcrest Mobile Home Park. Now, you can see right here, some of these homes were in swimming pools of water during Hurricane Ian. I was talking to homeowners. You see that white line right there on the home? They said that's how far the water came up to. So they're very concerned that that could possibly happen again, even with Hurricane Helene. Now, a lot of them are also concerned about right over the fence over here is a project that's been working by Orange County for their drainage project that they've been working on for a while. Now, it's been delayed in May, and that flood mitigation project will be stretching from Oakcrest Mobile Home Park here to Westside Manor neighborhoods. Now, it'll require evacuating and expanding 3 existing stormwater ponds to increase flood mitigation volume, also adding new pumps and pipes, and also more things to make sure that that water level stays low. Now, unfortunately, you can see that there is still a long way for that to be done. However, Hurricane Helene is going to be making landfall today, which is why so many people are preparing and making sure that their homes are protected. Here in Orla Vista, Darrell Baker, Getting Results, News 6.
All right, Darrell, thank you. Southwest Florida is still trying to recover from Hurricane Ian, which made landfall on the Florida Gulf Coast 2 years ago on Saturday. And while they are not taking a direct hit from Hurricane Helene, cities are seeing flooding from rising tide and storm surge. These are some pictures from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. Deputies are going through neighborhoods, helping people get through flooded streets already.
And we've got some new video coming in from the Gulf Coast of Florida there. Water flooding the streets of Venice, and that's just south of the Sarasota area. So as you can imagine, things are only going to get worse out there.
My phone was ringing, OCPS calling. Apparently school is still open on Friday.
All right, well, there you have it.
And we are expecting to hear from them in that press conference at the Orange County Emergency Operations Center coming up in about an hour. Our coverage on Hurricane Helene continues next. We'll be right back.
As a working mom of 2, I know how crucial it is to be ready for any type of weather. From sunny skies or a chance of rain, from tropical storms to hurricanes. So whether the sun's shining or the storms are rolling in, I'm here looking out for you, helping you start your day, staying ahead of the weather, and making your mornings a little brighter. I'm meteorologist Candace Campos. Let's tackle the day together, weekday mornings on News 6.
It's the latest stories that matter to you. That's what you need in the morning.
Exactly. You're walking the dog, getting the kids ready. You want to know what's happening in your neighborhood.
Plus the traffic situation.
So we're seeing those slowdowns right around 5:35, so please be careful.
And of course, is it going to be raining?
We're looking mostly dry this morning, but the kids do not need the rain gear for now.
You wake up, you can get what you need before your day begins.
That's what News 6 Mornings does every day. We've got your back.
You got to watch before you go.
Want the latest and most pinpoint accurate updates going on in the tropics? Then download the free News 6 Hurricane Tracker app. Sign up for push alerts with the most recent storm watches and warnings. Get instant live storm track models and local radar, all to help you prepare for what to do before, during, and after the storm. Tracking the tropics with News 6, and it's all in the palm of your hand. Just search WKMG in your app store.
Whoa, what is happening?
We're packing up our newscast and taking it on the road.
Oh, that's happening now?
Now, so let's go.
Every month, we're broadcasting live from a different community.
Because we want to speak with you, hear about the things that concern you most.
It's time you create the roadmap for our newscast. See what I did there?
WKMG hits the road live. Want us to come to your neighborhood?
Go to clickorlando.com/hitstheroad and tell us where to go next.
All eyes are on the fast-moving Hurricane Helene, expected to make landfall tonight as a major hurricane, and that means a Category 3 or higher storm. Thanks for joining us. I'm Lisa Bell.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. Helene is gaining strength in the warm Gulf water as it churns toward the Big Bend area. Our team of meteorologists have been keeping us up to date on the latest conditions, and we start now with meteorologist Julie Broughton pinpointing Helene's path. Julie.
Ginger, we just got that 2 o'clock update, and this is almost a major hurricane as of 2 o'clock. Maximum sustained winds are coming in at 110 miles per hour. Now remember, to be a Category 3 storm, we're talking about 111 mile per hour winds. So it is strengthening, a strong Category 2 storm moving to the north-northeast at 16 miles per hour. So it has picked up a little bit of forward motion on this track. We think it will make landfall shortly after 8 o'clock this evening in the Big Bend area, going in a little bit closer. So we're talking about to the west of Perry, the Carabel area, moving onshore again to the south of Tallahassee as a major hurricane. And we've been talking about the size of the system. I want to show you the visible satellite imagery. You can see the image start to develop as the sun comes up. We're talking about that huge system there. Remember, the tropical storm force winds extend out about 345 miles from the center of circulation. A little bit earlier, that eye wall kind of wobbled a little bit to the east with these systems as they are gaining strength. It's not uncommon to see little wobbles here and there. It is still, though, on a path toward the Big Bend area. That does not change the path of this system. Here's a look at the wind swath again. You'll notice that huge orange area encompassing where all we are seeing those tropical storm force winds as we head toward landfall later this evening, again between Carabel and Perry in the Big Bend area. Now I want to show you what's happening here across Central Florida with our radar. We are seeing a little bit of a lull in those showers. We saw some rain bands early this morning. Those even sparked a few tornado warnings for us in Brevard and Volusia counties, and we have already seen some gusty winds. Here's a look at those wind reports coming in. We've already seen tropical storm force winds in a lot of spots, trying to pick up on some of those wind reports for us. Those aren't working, but we have seen winds more than 40 miles per hour at times across our coastal areas. Now here's a look at the current wind gusts right on time. We thought we'd start to see some of those tropical storm force wind gusts by around noon. Right now in Leesburg, your winds are gusting to 46 miles per hour, but look at this. Everyone is dealing with those breezy conditions. Orlando, 36 mile per hour wind gusts. Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, almost at 30 miles per hour, and Cocoa Beach, 37 mile per hour wind gusts, 43 in Melbourne. Meteorologist Michelle Morgan is standing by and talking about the strengthening of the system. All the factors are there, Michelle, and we were talking about very warm Gulf water.
Oh yes, absolutely. As we take a look at the current sea surface temperatures here over the Gulf of Mexico, so atmospheric conditions will certainly be favorable for further intensification, and that's exactly what the National Hurricane Center is thinking. As we take a look at the sea surface temperatures, it is well above, again, that 79-degree mark. It's basically bath water, looking at 86, 87 degrees, so that's where that eye will continue to move over. That's that fuel for the system to continue to further develop. Also, Julie just showed you the winds, but I do want to show you the wind field again, just highlighting it's going to continue to really blanket our area as we go through the next several hours. We're going to continue to see tropical storm force winds, and especially counties that are closer to the Gulf side could potentially see gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So that includes parts of Marion County as well as Sumter counties. And of course, lesser amounts in terms of the wind gusts will be along our coastal zones, but also look at the direction of the winds out of the southeast. Anytime we see the direction out of the southeast is going to continue to increase the humidity, the moisture. We'll see the outer bands continuing to move into the area, so pockets of heavy rain is certainly possible. And because of that, the ground is already super saturated, so that's why we're thinking we'll see scattered flooding across the area when we begin to see those outer bands move in. So as you take a look at your local impacts here, so we'll start off with Brevard County. Again, the worst of the weather really for everyone will be later on this evening, lasting into tonight. And then wind gusts between 35 to 50 miles per hour. We can also see beach erosion Again, along our coastal zones, low-lying areas can see flooding as well, especially if you get a good downpour in your area. Now, rainfall potential, not much, but it can certainly cause a little bit of damage between 1 to 3 inches, and then locally higher amounts are possible. As we head over to Flagler County, again, the worst of the weather will be later on tonight. Gusts between 35 to 50 miles per hour, and there's also a tornado threat for everyone. I was looking at the Storm Prediction Center, the information, the entire area is under a slight risk, which is a level 2 out of 3. When that system continues to ride north along the northeastern Gulf, we're going to see a lot of spinning, a lot of rotation. We already saw that earlier this morning as Julie was talking about. She and Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, they were covering those tornado warnings, and we're not even finished yet. I do expect more of those warnings to be prompted later on this afternoon, lasting into the evening hours. As we head to Lake County here, we're looking at gusts between 40 to 55 miles per hour, rainfall potential between 2 to 4 inches. Marion County, as I mentioned before, the winds will be much stronger. We're looking at gusts between 60 to 70 miles per hour, can definitely cause some damage. Rainfall potential between 4 to 6 inches, and higher amounts are possible for your area as well. As we head over to Orange County, we're looking at those gusts between 40 to 50 miles per hour, and we're already dealing with those strong wind gusts at the moment. And then rainfall potential between 1 to 3 inches for your area. And Osceola County, same deal. Gusts between 30 to 50 miles per hour. Isolated tornadoes are possible. And then the rainfall potential between 1 to 3 inches. As we head over to Polk County, of course, we're not forgetting about you. We're looking at gusts between 30 to 55 miles per hour, a tornado threat in effect for you as well. So we'll continue to watch that very closely. And the rainfall potential between 1 to 3 inches. So as we head over to Seminole County here, we're looking at strong winds as well. Gusts between 30 to even 55 miles per hour. And then rainfall between 1 to 3 inches. And as we head over to Sumter County, also we'll be dealing with some strong winds. We're looking at gusts between 50 to 65 miles per hour. Tornado threat for you all, and then the rainfall potential between 3 to 5 inches. And as we head over to Volusia County, gusts between 30 to 45 miles per hour and rainfall between 1 to 3 inches. So here's a tornado watch. You can see the entire area under that watch. Now, Flagler was added not too long ago. For the entire area, that tornado watch is until 8, but Flagler County until 10. So the weather will be pretty active as we go through the rest of the afternoon leading into tonight, and then we'll begin to see the winds die down during the overnight hours and some sunshine heading into tomorrow.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And as we know, Central Florida has already seen a lot of rain this September. There are concerns of flooding in Seminole County because the lakes and rivers are already high.
News 6's Catherine Silver joins us now live from Wayside Park along Lake Monroe. Catherine, certainly in previous storms we have seen flooding there. I know a lot of people in that area have been taking precautions.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as you said, Lisa and Ginger, the water is already high, and that is why this area is a concern for Seminole County Emergency Management. Now, we have been checking in with them and watching the river in the last few weeks. This is the St. Johns River at Sanford, close to Lake Monroe. It is just below action stage right now. We're told with this storm, it's expected to be back up into action stage, possibly even minor flood stage. It all depends on just how much water we get. I do want to show you some video closer to downtown Sanford that we shot earlier. We drove down the river walk and we took a look at the seawall. If you're familiar with this area, there's only about 2 feet of it that are out of the water, so that gives you an indicator of just where the level is right now. We also drove down First Street this morning. It was honestly business as usual for a Thursday morning. We did see sandbags outside of one business lining the doorway. People are taking precautions as needed. They seem to be listening to the messages from Seminole County Emergency Management. Back here live, I did check in with Emergency Management. They just told me they expect to give us an update later this afternoon, hopefully around 4 o'clock today. They're continuing to share their messages for people to go to Prepare Seminole, their website, if they have any questions before, during, or after this storm. And we'll certainly, of course, stay in touch with them and share the latest information with all of you. I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, getting results, News 6.
All right, Catherine, thank you. Marion County is expected to see some of the strongest impacts in central Florida. In fact, the city of Dunnellon is still under a hurricane warning.
News 6's Mark Lehman spoke with people there about their last-minute preps.
This area where we're at in Dunnellon is in the southwestern portion of Marion County and is expected to see possibly some of the worst conditions in central Florida as far as Hurricane Helene. We've been talking with people who have been making those last-minute preps, getting supplies and securing items around their home. As for the weather conditions, they've been on and off throughout the morning. We saw some rain earlier. At this point, no rain, but we did see some sunshine earlier. Some clouds have since moved in. Those conditions, though, are expected to worsen throughout the day, and that's concerning for people who live here, including one woman we spoke with who lives in a nearby mobile home community.
Weather is, sometimes not as predictable as we'd like it to be.
Not at all.
It takes its turns and does what it wants to do.
Mabel Holman spent the morning doing some final preps around her home. The storm shutters are down and plants moved to her front porch ahead of worsening weather from Hurricane Helene.
If it's in a pot and it hits somebody's window or something like that, then you've got some damage that you've caused somebody else.
Marion County is expected to see flooding in some spots and powerful wind gusts into the evening. It's concerning for everyone who lives in the Dunnellon Square community. Holman says she just moved in last week and found a leak in her roof.
And where it was leaking, it's just barely leaking, but you never know what the wind's going to do. The wind is probably going to might cause some damage.
Officials say they're expecting downed trees and power outages from the storm. Those here telling us they'll be riding things out from their home, watching for changes and hoping for the best.
That's all you can do is just try to prepare and then hope that things don't get as bad as they're saying it's going to get.
And back out here in Dunnellon, we're expecting to get some gustier weather conditions into the afternoon and evening hours. Now, I've been watching the Marion County Sheriff's Office Emergency Operations Center, their updates, and they want to remind people that the Citizens Information Hotline is available, and reminding everyone that schools are closed today and tomorrow. There is also one shelter that is open at Westport High School in Ocala that opened at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We are going to be keeping an eye on the conditions out here in Dunnellon. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. In Dunnellon, Mark Lehman, getting results, News 6.
All right, Mark, thank you. Florida's Big Bend area is bracing for the worst of the storm.
News 6 investigator Eric Sandoval is live in Perry this afternoon, which is southeast of Tallahassee. And Eric, we checked in with you earlier today, and you said a few people who live there are heading out of town. What are you seeing right now? Are they heeding any warnings?
Well, I was going to hold my mic out and let you hear what we were hearing. Actually, now that the car's passed, I'm going to set out my microphone. Nothing. It is dead quiet here. This morning we saw, an influx of cars, and we can only assume that they were either, just getting out and getting some odds and ends done and then heading out of town, or, something else. But I'm telling you, within the last hour, we were at Keaton Beach. In between that time, these roads have basically just emptied out with the occasional car coming up the street here. Most of the cars we're seeing are actually Perry police. Again, I've been showing you these buildings in downtown. They are all boarded up. All the preparations are done. The one across the street, it's sort of funny, this one across the street, around the corner, it says we are open, but they're not. The sign's a little deceiving. One thing I do want to share about the people here in Perry, almost every live shot that we have done so far, during the live shot, a car will pull up right behind photojournalist Megan Neely and just watch us. It's usually a local, and 9 times out of 10, they offer us a place to stay, or they ask us if we're hungry or if we need something to eat. The outpouring of kindness from this population has just been overwhelming. They've offered us an office up the street just in case the weather gets really bad that we can hunker down. Somebody else offered us a room in their house in case we didn't have a hotel room. These are just the kinds of things that you don't expect when you are an outsider coming to somebody else's community to cover something really bad. They're welcoming us with open arms. Up in the sky right now, the big fireball up in the sky is the sun. I just looked at the radar, and there is a wide open space in between these bands of rain that are coming through the Big Bend region right now. we know that this is short-lived, so we are enjoying every sugar-coated minute of it. So I think in between now and my next live shot, we're going to just sit out in the sun and just live a little. We're live in Perry. Eric Sandoval getting results, News 6. Back to you.
Do it now while you can.
Eric, thank you. We do have some live pictures now. This is in southwest Florida, and I think I'm pronouncing this correctly. This is the town of Matlacha. This is in the Pine Island area, which is near Fort Myers, and you can see how rough it is already in that area. And, you know, the storm just getting closer and closer to the state right now.
Yeah, expect to see more of that, too. Video from the Tampa Bay area along Florida's Gulf Coast shows the storm surge turning roads into rivers. This is just a few hours ago, but you can see it's already making a mess in some places. And one of the places, when I used to live in Tampa, you go to Bayshore Boulevard, and normally the water would not come anywhere near the streets. But on a storm like this, you would find manatees just swimming in the streets because it just tends to flood there so often.
Yeah, the storm surge predicted to be as high as 20 feet in some
that's
spots.
huge.
We do have more video from Sarasota where the water is over the seawall and pouring into the streets right now. It's about ankle deep, we're being told right now. Some of this is because of the storm surge, but this is ahead of the intense rain that's also expected to come from Helene.
Again, it's a similar sight just up the coast in Tampa where you can see the waves crashing over the seawall in certain areas, creeping onto those lower lying ramps. After Hurricane Helene is expected to be a major Category 3 hurricane when it reaches Florida's Big Bend coast. Earlier today, the Director of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, spoke about some of the dangers to be mindful about around your home.
If you hear trees snapping around your home, treat it like a tornado. At that point in time, get to an interior portion of your home, most likely a bathroom, get as low as you can. If you have some type of protective material, a heavy blanket, a comforter, maybe a very, very small thin mattress, get to that point, put it over the top of yourselves and hunker down there. Treat it just as you would a tornado. You will hear tree snapping. Pine tree snapping sound an awful lot like fireworks or potentially gunshots. So please make sure if you hear that, act immediately. Get to the interior portion of your home away from glass, most likely a bathroom, and stay there until you hear that sound stop.
Boy, it seems like by the time you hear that, it is too late unless you are already in your safe place.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is that's pretty much all a lot of people who are in the storm's path are going to be able to do is just hear things because it will likely hit once the sun goes down and you can't see what's happening outside you. Well, we have seen tornado warnings already in Brevard and Volusia counties earlier today. This afternoon, the Flagler County Sheriff is urging people to stay vigilant.
Although the center of the storm is not near Flagler County, this is a very large storm. You can expect about 1 to 2 inches of rain through Saturday. Coastal areas may even see elevated tides up to 3 feet above normal, especially during high tide. Wind speeds are expected to range between 25 and 35 miles per hour, with gusts up to 40 or 50 miles per hour. The higher winds are expected along our coastline. It looks like we will be mostly spared from the wrath of Hurricane Helene. If you go out, drive safely and remember the roads may be wet. Remember, schools and the courthouse are closed on Thursday, but plan to reopen on Friday. Be safe.
And we do expect to get another update from Orange County and their Emergency Operations Center coming up at 3 o'clock. But breaking in the past 20 minutes or so, Orange County Public Schools sending out a message saying they also plan to reopen on Friday. Do not expect the impacts to affect Friday operations. Their staff will be going out and checking on all of their facilities before school reopens on Friday.
And that's good news for us, but you still have to think about the people who are really in the direct path of Helene's wrath there. Our coverage on Hurricane Helene continues next. We'll be right back.
Curious about the weather? Jump into WeatherWise on News 6 Plus. It's your go-to for a deep dive into weather. Sure, I'll catch you up on the current conditions, but we are going way beyond that. I've got the lowdown on those wild weather phenomena. Want more than a local forecast? How about hyperlocal? I'll zoom in and show you those details. I'll break it down, explaining the hows and the whys of the weather. Join me, News 6 meteorologist Jonathan Kegas for WeatherWise, weekdays at 8 a.m. on News 6 Plus and clickorlando.com.
It's really about getting the truth, trying to dig down and figure out how this story impacts you.
These stories matter not just to us, but to the entire community.
We want to make sure you have everything you need to know, that we answer all of your questions.
Now we're breaking down the whole story, what matters to you, and getting the answers you want.
Because that's what you need to know before you go to bed.
News 6 at 11.
Time and accuracy are critical when talking about weather. A wrong forecast can ruin a lot more than your day. I know it all boils down to you, your family, and their safety. So when I can pinpoint a storm down to the minute, I know that I have been able to make one of our neighbors' day, maybe even help keep their family safe. Knowing how the weather will affect where you are or where you're going with pinpoint accuracy down to the minute, that's what News 6 can do for you. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegas on News 6.
Whoa, what is happening?
We're packing up our newscast and taking it on the road.
Oh, that's happening now?
Now, so let's go.
Every month, we're broadcasting live from a different community.
Because we want to speak with you, hear about the things that concern you most.
It's time you create the roadmap for our newscast. See what I did there?
WKMG hits the road live. Want us to come to your neighborhood?
Go to clickorlando.com/hitstheroad and tell us where to go next.
Well, it is the quiet before the storm right now along Florida's Nature Coast.
Maribel Gonzalez is live in Steinhatchee with storm preparations.
Hurricane Helene is intensifying with every minute as it inches closer and closer to us. Many people in coastal towns just like this one in Steinhatchee are bracing for potentially catastrophic impact. Across Florida, a sense of urgency as Hurricane Helene nears.
I mean, rather be safe than sorry, right?
Preparations underway as Helene gains strength over the record warm Gulf of Mexico. The monstrous hurricane slated to slam into Florida's Big Bend coast Thursday evening, bringing with it dangerous winds, flooding, and potentially life-threatening storm surges.
When you're talking about 120, 125 mile an hour, potentially in Tallahassee, certainly on the coast as that makes landfall, those are not numbers that we've seen in recent years.
Well, we got to get prepared for the storm.
Mandatory evacuations issued for thousands of residents, nearly the entire state under alert.
You know, but it's best to be prepared for the unknown, because if you're prepared, you can manage it better. Any crisis much better.
At this sandbag location, all hands on deck. In this time of emergency, those serving time in Pasco County's correctional system.
Hi, ma'am, you're all set, okay?
Now serving others.
Helping, like today, with sandbags and really focusing on the residents of the community that are elderly or infirmed or, need some of assistance.
A couple years ago, I had to do it myself, and I have a bad back, so it wasn't easy. So, yes, I'm very thankful.
Now, we also know that power outages now a major concern, not just for folks here, but for people across the state. More than 25,000 of families and people affected by those. We also know that at this hour, hundreds of flights are impacted by this storm. Reporting live in Steinhatchee, I'm Maribel Gonzalez.
And meantime, in Sumter County, power crews are on standby, ready to respond to any power outages.
Yeah, and that is where we find News 6's Ezzy Castro with Duke Energy, with thousands of crew members in the villages alone.
Here in Sumter County, we did get some rain just a few hours ago, but officials here say that the weather should change later on today. Meantime, we're here at the Duke Energy Storm Yard. This is where they have trucks lined up, ready to go. We actually did a tour earlier today showing rows and rows of power trucks. Duke Energy told us they have 8,000 workers on standby. That includes line workers and support personnel. As for shelters, there are 2 open in Sumter. One is in Wildwood, the Wildwood Community Center. That is for people with special needs. The other is at the Sumter Fairgrounds in Webster. That's where we spoke to 92-year-old Avis Washington, who decided to evacuate this morning as a precaution. Why did you decide to evacuate from your home?
Because I feel safe here. I just feel safe, and I come here every time there's a storm. Yeah. When the shelter opens, I come.
Yeah. So you don't want to take any chances.
No way. I live where there's a lot of trees.
Mm-hmm. Officials say anyone in low-lying areas or in mobile homes may want to consider moving to the shelter as a precaution, but none of the evacuations are mandatory. Now, as for the weather, again, officials do predict that things will get a little worse later on today, and they want you to keep in mind and be prepared. In Sumter County, Ezzy Castro, getting results, News 6.
Ezzy, thank you. Governor Ron DeSantis says there are tens of thousands of power crews ready to be deployed across the state. The state has sent 130 generators to gas stations to keep gas pumps running in case they lose power. The governor says 3,500 members of the National Guard are stationed, as well as members of the Florida Highway Patrol and Florida Department of Transportation ready to respond.
If you have ever lost power in a storm, you know why those crews are so important. And while school districts are still keeping an eye on Hurricane Helene and its impacts, many have made decisions about classes on Friday. Marion and Sumter schools will be closed tomorrow, but Orange, Seminole, Volusia, and Brevard counties are planning to reopen. UCF also will resume classes on Friday. Osceola has a pre-scheduled student holiday tomorrow. You can find all of this information by going to clickorlando.com.
Our coverage on Hurricane Helene continues next as we head to break. Here's a live look from Key West, where it's looking a little nasty out there right now. We'll be right back.
As a working mom of two, I know how crucial it is to be ready for any type of weather. From sunny skies or a chance of rain, from tropical storms to hurricanes. So whether the sun's shining or the storms are rolling in, I'm here looking out for you, helping you start your day, staying ahead of the weather, and making your mornings a little brighter. I'm meteorologist Candace Campos. Let's tackle the day together, weekday mornings on News 6.
It's the latest stories that matter to you. That's what you need in the morning.
Exactly. You're walking the dog, getting the kids ready. You want to know what's happening in your neighborhood.
Plus the traffic situation.
So we're seeing those slowdowns right around 5:35, so please be careful.
And of course, is it going to be raining?
We're looking mostly dry this morning, but the kids do not need the rain gear for now.
You wake up, you can get what you need before your day begins.
That's what News 6 Mornings does every day. We've got your back.
You got to watch before you go.
Want the latest and most pinpoint accurate updates going on in the tropics? Then download the free News 6 Hurricane Tracker app. Sign up for push alerts with the most recent storm watches and warnings. Get instant live storm track models and local radar, all to help you prepare for what to do before, during, and after the storm. Tracking the tropics with News 6, and it's all in the palm of your hand. Just search WKMG in your app store.
Whoa, what is happening?
We're packing up our newscast and taking it on the road.
Oh, that's happening now?
Now, so let's go.
Every month, we're broadcasting live from a different community.
Because we want to speak with you, hear about the things that concern you most.
It's time you create the roadmap for our newscast. See what I did there?
WKMG hits the road live. Want us to come to your neighborhood?
Go to clickorlando.com/hitstheroad and tell us where to go next.
Our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues. Our team of meteorologists are bringing you updates. We promise we did not coordinate the black dresses today. We all just showed up. I think it's just we're just feeling a
on
little
a storm
dark.
day. Yeah.
Samira Kokinos is in the Weather Center right now, also wearing a black dress.
It was just sheer coincidence. All right, so we are all joined now by meteorologist Julie Broughton and Michelle Morgan. And ladies, we've been talking about Helene, of course, and this thing, we knew it was going to rapidly intensify, and it is also getting stronger.
It's almost a Category 3 storm. So we're talking about a strong Category 2 storm. All the factors are there for it to become stronger.
Yeah, and it's a fairly large storm too.
We saw that,
I was doing some research because I was just so curious. The wind field from the center, tropical storm force winds extends from the center all the way to the end, 345 miles.
Wow.
That's huge.
It's not going to miss any of us.
It's not going to miss anybody. That's why the impacts are so significant across the area through today and tonight. And I also looked at Hurricane Debbie, which happened, last month? The winds only extended 175 miles out.
Yeah,
So
that's much more typical. This
that is more typical.
Unusual for it to go out that far. And already a lot of us are feeling some of those tropical storm wind gusts. We'll get you started with the very latest, the 2 o'clock update. We get an intermediate advisory at 2 o'clock. We'll show you that in just a moment. But first, this is a camera from, this is Fort Myers, right? Is that where this is, Ashley? Yes. Lee County, yes. Just absolutely insane video there of that water washing over a bridge. And we are talking about a catastrophic situation as the storm makes its way up toward the Big Bend area. We got our most recent advisory. That video is just crazy. We got our most recent advisory, the intermediate advisory at 2 o'clock. For those of you new to tracking hurricanes or new to Florida, we get a full advisory every 6 hours at 5 and 11. And that full advisory includes a track. Now, when there are watches and warnings in place, we get intermediate advisories, and those come out at 2 and 8. They don't include a track, but they do include updated strength information. So as of 2 o'clock, maximum sustained winds. Oh, actually, now look at that. So this just updated. So it looks like we now have a Category 3 storm. They just updated this at 225. Maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. So again, now this is a major hurricane. This is a Category 3 storm, and it is continuing to move rapidly toward the Big Bend area and will make landfall as a major hurricane. So again, that is just updated that now we are tracking a major hurricane. And again, we're talking about a major hurricane with just huge size, so catastrophic impacts as it makes its way up toward the Perry area, working up toward Tallahassee, and it is moving quickly. It is moving to the north-northeast at 16 miles per hour, so a pretty good little clip there. This is satellite imagery. A lot of people have been talking about this. A lot of people have been asking us. You'll notice the eyes had a little bit of a wobble to the east. Regardless, the impacts are the same for us. This is not a major shift as far as the track. It is still on track to make landfall in the Big Bend area, and what that means for us is we will continue to see the potential of isolated tornadoes, heavy winds, strong rain, heavy rain, strong winds throughout the afternoon and really through the next couple of hours. We'll see that beginning to ramp up. Right now it is 2:31. I think by around 4 o'clock we'll definitely be tracking some more intense activity. This is the visible satellite imagery. You can see that picture developing as the sun comes up, a pretty symmetrical system, a very large system, as we were saying, one of the largest systems that we have seen over the last 20 years. So that is one reason that we are all going to be dealing with impacts, even though we are really nowhere near the cone. We're far away from where it will make landfall. But because those tropical storm force winds extend out 345 miles, that means we are all impacted. Here's the radar for you right now, scanning out, showing we're seeing a break in the showers. We did have some of those rain bands working through earlier this morning. And as that happened, where you're seeing these little wind icons, that shows us where we saw some pretty gusty winds. We'll try to query those for you, but we did see tropical storm force winds in Brevard County out toward the Cape. We're seeing some showers again out over the Atlantic, and we'll pull out a little bit wider for you and show you as we turn on the Tampa radar. Here is Helene continuing to work its way to the north. I'll loop the radar for you over the last hour so you can see the general movement again showing that move to the north and northeast. And notice most of the showers and storms very intense off to the east of that center of circulation. You hear us a lot talk about being on the east side, that front right quadrant in relation to how the storm is moving. So that encompasses all of central Florida, and it is in that part of the storm where we have the most likely chance, the best chance of seeing some isolated tornadoes. So that is why we are all under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock, except for Flagler County. Your tornado watch extends until 10 o'clock. Here is the clouds and rain forecast for you. We start the clock for you at 3 o'clock, so we're almost there. We'll start to see some of those showers developing across our western counties by around 3 o'clock. By 5 o'clock, when we're all here with you, we'll continue to see those winds coming in out of the southeast. And notice as some of these bands rotate through, we'll get a little bit of spin in there, so we could be dealing with that threat of isolated tornadoes. I do think that chance of tornadoes will go up between about 4 and 8 o'clock. Still dealing with some areas of heavy rain through 9, 10, even 11 o'clock, even though by that time Helene will have made landfall in the Big Bend area. And then we'll still see some lingering showers around 2 in the morning, but I do think things will improve for us a whole lot during the day tomorrow. Meteorologist Michelle Morgan is standing by. And Michelle, I know you've got the current wind and wind gusts pulled up, and we're already seeing some of those tropical storm force gusts.
Absolutely. I was just looking at the map here, Julie. So we are getting those tropical tropical storm force wind gust in Claremont at 46 miles per hour, but we are looking at 21 mile per hour winds sustained. And then we're looking at wind gusts at 46 miles per hour as well in Leesburg. So winds will continue to increase as Helene continues to ride up along the northeastern Gulf of Mexico. Now, keep in mind, look at the direction of the winds. So we're out of the southeast right now. So that's going to continue to not only increase the moisture and the humidity across central Florida, but also it'll continue to push up water along our east coast. So even though this is a Gulf storm, our east coast will certainly be affected by the strong winds. So we're looking at minor beach erosion, flooding in low-lying areas as we go through today, tonight, and also the overnight hours. As we take a look at what's going on across the Panhandle, clocking in wind gusts of 37 miles per hour in Apalachicola. As we head to Tallahassee, 26 miles per hour, and Horseshoe Bend getting gusts of 31 miles per hour. And that'll continue to increase as we go through the afternoon, especially as we head into tonight when Helene makes landfall in that general area. Now, coastal hazards along our coast, we are looking at a high surf advisory, which will expire tomorrow in the morning. Of course, there's a high rip current risk in those areas. We do have a storm surge warning on the west coast. We don't have any warnings along our coast, but we are looking at that high surf advisory. Winds continuing out of the southeast between 25 to 50 miles per hour, and the seas between 5 to 9, even 10 feet. So that can certainly cause some damage. The bays are choppy, and again, as I mentioned before, the rip current will remain high not only today, tomorrow, heading into the weekend. As we take a look at the storm surge map, here is the forecast line for Helene. Is expected to make landfall as a major Category 3 hurricane later on this evening. But along the west coast, especially for the Tampa area, could get storm surge up to 9 feet. The Big Bend region above 12 feet. So that is catastrophic. That will certainly be damaging for many of those areas as we go through the next 12 hours. And then along the east coast, up to 3 feet. And again, not catastrophic, but it can definitely cause some issues, especially with the ground being so saturated. We've been getting a lot of rain across central Florida, more rain on the way later on this afternoon. And then you have those strong winds pushing up the water along our coast. And just in case if you don't know what storm surge is, okay, so you have a storm in over the water, and it is churning up the water. So that is going to result in abnormally rise of the water. And what's that going to do? It's going to continue to push up that water along the coast and cause catastrophic flooding. And that's exactly what we're expecting along the west coast and the Big Bend area. Also, there is a severe weather risk for the entire area. We are under a slight risk, which is a level 2. This means that there's a threat for tornadoes. So we have this system that's going to continue to move to the north. A lot of spinning will be happening in the atmosphere. When we get those strong thunderstorms beginning to pop across the area, we'll continue to see that potential for the rotation. Ladies.
All right, Michelle, thank you. We do want to check in now on how things are looking along our East Coast. Again, as we've been mentioning, there were tornado warnings already in Brevard and Volusia counties earlier this morning.
Yeah, so News 6's James Barbero is live with us now. James, those waves earlier today looked pretty choppy. How's it going out there right now?
Hey, Lisa and Ginger. Hey, everybody. Rejoining you. Since about noon, I've been working my way south from Jetty Park here in Cape Canaveral. I'm at Cherry Down Park right now, and the tide's encroaching upon us. I want to look to the north, and you can see some people that are coming out to get a look at the water. Now, I've noticed from listening into our coverage of our team of reporters, most of them, if not all, are describing where they're at as being pretty calm. So it makes me think that perhaps, for the moment anyways, Brevard might have the roughest conditions across our viewing area. However, we should note that Sheriff Wayne Ivey, in an update from the county an hour ago, he stressed that no significant damage is expected here. They were expecting 2 to 4 inches of rain, maybe 6 at the most. In Cape Canaveral all day, it hasn't rained at all, at least not yet. They were expecting wind gusts in that latest update an hour ago that I heard in the high 40s to maybe mid 50 mile per hour range. And it's definitely getting windier. That's for sure. Now, the kite surfers are liking that. I've probably seen 5 or 6 of them, which I always do anytime a storm comes through, dating back 8 years, going back to my first storm. That was Hurricane Matthew in 2016. Surfers as well, kite surfers, and people in general who just want to come out and take a look at the beach. Now, you know that schools were closed in Brevard County today. In that update an hour ago, the county said that they expect to reopen schools tomorrow. Port Canaveral was closed today, just too windy for the big ships. And so the port says if you have a cruise that's scheduled to leave tomorrow or on Saturday, you better check with your cruise line to see if that's still the case. The sun did come out in the last hour, so it's kind of a weird feeling being on the beach, because if you didn't have all this wind and you didn't have this rough water, it would feel like a normal day at the beach right now. But it's not. Cherry Down Park is usually always full of families on weekends. Now there's maybe a dozen or two people just taking a look at the water. And you really don't need to look too long. If you've got a fix to get some fresh air and just see what it looks like out here, come on out, and trust me, after 10 or 15 minutes, you'll get enough of it. You'll feel like you want to go back inside, because being out here since noon, if we weren't working today, that's where I'd be, because it continues to get windier. But our coverage will continue from the beach. The good news in Brevard County, maybe it's the roughest conditions right now in our viewing area for the time being anyways, but the county management and the emergency officials, Sheriff Lane Ivy, they don't expect significant damage. Of course, you can't rule out if a tornado warning happens, because we typically see that in the county, but nothing to report so far, which is good. And again, it hasn't even rained yet.
Yeah, you just got to pay close attention, and you just can't get too complacent. James, thank you for that live update.
Yeah, and James mentioned we have been hearing from county officials today. In the last hour, Brevard County officials held their official briefing.
Yeah, they're telling people to pay attention.
We got a little bit of sort of clear air on the east side of the storm, but more is coming. And so while we may not be seeing the rain that we saw, or we're thinking we might, we're definitely still going to see the wind. So throughout the rest of this afternoon, into the early evening, and probably a little after sunset, we're going to continue to see those wind speeds pick up and the gusty winds go. So we're still talking about gusts in that 40 to 55, maybe even 60 plus along the barrier island. So still very much a thing we need to watch for. And definitely, just because it looks sunny out, now's not the time to take our eye off the ball. We really need to continue to hunker down and pay attention.
I mean, that's essentially what James was just saying on the beach. He goes, it's nice and sunny out here right now, but still, you know something is coming.
And be careful.
Of course. Yeah. We are keeping a close eye on a 3 o'clock news conference that's supposed to happen from Orange County.
That's right. And over the past several days, they've been offering sandbags because some communities have been dealing with flooding just from afternoon storms. We've certainly seen flooding after previous hurricanes. News 6's Darrell Baker is in Orla Vista, a community that has seen a lot of changes since Hurricane Ian left that neighborhood underwater 2 years ago.
Yeah, you're right, because I'm here in Orla Vista, as you said, here in the Oak Crest mobile home community. Now, they're talking about this right behind me right here. Now, this is a project that is a flood mitigation project for Orange County, and it's going to be stretching from here all the way to West Side Manor neighborhoods, and they'll be expanding the retention ponds and adding a pump and more. They really want this to get done because here in this community, as you said, they've seen a lot of flooding. I was actually speaking with Lydia Fernandez. Now, her home was impacted by the hurricane, so much so that they're still working on recovering from Hurricane Ian. She's hoping that they can get some support and help with this project and also protect her home from the upcoming storm. There's a big hole right outside. I'm not sure if you saw it back there, but drainage project. Are you concerned about that at all?
Yes, of course. They're still working. You know, they've been working for 2 years already, and they're still working on that thing. And we just hope that they, do a good job so we don't suffer anymore with all the water that comes from all the neighborhood, because we live in some kind of a, so the water comes this way all the time. Yeah, when it rains.
Yeah, no, she says that they've been living in this community for 14 years and never experienced anything like Hurricane Ian. She's hoping not to experience that again. So best believe that she, as well as so many other people here, are following instructions and doing everything they can to protect their homes, because a lot of them have been impacted heavily. They said it was like a swimming pool here in this area. A lot of them hoping for the best here, right here in Isla Vista. Jarrell Baker getting results, News 6.
Yeah, it was just awful during Ian, so hopefully it'll be much better this time around. Jarrell, thank you. And as we've been reporting in the past 20 minutes or so, Helene has been upgraded to a major hurricane, a Category 3 storm. And while it is expected to hit the Panhandle of Florida, Central Florida still, of course, will be feeling some impacts.
Yeah, Michelle Morgan was just telling us about the wind span of this thing. It is incredible. News 6's Laverne McGee continues our live team coverage from the Emergency Operations Center in Sumter County now. Laverne, they could get wind gusts of up to 65 miles an hour.
That is what I'm hearing. And you know what? We're going to ask our emergency director here to find out exactly what's happening with the storm.
Well, it's moving in the Gulf of Mexico as predicted. It looks like it may have slowed down a little bit. The only thing that hasn't materialized yet is the rain bands that we were expecting by this time. They are materializing on the peninsula, but right now they haven't really reached us here in Sumter County. So what I would say is that I don't want anybody to get a false sense of security with the dry air that's in here in between the rain bands right now, that some of this might materialize within the next several hours into the night. So we ask everybody just be vigilant, pay attention to what's going on with the weather. We plan for the worst and hope for the best, and that's what we're doing now.
Yeah, I mean, you would never know a storm's coming. It's sunny and very nice, a little breezy out here, but you do have shelters open, don't you?
We do. We're taking our protective measures as prudent. We have one general population shelter that's open, has some people in there. We also have a special needs shelter in Wildwood that has some folks in there as well, and they're both pet friendly.
Good to know. Very good to know. Well, thank you for stepping out. I know you're busy inside the command center with the staff. The rest of the government offices are closed. You guys are open, though, for only emergency purposes.
For today, yes, and then normal government operations tomorrow, if nothing happens.
Okay. We'll hope for the best. All right. Thank you so much. And we are live in Sumter County. Laverne McGee getting results, News 6.
All right, Laverne, thank you. Hurricane Helene continues to intensify as it tracks north toward the Florida Panhandle. The storm is expected to make landfall as a major hurricane in Florida's Big Bend region. That's going to happen later on this evening. It's already up to a 3.
Reporter Michael Yoshida is in Steinhatchee, Florida, where authorities say time has almost run out for anyone who wants to leave.
Here in Steinhatchee, Florida, right in the Big Bend area along Florida's Gulf Coast. You can see conditions calm right now, but we know in just a few hours things will drastically change. This is one of the areas where we potentially could see that 15, 20 feet of storm surge. It's that high water, those strong winds, as to why businesses have shut down, evacuation orders have been given, and why officials are asking people to take this storm seriously.
Please leave. Just please do. It's not worth it. Just get out. It'll either be here when you get back or it won't, but don't leave yourself in harm's way.
Officials are begging residents in counties around Florida to heed the warnings and evacuate before it's too late.
If you're on the fence about evacuating, please do. Go ahead and make that. Let me nudge you on off the fence. Do evacuate. If I wasn't a sheriff, I'd be evacuating somewhere else. You can believe it, because this is not going to be fun tomorrow.
The storm's far-reaching outer bands already bringing tropical force winds onshore and pushing water onto streets. The monstrous hurricane is slated to slam into Florida's Big Bend coast Thursday evening, bringing with it dangerous winds, flooding, and storm surges the National Weather Service described as unsurvivable.
When you're talking about 120, 125 mile an hour, potentially in Tallahassee, certainly on the coast as that makes landfall, those are not numbers that we've seen in recent years.
Millions of people around the southeast will feel the impacts from this monster storm, with schools and businesses closing and utility crews staging all around the region. And here in Steinhatchee, there's still visible signs of when Idalia hit last year. Behind me, you can see some of the damage to the docks around here. Also, the owner of this marina telling me they had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to replace some of these docks that were damaged by that storm. Again, every storm different, but those I've had a chance to speak with here in this town saying they don't want to risk it this time. That's why they've been following those evacuation orders and getting out of town. Reporting in Steinhatchee, Florida, I'm Michael Yoshida.
Well, in Lake County, officials are keeping a close eye on the St. Johns River as it is nearly a foot above flood stage already.
Yeah, the Astor community has a history of flooding, and people there are concerned about even more rain that's coming their way. Ryan Welch is live there with more. Ryan.
Yeah, ladies, it's actually a pretty nice afternoon here in Astor. The sun has been popping in and out behind the clouds in recent minutes, as right now it's behind there, but it's a nice little breeze right now. Everyone enjoying the day for right now. But folks around here don't need to be told twice. They know that things can change in the blink of an eye, and they know what could be impacting them as Hurricane Helene makes its way up the Gulf of Mexico. This is one of those areas that is easily one of the most susceptible to flooding in all of Central Florida, and it most recently was at a moderate level, which is of concern to a lot of people, including Bree Garcia. Now, she lives on Hazelnut Road with her wife. They've lived there for the last 5 years. They're not going anywhere. They're staying there with their neighbors. Things are good. They're in good shape right now, but they know that even though they were pleasantly surprised that the water level had receded when they woke up today, they know things can change in the blink of an eye, and they are hoping for the best tonight and moving forward.
It's almost like an adventure every time. I prepare, and then I prepare for the worst, and if everything goes smoothly, it's like, oh, we did it. We did the right things. And ready for next time. So I know what's in store. I know maybe 15, 20 years, this is going to be the norm, and maybe someday I will get flooded out of here. But for now, this is home. I don't plan on going anywhere. You have to take what Mother Nature gives. It's the price you pay for living here.
So that's the situation on Hazelnut Road, and in other areas in neighboring communities, it's been some water on the roads, but nothing catastrophic to this point. Obviously, everyone hoping that that situation remains the same. Now let's go back 7 years, guys. Who could ever forget Hurricane Irma and the major impact it had on everyone in Central Florida? See this tree right here? We're at the Big River Marina, just off the Astor Bridge. This tree right here, the water from Hurricane Irma came up to this point back in 2017. Doesn't look like too much. As you see the river right there, it was a big deal. In fact, it flooded several homes in the area, including the office building here. We spoke with Julie, who manages the facility, and she says everyone around here certainly hoping we don't have a repeat of that. We're going to keep our eyes on it. We'll be here all day covering the situation on the St. Johns River. Reporting live in Astor, Ryan Welch, Getting Results, News 6.
Yeah, we're all hoping for the same thing, Ryan. Cannot believe it has been set. When you said 7 years for Irma, thank you, Ryan. It's crazy because it seems like it just happened yesterday because we remember it so vividly. All right, we want to take you back out to those live pictures now. This is the town of Matlacha, which we now know how to pronounce thanks to a friend from Lisa's Facebook page.
Yeah.
This is in Lee County. It's in the Pine Island area, which is near Fort Myers. But when you look at this, look at how high that water is, and some of it's already starting to splash over that roadway.
Yeah, our viewer, Robin, emailing in
Yes.
that pronunciation
We had no
for
idea.
us, so we
I
appreciate
really appreciate that.
Yeah.
So Marion County is expected to see some of the strongest impacts in Central Florida. In fact, the city of Dunnellon is still under a hurricane warning.
News 6's Mark Lehman spoke with people there about their last-minute preparations.
This area where we're at in Dunnellon is in the southwestern portion of Marion County and is expected to see possibly some of the worst conditions in Central Florida as far as Hurricane Helene. We've been talking with people who have been making those last-minute preps, getting supplies and securing items around their home. As for the weather conditions, they've been on and off throughout the morning. We saw some rain earlier. At this point, no rain, but we did see some sunshine earlier. Some clouds have since moved in. Those conditions, though, are expected to worsen throughout the day, and that's concerning for people who live here, including one woman we spoke with who lives in a nearby mobile home community.
Weather is
sometimes not as predictable as we'd like it to be.
Not at all.
It takes its turns and does what it wants to do.
Mabel Holman spent the morning doing some final preps around her home. The storm shutters are down and plants moved to her front porch ahead of worsening weather from Hurricane Helene.
If it's in a pot and it hits somebody's window or something like that, then you've got some damage that you've caused somebody else.
Marion County is expected to see flooding in some spots and powerful wind gusts into the evening. It's concerning for everyone who lives in the Dunnellon Square community. Holman says she just moved in last week and found a leak in her roof.
And where it was leaking, it's just barely leaking, but you never know what the wind's going to do. The wind is probably going to might cause some damage.
Officials say they're expecting downed trees and power outages from the storm. Those here telling us they'll be riding things out from their home, watching for changes and hoping for the best.
That's all you can do is just try to prepare and then hope that things don't get as bad as they're saying it's going to get.
And back out here in Dunnellon, we're expecting to get some gustier weather conditions into the afternoon and evening hours. Now, I've been watching the Marion County Sheriff's Office Emergency Operations Center, their updates, and they want to remind people that the Citizens Information Hotline is available, and reminding everyone that schools are closed today and tomorrow. There is also one shelter that is open at Westport High School in Ocala that opened at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We are going to be keeping an eye on the conditions out here in Dunnellon. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. In Dunnellon, Mark Lehman getting results, News 6.
All right, Mark, thank you. Our coverage on Hurricane Helene continues next.
As a working mom of two, I know how crucial it is to be ready for any type of weather. From sunny skies or a chance of rain, from tropical storms to hurricanes. So whether the sun's shining or the storms are rolling in, I'm here looking out for you, helping you start your day, staying ahead of the weather, and making your mornings a little brighter. I'm meteorologist Candace Campos. Let's tackle the day together, weekday mornings on News 6.
It's the latest stories that matter to you. That's what you need in the morning.
Exactly. You're walking the dog, getting the kids ready. You want to know what's happening in your neighborhood.
Plus the traffic situation.
So we're seeing those slowdowns right around 5:35, so please be careful.
And of course, is it going to be raining?
We're looking mostly dry this morning, but the kids do not need the rain gear for now.
You wake up, you can get what you need before your day begins.
That's what News 6 Mornings does every day. We've got your back.
You got to watch before you go.
Want the latest and most pinpoint accurate updates going on in the tropics? Then download the free News 6 Hurricane Tracker app. Sign up for push alerts with the most recent storm watches and warnings. Get instant live storm track models and local radar, all to help you prepare for what to do before, during, and after the storm. Tracking the tropics with News 6, and it's all in the palm of your hand. Just search WKMG in your app store.
Whoa, what is happening?
We're packing up our newscast and taking it on the road.
Oh, that's happening now?
Now, so let's go.
Every month, we're broadcasting live from a different community.
Because we want to speak with you, hear about the things that concern you most.
It's time you create the roadmap for our newscast. See what I did there?
WKMG hits the road live. Want us to come to your neighborhood?
Go to clickorlando.com/hitstheroad and tell us where to go next.
All right, while school districts are still keeping an eye on Hurricane Helene and its impacts, many have made decisions about classes on Friday. Marion and Sumter schools will be closed tomorrow, but Orange, Seminole, Volusia, and Brevard counties are planning to reopen. UCF will also resume classes on Friday. Osceola has a pre-scheduled student holiday tomorrow. Of course, you can find all of this information at clickorlando.com.
Most of our theme parks are open today, but Helene has some of them adjusting their hours. SeaWorld Orlando is now closing this afternoon and plans to reopen tomorrow at 10 a.m. The Halloween events at Disney's Magic Kingdom and Universal Orlando have been called off for tonight. Our coverage on Hurricane Helene continues right after the break.
It's Central Florida. You know weather is always changing.
Traffic's no different. It could be changing minute by minute.
We're just trying to make things easy. How do you dress the kids? Should you bring the umbrella?
Which roads to avoid and how I can get you guys to work safely.
And we're both Floridians.
I've been patrolling these streets for well over 10 years as a Florida State Trooper.
I've been forecasting for about a decade.
Why not get your information from two people who have lived it?
And loved it.
You gotta watch before you go.
The new and improved News 6 app is here. We've updated everything and added new features to make it even better, like a more customizable home screen where you can log in and see the stories important to you at a glance. Stream News 6 and News 6 Plus live anywhere, anytime with picture-in-picture playback while you're using other apps on your phone. And now, the More For You section, which offers even more options for you to choose from. Download or update your app today. The new and improved News 6 app.
Having a pinpoint accurate forecast is so vital. We use the most advanced tools to examine those changing forecasts. Our powerful pinpoint Doppler radar constantly sends us updated data that we analyze. We take all that and turn it into information that you can trust, drilling down to your neighborhood, minute by minute. So while the weather is unpredictable, we're not. That's why News 6 can say, pinpoint accurate.
It's really about getting the truth, trying to dig down and figure out how this story impacts you.
These stories matter not just to us, but to the entire community.
We want to make sure you have everything you need to know, that we answer all of your questions.
Now we're breaking down the whole story, what matters to you, and getting the answers you want.
Because that's what you need to know before you go to bed.
News 6 at 11. Right now on News 6, Helene is now a major hurricane, strengthening to a Category 3 as it moves toward Florida. Several Gulf Coast cities already feeling the impact of this storm. This is a look at the rough conditions in Naples. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
Yeah, so glad to have you with us today. I'm Matt Austin. We are continuing to track this very powerful hurricane, Helene, as it works toward the Panhandle of Florida. Our team of meteorologists has been keeping us up to date on the latest conditions. We're going to start with Julie Broughton. She's been pinpointing Helene since this thing was barely a whisper. Now Julie is taking it on.
Yeah, and now we are already seeing tropical storm force winds across Central Florida. I'll show you those in just a moment, but first, this is the very latest information. A new update came out around 2:25. Maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour now. The hurricane hunters went in and they found that this is indeed a major hurricane. It is still moving off to the north-northeast. It's actually picked up some forward movement, now moving in at 20 miles per hour as of 3 o'clock and is a couple hundred miles south of Apalachicola, still on a path to make landfall, likely between about 8 and 9 o'clock tonight in the Big Bend area. Now, again, we've talked about this a lot over the last couple of days. This is a large storm. We already had some of those feeder bands working through this morning. We had 2 tornado warnings already today, one in Brevard County, one in Volusia County. Those both were allowed to expire around 11 o'clock. And we're starting to see some more of those rain bands now working up into Osceola County. Here's how it looks as we go a little bit farther to the south. Some heavy rain moving up toward Yeehaw Junction, right along the turnpike. Starting to see a little bit of activity, some light rain developing in the Dr. Phillips area, and we will see more showers and more thunderstorms really ramping up, I feel like, over the next hour to 2 hours. Here's how it looks as we pull out a little bit wider. Here is Helene. Look at all of the heavy rain off to the east of that eye. So again, that's where we typically see the roughest weather, is to the east of that center of circulation. That is exactly where we are. Here's a look at our Light Orlando Delivering Hope Together camera over downtown Orlando. A lot of cloud cover, but we've been hearing a lot today from our reporters in the field and hearing from different people that they've seen a lot of sunshine. That is not good news when it comes to some of these rain bands working through. The sunshine adds energy to the atmosphere, and we do not need that. 88 degrees right now in Orlando. Looking out at Daytona Beach, some blue sky on our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera, sitting at 86 degrees, and our Launch Credit Union camera in Cape Canaveral showing we are seeing those wind gusts at 38 miles per hour. Here's a look at our current wind gusts. Again, already a lot of us have seen at times those tropical storm force wind gusts at 40 miles per hour in Lakeland right now, 40 mile per hour gusts if you are in Melbourne, and if you're in New Smyrna Beach, you're seeing wind gusts at 43 miles per hour, but we're all seeing strong winds. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos is standing by for us, and Samara, we'll continue to see these storms ramping up as well as the winds.
Right, and the coastline is not the place to be in the water, and I'm actually watching somebody get in that water right now. So, I mean, walking up and down the beach, sure, but as the day goes on, we're going to see conditions continue to deteriorate. So it's not going to be a good setup to be in that water with 8 to 10 foot breaking waves expected, along with high rip current risk. And of course, those winds really pushing a lot of that water on shore. So when we take a look, we're at 86 with 31 mile per hour wind gust out of the southeast with sustained winds at 15 miles per hour. And as we head into the next couple of hours, you're going to notice the wind speeds, the constant blowing, the sustained wind speeds are going to range between 20 and 40 miles per hour. The wind gusts are going to follow suit and already are. So let's take a look here. As we start the clock here at 3, we're anticipating wind gusts to go from the 40 mile per hour range up into the 50 and even near the 60 mile per hour range. You'll notice that as Helene actually gets closer to landfall and it makes its closest approach to Central Florida as it will go into this evening, you'll notice those wind gusts actually crank up to near 75 miles per hour in areas like Ocala, back to the west of I-75 where that hurricane warning is currently in place. I wouldn't even rule out some 70 mile per hour wind gusts along western Sumter County. So it is definitely out there. While across the rest of Central Florida, across the interior, going back toward the East Coast, we're talking about tonight anywhere between 55 and 60 mile per hour wind gusts before things start to slow down a little bit overnight going into tomorrow morning. Notice as we get into 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, things are starting to improve a little bit. Wind gusts will be in the 20 and 30 mile per hour range. So it's going to be some time. We are pinpointing also some strong thunderstorms that will be in the forecast, possibly some tornadic activity. We have a bunch of watches and warnings that we'll cover along with all of those hazards county by county coming up in just a bit. Matt and Lisa.
All right, Samara, thank you very much. Well, right now, Helene has its sights set on Florida's Big Bend area. It's actually about 200 miles south of Apalachicola right now.
Yeah, the eye of the storm is expected to make landfall along the coast just south of Tallahassee. So we want to start, though, in Perry, southeast of Tallahassee. News 6 investigator Eric Sandoval is in downtown Perry, where the storm is expected to hit hardest. And Eric, last time we saw you, you put your microphone out to the street and we heard crickets. So
can do the same thing.
Yeah.
It is. You could hear a pin drop here in the streets, and I want to tell you why. We just got an update from the Taylor County Emergency Management Office, and some sobering warnings coming from them. They say they are requesting all residents and guests and evacuees refrain from returning to the Perry area until officially directed by the Emergency Operations Center once the storm has passed. This is the zinger here. If you or someone you know chose not to evacuate, please write your name, birthday, and important information on your arm or your leg in permanent marker so that we can notify your family when we find you. That's a direct quote from the Taylor County Emergency Management Office. With the exception of these two cars behind me, the streets here are basically vacant. It's the same at the coast. We actually went about 30 miles away from here to Keaton Beach earlier today just to see what the water looked like. It sits on the Gulf of Mexico. And, you know, we were really surprised at how calm the waters were there. You know, most of the people who live in Keaton Beach had already evacuated. It was basically a ghost town. The one family that was on their way out of there, they were still there packing up. They told us that their two cars were actually damaged by Hurricane Debbie earlier this year. In fact, you know, that's really good perspective as you come back out to me live here in Perry. This is going to be the third major hurricane that Perry and Taylor County has seen in the last 13 months alone. I was talking to a city official around noontime today. He said that his office at City Hall is still working to make repairs from the first hurricane that hit last year, and that was Hurricane Idalia. Of course, he's hoping, you know, Helene loses her steam a little bit, but it doesn't look like that's happening. We're live in Perry. Eric Sandoval, getting results, News 6.
It looks like she's gaining steam
Yeah,
right now.
Eric, thank you.
Yeah.
And she's now a Cat 3, or it is now a Cat 3. As Hurricane Helene gets closer to Florida, shelters are opening around Central Florida.
And there actually is one shelter open right now in Marion County at the Westport High in Ocala. It's on Southwest 80th Avenue. The shelter will also be allowing small pets, but you'll need to remember to pack their papers along with. In Orange County, there are 3 shelters open right now at the West Orange Recreation Center and Winter Garden, Goldenrod Rec Center in Winter Park, and at Barnett Park. In Orlando, pets are allowed at the West Orange and Goldenrod shelters, but they are not allowed at the one at Barnett Park. So keep that in mind if you have to. Hopefully
Yeah,
you won't have to
absolutely.
go to
So
one.
if you do need to evacuate, but a shelter isn't for you, we do have some options to share with you. Rosen Hotels and Resorts are offering distress rates. Those are rates that range from $69 a night at some hotels, including the Inn on International and at Lake Buena Vista. $99 a night at the Rosen Plaza. $119 a night at the Rosen Center, and $139 a night at the Rosen Shingle Creek. To reserve a room, call the number you see right there on your screen. It's 866-337-6786. And of course, we have all of this on our website.
I just love that they do that every time there's a storm,
It is
especially.
just-
You might think, oh, I wouldn't go there, but some of those folks who are maybe in Tallahassee or
Correct.
someplace
Yeah.
over on the coast would gladly come over here and stay at a Rosen
It's just
Hotel.
the right thing to do.
It is, yeah.
Well, in Central Florida, some of the areas that will see the worst of Helene will be our western counties.
News 6's Laverne McGee is live in the Villages in Sumter County. So Laverne, tell us what's going on out there.
Well, not too long ago, I had an update from the Emergency Management Director. I am here at the Emergency Command Center. This is the Sheriff William Bill Farmer Public Safety Center. He told me it seems calm here, but they are not letting their guard down. They say that later this afternoon, into this evening, they are expecting heavy rain and, of course, high winds. And their concern is that when the winds just keep battering and battering and battering nonstop, that's when you see trees go down, fall onto people's houses, cars, and that's where the danger lies. So they're asking everybody to remain indoors, be well prepared, and they're also asking people not to call 911. Take a listen to what he had to tell me. Should people be calling 911 if it's an emergency, or is there another number to call?
No, always call 911 if it's an emergency. Do not call 911 if it's not an emergency. We are getting calls from the public asking where their shelters are via the 911 lines, and that's a no-no. We have, in Sumter County, we have a citizen information center people can call for those type of questions. So that number is 352-689-4400. That's the number we want people to use. Do not call 911 unless it's an absolute emergency, and do call 911 if it is an emergency.
Okay, that was Laverne McGee out there for us. We want to get you right to, we have a press conference from Orange County. I believe Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings is going to be leading this thing. They're set to give us an update. Let's listen in.
In other words, early tomorrow morning. And as a result of that, what we're saying to our residents is you got to stay vigilant at this point. While we are fortunate that we're not having any direct impacts from Hurricane Helene, we do have some secondary potential impacts. Those are tornadoes. And so we want to get through that period of time. And we are still concerned, however, about the potential winds that could impact our community. In fact, the National Weather Service said that the forecast calls for sustained winds of 25 to 35 miles per hour. We're going to monitor that very closely because that is at 35 miles per hour. Our links and some of our first responding units make a determination whether or not to continue responding or not. So up until about 2 a.m. Tonight, that remains a critical period of time for all of us in our response mode. Also, they've said to us that we potentially could see another 1 to 2 inches of rain fall during that period of time. In terms of our shelters do remain open. As of about 2:30 today, we had 78 people in our general population shelters. In addition to the general population shelters, our shelters for for people with special needs, they remain open. The good news is that not many people have gone to those shelters. We have approximately 10 people who are in the shelters for people with special needs. We intend to leave the shelters open until about 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. At that point, we will likely look to closing down the shelters unless something extraordinary happens overnight. The Lynx bus service is continuing. Fortunately, the winds have not picked up to a sustained level, so Lynx is able to continue operating. They are monitoring the wind speeds as we move forward. Yesterday, we ended up passing out a total of over 32,000 sandbags. So it really became obvious to us that there were people concerned about localized flooding here within this community because they took advantage of the sandbag distribution here within Orange County. There have been numerous neighborhoods, unfortunately, over this wet summer who have experienced localized flooding. Many of them are really concerned about this storm and the potential impact on their neighborhoods. Most, if not all, at this point have fared fairly well because of the precautions that our public works and our utilities have taken at this point. So we see minimal impact in our neighborhoods around Orange County. Our utility companies, they're going to report in just a few moments. We're going to ask our representative from Duke and the Orlando Utilities Commission to come forward, and they will give you some updates on their numbers. Before I call on them, you may recall that yesterday we said to you that today we would not be, for unincorporated Orange County, I want to be clear about that, we would not open our landfill or our transfer stations, and that we would not pick up the regular garbage or trash pickups today. Those who did not have the regular pickup today, I just want to remind you that on Saturday, we will go back and we will pick up those who we missed today. Tomorrow, Friday, we will have our regular trash pickups in unincorporated Orange County. Our fire rescue department has continued to be at a high level of readiness, but I did want to report that we will be dispatching about 25 of our fire personnel to the Big Bend area to assist with the recovery efforts at an appropriate time, so our community will help those who will be in need as well. And at this point, I'm going to call on our energy personnel. We're going to start with Duke. Ms. Lisa Karan will come forward, and then we'll have Janice Osani from OUC. And after our energy representatives will speak, we're going to ask Mr. Scott Howard from the Orange County Public Schools to come forward, and then we'll have Division Chief Avery from the Office of Emergency Management. She'll come up and she'll kind of give some wrap-up comments at the time. So with that, we'll go to our energy personnel at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. On behalf of the 4,000 employees across Duke Energy Florida, I'm here to report that we have minimal outages as of right now, and we're standing ready and prepared to restore power to your home and businesses as quickly and safely as possible. As I stated yesterday, we have 8,000 resources strategically placed throughout the state, 3,000 of them locally nearby in Ocala, ready to respond. And as the day progresses, we realize that the increased wind gusts will cause trees to fall, limbs to fall into our power lines, creating possible additional outages. These conditions are critical to our crews being able to restore power safely. As soon as the conditions are safe enough, we will be able to get out and start diligently restoring power. In addition, with the heavy rainfall, we ask residents and visitors of Orange County to stay away, as down power lines could be hidden underneath all of the debris. Consider all lines energized, as well as tree limbs and anything in contact with the lines. Remember, electricity and water do not mix. And please report all power line hazards to Duke Energy or 911. We're committed to keeping our customers informed about the status of restoration efforts, and we will continue to provide regular updates through duke-energy.com, on social media, and encourage our customers to download our mobile app And to report an outage, text OUT to 57801. That's OUT out to 57801. Lastly, I just want to echo what the mayor said, to be vigilant and considerate of this time as the storm is still passing. Safety is of the utmost importance to us at Duke Energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Janice Osani with OUC, the reliable one. I'm here to let you know that OUC is prepared for Hurricane Helene's potential impact to our service area. So far, we also have minimal outages to our service territory. As of the start of this conference, we had about 3 outages impacting about 250 customers. We'll be using our own line technicians, our own tree trimmers, and water techs to respond to any storm-related outages or issues within our service territory. Crews will work overnight as long as it is safe to do so. Additionally, we've enhanced our call outage support throughout the night. Once the storm passes through Central Florida, we'll work with our mutual aid partners to send line technicians to the Panhandle and Big Bend area. If needed, we'll also send water crews to assist. Rest assured that OUC prepares for storm season all year by strengthening our electric system, water infrastructure, and improving our outage management system. If you haven't already, please register at OUC for our outage alerts in English or Spanish by texting REG to 69682 to receive those outage updates straight to your phone. Customers can also visit OUC.com or call 407-423-9018 for additional information. Also, please make sure we have your most current contact information. The easiest way to do that is to visit my.ouc.com and log in. As always, and like everyone here, safety is very important to OUC for our customers, our employees, and our community. We're asking as well that you please stay away from downed power lines. In addition to avoiding anything that's come in contact with the ground or trees, please stay away from pooled water. It can become energized and is very dangerous. Additionally, a down line that is sparking, smoking, or burning is extremely hazardous, and you should call 911 immediately. We ask our customers to keep in mind that it's imperative to keep your children and your pets monitored as well in case they're outside playing. Unfortunately, storms are also a time when scammers or cyber criminals will use natural disasters to pretend to be utility companies restoring power. They attempt to trick customers into providing personal and financial information. Please keep in mind that OUC will never ask you for payment information over the phone, by email, or by text. If you are contacted, hang up. And if someone comes to your home and you feel suspicious, and just when that happens, do not open the door, close it, call your utility, and report it immediately to law enforcement. OUC does not enter a home unless we have an appointment for something like a home energy audit, and our employees and crew will always have an ID to show to you. Finally, I want to caution customers to use generators safely and never run one in an enclosed area or indoors. Always place the generator at least 20 feet from your home and never in an attached garage. Never ever please plug in a generator to your home's outlets because it could re-energize power lines and hurt somebody working on those lines. More information and tips, especially safety tips, are available at ouc.com/stormcenter, including our outage map, which is updated frequently. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Howard. I'm the Chief Communications Officer for Orange County Public Schools. And on behalf of our Superintendent, Dr. Maria Vasquez, we want to provide a Hurricane Helene update and share some important information to our families and our employees and community. I want to emphasize that our students, their families, and our employees are always first and foremost on our minds when we make decisions. After consulting with our safety and emergency management team and based on the National Weather Service forecast indicating considerably reduced winds by 5 a.m., all schools will reopen tomorrow, Friday, September 27th, and we will resume regular operations. All extracurricular and after-school activities will resume on Friday as scheduled unless determined by the school that they need to be rescheduled or canceled. Our school district and administrators will begin addressing any storm-related issues at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. to ensure that we are prepared for our students and employees to return to school and their work locations. We want to make sure that we emphasize that our students and employees be on the lookout for any of those hazards that were mentioned by the energy companies. We want to make sure that on their way to school or to the bus stops that they're on, or to work, that they're looking out for those as well. We will continue to provide updates through direct messaging to our families and employees, as well as social media and on our website at ocps.net. We ask that our families and staff take precautions overnight and be safe in the morning as they travel to school and work. Thank you, and now I'll turn it back over to Mayor Demings, Chief Avery.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here to help get all the messaging out to our residents and visitors in Orange County. So as Mayor Demings stated, we are just now entering the phase where the winds are going to impact Orange County. So we're hearing from the Weather Service, unfortunately the sun is out in some places, so people are going to let their guard down thinking everything's over, when in fact that may make the storm larger and create stronger winds for our area. So we ask that people stay off the roadways, continue to monitor local news media, and make sure that they're staying safe. We currently are a level 1 EOC, Emergency Operations Center activation, so that what that means is the room is packed with our stakeholders, our divisions, our different departments, all here ready, working, monitoring for any sort of response that's needed. As Duke Energy said, we expect, we're going to have, issues with trees with the high winds. I know sustained winds 25 to 35, but the National Weather Service also said we can get gusts up to 60 miles an hour today. And again, as Mayor Deming shared, that will go through 2 a.m. this morning. So I can't stress enough that we are just now entering the phase where the winds are going to impact Orange County. So continue to be safe, continue to monitor all local media, and we'll be sharing any information as if any changes occur. And thank you again for being here.
All right, thank you, Chief Avery. Also, we have had a conference call with all the municipalities here within Orange County. All have indicated they expect to reopen tomorrow for normal business. Our courts will also reopen tomorrow. So you've heard from our school district at this point, they will reopen. So for the families who need to plan accordingly for child care or other reasons, we are providing this information to you at this point. I'll open it up for any questions that you all may have at this time.
Okay, that was Orange County updating us on how it's preparing and how things are going to take place. The big news, if you live in Orange County, is that your kid's going back to school in the morning.
Tomorrow.
If you have a date at court, all of that is going to be back on
business as
scheduled.
usual.
Yes. All right, some breaking news now. Road crossing arms are stuck in the down position at several crossings across Seminole County. Might not sound like a big deal, but from Lake Mary to Maitland, they're dealing with this, and we're hearing it is causing some major traffic problems.
Yeah, the county says a blown transformer is to blame for all of this, and it could take several hours to fix. Our coverage on Hurricane Helene, now a Category 3 storm, continues next.
Hurricane Helene is inching closer to Florida, and we can feel her tentacles here. This is Interstate 275. We've been watching this for the last few hours. There was no water on the road before, but it is definitely getting on the road. Still people driving in this area. This is the Howard Frank Bridge. It's in the Tampa area.
Howard Franklin
Bridge, thank you. You lived there for a while. Meteorologist Julie Broughton is tracking the latest with Helene right now. People are feeling it on the coast.
Yeah, we're feeling those strong wind gusts even inland as well. We'll start you out with the very latest information. We are now tracking a major hurricane. This is a Category 3 storm. The National Hurricane Center provided us an update at 3 o'clock showing those winds are now up to 120 miles per hour. It's moving to the north-northeast at 20 miles per hour. And as of 3 o'clock, it was about 195 miles south of Apalachicola. Still on track to make landfall, likely around 9 o'clock or so this evening in the Big Bend area. As we go in a little bit closer, that's where we are thinking that center will move on shore. However, we are already feeling the impacts because of the size of this system. We had some rain bands move through earlier today, this morning. Those sparked a few tornado warnings for us, and we're seeing some more of those bands beginning to move up into central Florida. So we'll start out with what's going on in Orange County, taking you down toward Oak Ridge. You're seeing some pockets of heavy rain down toward Weehawhoty as well, up toward Winter Park. And as we go farther to the south, down for those of you in Osceola County near the Harmony area, you're seeing some heavy rain back toward Deer Park into Brevard County, also seeing some pockets of heavier rain. Kenansville, you're getting some of this. Mico, you'll see some pockets of heavier rain riding up into your area. This will come out of the Fellsmere area, tracking up toward Grant and Valkyria. We'll loop the radar for you over the last hour, and you can see the general motion. These showers generally riding off to the north, pulling out again and showing you all of central Florida. Notice we're not seeing a whole lot of lightning out there. Typically with tropical systems, we don't see a lot of lightning. However, we've seen a few lightning strikes here and there. Here's a wider look out. We're turning on the Tampa radar for you so you can see Helene. Again, some lightning right around that center. The roughest weather is sitting off to the east of that center of circulation. And we always talk about the front right quadrant of these systems. That is where we have the best chance of seeing isolated tornadoes. And definitely we've seen some sunshine today. That is not good news, so that further destabilizes the atmosphere. So we are going to see our risk for tornadoes going up as we head through about 4 to 8 o'clock tonight. Here's a look at the clouds and rain forecast for you, rolling you through the rest of the afternoon into 5 o'clock. Still talking about some pockets of heavier rain by 6 o'clock. I think that will really ramp up. Here's what's happening along the coast. Areas like Brevard County still mostly dry. The bulk of the activity will be across our western counties and as far east as southwest Orange County. But notice how everything spreads to the east as we move through the evening hours toward the 8 o'clock hour. Still some pockets of heavy rain. That tornado watch is in place for all of our counties until 8 o'clock, except for Flagler County, where that tornado watch is up for you until 10 o'clock. I do think we'll see some showers through the overnight hours, but the bulk of the activity should wrap up for us by around 10 o'clock. Here's what it looks like for you right now. This is our Light Orlando Delivering Hope Together camera over downtown Orlando, where we are seeing some blue sky out there. So along with that sunshine, that helps to further destabilize the atmosphere for us. It is 88 degrees right now in Orlando. Look at that. Winds are gusting to 30 miles per hour. Here's a look at our Daytona Beach Sky Cam, our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera. 86 degrees right now, and look at the winds on our Launch Credit Union camera in Cape Canaveral. We are really talking about some strong winds there. And it was Brevard County that did have that tornado warning earlier today. Your winds are gusting to 38 miles per hour. Actually, right now, it looks like in Melbourne and Mico, you are seeing tropical storm force gusts at 40 miles per hour. Winds are gusting to 31 miles per hour in Claremont and in Leesburg. And we are just talking about really windy conditions everywhere. 43 mile per hour gusts right now if you are in New Smyrna Beach. So again, we'll continue to see these wind gusts increasing as we move through the next couple of hours. Again, a reminder that we are all under that tornado watch. That is until 8 o'clock with the exception of Flagler County. That is in place for you until 10 o'clock. Current temperatures for us, again, we were hoping that it wouldn't warm up quite as much as it has. Right now, you're sitting at 90 in Titusville, 90 in Cocoa Beach. It is 88 degrees right now in Kissimmee, 90 in Winter Haven. Remember those breaks in the clouds and that sunshine that just further destabilizes the atmosphere and will help to fuel those showers and storms as those rain bands work into our area. Again, we are tracking Helene, which is a Category 3 storm already, feeling those tropical storm force winds across our area. We will continue to keep a close eye on all of this. Our next full update comes out for you at 5 o'clock, so we will all be here, and we will have much more on that coming up in just a few minutes.
News 6's Troy Campbell is in Sumter County, where power crews are stationed ready to respond.
Yeah, Duke Energy has 4,000 crews in the villages alone, thousands more set to mobilize at any moment. So, Troy, how are officials saying people should prepare there?
Yeah, so we just stopped at the Wildwood Community Center. This is one of two evacuation shelters that people can head to with the storm, the other being at the Sumter County Fairgrounds. Good news is, if you have pets, both of them are pet friendly, so they do encourage people to bring their pets with them. Also, they do want to remind people of the villages that development was created with the 100-year flood plan. So they do say you should be okay to sit out the storm from inside your house. However, if you are in a different area and you do need to shelter, we did chat with the people here about what they have available. Take a listen.
And explain what is being offered to the community.
Okay, so it's a place for people to shelter. Those that may be oxygen dependent or have medication that needs to be refrigerated, we have a place here, as well as having a safe place. We offer some meals so that they also have something to eat.
What goes into preparing something like this?
Meetings. Our local county emergency manager generally decides whether or not to open shelters, and then we open. There's a setup crew that comes in and helps set up all the cots and everything, and then we have shifts of people who come in to work.
So yeah, it's quite the operation. As for what they can expect for this area of Sumter County, we're told that tropical storm force winds should start beginning this morning, and we can definitely tell you those winds have picked up since we've been here. So far, we've been able to dodge any rain, but this area could get 2 to 4 inches. So they do say flash flooding could happen in some of the low-lying areas. But we're going to continue to monitor this. And as they say, those power lines are going to continue to be a problem spot as we do have these wind gusts that continue to just pick up. Live in Sumter County, Troy Campbell, Getting Results, News 6.
All right, Troy, thank you. We want to check in on how things are looking along the East Coast, even though this is on the other side of the state from where Helene is supposed to hit. They're still seeing and feeling its impact.
Yeah, you would think by the amount of space between that thing and the east coast of Florida that not much would be going on. Well, guess again, Brevard County was under a tornado warning earlier this morning. News 6's James Sparvero is there live for us. James, when we checked in with you earlier, you told us people are at the beach. It was pretty windy out there. I can see those flowing locks on you right now. Still pretty windy.
Yeah, Matt, this is the benefit of not getting your hair cut for a year. It's a good prop during a storm. But in all seriousness, at the Cocoa Beach Pier, you can see that there are some kids out here right now. I believe my nephews called this skimboarding when they used to take this up. Now, I'm a little surprised I don't see a surfer, because I typically see surfing every time there's rough weather, any story in Brevard County. It doesn't even have to be a hurricane. But right now, the water appears to be maybe just too dangerous. It looks like the current is bringing the waves up from the south, so it almost looks like they're crashing sideways. Proof of that was when I watched some surfers earlier. They would start out where we were standing, and they'd get in the water, and then they'd end up like 100 or 200 yards north of us and then have to walk back. But looking at the pier right now, it is closed today. The only person here from Westgate is their private security, just to make sure nobody tries to get on the boardwalk. The tiki bar at the end of the pier, I'm reminded of Hurricane Matthew in 2016. Now, that was a Category 5 storm that never made landfall, but it was out there in the Atlantic, and it damaged the old tiki bar at the time. So Westgate went ahead and rebuilt the tiki bar after that storm, and now it's bigger and better than ever. Brevard County schools, by the way, they were closed today. They expect to reopen tomorrow. If you have a cruise this weekend, Port Canaveral says check with your cruise line to see if your cruise is delayed. Matt and Ginger.
All right, James Sparvero, you stay away from those skimboards, James. I have seen they do some damage.
Yeah, they can.
All right, thank you, my friend. Well, our Pinpoint Accurate weather team has the latest updates on Helene. That is coming at you next.
And we are continuing to track Hurricane Helene. We have team coverage for you throughout the afternoon. Our entire team is in watching the system for you as it continues to get closer to Central Florida, and we are feeling the impacts. We'll start you out with a look at the very latest information. As of 3 o'clock, maximum sustained winds were at 120 miles per hour. It is moving to the north-northeast and will make landfall likely around 9 o'clock or so in the Big Bend area between Carabel and Perry. But we are talking about a large system. Here's a look at the visible satellite imagery. You can see that image developing as the sun comes up. We're talking about a large system, a well-defined system, and those winds, the tropical storm force winds, extend out 345 miles from the center of circulation. So because of that, many of us are already feeling those tropical storm force gusts. Radar for us now showing after a little lull in some of the showers already. We're seeing some periods of heavier rain now down, moving into the Melbourne area, up toward Rockledge and Port St. John. You're seeing some pockets of heavy rain. That goes over into East Orange County. If you're in Winter Park, Altamont Springs, up toward Sanford, you're also seeing some heavy rain back toward Ocoee. And these showers will continue to increase for us as we roll you through the rest of the afternoon hours. We'll take you back out wide, showing you all of Central Florida. Again, those rain bands riding to the north, and we will keep that threat of tornadoes in the forecast as well. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos is standing by. And Samara, you've got a wider look at the radar, giving us a bigger perspective here.
Absolutely. So you can really see kind of those bands that are moving along our coastline. But if you look to the north, some of these bands associated with Helene are already triggering quite a few tornado warnings and even a confirmed tornado just outside the Warner Robins area in Georgia. Coming back into Florida near Chipley, there was a brief tornado warning there and still is, or just expired rather. But what we can anticipate, like what Julie mentioned, is that we're going to see that instability continue as we heat up with those peaks of sunshine out there today. So tornado watch is in place across all of Central Florida through 8 p.m. with the exception of Flagler County. Your tornado watch will be in place through 10 o'clock. So that tells you that the environment is rich for spin-ups to happen, and they could be rain wrapped. Flood watch is also in place through 8 o'clock on Friday morning for all of Central Florida. And be ready for a little bit of localized flooding on the roadways. Julie?
Samara, we're going to take you hour by hour through the rest of the afternoon and time out these showers and storms with those rain bands that are rolling through. Here's the clock at 5 o'clock for you. Notice the winds continuing to come in out of the southeast. That will help to push the showers off to the north, but notice by 6 o'clock, I'll step out of the way so you can see what's going on in our coastal areas like Brevard County up into Volusia County. We'll see the showers becoming more widespread by 6 o'clock. I think our risk for isolated tornadoes goes up as we head into the evening hours. So by around 8 o'clock, some of that, though, beginning to calm down. Brevard County, Cape Canaveral, down toward Melbourne, seeing some light rain, some heavier rain in areas like Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, as well as Leesburg. And again, Ocala also seeing some of those heavier showers as we take you through the evening into the overnight hours. I think most of this will begin to wrap up a little bit for us, but still we can't rule out some pockets of rain. Now, here's your pinpoint accurate forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Freedom Health Medicare Advantage plans.
As we take you through the rest of the afternoon, again, look at those wind gusts. We are seeing winds gusting up to around 40 miles per hour at times. And again, the radar showing here is Helene. All of those outer rain bands continuing to lift up towards Central Florida with our chance of rain staying around 90%. That tornado watch in place for 8 o'clock area wide, except for Flagler County, which is in place until 10 o'clock. Stay with us. We'll have much more on Helene after the break.
Post in the comments if I'm bouncing around too much. But I just noticed that tornado warning and just want to give everybody a heads up here. Mariana, Florida, Chipley, Florida. That's just to the west of Mariana. Jackson County, Florida until 4:15. Tornado warning in effect. And again, so we're already seeing this and like the storm's not even there yet. So that's going to be the real issue kind of going forward here is going to be these supercell thunderstorms really starting to crank up as well. Speaking of crank up, this is on the Atlantic side. This is Port Canaveral, Brevard County. That is a tropical storm right there. And we're so far away from the center that we're going to be able to get those tropical storm force winds. The storm is just so large, but some big time gusty winds there at Port Canaveral in Brevard County. along the Space Coast. Shout out to our friends in Brevard. We're also watching some of this the storm surge flooding that is coming in. This is Horseshoe Beach. The camera froze on me. I'm going to try to reset that. But nonetheless, that is what we have kind of going on there. Already coming up into Horseshoe Beach. Of course, you may remember with Idalia, we had some big time flooding in Horseshoe Beach. This is from the storm surge coming in, and the same kind of deal here. And that's what we're looking at in terms of that situation. Let's see here. Let's refresh some of these, see if we can get them to play live again. As you might imagine, sometimes the connectivity is a little, when you're in a situation like this where you got the wind blowing everywhere. So that's the tornado warning again. That's going to be to the west of Tallahassee. Again, there are our live cameras brought to you by WeatherStem. I'm going to try to get them in motion again. Stand by. That is a good question. Where is Horseshoe Beach? Well, I'll show you. Let me get back to the screen here with the cameras, and we're going to go find Horseshoe Beach. It is going to be into the Big Bend, on the eastern side of the Big Bend. Got to pull up.
It is all hands on deck. Sports anchor Ryan Welch is in Astor tonight.
That's right. And Ryan, you talked to a homeowner who has seen flooding before and is afraid this is going to happen again.
That's right, Matt and Ginger. No one likes to wait, right? Nobody likes to wait, especially people around here in Astor, but they're used to waiting. These folks are storm veterans. They've ridden out far worse storms, but they are all waiting to see what sort of impacts Hurricane Helene will have on them. It's been a lovely day here so far. The sun's been out, in and out of clouds. There's a little bit of a breeze in the air right now, but there's also an anxiety in the air because they know the St. Johns River, the situation with that at a moderate level earlier this morning. It's not going to take much for that to become problematic for a lot of people. So far, so good in terms of the big picture, but they know it doesn't take much for that to be a problem because this area is one of the most susceptible to flooding in all of Central Florida. No one knows that more than Bree Garcia. She lives on Hazelnut Road with her wife. They've been there for the past 5 years. They're not going anywhere. They love it there, and they're certainly going to ride this thing out unless it gets really dicey later on. But the situation has been pretty good for them so far. In fact, Bree says she was pleasantly surprised when she woke up today to find that the water had receded a little from where it was last night. But again, they know what big storms can bring, so they are remaining hopeful that everything works out tonight.
It's almost like an adventure every time. I prepare, and then I prepare for the worst, and if everything goes smoothly, it's like, oh, we did it. We did the right things. And ready for next time. So I know what's in store. I know maybe 15, 20 years, this is going to be the norm, and maybe someday I will get flooded out of here. But for now, this is home. I don't plan on going anywhere. You have to take what Mother Nature gives. It's the price you pay for living here.
That is the price you pay for living here for sure. Folks love it in the Astor area. Now, Hazelnut Road, not the only one low-lying that has been susceptible to flooding. We saw some issues on Fox Road a little earlier on. That's just a stone's throw away from where Bree lives on Hazelnut. Hurricane Irma. Who could ever forget Hurricane Irma's impact on Central Florida just 7 years ago? It's been 7 years, 2017. Well, the folks here in Astor certainly do. At the Big River Marina here, this office building was completely flooded. All sorts of homes up and down the St. Johns River alongside here also flooded. So folks know that they can't count their blessings yet. They're certainly hoping for the best as we go through tonight and moving forward. Reporting live in Astor, Ryan Welch, Getting Results, News 6.
Yeah, that water is something else. Thank you, Ryan. Of course, we are keeping a close eye on major Hurricane Helene heading toward Florida. We'll be right back.
from the Hurricane Center. The wind speed unchanged. Look at the pressure. The pressure is now down to 951. At 3 o'clock, it was at 959. So we've now dropped 8 millibars in the last hour. This thing is about to really, really strengthen. It's not good as well. We also notice, watch as this loops again. You're going to notice this area and this area, and you can really see that coming to fruition. We call those dueling cumulonimbus clouds. A lot of times that is a precursor of rapid intensification. They may show up better on the infrared. So let me go back to the infrared here and see what we can see. And you can really notice, let me get that track off, or that pass track off there, and then change the timeline. This is going to be over the last 2 hours. So you'll probably notice some big purple thing. There's one little purple blotch right there. And the visible is just, I mean, it's now your textbook. You have this big also white area hanging out across the wall, across the eye wall, and it is it's opening its eye. That is clearly now its eye. And again, look at where it's headed. It is completely still on track. So those whole things about it going east that we were talking about before, completely nonsense. Okay, so here we go. Troll of the hour goes to Sheridan. The storm surge never happens, I swear. Evacuate an entire area for nothing. It's crazy. Okay, so it's actually already happening, and the storm is 100 miles away. So Sheridan, congratulations. You are the troll of the 4 o'clock hour. Here's the storm surge flooding in Horseshoe Beach. And again,
live from clickorlando.com and WKMG. We're getting results in your neighborhood now at 4 p.m.
Now at 4, parts of Florida already seeing the impacts of powerful Hurricane Helene. The storm is now a Category 3. This is video from the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. Deputies said neighborhoods in the city of Anna Maria are already starting to see some flooding. This is right near St. Petersburg and Sarasota.
And video from Bonita Springs in southwest Florida shows how the heavy rain there has filled the streets with water. Some communities with a history of flooding are concerned that Helene will bring that to us here in Central Florida. This is News 6 at 4. I'm Lisa Bell.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. People in Seminole County have spent the last few days picking up sandbags. Emergency leaders are set to give an update in just a few moments. We'll get to that as soon as it starts.
Our team of meteorologists have been working hard, tracking Helene, taking a look at the impacts and what we can expect.
So let's start with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos. Candace.
Good evening, everybody. Yes, we are still waiting for that 5 o'clock advisory that will be coming in less than an hour. We got hurricane hunters still in that system, still really trying to get the best information, the best data, so they can continue to really hone down on the landfill as well as the intensity. All right, so let's talk about the latest update. The 4 o'clock intermediate advisory has sustained winds still at 120 miles per hour, again, making it a Category 3 hurricane. Still, we are still talking about a very large system. We'll get more into details on that, but first, let's listen in on that Seminole County presser.
Telecommunications, emergency management, personnel planning and logistics, as well as the public information staff. We are monitoring, of course, the progression of now Category 3 Helene, Hurricane Helene. While we are outside of the cone, the size of this hurricane has made it very important for us here in the Emergency Operations Center and our first response agencies, as well as public works agencies, to be able to respond quickly and efficiently to this emergency. So that's why we're here activated in the EOC. We also have our Citizens Information Hotline open for anyone that may have questions during the event, 407 407-665-0000. We ask that our residents stay safe. Of course, as we get into the evening hours, we're going to see some tropical storm force winds here in Seminole County. Some of those, of course, could be sustained winds. So please, if you don't have to, stay at home, stay off the roadways, allow our first responders to respond efficiently to any emergencies that they need to respond to. We have been in contact with Florida Power and Light and Duke Energy. While they're not here in the EOC today, we have asked them to be, of course, on call for us. There's lots of line crews here in the county that are ready to respond, and they have responded. We've had about 3,000 customers roughly that have lost power during the event so far, but most of those have been restored almost immediately. So we continue to, as we identify power outage throughout the community, those power companies, which are also staging to go up to the Panhandle, they're responding very quickly here in the county to restore our power. And we're going to continue to do that. They'll continue to do that as long as it's safe to do so. Obviously, if there's strong tropical storm force gusts, things like that, there may be a slight delay in getting the linemen out there to fix that. Remember, if, though, you do come up on an intersection where the power is out, please treat that as a four-way stop. We have seen a lot of injuries and unfortunately some fatalities in our previous hurricanes when individuals barreled through an intersection that was without power. So, again, if you come up on an intersection and there's no power there at the intersection, please treat that as a four-way stop. Earlier today, a transformer blew as one of these squall lines came through. A transformer blew down in the Altamont Springs Longwood area, and that triggered the railroad arms to go down at State Road 436, Ronald Reagan, State Road 434, North Street, Plamosa Street. That caused a major road issue in the Altamont Springs and Longwood area. They're still recovering from some of that congestion, so we are asking people, if you can avoid those areas for right now, allow the railroad crews and the power company to do their thing and get those arms up. They are putting those arms up manually, and they're opening up those roadways. Our hope is that we have no major damage here in Seminole County, but with that in mind, we are planning to reopen Seminole County tomorrow. Seminole County Public Schools and our 7 cities, as well as county government, does plan to open tomorrow. So that, again, is barring any type of emergency or deep impact as these squall lines come through. But right now, the plan is to respond to anything that does happen overnight and to reopen everything tomorrow. If you experience damage inside of your home, we ask that you can call our non-emergency line. Obviously, if it's an emergency, call 911. But if it's a non-emergency, just to report the damage, if you could call our Emergency Operations Center, 407-665-1010. Again, 407-665, 5100, 407-665-5100. Or you can go to prepareseminole.org, and click the damage assessment report button there. If you lose power overnight or in the evening and you plan to use a generator, please practice generator safety. Carbon monoxide calls are often the leading cause of injuries and death after a hurricane. So if you are planning to use a generator, please make sure that generator is at least 20 feet away from the home, away from windows, air conditions, things like that, anything that could intake the air into the home. Localized flooding is a possibility. We've already seen localized flooding over just the last few weeks with the normal rain showers. Not a lot of capacity. We've been saying over the last few days, not a lot of capacity for additional water, and we are getting additional water as these squall lines come through. So please be careful driving around. Turn around, don't drown, and be careful as you drive through there. Our sheriff's office and our fire department have upped their crews to respond to any type of emergency that happens now and throughout the evening and into the morning hours as this hurricane gets closer to us. Meanwhile, they are also preparing to respond up into the Big Bend area. Our sheriff's office has a 32 deputy crew that is planning to go up and deploy up to the Big Bend to help near Dixie County and around Dixie County. Our urban search and rescue task task force, which is made up of Seminole County, Orlando, Orange County firefighters, professionally trained in the urban search and rescue to get into homes that are damaged and destroyed and save lives. They are preparing to mobilize to go up into the Panhandle as well as this storm moves forward. So we want just everyone to please be careful throughout the evening. As it gets darker, these winds are going to start to pop up a little bit, and the storm's going to get a little closer to us. So we just ask that you be safe during that time period. We will be here in the Emergency Operations Center and our first response agencies ready to respond to any type of emergency. So that's it for here in the Emergency Operations Center here in Seminole County. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, sir.
So, Alan, is there a specific mile per hour wind that will affect emergency response for 911 for either police or fire?
Yeah, so we're continually monitoring. So anytime there's a hurricane event, we monitor the wind gauges that we have, and most of those are attached to our fire stations. So we can see exactly when it gets to a threshold where it's unsafe for certain vehicles to drive. So 50 mile an hour sustained winds is where it starts to get dangerous for some vehicles. So, and we have those tiered down. So obviously like our ambulances, those big profile vehicles that are a little bit lighter, they may not run, while a fire engine may run because, of course, it's heavier. And we've even responded to calls in the Bearcats. Those are the armored vehicles that even during a hurricane. So if there's an emergency, we will get there. It's just what type of vehicle may show up may look a little bit different depending on the squall line that is occurring at that particular time. Any other questions? Yes.
When you're talking about localized flooding, what areas specifically do you think residents need to watch out for?
Yes, that's a good question. So.
And we're continuing to stream all of the press conferences, continuous coverage as well on News 6 Plus and on clickorlando.com. But we want to continue to show you the very latest. Hurricane Helene is at the 4 o'clock update. Now that it's starting to close in on that landfall, we are going to start getting more of those hourly updates. Sustained winds haven't changed, but the pressure, that continues to drop, indicating that it's still trying to strengthen as it approaches the coastline there. Right now, sustained winds still of 120 miles per hour. But I want to show you the last couple frames. We put the historical track on that, and if you notice, the center of Helene continues kind of wobble. Some people were really a little bit worried online that this was starting to take a turn closer towards the west coast of Florida, and that's not the case. But something that happens, especially as storms intensify as quickly as Helene is doing, sometimes that center wobbles. Storms don't roll completely on a straight line, so that back and forth wobble is something very common. But for the overall track, that has not changed much since almost yesterday evening. So this is the latest update. Look at this orange blob here. This basically indicates how far tropical storm force winds extend. We're talking over 345 miles from the center of Helene. So that's not even across the entire system. Now we are looking at it gaining strength potentially. I feel like it's going to go up a little higher in the next run here for the 5 o'clock update, since we did get that update already increasing the winds as of 4 o'clock. The landfall continues to be somewhere between Carabel and Perry later on this evening. We're talking inundated with storm surge, torrential rain, and of course catastrophic winds as well, of course, in that landfall zone. But outside of that system, here's a clear picture of the eye Helene on the radar right now, about 126 miles just west of Bradenton, still about 188 miles from the Big Bend there. But here locally in Central Florida, we are starting to deal with some of that wraparound moisture. This one squall line really not creating a lot of spin right now. That's certainly some good news, but we're going to continue to track some of these tropical downpours that continue to spiral through Central Florida. For more, though, on your local impacts, the timing of everything as we head into the evening hours as Helene makes landfall, meteorologist Julie Broughton is standing by with more on that.
Candace, we've been tracking the winds throughout the day today, and you can see this is a camera we keep going back to because it really tells the story of the winds across Central Florida. This is our Launch Credit Union camera out at Port Canaveral, where we have seen tropical storm force winds at times as we roll through the morning hours. Now, here's a look at our current conditions there, and that gives us an idea of what's happening with the winds. Right now, sitting at 88 degrees Winds are gusting to 36 miles per hour right now. Now, temperature-wise, I'm showing you these because we really were hoping that we'd see enough cloud cover that temperatures would stay relatively low today. However, some spots have even broken 90 degrees. Right now in Titusville, you are sitting at 91 degrees, 86 in Kissimmee, and it is 88 degrees in Wildwood. A lot of our reporters scattered across Central Florida have been talking about seeing sunshine throughout the day. Remember, that's not good news. We don't want that sunshine because that will help to further destabilize the atmosphere. And as more of these rain bands roll in, that just promotes more instability. Now, here's a look at our current wind gusts across Central Florida. A lot of us have already seen those tropical storm force wind gusts. Candace was showing us that wind swath with those tropical storm force winds extending out 345 miles from the center. Miko and Melbourne, you are both seeing winds gusting right now 47 miles per hour, 38 mile per hour wind gusts right now. If you're in Claremont, if you're in New Smyrna Beach, your winds are gusting to 43 miles per hour, and we will continue to see the winds getting stronger throughout the evening. Here's a look at that as we roll you hour by hour. Notice we stopped the clock for you around 7, 8 o'clock, and just about all of us are talking about those tropical storm force wind gusts. I do think if you're in Marion County, you could see wind gusts close to 70 miles per hour at times, and in taking you into the overnight hours, the winds do begin to back off a little bit. But finally, tomorrow morning, I think things will improve a whole lot for us, but we will see some moisture lagging behind some of the system as it continues to work its way inland. So your potential impacts overall, we are talking about a few tornadoes possible with that tornado watch up area wide until 8 o'clock. If you're in Flagler County, it is up until 10 o'clock. We'll go county by county for you coming up in just a few minutes.
Julie, thank you. We'll have much more coverage on the impacts of Helene in just a few minutes. You're watching News 6 at 4, Getting Results. We'll be right back.
News 6 Insider is sponsored by Orange County Library System.
For Jack's channel and WKMG, welcome as well. Keep posting your comments. If you have any questions, post them in. I'm watching all 3 feeds that this is coming on today, and we're doing that. All right, a question about the storm surge, the expected storm surge. I will show you the update to that. Got to find my storm surge graphic here real quick. I have so many graphics loaded up in this computer. It's around here somewhere. It's just like when you, I don't know if you guys are tab people. I say this a lot. But if you, it's kind of like having a bunch of tabs open because there's so much information to share and I want to just have it ready. Okay, so here's the latest surge and it has not changed much. So I don't know where exactly you were looking for, but I mean, we already have, it looks like some pretty significant stuff coming into Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key. Cedar Key is the far bottom live feed there from WeatherStem, and then Horseshoe Beach is the second one down, and all that stuff. That model was called the Barron 3 kilometer. So we it's a contract with where we get our weather data from. So it's another weather company that provides weather data. So you're not going to be able to find that kind of publicly like you can with the Euro or the GFS or some of those other government run ones. So there's the surge, expected surge. I mean, 9 to 12 feet is crazy. And then where the storm comes ashore, and again, putting the surge right here, this is where it's expecting the center to come because the worst of the surge is going to be right here at about 12 to 15 feet. There's room for a little bit higher as well. Who are we talking about? I'm sorry. It's hard to keep up with all the comments. Who are we talking about blocking? Because I'll get in there and make sure that happens. So a lot of people saying power outages coming back. So Georgia's not going to take a direct, well, they will, part of it anyway. Let me show you the future radar again for Georgia. You guys are going to be in an interesting situation because, I mean, it's not going to weaken much, the storm, But here we go. All this strong storms or all this strong wind is on the eastern side. And we're going to have to watch for those supercells right along the coast from about Savannah all the way up into the South Carolina, North Carolina border. Those are also supercell thunderstorms coming through. So it's that.
All right, we want to share some live pictures with you now. Take a look at this. This is Interstate 275. It is really starting to flood out there. These are live pictures. This is the Howard Franklin Bridge. It connects St. Petersburg to Tampa, Florida. It's in the Tampa area. And if you know anything about this bridge, you know it is pretty high up. So for the water to be coming over like that, that is incredible. And here is a look at Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. The water is starting to crash onto the roadway there, and that is another incredible scene because it takes a lot to flood that area. Helene is set to make landfall in Florida's Big Bend area later tonight.
News 6's Eric Sandoval is live in downtown Perry, which is southeast of Tallahassee. So Eric, how's it looking up there right now?
Well, you know what? We're waiting for that weather to leave the Tampa-St. Pete area and actually make its way north here. You know, I think our meteorologist has said it all afternoon. Perry is part of the bullseye for this storm. And so, you know, the whole city and actually the crew here, we've all just been bracing for it, waiting for it. And I think we're just about ready for this storm to make its appearance and get out of here. It has started raining, and I think this precipitation isn't going to go away until that storm leaves. Now, I want to get out of the way so you can see parts of downtown Perry here. You can see the streets are just empty. There is a mandatory evacuation in effect for Taylor County right now. We were at the convenience store earlier. A lot of people said they were staying, but they were very concerned. I have some video that we also shot of some of the streets. This, if you will consider this our before video, you can see the Chamber of Commerce is telling Helene to go away. Much of the rest of downtown is closed up and boarded up. Now, I mentioned that there were a lot of people who decided to stay. Listen to this. The Taylor County Emergency Operations Center is asking anybody who decided to ignore the evacuation orders to email them with their personal information. They're also asking anyone who stayed to write their names in permanent marker on their arms and legs. That way they can be identified if they're found later. As we come back out here live, it's really sobering information coming from Taylor County. Some other people who decided to stay were very important people. We have the Florida State Guard, who is staging right down the street here. We also saw several power crews. We can only assume the power crews that are actually in the bullseye are going to be operational right after the storm gets out of here to get electricity back to vital infrastructure, you know, the hospitals, the police station, the Emergency Operations Center. So we are locked down. Our cameras locked down, our news vehicles locked down in a safe place, and we're basically just waiting for this storm to hit. We are live in Perry tonight. Eric Sandoval, getting results, News 6. Back to you.
Yeah, Eric, we hate that you are in the bullseye of that, but we know that you and photojournalist Megan Neely will be very careful. It's important that you guys are out there. That was a very sobering thing you said, Eric, about they want you to put your identification on your skin. Is that what you said?
Yeah, in permanent marker. You know, I read that and I said, well, wait a minute, did I read that right? And I read it again. You know, I talked to the sheriff last night. He was very adamant. He wants people out of here, and not just away from the shore to Perry. He wants the people of Perry out of here and more inland. He's very concerned about the power of this storm, Ginger.
As we all should be. All right, you guys I know will be very, very careful. Eric, thank you.
All right, we do want to check in now with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos. And you can see the storm behind you. Yeah. It is a massive one.
It really is. I mean, not only do the rain bands extend hundreds of miles out, but the tropical storm force winds extend even further than that. Right now, we are dealing with some rain bands at kind of those squall lines that are basically riding right along the coastline already at this hour. But we want to just kind of show you this quick look at the live radar. You can see clearly the center of Helene, and that is going to continue. We are seeing a faster forward motion making its way towards the Big Bend, expecting it to make landfall within the next few hours. Right now, it's still about 188 miles kind of southwest of where Eric is standing by there. Back here, a little closer to home, we are talking about this line. No big circulation concerns as of now with the squall line. These are very, very fast-moving bands of tropical downpours right now through DeLand, Deltona. It's racking up a little bit of rain, but the good news is that these squall lines haven't been lining up exactly in the same spot throughout the day, so it's certainly been keeping everything pretty widespread with those rain chances through Titusville, Port St. John, Cocoa, also seeing some pockets of some pretty heavy tropical downpours. Speaking of counties and how things are going to get dispersed throughout the rest of the evening, standing by is meteorologist Julie Broughton with more on those impacts.
Let's get questions about, hey, what's happening in my county? So we want to take you county by county so you know exactly what is going on. We'll start out with those of you Marion Lake and Sumter County. And as Candace was saying, throughout the day today, we haven't seen a lot of rain. However, the rain bands will pick up through the evening hours. So on average, you could see about 2 to 4 inches of rain, up to 6 inches of rain in some spots. I do think you are going to get the bulk of those very strong wind gusts. At times, you could see winds gusting as high as 70 miles per hour, especially west of I-75, and we are looking at some isolated tornadoes possible for you. Now, taking you elsewhere in Central Florida, here's what you can expect if you're in Orange, Osceola, or Seminole County. 1 to 3 inches of rain, winds gusting up to around 50 miles per hour. We're already seeing that, and again, isolated tornadoes with that tornado watch in place until 8 o'clock, except for Flagler County. Yours is until 10 o'clock. Flagler County, Volusia, and Brevard counties, 1 to 3 inches of rain, winds at times up to about 45, maybe even 50 miles per hour, and we are going to continue to watch very closely for any rotation for those isolated tornadoes. And Candace, this is something we saw earlier this afternoon. We're seeing a little bit of a lull, though.
Right, yeah, we had, I believe it was 2 or 3 different tornado warnings that traveled very quickly from Brevard northward into Volusia. So as of now, we're going to continue to watch those velocity trackers, making sure that none of those squall lines actually spin into anything more serious. But look at the squall lines that we're expecting to start moving into Central Florida. The models have backed off the timing just a hair. We were looking at more of an arrival around 5. Models now showing arrival around 7. Still bringing with it plenty of heavy rain, strong wind gusts. The wind gust is something we've been experiencing now for hours. And then a couple more of those lingering rain bands will continue to whip around Central Florida till about 2 o'clock in the morning. The good news is that we are certainly going to be seeing conditions improve, of course, once Helene officially makes landfall later on tonight. Now let's check on that hour-by-hour forecast for today.
Your forecast is sponsored by Freedom Health Medicare Advantage plans.
We're going to keep rain chances pretty high throughout the overnight. Temperatures again today topped off in the upper 80s. It was all that sunshine that really kept things pretty unstable, and that's something that we're going to continue to track. And as we get results here with your full 7-day forecast, rain chances are going to stay elevated though throughout the weekend. Tropical moisture at least throughout Saturday and Sunday. Back to you guys.
Candace, thank you. We will have more county by county coverage on how Helene is impacting Central Florida coming up in just a few minutes.
You're watching News 6 at 4, getting results. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Light Orlando, delivering hope together.
So we're talking 75, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Yeah, we were watching this guy earlier. That's a good point. Let's go back and check on that because that was a nasty, nasty cell out over the water. So let me turn back to Tampa radar and we're going to go investigate that thing. We'll see. Look at this thing near Venice. I mean, there's a couple of them. Like you can just tell just by looking at it. All right, we also have a tornado warning for Volusia County. So we were talking about that line coming through. I may have to run out to help out the weather team on this cut-in. We're going to have to break into programming if we're already on programming on News 6. But here is the tornado warning now. This is going to be for Volusia County until 4:45. So let me just stand pat for a second. And just bear with me for 1 second, and I will be right back.
Crossing over the I-4 corridor. We just got off. Meteorologist Julie Broughton was pinpointing this kind of behind the scenes, and we said that rotation is looking pretty substantial. And then right when we said that, that's exactly what we saw. So let's zoom in. This is what we're going to keep a close eye on. The reds and the greens for those who have not been watching the tornado warnings we've had so far today. The greens and the reds are showing basically the velocity, those storm winds. The red and the green indicating the different directions in wind speed. So we have the winds going and coming back from the radar sites. That gives us an idea of that rotation that's happening perpendicular to the surface. And that is something that we're continuing to closely watch. As you can see here, we got a lot of bright reds and bright greens, again, just put together. As of now, this is a Doppler indicated tornado. If you can confirm that for me, Julie, on the Slack.
Yeah, and it is 4:45, and this is moving to the north at 45 miles per hour. So this thing is flying.
Yeah, so again, 4:45. This does include a big portion of Volusia County. This is going to be crossing over I-4 here between DeLand and Deltona within the next couple minutes. And as Julie was mentioning, we are talking about a very, very fast cell here. Now, this is something that we're also watching is for that shearing. So basically what happens is you get some of that rotation happening up in the atmosphere, and the moment you get some shear, basically change of wind with height, that's what then starts bringing that vorticity, that basically tunnel of spin down to the surface, which officially gives us that tornado confirmed on the ground. We do not, again, have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is Doppler indicated, and the reason why it is Doppler indicated is because we are starting to see those signatures there on the radar. So right now we are seeing some weak rotation, and look how quickly things are starting to move here. So every time the radar sweeps go by, it's that big white sweep that you see come through. That's basically getting the new data and the new location of some of that vorticity. So once again, as we look here at the velocity, this is what we're looking at. I'm going to continue to try to get this tornado warning out of here. You can see this is basically the circulation that we are watching. Okay, so we are watching this for areas just north of Bowdoin, south and east of areas of Lake Helen. So if you're watching us from Seminole County, this is the zone that we are watching. Let me try to zoom in here, try to get some. This is Osteen. Areas in just north of Osteen, all this residential area here is the main zone for what could become a confirmed tornado on the ground. As of now, this is Doppler indicated. We have not heard of any reports in that area, but you can see whatever rotation there is, if there is a confirmed tornado on the ground, there is just tons of rain right now falling in and around the area, and that is talking about rain wrapped. So when we talk about rain wrapped, basically, if it is pouring rain, you don't even notice that there is a tornado there just because it just looks like a lot of rain falling at the same time. So that's one of the concerns that we have when it comes to tropical tornadoes. The one is that they move very quickly. Two, they come in and out pretty fast. And the third is if they're wrapped in with a lot of that rain, it's just very hard to see. So if you're watching us from areas of Lake Helen, Orange City, this is the zone that this circulation is going to be going. The advisory extends all the way up through DeLand, Glenwood, DeLeon Springs, Cypress Lake Estates. And something you'll notice as we continue to get some of these tornado warnings issued is that a lot of these polygons stretch very far northward because it's trying to catch the northern, how fast everything is moving to the north as we continue to watch this spiral go on. So again, we are talking about a tornado warning that is in effect for Volusia County until 4:45 for areas of DeLand, Lake Helen, Orange City, Deltona. I feel like areas south of Deltona and east, and then I should say west there in Orange City, will have a little bit less of a threat, as again, it looks like that circulation is happening right there where you're starting to see some of those bright purples also starting to pick up. Just areas just in and around Osteen. So that's going to be the main neighborhood. Casadega, Lake Helen, those are the zones that we're going to be looking for the potential of that rotating storm right there along I-4 and to areas just towards the east. Let's look at some of the threats here when we talk about this. This is what we call the storm threats. Gives us a good idea of what kind of weather we're seeing embedded within this. Right now, rainfall rates around that area of circulation, we're talking about 2 inches of rain falling per hour. So that's talking about torrential downpours at the exact same time as when we are seeing that, again, possibility of a rotating storm. So let's pop up that velocity one more time. The velocity tracker is our best tool to really kind of pinpoint down to the main zone of where the circulation could happen. It's still pretty tight. It's still pretty it's an obvious circulation, right? You can see the greens, you can see the reds, and you can just kind of see it spinning there. Again, areas just to the south and east of Lake Helen. So if you're in this area, you know family or friends who are in and around Lake Helen, Casadega areas along 95, even pushing into areas of DeLand and Cypress Lake Estates, those areas are still within that advisory zone. And because the system is moving so fast, as Julie was mentioning, clocking at about 40 miles per hour, this system, this little ball of energy is going to continue to speed through and kind of hop over I-4. So I'm not sure if our producers can get any cameras there along I-4 in Volusia County. Will give us a really good picture of what's actually going on since the sun is still up, and we can get. All right, near the Volusia County Fairgrounds, we're going to get some live pictures there, and we're getting some hail on the dot cam there. So that's what they're seeing up in the back there in the booth. So we're going to continue to wait to get some pictures there. But this is the cell that we were talking about. It's this zone from Lake Helen south into areas of Osteen, still areas just east of Deltona. Those are the main zones that we are watching for that potential of that circulation, that tornado warning. It's that little zone here that we are picking up that velocity. It's starting to broaden a little bit though, Julie. Are you noticing that, or is it because I'm just staring at this?
No, it definitely is. We were seeing that earlier today that when we had those tornado warnings, and that's typical with tropical systems. We'll see the rotation kind of broadening and tightening up again, and that's why when we have a tornado warning, we stick with you until that threat is over, because this is a very real danger with these tropical systems. This is what we've been talking about, and Candace is pointing out the rotation for us. So with those areas of red, those are winds moving away from the radar site. Greens are winds moving toward the radar site, and that provides some spin in those cells, and that is what our concern is right now.
So it sounds like our producer does have some live pictures there. There it is in Volusia County near the fairgrounds. It is really coming down. If our DOT camera was panned up a little further north, you'd see a lot of those low clouds. Those clouds will be moving pretty quickly, so those are some of those pictures that we tend to see, and small signatures in live pictures that we also keep close tabs on. But obviously it is raining extremely heavy. When we talk about these rain bands, we're talking tropical downpours still basically kind of intertwined with some of that circulation, which unfortunately, if there is something confirmed on the ground, which again has not been confirmed, that certainly will be something hard really to spot, Julie.
Yeah, and Candace, when we were together this morning tracking these tornado warnings, we were saying this was our concern, especially from about 4 until 8 o'clock. Those outer rain bands have begun to move into the area. So again, if you are just joining us here at 4:35, we have a tornado warning for Volusia County that is up until 4:45. We can go back to the radar for you and show you what we're talking about and where our areas This is the view of the radar Candace was just showing you. This is a good tool to tell us where we're seeing rotation. That's why the National Weather Service out of Melbourne did issue that tornado warning. We have our red and our green butted together, which indicates rotation. Again, red, winds moving away from the radar. Green represents winds moving toward the radar. So that is showing us that rotation. Here's what it looks like on the more traditional view that you're used to seeing. Again, this flashing red box shows us where we are talking about that warned area. That is up until 4:45. But again, this will not be our last tornado warning of the evening. As of now, we do not have confirmation of a tornado actually on the ground. This is Doppler indicated at this point, but going in a little bit closer, areas like Casadega, if you're in Lake Helen, back down toward Howland Boulevard, that's where we are seeing very heavy rain. We're also hearing reports of some hail within this, and I'll pull out a little bit wider for you. The thing is, these storms are moving so quickly, so because of that, they can really sneak up on you quickly. We'll pull out a little bit wider, and I'll track from the leading edge of this warned thunderstorm to show you some of the areas where it's heading. Also, if you are in this red box and you have that tornado warning, the best bet for you right now is to go ahead and activate your safety plan. That means go to a small interior room of your home. You want to stay away from windows. You don't want to be peeking out the window trying to see what's happening. Just listen here to us, and again, go to that small room and we will let you know when that danger lets up. So we'll put a track on this so you can know where this is headed. So we'll track from the leading edge of this, and this is moving quickly around 45 miles per hour. So pulling it out on that track, here's what we're looking for. Actually, we didn't mean to go out over the ocean. Could someone put my toolbar back up? I've made the toolbar go away.
I got you.
I'll step off the screen so that it doesn't grab my hand. But again, this is going to be traveling very quickly to the north around 45 miles per hour. So on that path, we're looking at that moving into areas like Putnam County. Here's what it looks like for you as we are scanning out, showing you where Helene is. There's Helene. These are the outer rain bands that we are dealing with across our area. And again, this area of red shows us where that tornado warning is. That is up until 4:45. So we have about another 8 minutes of that as we roll through here. And again, this is a Doppler indicated tornado. We've seen rotation on the radar. That is why the National Weather Service issued that warning. Now, a lot of you are probably watching going, hey, it's pretty rainy at my house as well. But again, this is the only area that has a warning right now as we take you through Brevard County. Rockledge, you're seeing some heavy rain down toward Titusville as well. Also Marion County over toward the Ocala National Forest. You're seeing some areas of heavier rain going back in. I want to step out of here. Our hand tracking seems to be upset right now, so I'll let someone else drive for the moment. We can go in a little bit closer. Samara, I don't know if you can pull it in a little bit closer.
And the Dunnellon Airport, that's really the main zone of where we're looking at for this approaching in the next 2 minutes or so, kind of timing that out. Just looking for the National Weather Service. Officially, nothing confirmed, no damage as of yet confirmed, but we're still talking about some pretty tight circulation still happening there from Lake Helen through Casadega. You can see how quickly things are moving. Here's another DOT camera, not sure exactly where this is. This is once again along I-4 there in Volusia County where the rain is coming down pretty heavy. But again, we are talking about this kind of low-level circulation. This circulation happens really fast, as Julie was mentioning. These are tropical versions of these tornadoes, and they tend to spin up pretty fast. They don't tend to be extremely strong, but still, when you still talk about an EF0 to an EF1 tornado, it still has the potential to cause damage. So if you're in this zone, take the precautions. You know, a lot of people have been home all day kind of preparing and just, you know, setting up for what could be an active afternoon. And this is the reason for it. This is the reason why we've been under that tornado watch all afternoon. And it's for this setup, these factors that are at play. We have a very high instability. We've been talking about all that sunshine. I ran out after the 12 o'clock show. I noticed, I mean, the blue skies that were overhead warming us up into near 90 degrees, and that's just continuing to fuel that development and that instability and that bubbling up. Just kind of thinking about hot air rising, and you just need a little bit of that and add these squall lines to the mix, and that's exactly what we're seeing at this point in time. But again, as of now, this tornado warning is in effect until 4:45, Julie.
An interesting thing to point out, we do have the lightning tracker on for you. We typically don't see a whole lot of lightning with tropical systems, and so that is what we're seeing today. So you may see a few lightning strikes here and there, but so far we haven't seen much. Again, that red flashing box in Volusia County that we're going in a little bit closer on, showing you those areas of red from areas to the east of DeLand, up toward Cypress Lake Estates, up toward Glenwood, DeLeon Springs, up toward Conrad, not actually in the warned area, but that storm will be moving into your area. Lake Helen Helene, you're looking a whole lot better right now, as is Casadega. And the thing with these storms, they're moving really fast off to the north around 45 miles per hour. And right along I-4, look at all that red, all that yellow, and along State Road 44. That is where we are talking about torrential rainfall, 2 to 3 inches of rain falling per hour. Daytona Park Estates getting in on some of this as well. Carter Road up toward Clark Bay Road, State Road 11, all seeing some of these heavy showers, all in this warned area, and all, again, the risk of a tornado to drop really at any moment, because we are seeing that rotation within the radar. So that tornado warning is up for us for about another 4 minutes. Here we are at 4:41. I don't know if our hand tracking is working again or what our status with that is.
Samara is working on it. In the meantime, I do want to let you guys know that the 5 o'clock advisory has come out for Hurricane Helene. It is still holding on to Category 3 strength, sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. Still expected to make landfall somewhere between St. Mark's and Perry later on this evening. Tallahassee, that's been a big concern for many folks on the arrival of that system. Right now, Tallahassee still on the kind of the western fringe of the forecast cone for those who've been keeping close tabs on that. But just want to let you know that's still holding on to a major category strength, 125 mile per hour sustained winds at this point in time. That's again the 5 o'clock p.m. advisory.
A good clip too, moving to the north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. Again, here is a look at our radar for the area that we are keeping a close eye on. This is the area that we've been concerned about with that tornado warning. That is in place until 4:45. That is for Volusia County, and that is because of Doppler indicated rotation. So as we pull out a little bit wider, this entire area in red is the tornado warning. A lot of the risk has moved to the north of Lake Helen, so up toward Cypress Lake Estates, up toward Dunnellon Springs. We'll go ahead and put the storm relative velocity back on the radar. That is what shows us what we're talking about as far as rotation, so we can check out what we are seeing now as we go in a little bit closer. Again, what we look for is those areas of green and red together. That shows us where we could see some rotation. So it looks like we're still seeing certainly the possibility of some rotation right near I-4, near Cypress Lakes Estates, and that is continuing to lift to the north. These storms are moving quickly for us today. This particular cell is moving to the north right around 45 miles per hour. This is a look at our shear markers. And so again, our radar is indicating some shear near Cypress Lakes Estates, also some shear right near I-4, which is where we have seen some of that rotation with the radial velocity on the radar. So that is why that warning is still in place. Candace, I don't know if you've had any indication if we're talking about the warning being allowed to expire at 4:45.
As of right now, there hasn't been much chatter on the National Weather Service chat. As of now, we still have 2 more minutes left of this advisory. Certainly compared to what it looked like when we first came on here with that official tornado warning about 15-20 minutes ago. It certainly has broadened a lot.
Yeah, it is looking better. This is going to be the first of many this afternoon and this evening. We're looking at these rain bands continuing to ride up along the coast, and we can pull out a little bit wider for you and again show you that well-defined system sitting out over the Gulf. And again, we are in the front right quadrant of the system. We always talk about that, and we always talk about our concerns for that when we know that's how things are going to play out. So we've been talking about this for a while, about how tornadoes were going to be one of our biggest concerns. And so that is verifying for us. We had those tornado warnings earlier today, and currently a tornado warning for Volusia County until 4:45. We were taking a look outside right now. This is our beach camera, our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera in Daytona Beach, where it's hard to even see out there. And we're seeing, the camera shaking, a whole lot of wind out there right now.
Yeah, we still have about a minute left of this. Again, the velocity tracker is really not picking up a whole lot. We don't have too much chatter right now when it comes to anything confirmed, any actual damage. Of course, that does take a little bit of time to officially kind of get into the mix. But of course, we are watching this other squall line that's all attached to here, stretching from Daytona Beach down through DeLand. Of course, we just saw that live look from our beaches. And again, it's one of these, it's the same situation that even though we're still talking about a Gulf Coast storm, I mean, it's still impacting not only our beaches and our coastline, but also on land as well. South through Ponce Inlet, Edgewater, seeing some some pretty heavy rain as well. Again, as of now, this is still blinking red. We are still watching for it to finally expire. Let's one more time check out the velocity markers here to make sure that we actually do have broad enough advisory, and it looks like they just expired that advisory. And that is certainly going to be the case over the next few hours. Again, we've got all that instability, we've got all those factors, which is why we are under that tornado watch until 8 or 10 o'clock this evening. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to refresh this, give you another look at the latest 5 o'clock advisory coming up after the break.
We're going to go take you back down to Englewood since we have. So there it is right there. Let me make sure I'm on the Tampa radar. And yeah, make sure that you're in your safe place, because if there's going to be a tornado with this, it's going to be hanging out right in here, okay? We'll check that on the velocity thing. The velocity is a little further over. Sometimes it doesn't update right away. But if you're familiar with, I don't have the streets to pop up because we're out of the Central Florida area, so I don't have the street level stuff like I do right in to get the names of the streets to pop up. But if you're on the east side of Englewood, I'm not exactly sure where you are, but okay, we got a new update. Now it's kind of north of Englewood, so there it is right there. Did they? No, I was going to say there's no way they took that warning away. And still no warning on that one north. It looks like that did collapse though. But we've got two, one north of South Venice, and then this looks ugly right in here. So now that's kind of northeast of Englewood. And like, it's weird because for whatever reason, the radar is not updating. Okay, there we go. There's the update to the cell. So now it's 100%. A lot of times, though, if you're looking at the debris field on radar, it's hard for those to show up because they need to be really, really strong, especially for where we're at, because we're a decent ways away from the Tampa radar. So you would have to loft debris a couple thousand feet up in the air, and you need a pretty strong tornado to do that. So a lot of time. So I don't think the last three weekend there. I think Adalia is the only one to have weakened on approach into this area. And I don't think we're going to see any weakening with this. I mean, look at that eye. I don't think there's any shot. There's nothing else to stop it at this point. And I mean, it's so. Yes, and in short, Joe, yes, it could go into the North Gulf Coast again. For anyone who doesn't know what he's referencing, it's this. Hurricane Center has identified another area. We actually talked about this one 2 weeks ago. We talked about the MJO coming through the Madden-Julian oscillation. That's what's forcing everything up.
Welcome back. We just got that 5 o'clock update on the latest on Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, and as expected, it is still going right to that Big Bend area of Florida. So let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos with the latest on that 5 o'clock track. Candace.
Yeah, the forward motion, Ginger, is continuing to increase towards the north-northeast, about 23 miles per hour. So let me kind of step here off the frame, show you what everyone is continuing to closely watch. It's that center of Helene continuing its track towards the Big Bend. As of the latest stats, we had a 4 o'clock update that brought those winds to 125. We're still holding on to 125 mile per hour sustained winds there around the center. But look at the wind gusts. We've officially got some of that data in. We're talking wind gusts around that center, around the eye of the storm, up to about 155. Again, those are wind gusts. They always do exceed a bit higher than the sustained winds, but just goes to show you that we're not just talking about the sustained winds. Those gusts can also do a whole lot of damage. So this is the latest track according to the National Hurricane Center as of 5 p.m. Still holding on to Category 3 strength. Expected to maintain that major category status as it approaches the coastline, basically between areas still just to the east of Apalachicola into Tallahassee, or as far east, let's say, as Perry later on tonight. And look at this update, still holding on to Category 2 strength for folks in Georgia, and then further towards the north, continuing to stay as a pretty significant system as far north as tropical moisture surging into Illinois later on this week. Here's another view of the satellite imagery. I'm kind of slowed it down, really zoomed it in for you to kind of see the billowing and all of those thunderstorms kind of on the northeastern quadrant on that northeast side. Look how much a lot of those thunderstorms are bubbling up. Think of like a pot of water, and that's what we're starting to see as it continues to ride over, again, extremely warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. It moved over the loop current with water temperatures over 88 degrees out there. Now, just under this storm, by the way, we're talking wave heights of over 30 feet embedded within this, and all of that moisture sloshing around the Gulf of Mexico will continue to push towards the coastline. So we are seeing storm surge concerns from Tampa all the way up towards the Panhandle. Of course, the worst of it exactly where it makes landfall. Back here at home, we are watching a couple of those bands, the bulk of it just offshore, but more is expected over the next few hours. We, of course, will be watching it all night long. Again, we're going to continue to bring you more updates coming up in just a few minutes. Back to you guys.
All right, Candace, thank you. Today we learned Marion County schools will also be closed tomorrow.
Yeah, so let's check in with Lewis Bolden. He is in Dunnellon. Lewis, what are you seeing there? Okay, we don't have Lewis, so we're moving on to Sumter County now, where News 6's Troy Campbell is checking in with neighbors in Wildwood.
Yeah, Troy, how's it looking out there right now?
So right now we're on the end of Pine Court at the end of the cul-de-sac in Wildwood. The reason that we are here is because they have put one of these, the Public Works people, Wildwood Public Works has put this water pump here in place. You can see the whole setup here where they have the line in and the line out. Now the line out, you can see they have staged several more of the hose there if they need to attach it. Now the reason for this, I'm told that they had a storm recently and it made this retention pond did start to back up. So the homeowner right here told me that water started to creep up towards their property. So Wildwood, they brought out this water pump. This area could get 2 to 4 inches of rain. So they say it could cause some flash flooding in low-lying areas. Also here in Sumter County, they do have 2 evacuation shelters. One's going to be at the Sumter County Fairgrounds. The second's going to be at the Wildwood Community Center. Both of those locations, you can bring your pets. If you live in the Villages area, they do remind people that was built at the 100-year flood plan. So your probably best bet is to hunker down there. We're also expected to have some strong winds, which so far we've been able to dodge the rain. But I will say the wind gusts are just continuing to pick up here in Sumter County. Live in Wildwood, Troy Campbell, Getting Results, News 6.
Troy, thank you. And strong wind led to damage along the coast. The Coast Guard shared some photos that they say their Miami and Key West sector received reports of 2 boats hitting bridges.
Now, neither boat had people inside, and fortunately the boats were not damaged. The Coast Guard says it's a reminder to keep your boat secure before storms like these approach.
And as we just mentioned, we did learn today that Marion County schools will be closed tomorrow.
All right, is Lewis Bolden available now? He's in Dunnellon. Lewis, what are you seeing there? Maybe he's not available.
Is Lewis there? All right, they're trying to make the connection with his live shot right now.
As you might imagine, it's a little difficult
We
there.
do know that.
All right, there he is. Hey, Lewis, good to see you.
Hey guys, okay, you can hear me now, good. So yeah, the city of Dunnellon has shut down. We are at a sandbag location right at Public Works. But Public Works has been closed for several hours. So the city made the decision to let its employees go home so that they can prepare their homes for the storm. So this is self-serve out here. And there have been people coming up and using it. They did leave shovels out and they have sandbags provided in that trash can. And I have to tell you, there was a guy who was out here about an hour and a half. His name is Zane. And he pulled up and with his partner, and there were two women who seemed like they needed a little help. And this guy stayed out here for an hour and a half, not only for those two women, but for everybody who came up after them, helping them load up their sandbags and put them in their trunk. So it's really nice to see neighbors helping neighbors even before the storm, and we also see that after the storm. The reason people want sandbags is some people are concerned about flooding at their properties, and there is some concern about localized street flooding, but the real issue here is going to be the wind. And the next time I talk to you guys, I'll tell you more about that. But right now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Lewis, so much happening out there. And you might imagine it is difficult to get cell service in some place that is pretty remote. All right, News 6 at 5 is up next.
We're going to, of course, have more coverage tracking Hurricane Helene. And before we head to break, we do want to give you another live look at our Daytona Toyota and DeLand Kia camera in Daytona Beach, looking nasty along our coast tonight.
This point than land. I mean, it would have to go like 90 degrees to do anything else you know, to anywhere else in Florida to make an abrupt right turn. But okay, we got rid of that video gamer person because he was getting weird. Yeah, Joe mentioned we're really close to Cat 4. I mean, it's right on the cusp. Right. Jonathan brought up a good point. At this point, it's leaning, it's not shifting. A shift is what Ian did or what Charlie did, where it's just like there is something significant, something pushed it, something wasn't modeled correctly. But now I'll show you what's going on. And we highlighted this last week. If you are a follower of the channel, and if you are, or if you're not, hit that subscribe button. We'd love to have you along for the ride. We talk a bunch of weather. So this is, I mean, again, this is something you don't want to see, but we haven't shown the water vapor imagery in about 2 hours. So that's, you can see the eye popping now. Now we have the green everywhere. We were talking about why wasn't it strengthening? I mean, again, not that we were complaining at the time, but we had drier air getting right up into the core, completely got it out of there, and now it's doing its work. But look at this thing here, and I'll put this into play mode, and you can see what's going on. You see that counterclockwise flow right there, that little spin, that bowling ball? Give the video a thumbs up if you see that. Notice the motion there, how it's lifting all of that green pretty much due north. That is the cutoff low. That is what's
from clickorlando.com and WKMG. We're getting results in your neighborhood now at 5 p.m.
Now at 5, Hurricane Helene is inching closer to the Sunshine State. We're following its path very closely there in that warm Gulf of Mexico, and we're expected to hear from Governor DeSantis in a matter of moments with an update on this storm. First, though, we have some brand new info on the storm as hurricane hunters continue to monitor the situation. They always get the wildest video, and thank you for joining us on this day. I'm Matt Austin.
And I'm Lisa Bell. You're watching News 6 at 5. And before we get to the governor, Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos is breaking down some of the new models of Hurricane Helene. We just got in with that 5 o'clock update, Candace.
Right. I mean, and we'd like to think it's inching its way, but it is speeding now. It's really pumped the accelerator there. The north-northeast breeze, north-northeast pattern there at 23 miles per hour. So it's actually gaining forward speed within the last couple of updates. Along with that, it's also holding on to Category 3 strength at this hour, 125 mile per hour sustained winds. In some of that northeast quadrant, that dirty side of the storm, Hurricane Hunter's been able to pick up wind gusts in excess of 155 miles per hour. So this is the latest. This is the newest advisory as of 5 p.m. Again, still a Category 3 storm, still expected to maintain a major status as it approaches the Big Bend between basically Tallahassee and Perry. That's going to be in that main zone. Tallahassee kind of on the western fringe, Perry on the eastern side. Now, the cone really hasn't shifted much. We have been seeing a lot of wobbling as that eye continues to kind of regenerate and keep its structure in place, but the overall motion has not really changed much. This is the latest look at the radar, a clear view of the eye. You can see again that northeastern side, always the worst. That is why we talk about that. Right now we have tornado warnings in and around Bradenton. The center of the storm still about 112 miles just to the west of Tampa and Sarasota area. But here we are watching another band of some scattered showers, some of those heavy downpours. Not a lot of lightning, which is typical with these squall lines. A little further south into Oak Hill, again earlier, just a few minutes ago, we had that tornado warning in Volusia County. As of right now, we're still continuing to watch these because they can so quickly spin up a quick rotation there that will spark a tornado warning. The moment we get any of that, we of course will be bringing you the very latest. In Brevard County, a little bit of a lull, but the bulk of the rain just a few miles offshore. Now we are going to continue to see a lot more of this banding, especially as Helene approaches landfall and pushes onshore. We'll have more timing on that. And speaking of those impacts, meteorologist Julie Broughton is standing by now with more on what we can expect tonight.
Candace, you were just showing us the radar and that heavy rain in Daytona Beach. Here's what that looks like from our Daytona Beach sky cam. This is our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera. You can see dark skies out there. The camera is shaking. Rain is coming down and winds are coming in from the southeast, sustained at 15 miles per hour. But as we head a little bit farther down the coast into Brevard County, this is what it looks like at our Launch Credit Union camera there. Cape Canaveral, notice the trees. It is just a really windy day. We're already seeing those tropical storm force gusts. Right now, 83 degrees in Brevard County. Winds are gusting to 36 miles per hour. But this is a look elsewhere across central Florida. If you are in Mico or Melbourne, you're seeing 39 mile per hour wind gusts taking you up the coast. Palm Coast, 42 mile per hour wind gusts right now. Even in Kissimmee, close to tropical storm strength. If you're in Claremont, your winds are gusting to 44 miles per hour. Same deal in Leesburg. And up in the Villages, you are looking at 37 mile per hour wind gusts right now. Now, we saw a break in some of the clouds today, which we did not want because any sunshine kind of adds to the instability in the atmosphere, really acts as fuel. So as more of those rain bands rotate up through central Florida, we could see some spin with those like we saw with that storm in Volusia County a little bit earlier when we had that tornado warning in place. Right now, some spots, again, still hanging around 90 degrees. Titusville, you are sitting at 91 degrees. It's 84 in DeLand. If you're in the Villages, you're checking at 85, and it is 86 degrees in Claremont. Now, here's a look at our wind gust forecast as we take you through the next couple of hours. We start the clock for you there at 5 o'clock. So along the coast, from Palm Coast, you're looking at low 30s all the way down into the 40s as we head through the next couple of hours. At times, some of our models today have indicated the potential of wind gusts in Marion County around Ocala in the low 70s. At 8 o'clock, we're still talking about tropical storm force wind gusts just about everywhere, including Brevard County, as well as Osceola County, Lake County, up toward the Villages, all talking about those tropical storm force gusts. And those hang around with us till about 11 o'clock tonight. We'll, of course, have more county by county impacts for you in just a few minutes.
All right, Julie, Candace, thank you so much. Get all the latest updates on Hurricane Helene on the News 6 Pinpoint Hurricane Tracker app. Download it for free on Google Play or the Apple App Stores. Florida's Big Bend is expected to feel the brunt of Hurricane Helene.
The storm expected to make landfall there later tonight, which is why we sent News 6's Eric Sandoval to Perry, Florida, which is about 15 miles inland from the Gulf. And Eric, I know you've been out there all day. How are things looking right now?
Well, we still have some of the sprinkles, the first bands of rain coming through here right now. And while it's a little calm, I wanted to take the opportunity to show you how me and photojournalist Megan Neely plan to stay safe for all this, considering it is going to be a catastrophic storm. So the storm is going to be coming from the south. and the winds are basically going to become barreling down Jefferson Street right here. This is not where we want our news vehicle to be. We want to stay safe. So what we've done is we're basically going to use this entire building as a windshield, and we're going to come around the corner, and this is our news vehicle right here. So we're banking on the fact that this entire building is going to be shielding the fiercest winds from hitting our news vehicle and our equipment, and more importantly us, so that we can bring you the information and the visuals that this storm is going to create all evening long. You know, we were talking to Fire Rescue last night, and they said, you know, when Idalia came through here last year, that is when they learned a valuable lesson, that Jefferson Street is basically a huge highway for the straight line winds to just send debris down the street, and that is definitely not what we want to be in the path of. So I think we secured a pretty good spot. It is sort of humorous, if we can be humorous for a second. The spot that we chose here in downtown Perry is basically like a reunion spot for all of the Orlando media. A lot of the stations are exactly where we are right now, and they're using the same trick. So I'm hoping that all of our friends at the other stations stay safe. I know we are, and we plan to ride out the storm right here and bring you the pictures that we can give you in the safest form possible.
Yeah.
We're live in downtown Perry. Eric Sandoval, Getting Results News 6. Back
Eric,
to you.
every time we check in with you, you can from time to time see a car or two driving behind you. Who is in those vehicles? Is that media? Is it law enforcement? Is that people who are planning to ride out the storm?
They're locals. That's the only thing that I can discern at this point. I mean, look at it right now. I'm not wearing my rain jacket because I got tired of taking it on and off, because it's basically just drizzling right now. And this is the first precipitation that we have seen this evening. We only know it's going to get worse. But I think, you know, at this point of the game, what is it, 5:06 right now? I think some people are suffering some cabin fever here in the Perry area if they're staying behind. So they may just want to get out and stretch their legs before the major stuff hits. But to your point, Lisa, the cars are very few and far between. And I've seen a lot of Perry police vehicles around here too. They're patrolling and making sure that everybody is staying safe.
Well, it's good to see everybody taking it seriously. Good to see those windows boarded up and few people out on the streets. And Eric, you're 15 miles inland, so you're not right on the coast where you would see any storm surge or anything like that.
Thank goodness.
Yes.
No, but I'll tell you, we went down to Keaton Beach earlier today, which is about 30 minutes away from here. That is ground zero, and that area will see that 15 to 20 foot storm surge later on this evening. When Megan and I went down there earlier today, the Gulf of Mexico was like glass, guys. We were expecting choppy water with the storm out there in the distance. It was just like glass. So we were just enjoying that moment, that fleeting moment, until we came back here to Perry.
The calm before the storm.
Truly.
Eric Sandoval,
Totally.
thank you. Well, in Seminole County, officials say they are already feeling some impacts from Hurricane Helene.
So Emergency Manager Alan Harris talked just a bit ago, saying a squall line is to blame for a massive traffic backup.
Earlier today, a transformer blew as one of these squall lines came through. A transformer blew down in the Altamont Springs Longwood area, and that triggered the railroad arms to go down at State Road 436, Ronald Reagan, State Road 434, North Street, Plamosa Street. That caused a major road issue in the Altamont Springs and Longwood area. They're still recovering from some of that congestion, so we are asking people if you can avoid those areas for right now, allow the railroad crews and the power company to do their thing and get those arms up. They are putting those arms up manually, and they're opening up those roadways.
And while the hurricane is passing along Florida's west coast, our east coast is also feeling some impacts.
Strange how it always happens. It could be so far away from that eye. You can get tropical storm winds 350 miles away from the eye here. News 6's James Sparvero joins us live from Brevard County with the latest. James, it's always the worry out there that we could see some erosion.
Hey, Matt and Lisa, joining you again at the Cocoa Beach Pier. It's the first time all day in Cocoa Beach or Cape Canaveral I've had to put on my rain jacket and my hat. Over the last hour or two, Brevard County finally started seeing some rain. The county's emergency management director and Sheriff Wayne Ivey, in their daily Facebook Live updates, they were anticipating 2 to 4 inches of rain, maybe 6 inches of rain in some parts of the county. Well, it's only really started to pick up just recently. It's been windy all day, but now there's some rain too. I thought of our friend Tom Sorrells because he used to like when I would say that rain hitting you during a hurricane. I used to call it acupuncture in your face. He always got a kick out of that. We miss you, Tom. But back here at the pier, we're going to pan and show you just how rough the water's been. I have not seen a single surfer, and I know it's dangerous out there, but I typically do see surfers on the worst weather days, no matter what. But not today. It's just a little too dangerous. I've been trying to follow the current, watching it go from south to north, and I feel like it's creating this effect where if you look at it, it looks like the waves are just crashing sideways as they're pummeling the tiki bar out there. The Cocoa Beach Pier has been closed all day, obviously. The only person here from Westgate is their private security, just to keep people off the boardwalk. And I told you earlier, I was reminded of Hurricane Matthew in 2016. That was a Category 5 major hurricane, but it was out there in the Atlantic and it never made landfall. But it still really had an impact on the pier. It damaged the old tiki bar, and so Westgate rebuilt the tiki bar, and it's bigger than ever before right now, and it's holding up very well right now. But the rest of the beach looks very empty, and the county will be pleased to hear about that. Throughout today, you knew that Brevard County schools were closed. In the update this afternoon from the county, they told us that schools will reopen tomorrow. Port Canaveral has been closed today. No ships going through the channel, just too windy. The port says if you have a cruise tomorrow or Saturday, you better check with your individual cruise line to see if that cruise has been impacted. Matt and Lisa.
Okay, James, looking out there at the waves, it's always difficult to tell how high the waves are. You're 6'5", so how many James Sparveros would you say is each wave up the height of it?
You know, Matt, I might be that tall, but I still have never learned to surf. I did go swimming last Saturday, and it was nice, but I'd probably be wrong if I even took a guess at what that looks like, but I'll put it to you this way. I've got a neighbor on my street in Cape Canaveral. He's been surfing for like 40 or 50 years, and when the water looks like that, he doesn't go out. He says when it looks like a washing machine, that's his cue. So washing machine wave height.
Okay.
With
gotcha.
that said, though, we've still seen people out in the water today.
Yeah, it looks messy out there.
Yeah.
James Barbero, thank you.
And we are continuing to pinpoint Helene's path right after the break. You're watching News 6 at 5, getting results. We'll be right back.
Sponsored by Launch Credit Union. Go beyond.
All right, so I'm going to go back. Look at that. I mean, we're talking about a bunch of stuff being on to the super strong winds. They're 90 miles an hour just outside of the eye wall.
Florida, but many parts of Florida feeling the effects tonight. News 6's Laverne McGee is getting a look at the conditions right now in the villages.
Yeah, and Laverne, you've been out there for several hours now. Doesn't look too bad right now.
Well, Lisa, you're right. I have been out here all day, and it's mostly just been windy out here, but they're not taking any chances. I'm here at the command center. This is the Sheriff William Bill Farmer Public Safety Center. It's not open to the public, but there is a team of top officials and personnel here who are ready to go at any moment. They want to keep this community safe, and they want to make sure that people are aware of what could potentially happen later this evening. Take a listen. What happens if someone loses power?
Well, just be patient. So power loss is very likely. You know, the line crews are all out, ready to go. Most power losses are due to tree branches falling on power lines. Usually that's pretty easy to fix quickly in Lineman's relative terms. But so be patient, wait it out. All the power companies have, if you have internet connectivity, they have their outage maps that show what areas are out and about the approximate time that the power will be restored. If it's looking like a long-term thing and you have special needs or anything, we do have shelters available that people can go to.
So those shelters are indeed open. They're going to keep them open until they know that everything is safe. And for now, they are closed. All the government offices are closed. Tomorrow, they're going to wait and see what happens this evening before they decide. As of this moment, they're saying they should be able to open. But of course, that depends on what happens this evening. And we're, of course, keeping you up to date on everything that's happening here in Sumter County. Reporting live, I'm Laverne McGee, getting results, News 6.
Good to know, Laverne. Always that difficult last-second decision. How are things going to look? Are there any trees down? Do we have power? You do. Orange County has already made the decision, though. They're going to have school for the kids tomorrow morning, so keep that in mind. It's going to be different for every area, though.
All right, we want to check in with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos now, and it all depends on what this storm ultimately does.
Yeah, the kids that are watching the coverage are like, oh man.
I know, made them mad.
Yeah, well, you know what, at the end of the day, certainly if we can kind of get through this system and not really deal with too much damage and issues by tomorrow, we're going to be good to go. All right, so let's take a live look what's going on right now with Hurricane Helene, by the way, still holding on to Category 3 strength. This is a monster storm right now. It is sloshing a whole lot of water there in the Gulf of Mexico. You can see the last couple frames before the sun starts to go down. You can see just how clear that eye is. And you can see this is a perfect picture of when we talk about that dirty northeast side. Look where all the convection and where the strongest of those thunderstorms is where you're starting to kind of see it all bubble up. So you think of a pot of boiling water, and you get that bubbling action there. It's certainly boiling there at the surface there of the cloud tops. So this is the latest Hurricane Helene update. You can see this orange here indicates how far those tropical storm force winds actually exceed, and that does include a big portion of central Florida. Right now has sustained winds of 125 miles per hour, quickly moving towards the northeast. Still expected to be a major hurricane between basically Tallahassee and Perry later on this evening. But this is a big interest here. A lot of people have family and friends in southern to almost central Georgia. They could be dealing with Category 2 to Category 1 storms later on, late tonight, early Friday morning. They won't be having school tomorrow, that's for sure. Back here at home, we are watching again that center. Remember where I was showing you where a lot of those thunderstorms are really starting to tower and bubble up? That's exactly where we are picking up actually all the lightning strikes. That's basically that eye wall, the strongest point. So as this entire system moves towards the north and east, it's that northeast quadrant that will get the worst of the weather, the worst of the storm surge, which is why that final landfall point there is just so important. Here in Central Florida, although we're not concerned much with where that wobble will go really along the Big Bend for our local impacts, regardless, we're going to continue to see those rain bands spiraling through. Right now, Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, also seeing some moderate to heavy downpours. Daytona Beach, Port Orange. The good news is most of this squall line is going to continue to shift out to sea. A little further south, riding right along the Brevard County coast there along the Cape. Also seeing some pretty heavy tropical downpours at this point in time. Last check, we've been looking at the velocities. As of now, we have nothing to really report when it comes to any quick circulation, but certainly a whole lot of wind. We right now in areas of Lake and Sumter County, we are clocking wind gusts within the last 30 minutes in excess of 44 miles per hour. Even along our coastline, Cocoa Beach right now, the winds are whipping right now at 46 miles per hour. More on the winds and those impacts. Meteorologist Julie Broughton is standing by with more on that.
And Candace, you mentioned the winds along the coast. This is what it looks like right now. I keep showing this camera because it is just such a good visual representation of what is happening for folks in Brevard County. This is our Launch Credit Union camera out at Cape Canaveral. And again, we're talking about winds gusting at times to around 36 miles per hour. It will get even gustier as we head through the next couple of hours. So that is something we're going to watch, especially for those of you in our western counties. Here's a look at our wind gust forecast taking you through the next couple of hours. We start the clock at 5 o'clock and we'll start to see those winds in excess of around 50 miles per hour as we head through the evening hours. Stopping the clock for you at 9 o'clock. Again, she was showing us that wind field. Now those tropical storm force winds now extend out about 310 miles from the center. So that wind field has reduced just a little bit, but still that is an enormous wind field for a hurricane. You're looking at 69 mile per hour wind gusts in Ocala by 9 o'clock. If you're in the villages, Mount Dora, Leesburg, Wildwood, you could all be talking about wind gusts close to 70 miles per hour. If you're in Palm Coast, you could see 54 mile per hour wind gusts, close to 60 in Orlando, Bithlo, and Kissimmee, and 55 mile per hour wind gusts for those of you in Brevard County. Stopping the clock for you at 1 o'clock. Even through the overnight hours, I still think we could see tropical storm force gusts, including 48 mile per hour gusts in Leesburg, 56 mile per hour gusts in Daytona Beach, and 49 mile per hour gusts in Melbourne. I'll take you into tomorrow morning. Again, most of us by tomorrow morning will wake up below that tropical storm gust status, but still very breezy out there. And Candace has more on what we can expect for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, unfortunately, Julie, we're talking about that timing kind of delaying just a little bit with their latest model runs. So that starts that concern of those nocturnal tornadoes. When we have those threats after the sun goes down, that just adds an extra uncertainty on really kind of pinpointing any tornado threat. So that is something we're going to continue to watch on air, online. So even if you don't see us on TV later on tonight, we will be continuing that coverage on our website and of course on News 6 Plus. But you can continue to see a lot of those rain bands will continue to spiral through. Of course, as Helene approaches landfall by about 9-10 o'clock this evening, you can see a lot of these rain bands will continue to feed into parts of Central Florida as early as about 1-2 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Although the threat overall will be down, we will still be dealing with some of that wind and some of that rain. Now let's check on that hour-by-hour forecast for your Friday.
Your forecast brought to you by Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge.
So our highs, by the way, with some of that sunshine between those squall lines, we actually hit almost 90 degrees today, which is why we are going to continue to watch that threat for some strong storms. Then into the overnight hours, we're going to keep that rain in place. And as we get results here, their full 7-day forecast. Sometimes with these late September storms, it tends to suck out all that tropical moisture and leave some pretty nice weather. That's really not the case, unfortunately, this time around. We're going to keep some of that rain in the forecast throughout most of the weekend.
So the only perk to a hurricane, the nice weather after, we're not getting
that.
Yeah, well, the kids didn't get school today, so.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go.
That's a
glass
perk.
half full. Not for us.
That's a perk for who? Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, thank you, Candace. Our coverage of Hurricane Helene's impacts continues right after this break.
Be devastating at a time, which is what they kind of got last night. But they're going to get potentially up to 2 feet of rain, and maybe some cases isolated more than that. So it's not going to be good. Eric, I'll try to get to your question in just 1 second. But the Hurricane Center says this is for the Big Bend area and Eastern Panhandle. Catastrophic and deadly storm surge will occur across portions of the Big Bend coast where inundation could reach as high as 20 feet above ground level, along with destructive waves. If you live in this area and were told to evacuate by local officials, your opportunity to do so is almost over. There's also a danger of life-threatening storm surge along the remainder of the west coast of the Florida Peninsula, which is what we're seeing now. And they go on to continue to use that word catastrophic for quite some time, several other times about other things. Yes, we're going to be talking about that area once we get beyond Helene. I want to just make sure that everybody is doing that. But or everybody's getting the information. I can show you that real quick. It is, I have my graphic in here somewhere for the, so if you're interested on that stuff, hit that subscribe button. Gotta say it. But there it is. There's the other area that will eventually develop there. We also have that one out here. That one should stay out to sea though. But this is, that's what we're gonna be watching over the next week to 10 days. Because what's going on, you are going to, in Laurel, Kentucky, you're going to have this kind of deal. So these two systems are going to kind of merge. And it's going to create one big upper low pressure center. So you're going to get like part of that tropical thing, part of the non-tropical thing. It's very, very similar to what kind of happened with Hurricane Sandy, how there was an upper trough over New England and it grabbed it and yanked it in. That's what brought it back so aggressively to the coast. This is why we're expecting things to be extremely bad along the Big Bend, because there's literally another system pulling it up. So it's increasing that forward speed. So it's going to be a pretty violent collision with the course, with the coast, what we're going to see there. To answer Eric's question about what has led to the kind of relatively quiet hurricane season post-Beryl, we have had that, but the thing of it is that we have had an impactful season, and you can go back and watch one of my videos before the season, and we talked about, I didn't like using the word explosive. I like using the word impactful because it looked like anyway that we were going to have a lot of U.S. landfalls, and so far we've had 4 of them. This is going to be 5 or 3, and this is going to be 4, and the potential for a 5th coming up in a week. And then there's going to be more. So, I mean, we're talking about impactful storms, and they were all hurricanes to do so. The reason...
Welcome back. A number of school districts are staying closed tomorrow because of the storm.
Marion, Polk, and Sumter County schools are all staying closed tomorrow. A number of districts say they are continuing to watch the storm's path and impacts in their areas and could still change their plans.
And if anything changes, we'll update you as always on clickorlando.com. You can also head online for all of our coverage of Hurricane Helene as this storm continues to brush us.
And our coverage of Hurricane Helene will continue right after this break.
Warm still, and that is going to allow things to really kind of come to life. The other thing is that forcing mechanism known as the Madden-Julian oscillation. It's that cluster of thunderstorms that goes around the globe a couple times every 30 to 60 days. It didn't make it through when it was expected to in August and September. That was supposed to help force things up more. It got stalled out and kind of fell apart in the Pacific side. If you remember, there were like 4 storms out in the Pacific, and we were expecting that. I was expecting it anyway to translate over to the Atlantic, which it typically does. It fell apart. So I was not correct on that part. But now, clearly, the Madden-Julian oscillation is here, and it helped birth Helene. It's likely going to help birth this next thing. And then we're going to be watching for another couple of storms to maybe roll off of Africa over the next few weeks. So really, I think another month of this hurricane season, and then maybe even continuing for the Caribbean into November, which that part it kind of looked like for quite some time. All right, I am going to supercell prediction for Ocala tonight. I will show you the map. I got a model to predict supercells right here, so we can go over that right away. Is today Thursday? I think today's Thursday. Okay, gotta get the timeline right so that it plays out. Okay. Okay, so here we go. These are all these little things that highlight up. these are going to be kind of the rotation tracks, if you will. Like, we're going to have the opportunity to see rotating thunderstorms, maybe producing those tropical tornadoes. And it's actually doing a really good job right now. Kind of, we had those warnings around Port Charlotte. So again, this is the same parent model that has the track pretty good as well. So that's why I'm using this one. It's handling things well. And it's doing again, good job at showing where the storms are trying to spin anyway. Through 9 o'clock tonight, and it looks like that threat might be going down towards
ClickOrlando.com and WKMG. We're getting results in your neighborhood now at 5:30.
Now at 5:30, we are following the latest on Hurricane Helene as it moves closer to Florida. This is video from Winter Garden earlier this afternoon.
And we are expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis in just a matter of minutes. It was supposed to start at 5, this press conference. It's now 5:31. As soon as they pop on, we're going to get you the latest update on this storm, which is headed for the area where they are, Tallahassee.
But first, our team of meteorologists are here to keep you up to date on all the latest from the storm, where it's headed, its strength. Glad you're with us. I'm Lisa Bell.
Yeah, we appreciate you following along with us in this coverage. I'm Matt Austin. You're watching News 6 at 5:30 right now. We need to get you over to our chief meteorologist doing double duty. She was here in the morning. She's here in the evening. Candace Campos with the latest.
Yeah, Hurricane Helene, Matt. We are still watching the latest update. We're going to get another one in about 30 minutes or so. We're starting to get those hourly updates as it continues to get closer towards landfall this evening. Right now, we have sustained winds of 125 miles per hour, kind of on that northeast quadrant there, the strongest part of that storm, right along that eye wall. We've been seeing wind gusts being reported from the hurricane hunters there, up to about 155 miles per hour. So yes, this is a strong Category 3 hurricane that is going to bring tons of storm surge, heavy rain, and catastrophic wind, unfortunately, to parts of the Big Bend. So you can see the big orange blob here. It's not indicating rain. That's actually showing you how wide those tropical storm force winds exceed from that center, outwards about over 250 miles away from the center. The forecast cone still taking it, as Matt was just mentioning, very close to Tallahassee, and as far, let's say, east is about Perry later on tonight, and then holding on to Category 3 to 2 as it approaches Georgia later on this evening. This is a view what's happening under the under those cloud tops here. We're watching several tornado warnings right now clipping parts of the Gulf Coast of Florida. They're just south of Bradenton. We're going to continue to track some of these squall lines and kind of time things out as we head into the evening hours. For more on that, standing by is meteorologist Julie Broughton.
Candace, we are already seeing widespread heavy winds across central Florida. In fact, a lot of us have already seen those tropical storm force wind gusts. Here's a look at what we're looking at right now. These are our current winds. The sustained winds are anywhere from around 28 in Kissimmee to about 32 in Cocoa Beach. But we are seeing those higher gusts. Right now, if you're in Mico, you are seeing wind gusts 39 miles per hour. Cape Canaveral, your current wind gusts are at 43 miles per hour and at 44 in Leesburg, the Villages, and in Claremont. Taking you county by county now so you can know what to expect in your area. We are looking at strong winds area wide. So if you're in Marion Lake and Sumter County, you could see winds gusting to 70 miles per hour. We are looking at the potential of isolated tornadoes. We've had a few tornado warnings today, and we do have that tornado watch in place area wide this evening. Orange, Seminole, and Osceola County, winds for you will gust up to around 50 miles per hour at times. You could see on average 1 to 3 inches of rain. And again, we are concerned about isolated tornadoes area wide. Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties, you will see winds up to around 45 to 50 miles per hour. We'll talk more about our county by county impacts coming up.
All right, Julie, thank you. You can get all the latest updates on Hurricane Helene on the new 6 Pinpoint Hurricane Tracker app. You can download it for free right now on the Google Play or Apple App Store.
And meteorologist Jonathan Kagas is also continuing to live stream from across the state on our News 6 Click Orlando YouTube page. He also has a brand new meteorologist we just hired on there with him. And this is a really good way if you're interested in asking the meteorologist some questions. He takes questions the entire time. You can just type it right into there at Google, or you can go to clickorlando.com. And let's listen in for a minute, hear what they're talking about.
All right, I'm going to leave you with that view, my friend. All right, take it away. David's going to be hanging out with you guys for a little bit. Well, a long time, but take it away, David.
Alrighty, thanks, Jonathan. So good evening, good afternoon, however you want to describe it at this point, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5:35 Eastern Daylight Time, and we are staring directly into the eye of Major Hurricane Helene. And the reason I asked Jonathan to bring this infrared satellite up is, unfortunately, as he mentioned, this system is still undergoing rapid intensification. You can see that the eye has shrank in size. It is more reminiscent of that pinhole eye and eye wall structure on the radar. As it was already alluded to, we have an abundance of lightning strikes, which is indicative again of that strengthening phase. I do believe right around landfall.
So David here is in the reserves, and he's actually away, so he has to work during the day, and then he's helping doing some streams at night here. So if you'd like to check that out, get some of your questions answered, you can head to the Click Orlando YouTube page or clickorlando.com.
David Nazario, the newest member to our team of meteorologists.
Yes.
So happy to have him. Well, their job is considered one of the most important parts of forecasting a hurricane. We're talking about the brave men and women who fly straight into the eye of the storm. The hurricane hunters are a team of seasoned pilots, meteorologists, and scientists.
And every time a tropical system is brewing, their mission is to find the inner workings. In their latest mission, Hurricane Helene, the hurricane hunters invited our sister stations, KPRC2's Gage Goulding, for an exclusive opportunity to join them.
Over the last 24 hours or so, the center of circulation of Hurricane Helene has been ping-ponging to the east and west of Jacksonville, kind of dancing around the city. And we know all of this because of the information that hurricane hunters collect. And you would think up there in this sky, flying into a hurricane, it would be a little chaotic, but it's actually a lot calmer than what we're about to see right here in Florida.
It's loud, it's bumpy, and it's one of the most important parts of making this hurricane forecast come. The hurricane hunters, the only routinely flying weather reconnaissance team in the world.
Our primary mission is to take the coordinates that the National Hurricane Center gives us and to find the exact center of the storm.
Our journey begins with a quick briefing on the ground at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi.
And this is our ride right here, a WC-130J, a jet specifically outfitted for weather missions like this, so let's hop on board.
After pre-flight checks and gassing up 60,000 pounds of jet fuel for our 10-hour flight, we're taking off around 1:45 in the afternoon. Our sights set on Hurricane Helene.
Get into these storms so we can make sure we get the most current information out to National Hurricane Service and everyone back home.
That's personal for Major Boykin. His family lives in Pensacola, Florida, close enough to the cone of concern, which his flight is feeding data to fine-tune.
It's vital to have these assets in the storm continuously as it's approached the United States to really get the proper forecast correct.
Automatically, the plane is sending back a slew of information directly to the National Hurricane Center in Miami every 10 minutes on the dot, plus data these scientists are about to collect.
So that is the drop zone, and you can see it's just a small tube.
That little tube providing a large amount of information, everything from wind speed and direction to pressure and temperatures. But it's not just above the water. These bigger drop zones go underwater, 100 meters below the ocean surface, bringing up even more information about the hurricane.
We actually do those coordinated with the U.S. Navy.
But has there been anything that's jumped out to you different as you've been flying the storm?
It is slightly weaker than we had expected, but don't misinterpret that.
As pilot Alex Boykin points out on our way back to Keesler Air Force Base, the data we just collected is already old news.
One of our other crews and aircraft is already taken off. They actually just passed us in the air.
What the story doesn't really show well is just how long we were up in the sky. We took off around 1:45 in the afternoon, but we didn't land until about 10:30 in the evening. It just goes to show how much these men and women are doing when they're up in the sky. However, I'm told that that was one of their shorter flights. In Jacksonville, Florida, I'm Gage Goulding.
A lot of overtime this time of year. Thank you, Gage. Well, people in Sumter County are starting to feel the impact from Helene.
News 6's Troy Campbell is catching up with neighbors in one Wildwood neighborhood where you can see a tree looks like has fallen down behind you. Troy?
Yeah, this is not what you want to see in your neighborhood. We are on East County Road 462 in Wildwood, and that is because of this massive oak tree that has toppled over, covering the roadway. You can see it also took down with it the power lines. We're told that the homeowner was also out here assessing that fence. Part of it, you can't even see it because it's completely pummeled on top of it, but damaged. And they do have the Sumter County Sheriff's Office out here redirecting traffic. They also did bring out their crews to clear this eventually once they are able to get the saws going. Now, we were told that they don't expect this to be the only down tree coming through here, this area tonight, because they said this is what they get with a lot of these big oak trees, specifically in this area of Sumter County. Good news is we have no injuries to report, because as you can imagine what this probably looked like when it came down, it was also probably very loud. So very thankful that there were no vehicles underneath it at the time, or horses even, because we're told that there's horses on this property. The wind is continuously getting stronger. We still have been able to dodge the rain. We know that Sumter County was predicting about 2 to 4 inches of rain, which could cause some flash flooding. We were at Pine Court about an hour ago, and that is where Public Works brought out a pump in order to pump water out of a retention pond so they wouldn't have water going onto Wood Lane Drive in that neighborhood. So flash flooding definitely a concern. And as we have these wind gusts continuously picking up, we'll have crews monitoring down tree lines. Live in Sumter County, Troy Campbell, getting results, News 6.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Troy, because the weather does not look that bad. Obviously, the winds are increasing, but a tree like that, a big old beautiful mossy oak, those are the ones that we're going to see starting to fall. It doesn't have to, I mean, a 50-mile-an-hour wind, 60-mile-an-hour wind, which many of us are going to see, they could take down these big old trees.
And the ground is already so saturated from the weeks of rainfall that we've been having across central Florida. So that's what officials have been warning about.
Yeah.
All it will take is one strong gust, and we can see more examples of that.
Troy Campbell live for us. Thank you. We'll have another look at Helene's path coming up after the break. First, though, here's a live look at the Gulf of Mexico from Treasure Island in Pinellas County. You're watching News 6 at 5:30, getting results. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Good Greek Moving and Storage.
Since I'm away on military orders, so bear with me, please. Just understand that this is not going to be a perfect live stream. I'm not in the studio right now. I'll be back actually this Saturday. And what I really want to talk about here, as soon as Jonathan rejoins us and we can pull up a couple of more graphics, if you will, I really want us to kind of fixate on that system down to the south of us, the potential future system. I know we have Helene imminently knocking on our doorstep here in the next 2 hours, but I want us to pay attention to that. And I know a lot of you are probably going to give me grievances and gripes, but there's a reason for it. We have Helene bearing down on us right now. We would rather focus on eliminating any future storm threat and focus on recovery and rescue efforts if need be. We do not need another imminent threat. And, you know, unfortunately, I wouldn't be discussing it if that wasn't a realistic solution or a doable solution. Is it the most likely outcome right now? No, we still have quite a ways away. We have about 7 days before we possibly see development in the Western Caribbean, but the ensemble projections and our deterministic models this far out just look concerning for us here already battling with a major hurricane right off our west coast. Bill, this is a sloppy, relatively undefined storm. If that's the case, then I would love to see the non-sloppy, well-defined storms that you've seen in the past, because this is a fairly well-defined hurricane. In fact, I'd argue this is our second greatest looking hurricane this season. We saw Debbie was a disheveled mess. Francine never quite got its act together. Ernesto kind of took on that look as it was shooting up towards Atlantic Canada. The sad reality is we're receiving our next best, most organized system for the 2024 hurricane season in an area that just does not need any more weather, period. I'm sure everybody up there in the Big Bend area would much rather clear skies, calm conditions for the rest of the calendar year, pending, you know, the occasional rain shower for the sake of ambiance or whatever. But in this case, this is not a good scenario, and it's tightening up as we speak. Not necessarily, Bill. Not necessarily. In this case, because it is a broad system, we're going to have low
time in the earlier side of the evening. Now it looks like it'll be closer to 11 p.m. It is starting to move quickly, but for people that are particularly, if you're looking at where this is now expected to make landfall. The models have continued to move it a little bit east. I think you're looking at anywhere from that Wakulla-Jefferson County line over to Taylor County. Most of the data we have does have a Taylor County landfall, but all those areas there along the Big Bend coast and in areas that are low-lying, that are susceptible to potentially major storm surge, you're under an evacuation order. Some people have. Because the storm isn't going to get here till a little later, we're going to see some effects soon. But right now, you actually still have time to be able to evacuate. I mean, you can go to Leon County and go to a shelter. You can get to a place that is going to be on higher ground and is not going to be susceptible to storm surge. The winds are going to be significant, but most structures in Florida are going to be able to handle the winds that will be there if you're interior and at a place that is either a shelter or a residence that's built for that. So you still have time to do that now. We thought the storm was going to get here a little bit earlier based on the estimates. It's going to get here a little bit later. So in these Big Bend areas, you still have time. Now, in other parts of Florida, listen to your emergency managers. I know Pinellas County said last call they were going to shut the bridges down to the barrier islands, I believe at 6 o'clock. So people have either heeded that or not. The bridges in the Tampa Bay area, Gandy is about to close. Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell have been closed. And of course, Sunshine Skyway had been closed earlier. So the time in that part of the state is coming to an end. But if you're here in North Florida, if you're in one of those areas, you see the potential for the storm surge, you still have time to do it. So we would encourage you to heed those evacuation orders as appropriate in your local area. You're going to lose power, so you still have time. If you have power, make sure your phones are charged. Make sure you have what you need to be able to get through a period of time where you're going to have an interruption in power. If you're sheltering in place in one of those evacuation zones, make sure you let people know that you're doing that. Whether it's a friend, a family member. I know some of the counties say you can check in with them and give them that information if you're comfortable doing that. But please do that if you've decided to hunker down. Once we start to get the real nasty conditions, don't at that point go on the roadways. That is very hazardous. That does produce fatalities when people do that in the middle of the storm. If you are sheltering at home, be cognizant of what trees are around you. You have 125 mile an hour maximum sustained right now. Probably is going to be higher. Whether it hits as a Category 4 or Category 3, it's going to be a significant storm. And even as it moves inland throughout northern Florida, you are going to see trees that are going to be falling down. That's just the reality of what we're doing, of what we're seeing here. And if you hear the tree limbs snapping around you, sometimes it almost sounds like fireworks are going off. Treat that as a tornado. Shelter in a part of the home that would be where you'd have protection from that. And this is the type of thing where, especially as that eye wall moves through, you're going to have some serious storms. And there also may be tornadoes that will be spun off from this as well, and that could be producing some of these reactions. If you have really severe weather, and then all of a sudden it gets very calm, that probably means you're in the eye of the storm. So don't go out into that. That eye wall will collapse quickly and unexpectedly, and you will get very bad weather very quickly as well. There's going to be power lines that are going to be down. Be careful about that, particularly in the streets, particularly near your residence. Do not mess with down power lines. Those can be very, very hazardous. The storm is going to hit Florida's Big Bend region sometime this evening, likely around 11 o'clock. It's going to be dark. Don't go out as soon as that storm passes if it's still dark and try to do work around your house or worry about things. Let it get light. There's going to be hazards there. It's just not something you want to be navigating in the dark. When we get into tomorrow, you may have some things on your roof. Just be careful with using ladders. There's going to be groups that are going to be helping people fix their homes in the appropriate areas. So if you're somebody that you may have some physical limitations, don't put your health at risk for that. Watch the standing water. We've already seen a lot of standing water in different parts of the state already. We're likely to see more of that. You never know what's in the standing water. When you have streets that are flooded, don't try to drive through the flooded streets. You are going to end up having your car stall out, and then you're going to be stuck, not to mention the hazards of just being on the roads in those circumstances with having accidents. We've been working here at the state, really starting the weekend. Clearly, we did a state of emergency at the beginning of the week. We have 1,100 missions in progress through the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Those continue to be filled, and they will continue to be filled until they're all done. Many of those are more for post-storm resources rather than pre-landfall resources. We do have the linemen staged throughout the state. You have Duke, TCO, FPL. We have the co-ops, we have the municipals. I think everybody's on the same page. As soon as this storm passes, there needs to be a strong effort to get the power restored, and they will be working to do that. And they've done a great job on this in recent years, and I think we've really set the standard here in the state of Florida. We have 130 generators that are at various gas stations. So when they lose power, most of the newer gas stations or the larger stations have generators per Florida law or have an ability to get the power back on. Some of the smaller ones don't, and when you're talking about the Big Bend region, that can be significant. So those generators have been distributed, and we should not see major interruptions in fuel given that. We have all state agencies that are on standby, 3,500 National Guard soldiers. We can surge that very quickly if we need more. Florida Highway Patrol has 200 state troopers that are on standby. They will go and be dispatched immediately following the storm to areas that need help. Florida Department of Transportation standing by. 307 cut and toss crews to get the roads cleared, 120 bridge inspectors to get the bridges back open, almost 700 generators, big 200 plus pieces of large equipment, and then the large pumps, which they have used not just in hurricanes, but in some of the rainstorms we've had where you've seen flooding in recent months. FDOT has used that, and it's been very effective. We have done a fuel mission, even though we've sent the generators to the stations. We haven't necessarily seen fuel shortage, but you do have ports that are closed. So we have almost 500,000 gallons of diesel in reserve that are being brought into the state, 132,000 gallons of regular motor vehicle gas, 36,000 gallons of propane, and 5,000 gallons of jet fuel. So you're close to almost 700,000 gallons between everything we have across the variety of fuel needs. And we don't anticipate having to use all or even most of that, but we want to make sure that people have the fuel that they need, particularly as the storm passes. So if you're in one of these areas in the northern part of the state, particularly on the coast and those low-lying areas that will face the brunt of the storm surge, you still have time, but you got to do it right now. Every minute that goes by, you're going to start to see conditions worsen. You know, I was out, you look this afternoon in Tallahassee, it was honestly wasn't that bad. It's going to get a lot worse in northern Florida as that storm gets closer. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in the prep. We've got the assets that are there. People just need to make sure they're making decisions that have themselves and their families' safety in mind. We can't control how strong this hurricane's going to get. We can't control the track of the hurricane, but what you can control is what you can do to put yourself in the best chance to be able to ride this out in a way that's going to be safe. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, again for your unwavering support and commitment to the safety and well-being of Floridians. We really appreciate it. As the Governor said, we continue to work on more than 1,100 missions, and we continue to fill those. Again, as he said, most of them at this point are going to be post-impact resources that are ready to move into the area immediately. Life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's West Gulf Coast and Big Bend. Floodwaters are hard to navigate during the day, but even harder to see at night. At this point, it is the last hours to safely evacuate ahead of Hurricane Helene from the Gulf Coast and Big Bend. If you have not already left, you're probably going to need to start looking at sheltering in place. Stay inside, stay safe, stay put. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. The governor has mentioned this. It's going to be dark outside. When it starts to make landfall, the street lights, the minimal street lights that we do have in the Big Bend area are going to go out. It is going to be very dark. So please do not drive, do not go out, wait to daylight, and then only drive if you need to. As you heard the governor say, if you hear the tree snapping, it's probably, treat it like a tornado. You're in imminent danger of potentially a tree falling on your house. So please make sure you're moving away from the windows and doors and getting to a central point of your home. Protect yourself from the flying debris. Put heavy coats, pillows, blankets, any type of material that you can put there on top of yourself. Make sure you're doing that. That'll help for lacerations again. And again, just do the best you can with what you have right there in your home. Stay put until the storm passes. The governor's already talked about if literally like a light switch. If you got really, really severe weather and all of a sudden it is completely like nothing ever happened, you're 99% sure you're in the eye wall of the hurricane. So do not go outside. Make sure you stay put. We are anticipating the power outages with the storm. Take time now while you actually have power to top off all of your battery chargers. Make sure you just leave them completely plugged in, ready to go until that power goes out so you get maximum use out of it. Backup generators are going to start becoming more and more of an issue. So please, we have done a really good job of reducing the number of carbon monoxide poisoning fatalities after storms. We want to have 0 in this disaster, so keep those generators 20 feet away from outside your home from any open doors or windows. Make sure you let it cool down for 20 minutes before you refuel it. And when you can safely do so and get back to an open store, go ahead and spend $20 and get yourself a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside and return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present along with down power lines. If you see dangerous conditions, please call 911 and report them to your local authorities. Residents needing resources after Hurricane Helene can call our State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. We again have individuals speaking English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole available to answer any and all of your questions. Please be sure that you follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and on Facebook at FDEM as we continue to share important, up-to-date, real-time information. And again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership and your support.
Sharon?
All right, thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and good evening. We've continued very close coordination with Florida Highway Patrol, with Kevin at the Division of Emergency Management, and General Haas at National Guard. As you heard from the Governor, we are very prepared for this storm. We have our people, our assets, our equipment staged all within a reasonable distance from the impact area. We're going to be ready to go to work as soon as this storm passes through with boots on the ground. We have shut down all of our construction projects across the state, and all of our contractors also stand ready to support and recover from the impacts of Hurricane Helene. We're beginning to see a lot of local road closures from storm surge and localized flooding. Please remember, you can always check fl511.com for road closure and traffic information. It is going to be your most up-to-date place to get traffic information. As the storm approaches the state, bridges have begun closing as winds increase. You heard the governor mention Sunshine Skyway is closed, the Howard Franklin Bridge, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, and also Gandy Causeway is closing within the hour. Please, if you see water on top of the road or lapping over bridges, please do not drive through it. It can be very dangerous. We have 120 bridge inspectors ready to go as soon as the storm passes through to inspect bridges and make sure they're safe for travel. We're closely monitoring the major east-west roadways within the storm's path. For Hurricane Helene, that's going to be I-10, US 98, and US 19. We're working directly with local utility companies to have a direct line of communication to expedite our cut and toss efforts. A lot of times when storms like this come through, you can have oak trees wrapped in power lines. It takes very close coordination with utilities, and we're ready to do that. The cut and toss efforts have actually already begun in southwest Florida. The impacts were not that significant where the storm has already passed. FDOT crews have already driven and cleared more than 2,000 miles of roadway in southwest Florida. So we've already started working. Once the initial response is through, our cut and toss crews will transition to debris removal. And under Governor DeSantis' leadership, we will stand ready, just like with Adalia and Debbie, to support fiscally constrained counties with the debris removal operation. Please listen to your local law enforcement, your local emergency offices. If roads are not safe to drive, please do not drive on them. Water over a road can be very dangerous, especially around culverts and bridges. Every storm season, we see people try to navigate through water. You have no idea what's going on underneath the water. Please do not drive through it. We're going to stay in touch with our airports and seaports. Seaports are closed waterside right now. Airports are going to reopen just as soon as practically feasible. And again, Governor, thank you for your leadership and support.
So we are getting close to having a landfall. I think the track is kind of taking it into that Taylor County, but I would say anywhere from Wakulla Jefferson County line over into Taylor is where a lot of the models have it. But keep in mind that wherever that eye hits, particularly on the northeast side of that storm, that's going to whip up a lot of storm surge. And so if it's hitting Taylor, you're looking at coastal Levy, Dixie. That's going to be some significant surge. On the west side of the storm, you still have surge, but it is not going to be as high as the ones on the northeast side. That's just how these things work. So where it hits is important for the wind. The wind is going out pretty far from this storm, and so you're going to have hurricane force winds for probably 50 miles outside of the eye of the storm. And then you're going to continue to see surge, particularly in that Big Bend area. So, but people do have time. If you're in those coastal areas, particularly in that Big Bend, if you want to get out of Dodge, you still have time to do it. We're likely going to see conditions worsen, but if you go right now, you're probably going to be okay. And then if you decide not to, hunker down. You gotta be as safe as you can. I will say that regardless of what people decide to do, we have resources that are staged, whether it's National Guard, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, whether it's our State Guard, all these assets that can go and help with search and rescue efforts if people are caught in difficult circumstances. You don't want that to be the case. And just keep in mind that if you do find yourself in those situations, those rescue efforts will be undertaken. But once it's safe to do so, they're not going to go out in a Category 3 hurricane trying to effectuate rescue. So the storm will pass, and then they will go in and help people that are in need. So we have that. Locals have that. And you'll see those resources be put to bear if needed, but it will likely not happen until that storm passes. So just keep that in mind. If you stay behind and then you call in the middle of the storm, I think in pretty much all instances they're going to say we're going to have to wait. So be smart over these next few hours. With that, yes.
Governor, I'm curious if you've seen the post from the Taylor County Sheriff's Office that basically said that if people were staying behind despite the evacuation order, that they needed to put their name and information like their birth date in permanent marker on their limbs. Is that too much, or is that fair?
Well, I think people still have time to effectuate an evacuation in some of those areas. I mean, particularly you look at Taylor County, you look at that eye is kind of is heading in that direction potentially. It's a very real possibility that this storm will make landfall in Taylor County. So you're looking at those, particularly on the coast there, you're going to look at seeing some pretty significant storm surge. And if the storm surge is, I think they've said a maximum could be 20 feet. I don't think we've ever had 20 feet recently. I know Ian, I think, got to about 18 feet. feet. But even if it's 10 feet, that is really significant, and that will have really serious consequences. And so people still have time to kind of make those judgments. I mean, obviously our state policy is not saying people have to use marker to do whatever, but you do have time to do. If you do hunker down, I don't think you're going to have the local sheriff's department. I don't think you're going to see state resources brought to bear for the rescue until it's safe to do so. And, we've had examples in storms where people were caught in very difficult circumstances. But basically, I think when you call 911 or you call the sheriff's department, they're going to say, okay, give me your name, where are you at? As soon as it's safe to go, we'll send people. But they are going to wait for it to be safe to go.
With this being a night landfall, how are you guys going to implement those resources right away? You guys are telling people to wait till daylight to go out and survey the damage, repair your property. What's the state doing, especially with people their resources right behind the storm?
Well, I think Kevin can jump in on this, but I'll just say, if you call 911 or you call for help, they're going to go. I mean, if it's nighttime, they're going to go and they're going to try to rescue. It's more a question of when the storm passes. These folks, they can operate in the night, but I would say cut and toss, most of those things are just going to require daylight. Power restoration, the crews will likely start getting there first thing in the morning. I know you have FPLs, got a lot of them staged in Bay County. So you may see them coming over to the Taylors and to some of these counties for restoration. But it isn't going to happen at 2 in the morning.
And Cody, just a little bit more on the tactical discussion of that, to the point where the governor says we have resources in Bay County. We have a whole lot of resources in the Ocala footprint right now, and even down at the Orange County Convention Center. That's where a lot of our urban search and rescue assets are staging. So tactically, how that's going to work is as they start moving into this area, including the FPL resources staged in Waimuma and Leesburg area, all of that will start to move with the assistance of the Florida Highway Patrol and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, the DACS cut and toss crews. They will all work collectively as a team to work into the area. We have some of those staged in area right now. For instance, the Florida National Guard Red Horse unit is staged just right up the road at the Armory here in Tallahassee. So again, it's more of like a hub and spoke system where you have necessary resources in strengthened, hardened buildings, and then they'll start working themselves outward from there as teams of state agencies to successfully get to where we need to be. Do these teams have the opportunity to work at night? 100%. Is it safe to do so? Absolutely not. If they can, and within safety protocols, they will work the best that they can. But I really think with this thing making landfall at 11 o'clock tonight, we're really not going to get a cessation of winds to actually get out there until probably about the time the sun comes up. So I think actually in this case, it's actually going to work out to where we're going to get a full day of sunlight for all of our emergency responders to get out there and do really, really good, solid work. And we pride ourselves on being fast. We will have those commodities moving into these areas within probably 12 to 24 hours.
Yeah, and I think the timing is, from an operational perspective, you're going to be able to maximize the response. If the storm hits at 11, you're going to have serious winds probably for several hours after that. And so they're going to be able, first thing in the morning, daylight, and they're going to be able to go all day. If the storm hit at 7 o'clock, I mean, not much would have probably been able to get done in those wee hours of the morning anyways. And so the timing is probably going to be good for them to get a whole day's worth of restoration, cut and toss under their belts and take care of business as best they can. And of course, on the recovery, they're going to respond when it's safe to do so. I think it's less about light or dark, more about the safety. And this is going to be for the next however many hours, you're going to start to see hazardous conditions. Then when it makes landfall, it's going to be really hazardous.
Governor, I ask you this, I think, every time we have a hurricane. Do you feel like the state has done everything that it can to be as prepared as possible for the storm?
Yeah, I think every time we do these things, we get better at stuff. And so, for example, we've done these flood protection debuted that during Debbie. Now we have them around fire stations, utility substations. We have some of the electrical. I mean, the state doesn't obviously run the electrical, but the municipals, the rural co-ops, in addition to the private companies, it's all like, okay, storm's here, we know we got to do. You did not see that in the past. You know, you go back to Hermine. Did you see Tallahassee mobilizing the way it has? No. So I think that we have a good culture in Florida for prep, and you know, we'll see. I think people have. You look at kind of these paths of how they're projecting it, and people have taken it seriously. Is it going to be a direct hit on Tallahassee? Well, the most recent models say maybe it's going to go just east, but you're going to have impacts that are going to be significant. I mean, you are going to have hurricane force winds. If it hits in Taylor County, you're still going to have hurricane force winds in Leon County. I mean, that's just the reality. So I think people have done a good job. I think that they've taken it seriously, certainly on a preparation from power to logistics and then the local governments. And so we'll hope for the best over the next 6 or so hours in terms of minimal amount of damage, but there is going to be damage and there's going to be a response, and I think we'll all be on top of it. All right, thank you. Oh, and let me just say to our wonderful First Lady, happy anniversary, 15th year anniversary, spent in the Emergency Operations Center. May not have been what we had drawn up back 15 years ago, but I just wanted to send her my love.
Okay, that's the most important takeaway from this news conference, is that the governor's anniversary
that
is
he's
today.
romantic.
No wind, no rain. But, you know, he's telling everyone just to heed all the warnings, as we all know. But there are some people who will not listen and not leave and not take the proper precautions.
Yes, specifically, they pointed out in that Taylor County area is where they're expecting the landfall to be. They're talking a lot about the storm surge, which could be anywhere from 12, 15, maybe even 20 feet. You're hearing on the top end.
Really big.
If you're wondering what that looks like, you can harken back to Google Mexico Beach. That's what that kind of storm surge is like.
That is
Tons of damage. Glad to have you with us as we begin our 6 p.m. show. A little late. I'm Matt Austin.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. We have a team of meteorologists tracking Helene's path and pinpointing its impact. So we begin now with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos. Candace.
I'm used to the 6 a.m.
Yeah, I was trying to make you feel comfortable.
All right, let's look at the latest update. While the governor was speaking, we did have the official 6 o'clock advisory. And because it's getting very close to landfall, we're going to get those hourly updates. It's going to update really the longitude lines, the speed, as well as the current wind speeds. And the update has brought the winds down from 125 to 120. At the end of the day, we're still talking about a major hurricane continuing to make its way close towards the Big Bend. Right now, sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. We're still going to continue to watch this track continuing to move towards the Big Bend, kind of even holding on to Category 2 strength as far north as southern Georgia later on tonight. So that's also going to be a big story. But again, that forecast cone really hasn't budged much, just continuing to narrow a bit, basically between Tallahassee and about Perry. That's going to be kind of that main zone there that we are looking for that official landfall. But again, it's that right side, that northeast quadrant of the storm that we're going to continue to watch for the strongest and the worst of the weather, which does include us here in Central Florida. Tropical storm force wind gusts, we've been feeling it now for several hours across most of Central Florida. We've been getting peak wind gusts upwards about 40, 45 miles per hour, even as far east as our coastline. But you can see how clear that center is, and you can see all the lightning there really focused, again, on that northeastern quadrant of the eye of that storm, the eye wall there depicted pretty clearly. We're seeing the heaviest of the rain right now just outside of our viewing area, but still bringing with it torrential downpours across our Gulf Coast counties. Some of it now starting to clip parts of Sumter County there in Bushnell right along 75. The other bulk of the rain, that squall line that we're also watching, this one is just a few miles offshore in Brevard County, which is certainly good news, as these certainly will have that potential of quick spin-ups. So that's good news that they're going to be staying out to sea over the next few hours. And then here's another big batch that once again looks to be riding just parallel along the shoreline there. We are going to continue to watch this. We are still looking at a landfall late tonight, early tomorrow morning. morning as, again, we are watching for that potential. Standing by now with what we can expect as we head into the overnight hours is meteorologist Jonathan Keggis. He's jumped from YouTube now here on News 6.
Yeah, and we're watching those tropical storm conditions start to overspread, especially through the 75 corridor, as you showed with the radar. I wanted to show you a live look in Dunnellon with the weather stem camera here, and you see the wind blowing things around. Certainly tropical storm conditions occurring right now in Dunnellon. We're going to be watching over the next couple of hours, and we talked about this, that it wasn't going to be an all-day rain, and a lot of the afternoon has been on the drier side. Again, that was to be expected. Here's the deal, though. 6, 7 o'clock, we're going to be watching those cells that Candace just showed you that are producing a lot of tornado warnings on the Gulf Coast. So really for the next hour or so, that kind of pinwheels up closer to the I-4 corridor. We're watching these little guys here, those kidney bean-shaped cells that you see on your screen. Those are going to have the potential to spin, producing some of those tropical tornadoes really through the next couple of hours. Again, that tornado watch rolls until 8 o'clock this evening. And then as Helene itself lifts up towards Georgia into the Carolinas, it'll drape across some extra moisture. By this point, though, any kind of the severe weather threat really starts to wind down. There you go as we move into midnight early tomorrow morning, and then things really start to fizzle out. We'll get a few more scattered showers and thunderstorms back into the mix. But otherwise, again, that's more routine stuff. Well, the tropical storm force winds are gone. For more on the rest of the forecast, we're going to send things back over to Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos.
Yeah, Jonathan, look at the wind gusts right now. We are clocking right now a wind gust within the last 30 minutes of 51 miles per hour. I think that is the strongest so far we've seen already, and that is because we're starting to get, Helene, almost parallel towards Central Florida out there in the Gulf. So right now, 48 mile per hour wind gusts reported there at the airport, 43 in Melbourne, at about 40 miles per hour from Stanford into New Smyrna Beach. But now let's check on that hour-by-hour forecast for tonight.
Sponsored by Strata Air Conditioning and Heating. AC emergency? You ought to call Strata.
Our highs this morning with some of that sunshine, some of that drying slop between those squall lines. We actually hit near 90 degrees today in many spots. The rain chances, we're going to hold it off. Keep the rain chances in the forecast, as Jonathan was showing you there with that future radar. There will be a couple more squall lines that we here will continue to track throughout the overnight hours. And as we get results here with your full 7-day forecast, we're going to slowly get back to a more typical setup as we head into your weekend come Saturday and Sunday, though, keeping some of that tropical moisture still in place. Stick around, more news after this.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Advent Health, helping the communities we serve to feel whole.
Let's take a look. Yeah, Helene is looking really good on radar. We don't want to see that, especially this coastal landfall. That's what National Hurricane Center was concerned about up until landfall, is that nothing will really stop this system from continuing to intensify as it moves along. We have some very decent looking cells moving across the western half of Florida. The eastern half is looking great. We have nothing going on. If you reside in East Polk County, or actually almost the entirety of Sumter County for now, Orange County, Marion County, Flagler County, Brevard, Volusia, even further to the south of there, from about the Four Corners area south and north, we are good. There's really nothing on the immediate horizon. All of our strongest storms and heaviest rainfall are running parallel to the coast and coming up with that return flow around the backside of our system. So that's where we're going to have to watch very closely for tornadoes. And we do have a tornado warning in effect for Charlotte, Florida, DeSoto, Florida, Manatee, and Sarasota. Radar indicated currently. So it is not a confirmed tornado, but you should still go through your necessary precautions for sure. Wow, Pamela is spamming the chat. I need somebody to add a moderator to this chat desperately. We have the same people in here spamming the chat and taking away from folks who have genuine questions. Pam, Isaac is just hanging out on its own. Isaac's going to be actually affecting the Mediterranean, and the transatlantic. Not, I'm using Navy terminology now, but Isaac's going to be a role or play a role in Europe's weather. Isaac's not going to play a role in anyone here in the United States, thankfully. Robin Kilgore, I'm actually in Polk County myself, not literally, obviously, but I'm in the Davenport, Haines City area of Polk County. I cannot, this is not my YouTube channel, unfortunately, so I cannot assign moderator privileges. I'm pretty sure Jonathan is doing a hit right now. It's after 6, so they probably have their 6 and then eventually their 6:30 show going on television. Yeah, they just corrected the numbers on the National Hurricane Center homepage as well. So yeah, guys, until he comes back, please oh no. Oh gosh. Okay, let me go back to the main screen and adjust. We must have just got another intermittent advisory. I'm seeing down here in the bottom left, we've officially reached Category 4 status. I don't know why this thing did not come up with it. What just happened there? What is going on right now? I have a lot of noise outside of my hotel room, which is a bummer as well. I cannot wait to get back home. This is such an unprofessional environment, and I sincerely apologize for that, but I'm once again, doing what I can. Let me refresh the page. We just got a new intermediate advisory at 6:20. 6:20, we are at a Category 4. We are at a Category 4 hurricane now.
Now we're seeing some pretty steady rain, and it's continuing. I want to show you downtown Perry while I tell you a little bit about what we did today. If you're just getting home, I want to fill you in. Photojournalist Megan Neely and I took a trip over to the beach just to see what the Gulf of Mexico was looking like. And, you know, surprisingly, when we went around noontime today, the Gulf waters were still. You know, the storm was way off in the distance, but we knew that where we were standing was probably going to be under 15 to 20 feet of water when Hurricane Helene roars ashore. Something important that I wanted to pass along, though, was on the journey to Keaton Beach today, we made sure that we looked at the homes, because there was a lot of homes on the way there, just to see how many people had heeded the mandatory evacuation warnings coming from Taylor County here. And I have to tell you, we didn't see a lot of cars in driveways. It looked like a lot of people really took this warning seriously. And I do want to address something that was brought up in the press conference with Governor DeSantis just a couple minutes ago, and something we actually brought you live as soon as Taylor County Emergency Management announced it. They are urging people who decided to stay behind closer to the Gulf to write on their arm or on their leg with permanent marker their name, their date of birth, and a contact number in their words, so that they could notify next of kin when their body was found. It was really jarring when we read that, and especially when we read it live on the air. But, you know, Governor DeSantis, when he was asked, was that too stern, he sort of deflected whether it was too stern or not, but he did drive home the point. The evacuation is important, especially given the severity of Helene. We're expecting 125 plus mile-an-hour winds when the eye finally makes it here to Perry later on tonight. We'll be riding out the storm. We'll bring you coverage on clickorlando.com and on News 6. For now, we are live in historic downtown Perry. Eric Sandoval getting results, News 6.
Yeah, and Eric, we got some news for you. We just got an update from our chief meteorologist, Candace Campos, that Helene has now been upgraded to a Cat 4 hurricane. So you are right to brace for impact.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
130 mile-an-hour winds now, and it's just picking up steam. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the latest on the look of Helene from the sky.
Now, we would need to see this thing explosively intensify within the next 2 to 3 hours, and that's not going to happen. We're not looking at that type of a situation. Unfortunately, though, here, if you look at what I have pulled up, you can see there is tremendous amounts of dry air up over Mississippi, Louisiana, and the western Gulf Coast. This system is so superbly walled off now that that is not going to be an issue, and this is what National Hurricane Center was afraid of. How long until landfall? Ben Hamilton, I'm pretty sure they're forecasting anywhere between 8 to 10 o'clock is when this thing is going to come ashore. We are moving fast. 23 miles an hour, so we are getting close to landfall now. Let me go ahead and clear the screen so I can pull the radar imagery back up for you guys, and we can track the center of circulation a little bit more closely. Let's go to the level 2 radar, level 2 reflectivity. I'm going to go to the Tallahassee radar so we can see this thing on approach. Now I need to get this out of the way. There we go. Let's just move that off to the side. And I truthfully hope if we do have any others watching from the greater Big Bend area of Florida, that you've heeded the warnings of local law enforcement and local emergency management services, because at this point, there is no movement to be had. You should be sheltered in place and in a very safe spot, regardless of where you are, whether it be in your own home or elsewhere for that matter. This is the final approach of Hurricane Helene, and it should be there here within the next couple hours. You can see we are trucking along fairly quickly, and it looks like we are going to be just to the immediate east of the metropolitan area of Tallahassee. We could still graze the city limits area, and we're going to expect widespread catastrophic damage at this point because we're looking at a Category 4 intensity. No, East Coast Aquarius, Miami-Dade is not over with. Remember, we still have a lot of back building and a lot of return flow storms that are going to be wrapping around the south side of the system. I'll very quickly switch us over to a different radar so you guys can see that very quickly, and then we'll come back to the Tallahassee radar. I'll go to I guess the Melbourne radar will do us just fine. We'll go over to the Melbourne radar. And you can see we actually have some stuff sneaking in. This is far away, so this does not look very menacing. I don't really see the ICAO or the identifier for the Miami-Fort Lauderdale radar on my display here. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have that here. So I'm using the Melbourne radar right now. Let's go back to the Tampa Bay radar. We'll get our closest look at the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. There you go. This is 420. Let me go ahead and loop the image for you guys. Then I'll come back to the main screen. Let's zoom in and we can get a closer look, a bird's eye view of what's going on out there. Very impressive hurricane. This is absolutely getting close to one of the more impressive, not the most impressive systems. So there you go. For the person who asked earlier about the structuring and the symmetry of an eye in the core, you can see as the radar loops, earlier we started out a bit more broad, a little bit more jagged around the edges, but notice in those last couple of frames, we're taking on that perfect circle. So as PM mentioned in the chat, we could still get lucky and watch this thing cave in on itself before landfall. This is precisely what Idalia did last year. We did make it to Category 4 status and then weakened right at the last second to
of Florida. We'll of course continue to keep more eyes on this and more updates throughout the rest of the night.
All right, Candace Campos, thank you. Our coverage of Helene continues right here on News 6.
And we will also be live with you on the digital side. Check us out on clickorlando.com.
Joking around a little bit more if I wasn't on a professional forum right now. If I was over on my regular channel, we'd be just all about it. Derek Hunt, exactly. I fully agree. But track is locked in with forward speed. Will not see significant track changes. Exactly. Excellent point. Derek Hunt, quality comment in the chat right now. We are just sitting it out. We just have to wait this out at this point. There's nothing we can do. Lots of onshore flow for Venice Beach, Charlotte Harbor, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, up into the Tampa Bay area. Looks like our strongest cells have just moved to the immediate east of the greater Tampa Bay area and St. Petersburg. We're kind of in between strong bands. You can see that band just off the coast there, looking right in through here. Zoom in, I can show you a little bit more of a close-up view. You can see these stronger embedded cells are now pushing towards the Lakeland area, trying to get closer to my neck of the woods, which is not good. I don't like to see that, especially since these could very quickly go tornado warned. Very symmetrical core with this system now, though. Look at these strong values in the reflectivity here, these dark shades of red, yellow, and orange. That is a healthy eye wall. Anybody in that eye wall will receive the full effects of Hurricane Helene. Oh, Chrissy, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Because I've been away, I haven't been able to do content. So that's why I've been kind of mirroring what Jonathan's been doing here on the Just Weather channel and over on WKMG, because I've just been dead in the water out here. Can you explain what Central American gyre is? When does it end? Because it is causing these storms. I see another one next week. So the Central American gyre is essentially a very large scale. I would say large scale. The reason it takes the name Central American is because it blankets much of the Central American land mass from southern Mexico through to the northwest quadrant of South America. This could be a big thing. And all it is a focused area, but a big focused area of rising motions. And because we're seeing those rising motions in the low levels, what that does is it creates low pressure, like a hurricane. Not literally like a hurricane, but it spins on a very broad scale, like we saw with Alberto that kicked off our season, a very broad area of cyclonic spin. And to generate this, we usually have a Kelvin wave or the MJO coupled with a nice anticyclone at the highest point in the atmosphere to help drive those lowering pressures, the rising motions, to evacuate that mass closest to ground level. And it really depends. It depends on what the atmosphere does in the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, to whether or not that gyre setup will go away. Sometimes they can hang out for a couple weeks. Sometimes they can last a whole month. Sometimes they can come on intra-seasonally as well. And what that means is outside of their normal times. Typically, we see a more pronounced gyre setup come together late May into early June, and as we're getting into November. So to see this, we would have to have something spur that development, and we did. We had the MJO and a lot of that rising motion in the tropics come across that area and help to ignite that low pressure area called the gyre, and that's what hooked up with this feature before it turned into Helene. This is a very impressive hurricane, though, folks. We need to take this very serious. This is a very symmetrical, this is that, quote, look that you see so many folks mentioning on social media. I would imagine is probably anywhere between 30 to 40 miles wide, give or take. It's a fairly sizable eye.
At Austin.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. You know, a storm like this one takes a team of meteorologists, and we've got one for you. So let's begin with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos. This storm has really, it's doing what everybody thought, you guys thought it would do.
Exactly, and we're starting to see almost what I call it the evil eye, is all of a sudden that circle, that center really starting to really billow up. You could see it there. All the maroon colors kind of billowing around that system, and it has never looked as healthy as it does now, and unfortunately leading right into landfall within the next few hours. So this is the latest update. We had a 6 o'clock update, and then all of a sudden 20 minutes later, hurricane hunters were in there. They picked up that wind speed at 130 miles per hour. That's exactly where they're officially holding the current wind speed of this system, making it a Category 4 hurricane. The intensity forecast has fluctuated between a strong Cat 3 and a weak Cat 4, and that's exactly what is, of course, starting to show on our satellite imagery. So this is the latest forecast cone. Still no big changes. The last update for the forecast cone was a 5 o'clock advisory. Still looking like it's going to make a landfall somewhere between, let's say, the Tallahassee region and Perry later on this evening by about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. By 2 a.m., it could still hold on to Category 2 strength, even as it moves into parts of southern and central Georgia. So this, of course, is an area we're going to be watching. And like Matt mentioned, okay, if it fluctuates a little bit, a few miles east or west, at the end of the day, the impacts here in Central Florida remain the same. Of course, the impacts along the coastline there certainly do differ. But this is the radar view. So we were looking at the satellite. That's the cloud tops. Now we're going to dissect it and go right under the cloud tops and show you what the actual rain looks like on the radar. You can see there is that strong eye wall, the worst of the storm right now. Again, along that northeast quadrant, you can see all the lightning strikes there. We do have tornado warnings that have been firing up right along the Gulf Coast counties. Here in Central Florida, we're in a bit of a lull. We're not complaining, absolutely, but we are starting to see some of that moisture creeping into our far western zones. Some of this producing some pretty heavy tropical downpours. Again, we're talking squall lines, not those typical afternoon thunderstorms that we tend to see. So under some of these batches of rain, the rain could come down pretty quickly in a short amount of time. The other band, though, still sitting just a few miles offshore. Standing by with more on our current conditions right now is meteorologist Jonathan Kegas.
Yeah, and you saw that big orange bubble that Candace just showed you with the latest track from the Hurricane Center. Pretty much the entire Florida Peninsula verifying tropical storm conditions right now. You see Orlando International Airport just gusted to 48 miles an hour. So might start to see some delays at the Orlando International Airport. 51-mile-per-hour gusts in Claremont, Wildwood about 32 miles an hour. And again, we're starting to get in on that stronger stuff. So you see closer to Winter Haven, closer to Lakeland in the 40s and 50s. I really don't think we're going to get much higher than that either. Again, all of this to be expected going forward as we just watch a couple of these bands rotate in. Again, we were talking about this for the last few days, that it wasn't going to be a straight full-on tropical storm force event like we often see across the board. Nonetheless, as we go forward in time, we are going to be watching. I think the main threat that we've been breaking down is the opportunity again for those tropical tornadoes. They're close by I-75 now. Most of them are going to be lifting to the north. You see the sky cam bouncing around a little bit. This is our weather stem Dunnellon sky cam. The trees, it certainly looks like a tropical storm out there with the darker clouds, the heavier rain, and the trees starting to blow all over the place. So again, those are those wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles an hour. As they move through the rest of the evening, here's 6, 7 o'clock, and it's these guys that we're going to be looking for. Again, that's really our main threat. That line, though, weakens as it moves towards I-4, and then eventually it lifts up and out. So again, maybe an hour or two left of just watching for that tornado threat, and then things are really going to start to wind down, guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Well, one single central Florida city is close enough to the Gulf Coast to be put under a hurricane warning.
That's right. We're talking about Dunnellon. It is in far west Marion County, less than an hour away from the other coast there. News 6's Lewis Bolden is on the ground in Dunnellon for us tonight. So, Lewis, I can see it is wet out there, but at this moment it looks fairly calm.
Yeah, and it has been calm, Matt. We have gotten some rain. You can see how wet the ground is. So we've gotten some rain, but it's been very mild. In fact, we just put our raincoats on for the first time today. But believe it or not, people have been coming out in the rain, and they are fully taking advantage of this sandbag location. And people have been loading up their cars because there is some concern about some people's property flooding. And there's a little bit of a concern about localized street flooding. But the police chief tells me that the biggest concern in Dunnellon is the wind. They are expecting lots of trees down. They are expecting power lines down. The trees will be down because we've had so much rain over the last few weeks. And the wind here, we heard Julie say earlier that the wind here is going to be about 70 miles per hour. And so it won't take a lot to take some of these trees down with all the rain that we've been getting. Here's why that 70 miles per hour is important. Because the police chief says that when the wind hits 45 miles per hour, first responders will not be on the road. And so that's important. So if someone is considering going to a shelter, you need to make that decision sooner rather than later, because the closest shelter to this area is 30 minutes away in Ocala, and it's at Westport High School. So what you don't want to do is let the conditions get too bad and then you get stuck on the road, and you don't want to get in a situation where you have an emergency at home, because first responders will not be out once the winds hit about 45 miles an hour. So that's something for everybody to keep in mind. Matt and Ginger, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
They always tell people that, but I can guarantee you there are going to be people who are trapped and they call 911. So, yeah. Lewis, you be safe out there as well. Thank you. All right, if you're wondering what our beaches look like tonight, here's a live look right now over Daytona Beach from our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera.
Not a banner beach day.
No.
Pretty much most of the beaches across the East Coast look similar to this tonight. Look a lot worse over on the West Coast. Let's get you out live to News 6's James Sparvero. He's at Cape Canaveral, and the winds appear to be whipping out there on the coast, James.
Hey, Matt and Ginger, they have been all day. This is our last chance to show you the beach in some daylight. So I wanted to bring you back to Harbor Heights. This is actually the beach in my neighborhood where I live in Cape Canaveral. I've seen people out all day just getting a glimpse of the beach. They've been looking to the north this way towards Jetty Park, which has been closed along with Port Canaveral all day. If you have a cruise, everybody, tomorrow or Saturday, very important, the port wants you to check with your cruise line to see if it's delayed. While we were actually just standing by to go live now, a gentleman from New Mexico approached me, and he's in that very situation. So there's definitely hundreds, if not thousands, of people affected by this here at Port Canaveral. So just check with your cruise line and see if that cruise is delayed tomorrow. Now, the water's been rough all day. I have not seen many surfers, and I was kind of surprised because typically you do see surfers when the water's rough, but this is, as my neighbor on my street in Cape Canaveral puts it, washing machine water. He's a very experienced surfer. When the water looks like this, he doesn't go out there. I saw a kite surfer or two. Sometimes they travel actually to get up here. Over the years with covering all the storms, I've met kite surfers who will follow the path of the storm. Maybe they start in South Florida and they work their way up the coast for a couple of days. They had their chance today, but they certainly got tired because it's been rough, it's been windy, but it hasn't been so rainy, I don't think, as the county expected. I'd be surprised if the county says it ended up getting the rain totals it expected, which was somewhere between 2 and 6 inches, Matt and Ginger.
Yeah, it's always better to prepare for the worst, and if you don't get it, nobody's going to be mad.
Yes, that's the truth.
Yeah, thanks,
Interesting
James.
to see the ocean out there. Not very surfable water.
Not
like
at
you
all.
said, it looks
Not
like
at
the
all.
inside of a washing machine.
Yeah, thanks, James. Moving on now to Sumter County. News 6's Troy Campbell is checking in with neighbors in the Wildwood area. Troy.
Yeah, so it's pretty windy, and that's the reason here on County Road 462, there was this massive tree that came crashing down. These wind gusts have just been increasing by the minute. Again, we're on East County Road 462 in Seminole County. This is where the strong winds, they took down that large oak tree, completely covering the roadway. Sumter County Sheriff's Office, they have this part of the roadway shut down, and you can see how the tree took down the power lines. There's already, props to them, there's already utility crews here on scene making repairs. The tree also caused damage to the fence of the home. They're starting to use their chainsaws. They're chopping up the tree. They're working pretty fast. We have been experiencing the heavy wind gusts. The oak trees in this area have just been swaying side to side. Sumter County forecast the storm could bring 2 to 4 inches of rain, which they warn could cause flash flooding in low-lying areas. Now, we stopped by a couple places. The first place was in Wildwood at the community center. That was an evacuation area. There we saw people taking shelter with their dogs in tow. We also stopped by Pine Court in Wildwood, where Public Works, they place a water pump near a retention pond. Neighbors there, they told us recent storms have caused that area to flood. So the city has placed those pumps in that area. So we are starting to get a little bit of the rain as well. But again, you can see they are just busy at work there to repair those power lines and to get this stretch of the roadway open. And of course, we will continue to monitor. Live in Sumter County, Troy Campbell, getting results, News 6.
Yeah, those crews are racing right now, Troy, because they don't know when that next patch of nasty weather is going to come through and make them stop. So we appreciate you. We'll check back in with you in a bit.
The other thing to consider too, September has been such a wet month. The ground is saturated, so the trees are easily,
roots are ready to
exactly.
give.
They're just gonna. I feel like a lot of people are gonna have some toppled trees in their yards because of the winds, unfortunately. Our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues after the break.
You're watching News 6 at 6:30, getting results. We'll be right back.
Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Eye wall, where those strong storms we saw on the radar earlier, those deep yellows, reds, and oranges on the immediate outside of the clear eye, that's where you have very aggressive vertical motions up into the atmosphere that creates the outflow and the breath, the respiration of these systems. Because of how fast those vertical velocities are on the eye wall, on the inside, what goes up has to come down. So where those clouds are free and clear and the skies are open and you can see up to the blue sky, that's where you have rapid sinking air going on, creating that lower pressure as the air is evacuated out so robustly from that eye wall core. So that's why you have clear conditions in the eye of the storm. But on the immediate outside of that, you have your strongest storms because that's where your vertical velocities are the most intense. Right now, it is not a Cat 2. It is far from a Cat 2. Unfortunately, I wish it was still a Cat 2. Carl Dennis, is there that small 1% possibility that Mother Nature throws us a curve and this thing continues to explosively intensify? Always. There's always that level of uncertainty, even when you're 30 seconds away from verifying a weather forecast. Is that the most likely outcome? No, no. This will not make Category 5 intensity. Oh, Priya Patel, you're very welcome, for sure. I have someone asking what cat this storm will weaken to before hitting Valdosta. Valdosta's in Georgia, isn't it? Valdosta, Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if we zoom in and I can see that on the, there we go. So not much, to tell you the truth. Remember, folks, and this is something that I always emphasize to Central Floridians, if we have a system coming up like a rocket moving at the 20 to 25 mile an hour pace that we see with Helene, it's
Because that's what you need to know before you go to bed.
News 6 at 11.
New video just coming in from the hurricane hunters. Let's take a look at this thing as they flew right into Hurricane Helene. Now, the data they get from these flights is critical to help improve the forecasting, especially for our meteorologists. Gives us a better idea of this storm's strength. In fact, that is how we got the update that this thing is now at 130 mile an hour Cat 4. So if you're just joining us, we are tracking Hurricane Helene as it approaches Florida's Big Bend region.
The storm was upgraded to a major Cat 4 storm earlier today, just moments ago, actually. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos is joining us now to talk about what we can expect as we approach landfall.
Yeah, we are going to continue to watch the strengthening storm. As of right now, it's still wobbling a little bit. That's what tends to happen when you have a storm that has intensified from a Category 1 storm to Category 4 in less than 24 hours. So the rapid intensification is certainly happening. We've been seeing it happen over the last couple of updates. So again, that 620, because of the National Hurricane Center, those hurricane hunters in there, finding that 130 mile per hour sustained winds, and that is the reason why they have now upgraded it to a Category 4 hurricane. This is actually the current track. They are still in this system. They have been doing round-the-clock missions. There's been times where they've been in the storm for hours, and on their way out, there's another one coming in. They've been coming out from Louisiana, from Florida, even from Texas, really trying to hone in on the intensity, the structure, the development, because the system has turned from a no-name storm just a few days ago to something that looks like this just off our shore. Now, speaking of it still being off our shore, yes, landfall for us locally is not the biggest concern. What is the concern is, once again, we're going to be on that dirty side of the storm. And the reason why it's called the dirty side of the storm is not only are we talking about 130 mile per hour sustained winds rotating around the storm, but on the right side, you also have to add the forward motion. So if the forward motion's at about 20 miles per hour, on the right side of the storm, you're supposed to almost add 20 miles per hour from those sustained winds. So that just kind of puts into perspective. Now, although here in Central Florida, we're not experiencing anything close to hurricane force winds, tropical storm force wind gusts certainly will be in the forecast for the next few hours. That is something we've been dealing with peak wind gusts already upwards at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. And as we continue to watch this forecast cone, the next one won't come out till about 11 a.m. By that point, it already have been on shore. But this forecast cone, narrow, very focused between Tallahassee and Perry within the next few hours. So let's talk about some other impacts from this system. Again, not a big impact for us locally here, but certainly on the other coast. Look at the wave heights right now under that storm right now, 25-foot seas. We've been tracking almost 30-foot waves out there, even already building up to 14 feet with that system still several miles offshore. The worst case storm surge right now, we're talking about over 12 feet from Spring Hill all throughout the Big Bend and as far west as Apalachicola Bay. And this is something that, again, we're going to continue to closely monitor, as that is certainly going to be life-threatening storm surge for so many up and down the coastline, hence why all those evacuations have been issued. This is what the radar looks like. We have a lot of rain, those strong squall lines continuing to rotate around. But as of right now, a big portion of Central Florida seeing a bit of a lull. More on the timing of our future radar. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas is standing by with more on that.
Yeah, we actually just got a tornado warning for Polk County as well. You're probably going to... There it is, the bells and whistles going off right there. National Weather Service just issuing that. So we will take a look to see what part of Polk County on. But we were just going to talk about these kidney bean-shaped things. They're pushing east a little bit. This was always going to be our main threat here in Central Florida. Some of these outer bands spiraling through. That's 6 to 7 o'clock for us there. And as we take this forward in time, that's 7, 8. Those kidney bean shapes get closer to the I-4 corridor. And then we lose some of the instability. We lose the heating of the day. And then we really lose that tornado threat as well. As the storm moves up into Georgia, our winds shift a little bit. And then that kind of ends the severe weather threat for the overnight hours as well. And just a few maybe gusty showers. So again, really just watching this for the next hour or two before things really pipe down. It's going to be a little breezy tomorrow. But certainly the tropical storm force gusts that most, if not all of us, are feeling right now are going to continue. We do have a 53-mile-per-hour gust now in Cocoa Beach, 43-mile-per-hour gust in Mico. Winter Haven to Kissimmee, we're in that 40 to 50-mile-per-hour gust range as well. Again, watching us in Dunnellon, that's where we have that hurricane warning. We'll see all that brown color. Those are those closer to hurricane force wind gusts that are hanging closer to Tampa. That is going to slide up over the next hour or two closer to the storm actually making landfall, again, somewhere near the Perry area, closer to Tallahassee as well. We're going to be watching that closely. We're keeping a close eye on this camera as the heavy rain comes down. And there's the latest on that tornado right there, that tornado warning. Again, this is going to be now for parts of Polk County. We have Plant City involved in this, Lakeland, Highlands, Mulberry, Achan, Pierce as well. So this is west of Winter Haven. This is west of Bartow, Waverly and Lake Wales. We're still okay. But again, if this holds together, and again, these tropical tornadoes, they're notorious for quickly spinning up and then quickly spinning back down as well. There's the wider view, and it's going to be those little guys that we're watching, those bigger, the bright pulses of red that we're going to be watching, Candace.
Of course, watching all that. But first, let's take a quick look at your hour-by-hour forecast for today. We're going to continue to see those conditions stay a bit on the soggy side into the evening hours. But as we get results here with the full 7-day forecast, still looking for that potential of a few more tropical downpours in the forecast for your Friday and Saturday. We're going to keep the rain in place with temperatures running near normal into those low 90s. Of course, keeping a close eye on that tornado warning there in Polk County. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Moving on now to Marion County, where schools were closed today and will remain closed tomorrow, all because of the storm.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that. News 6's Mike DeForest is in Ocala for us tonight. Mike, what are you seeing up there?
We are already seeing trees coming down in this part of Marion County as a result of this storm. If you look behind me here, we just showed up here. It was actually about 2 hours ago. It's a little hard to see because it's starting to get dark, but there is a large oak tree up there that just snapped and came crashing down on the roof of this triplex. There's 3 units here. We're told that one of the units was vacant, and actually that unit is okay, but it was the 2 occupied units, occupied by single mothers, that this tree came crashing down, and it has gone all the way through the roof. When you're inside, you can actually see sunlight and daylight through the roof. It is all the way through the house, this tree. And so right now, the tenants of this triplex here are moving out. They're getting all of their stuff. They're actually using the vacant unit here as a storage facility for some of the items that could get wet. But the residents say that the fire department's already been out here, told them it's unsafe for them to remain in here. You couldn't remain in here anyway with the gaping hole in this roof. And so right now they're frantically trying to get out what they can, load up their cars, and then try to find some place to stay tonight. I don't know if they will be going to the shelter here in Marion County, but there is a shelter open right now at Westport High School. As you mentioned, schools are going to be closed tomorrow, along with most, if not all, government offices. And the county kind of realized late in the day today that this storm was moving a little bit later, and so they knew it was going to be bad news. But as you can see, the people who lived here said the wind wasn't even gusting that hard when this tree came down, and county officials believe we're going to continue to see strong wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour at some parts of Marion County tonight. So unfortunately, this may just be the beginning of things to come. Particularly, they also not just trees on homes, but also power lines and traffic lights is another big concern. They believe we could see some traffic lights out throughout the evening on this part of the county. Reporting live in Ocala, Mike DeForest, News 6. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Mike, anybody with a situation where they have those big, tall, beautiful, established trees over their homes have to be a little worried tonight.
Well,
as
and
those
this is
winds
all
come
coming
through.
under the cover of darkness, too, so that's even scarier.
Very true. Well, at the top of the 6 o'clock hour, we just heard from Governor DeSantis as the Big Bend prepares for landfall of a major hurricane.
The governor warned the wind from that can create some serious dangers around your home.
If you are sheltering at home, be cognizant of what trees are around you. You have 125 mile an hour maximum sustained right now. probably is going to be higher. Whether it hits as a Category 4 or Category 3, it's going to be a significant storm. And even as it moves inland throughout northern Florida, you are going to see trees that are going to be falling down. That's just the reality of what we're doing, of what we're seeing here. And if you hear the tree limbs snapping around you, sometimes it almost sounds like fireworks are going off. Treat that as a tornado. Shelter in a part of the home that would be where you'd have protection from that.
Sadly, I think we're going to hear a lot of that tonight, as Mike DeForest was saying. The governor also warned about how abnormally dark the storm is going to make things.
Storm is going to hit Florida's Big Bend region sometime this evening, likely around 11 o'clock. It's going to be dark. Don't go out as soon as that storm passes if it's still dark and try to do work around your house or worry about things. Let it get light. There's going to be hazards there. It's just not something you want to be navigating in the dark.
So here's a reminder. Now's a really good time to make sure you have our free Pinpoint Hurricane Tracker app. If you lose power, this is really going to be a life-saving tool. Our team of meteorologists will constantly update any storm's projected path. Search WKMG in your app store. Our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues after this break.
You're watching News 6 at 6, getting results. We'll be right back.
As a working mom of two, I know how crucial it is to be ready for any type of weather. From sunny skies or a chance of rain, from tropical storms to hurricanes. So whether the sun's shining or the storms are rolling in, I'm here looking out for you, helping you start your day, staying ahead of the weather, and making your mornings a little brighter. I'm meteorologist Candace Campos. Let's tackle the day together, weekday mornings on News 6.
It's the latest stories that matter to you. That's what you need in the morning.
Exactly. You're walking the dog, getting the kids ready. You want to know what's happening in your neighborhood.
Plus the traffic situation.
So we're seeing those slowdowns right around 5:35, so please be careful.
And of course, is it going to be raining?
We're looking mostly dry this morning, but the kids do not need the rain gear for now.
You wake up, you can get what you need before your day begins.
That's what News 6 Mornings does every day. We've got your back.
You got to watch before you go.
Want the latest and most pinpoint accurate updates going on in the tropics? Then download the free News 6 Hurricane Tracker app. Sign up for push alerts with the most recent storm watches and warnings. Get instant live storm track models and local radar, all to help you prepare for what to do before, during, and after the storm. Tracking the tropics with News 6, and it's all in the palm of your hand. Just search WKMG in your app store.
Whoa, what is happening?
We're packing up our newscast and taking it on the road.
Oh, that's happening now?
Now, so let's go.
Every month, we're broadcasting live from a different community.
Because we want to speak with you, hear about the things that concern you most.
It's time you create the roadmap for our newscast. See what I did there?
WKMG hits the road live. Want us to come to your neighborhood?
Go to clickorlando.com/hitstheroad and tell us where to go next.
All right, we have some new video from the city of Cocoa posted on their social media page. The fire chief, who is also the emergency management director, says there are some boats loose near Riverfront Park, and they are asking people to stay clear of this area because it is not safe at this time. And when you see that water churning up, you know what they are talking about. That's crazy looking.
Oh, yeah, that's all thousands and thousands of dollars in damage there. Let's get you over to Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos for a quick check of that weather.
Yeah, Hurricane Helene, once again, still sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. We have hurricane hunters right now in there, continuing to investigate it, continuing to find its structure and its strength as well. So let's look here at the radar. Right now, underneath all that cloud cover that you just saw in the satellite imagery, we are continuing to watch a tornado warning for parts of Lake County until 7 o'clock, so it's still about 2 more minutes, but these squall lines are very fast moving. We, of course, here in Central Florida will continue to watch this little bay band here of that heavy rain just to the south of Lake and Sumter County. Some of that already now starting to feed into Bushnell, Leesburg, the villages, even as far east, let's say, as Claremont. The rest of Central Florida, relatively dry evening as of now. A big burst of energy right now just riding parallel along the coast, just off the Volusia County coast. We, of course, are going to continue to keep our eyes on those squall lines throughout the rest of the evening as Helene continues to make landfall near the Big Bend.
All right, Candace, thank you, and thank you for watching News 6 at 6:30.
We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Cyclones, I'm just going to move this out of the way real quick. There we go. Let's put that over in the corner. Let's put Baby Toolbar in the corner for my Roadhouse fans out there, or Dirty Dancing. Wow, that was almost a sin on live coverage. But anyways, on the east side of the storm, seeing the west coast and interior central Florida, we're seeing a combination of southerly flow and southeasterly flow in off the east coastline. That's why if you live out there on the east coast, you're probably seeing rough surf out there. Rip currents are probably in full effect. We have a lot of thunderstorms that are brewing right along the immediate coastline along the east because of that onshore flow and the interaction with the Gulf Stream out there. And then on the west system, we have predominantly northerly flow. So Mobile, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, cold in Panama City, and everywhere in between in the left-hand side, they're seeing winds over. As the system comes up, get into the strongest impacts. If you're on the west side of the system, winds are going to be out of the north. If you're on the east side of the system, as this comes inland, you're going to have winds out of the south coming in off the coast. JP,
our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues tonight as the Category 4 storm moves toward the Big Bend area. Now, we've seen some trees downed in Sumter County already and really rough surf along the East Coast beaches. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
And I'm Lisa Bell. Our team of meteorologists have been tracking Helene for days now, and we have our team tracking its path for you tonight, pinpointing its impacts. And we begin right now with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos. And Candace, we're getting closer to this storm making landfall.
We certainly are. We are continuing to watch possible landfall somewhere along the Big Bend. We're talking at about 10 o'clock this evening. Of course, we're starting to see the little bit of a center here kind of coming off the track a bit. I know that sometimes concerns some people, especially worried about more of that easterly jog a bit closer and more east of the forecast cone. But systems do this. They never travel straight down a line. They do wobble a little bit. At the end of the day, we're talking about air and rain and moisture. It's fluid. So when we talk about these systems, overall, the general track, though, still to the north-northeast, moving pretty quickly at about 23 miles per hour. Once again, we've been watching these wobbles happen for the last several hours. You can see it kind of rotating, kind of circles around that eye wall. But we are still talking about a major Category 4 hurricane currently making its way towards the Big Bend. So as we take a look here at the live radar right now, we are watching for several tornado warnings that have been firing up along a squall line that's been pushing through areas of Lakeland in Polk County. Since then, though, most of the tornado warnings within the last few minutes have been discontinued, but we are going to continue to watch the progress of these rain bands continuing to kind of whip around and spiral around, obviously, the larger hurricane system. So this is right now what it looks like in Bushnell, Claremont, through Dade City, Zephyr Hills, watching these pockets, quick little isolated downpours right now. Now, the rest of Central Florida to the east, we're looking mainly dry, but how long will that last? More with that future radar of our clouds and rain right now is meteorologist Jonathan Kegas. He has been online as well on News 6 Plus and, of course, on YouTube, really pinpointing the timing of this system for what feels like almost a week, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's been a while. We're almost done with it. Nonetheless, some big-time impacts coming through our friends along the Big Bend. As we move forward into the afternoon through the evening, we're going to watch for those cells. You see the west, and then we're going to be watching for those kidney bean shaped things. So meteorologist Candace Campos was just talking about these kidney bean shaped things. That's what we had the tornado warnings born out of in Polk County. Those are going to try to slide a little bit further to the east as we move towards the 8 o'clock hour. Note though, they're not as prolific. We're going to start to see some weakening of those cells, and then really the big threat, which was the tornado potential, is going to wind down. We had several of those tornado warnings, of course, throughout the course of the afternoon, and then just some routine gusty showers as what's left of Helene lifts up towards the mid-Atlantic and then gets pulled back into the upper Midwest, guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. And right now, Florida's Big Bend area is staring down that Category 4 storm.
Yeah, the region is directly in the path of Helene. News 6's Eric Sandoval is there tonight. He is in the city of Perry, just east of Tallahassee. So, Eric, we've been checking in with you all today. You've been there since yesterday. How's it going out there?
It has definitely picked up within the last, I'd say, 45 minutes or so. That the wind has picked up, the rain has picked up. I think we have reached what we can call a critical point right now, where, you know, all day long today we've basically seen drizzle and even patches of sunshine. Let me step out of the way so you can see exactly what's going on in the downtown area here. Like I said, throughout the day today, we've had some pretty decent weather. I think it was just a waiting game all day. And, you know, you had mentioned we thought we'd have the eye coming ashore, within the next hour was the forecast earlier today, and it slowed down a little bit. So now we're roughly under 2 hours from the eye hitting. And yes, we are in the bullseye here. The forecasters are saying Perry, Taylor County, where we're standing right now, is where the eye of the storm is going to hit. And again, it is a Category 4 storm. Again, if you're just joining us, what we've seen throughout the day is a lot of people from the beach side evacuating and coming through Perry. You can see just a few cars here. Again, we've seen that all evening too. It's been quiet, and then we've seen just a couple cars pass through. But one thing I do have to say is the Perry Police Department and the Taylor County Sheriff's Office have been really good about patrols. We've seen them a lot. One of our gauges, you can't see it from here, so Megan, don't even try it. But one of our gauges, if we come out here, there is an American flag flying right over about a block east of us. So we're able to tell which direction the wind is actually flowing. And right now, the wind is coming at us from the east, going towards the west. Pretty good clip. I just had my anemometer out, and it was registering about 10 miles an hour sustained with gusts of about 15 miles an hour. Again, that pales in comparison to what we're going to be getting here within the next couple hours. And you can see the tree reacting to a big wind gust there. Again, we're riding out the storm here in Perry. We're being safe doing it, though. We're going to be bringing you video of when that storm roars ashore here in Taylor County as it happens right here on News 6 and, of course, on clickorlando.com and News 6 Plus. For right now, we're live in Taylor County. Eric Sandoval, getting results, News 6.
And you just got extra points, Eric, for having your own anemometer out there. Thank you.
You got it.
All right.
Well, at around 5:45, we heard from Governor Ron DeSantis as the Big Bend was preparing for landfall of a major hurricane.
Yeah, Governor DeSantis warned wind from that can create some really serious dangers, especially around your home.
If you are sheltering at home, be cognizant of what trees are around you. You have 125 mile an hour maximum sustained right now. Probably is going to be higher. Whether it hits as a Category 4 or Category 3, it's going to be a significant storm. And even as it moves inland throughout northern Florida, you are going to see trees that are going to be falling down. That's just the reality of what we're doing, of what we're seeing here. And if you hear the tree limbs snapping around you, sometimes it almost sounds like fireworks are going off. Treat that as a tornado. Shelter in a part of the home that would be where you'd have protection from that.
Yeah, the other thing, I mentioned it earlier, Lisa, you know we've seen a lot of rain in September, so the ground is already saturated. Yep. So those trees are going to be really easy to topple.
Which we've
as
already
well.
seen some of that happening.
Absolutely. Now's a really good time to make sure you have our free Pinpoint Hurricane Tracker app downloaded onto your phone. Our team of meteorologists will constantly update any storm's projected path. Search WKMG in your app store. And as we've been telling you, one Central Florida city is close enough to the Gulf Coast to be put under a hurricane warning.
We're talking about Dunnellon in far western Marion County. It's less than an hour away from the coast. News 6's Lewis Bolden is on the ground in Dunnellon tonight. Lewis, what are you seeing?
Well, listen, ladies, I heard you talking about the trees earlier, and the police chief tells me that is the biggest concern in this area. This area is expected to get winds, we heard Julie say earlier, about 70 miles per hour. And I just want to drive this point home. The police chief says when the winds hit 45 miles per hour, the first responders will not be on the road. So if anyone is in a mobile home or something that may not be as secure, don't wait until the last minute to make that decision about going to a shelter, because the closest shelter to this area is actually in Ocala, which is about 30 minutes away. And you don't want to get in a situation where the roads are bad and you get stuck on the roads, or if you have an emergency at your home. Because trust me when I tell you, the governor hit on this earlier. I have seen this. I have covered many of these storms, particularly Hurricane Ian, when homes were flooding and the floodwaters were coming up so fast. All of those people were calling 911, and 911 said to them, it is too bad for anyone to be on the road. So they could not go to them. That is real. That is real. So my point is, don't wait until the last minute to make a decision about a shelter, particularly when one in this area is a 30-minute drive. And that 30-minute drive and bad conditions could end up being 45, 50 minutes. So you don't want to get stuck on the roads. But that is the biggest concern in this area. We saw Troy earlier today that had a giant tree down, and that they're expecting a lot more of that, particularly because of all of the rain that we've had in the past few years. And the strong wind. It will not take a lot to knock some of these trees down, and those power lines too. But they also say that they have crews on standby and ready to go, and as soon as the storm passes and conditions get better, that they will start clearing the roadway and getting that power restored. So right now we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, and Lewis, one of the things that adds to all of this, the worst part of the storm will be hitting likely when it's dark outside. And so, of course, that's going to just make it even more dangerous to try and get to a secure location if you haven't done so already. And, you know, you have a lot of people who want to see what's happening outside.
Absolutely. Lewis has been doing this long enough, and I remember Lewis and his team helping to rescue people from high water during a storm, too, because you just want to be of service to people when you see them in a situation like that. So hopefully no one puts you in that situation tonight, Lewis. So you guys be safe out there. Thank you.
But when it is dark outside and you can't see what you're dealing with and the potential dangers in the water, you know, it can be very frightening. So it's best to just
And then
stay
there's
inside.
the talk of hurricanes. I mean, tornadoes too, those in the middle of the night. So that is the other thing that is also frightening.
With Hurricane Helene, it is important to note that just because you are further inland and not along either of the coasts, as Ginger was alluding to, doesn't make you immune from the storm's impacts.
Yeah, 4 hours away from the area in the storm's path is Seminole County. A round of storms stemming from Helene knocked out the power at several railroad crossings. News 6's Catherine Silver is in Seminole County tonight with what happened there. Catherine.
Yeah, you certainly don't have to be inland to not feel the effects of this storm, and we're starting to see that Seminole County is proof of that. Right now we are on Marina Island, which is close to downtown Sanford and Lake Monroe, and you can see this is the strongest wind that we have certainly felt throughout the day, and we have been roaming around Seminole County since about 9 o'clock this morning. If you take a look at the sign here in the park, you can see how it is starting to wobble back and forth in the wind. Also up in the trees, certainly more than just a breeze at this point. Seminole County Emergency Management told us that they have seen some downed trees here. When I spoke to them, they said tropical storm force winds were the worst case scenario here because of all of that water we've gotten recently, and all of the roots are saturated, so it's much easier for trees to now topple over as Helene starts to get closer to where we are. As we look at Lake Monroe, you can get an idea of what the water is like. It's starting to be a bit choppier. It certainly is a higher water level here at the lake because of the summer rain that we had 2 weeks ago. Seminole County Emergency Management said it's likely that the St. Johns River in Sanford will be back at action stage with this storm, possibly even into minor flood stage as well. But for now, we're really starting to just feel that wind. That has been the main concern tonight and through the day. And we'll, of course, see how it progresses as Helene gets closer to us. For now, I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, Getting Results, News 6.
All right, Catherine, thank you. Our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues after this break.
You're watching News 6 at 7. Getting Results. We'll be right back.
Doesn't keep boomeranging way back out to that far perspective. Yeah, just off the coast of Daytona Beach, that's probably producing water spouts out there offshore, thankfully, and it can stay out there. You guys can see that that eye wall core of thunderstorms, though, is very northeast side loaded. So on that northeast quadrant of the eye, that's where the strongest stuff is going to be hitting. Joe, absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and refresh the satellite real quick, see if this thing does look like it might cave in on itself, if we're going to get lucky and get that eye wall replacement cycle. I'm a little concerned because my laptop is starting to run really slow, and I don't want that to cause issues with the live stream. It looks like it might try to eye wall replacement. I don't have microwave imagery pulled up to see what the core actually looks like, but that's a very healthy major hurricane. Still looks like it's firing very consistent convection on the outside of the eye, so I don't know if we're going into an ERC just yet. JRJM, it definitely depends on where you are, but in terms of the Big Bend, we should be seeing conditions improving as we go through the very early morning hours of tomorrow. Oh yeah, we're seeing the core eye wall thunderstorms really making sure to engulf all quadrants of the system. It is a very symmetrical hurricane. That is why it is still intensifying the way that it is. No new update from National Hurricane Center just yet.
All right, we want to show you some video now from a pier in Naples. At one point, we saw several people actually surfing in all of that water there, and that is a huge no-no because of the proximity to the pier. It can be so dangerous, and unfortunately, we do see people getting injured when they venture out into the water. Someone earlier described it. It was James Sparvero who was talking with a surfer, and he said, when the water starts looking like a washing machine, that's when I know I got to go home.
Yeah, and injury is probably the best thing that could happen. People could actually die in surf like that if they're not careful.
So if you are just now joining us, we are tracking Hurricane Helene as it approaches Florida's Big Bend region.
Yeah, the storm was upgraded to a Category 4 not that long ago. We have a team of meteorologists tracking its path now and pinpointing its impacts. We begin with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos. Candace.
Well, hurricane hunters still in the eye, actually right there on that northeast quadrant. They're picking up winds even stronger than 130 miles per hour. That's flight level winds. So, of course, they're going to continue to monitor that. And anytime we get any updates from the hurricane hunters, that gets streamlined straight to the National Hurricane Center, which then we get those updates. So anytime we get another update, we, of course, will be bringing it to you live here on clickorlando.com, News 6, News 6 Plus, wherever you need us. We will, of course, be giving you the latest update. Over the last couple of hours, again, now sustained winds up to 130 miles per hour, officially a Category 4 hurricane. Now, there has been a little bit of wobbling just to the east of the overall historical track of Helene. Now, with that being said, that center still remains within that cone, that narrow cone, still looking at tropical storm force winds extending over 250 miles out towards the east, which does encompass most of central Florida, which is why when once again, Catherine Silver out there in Sanford, you can see how strong the winds are blowing at this hour. So area wide, we're all dealing with the breeze. We're all dealing with those gusty, kind of squally, gusty winds, but we're really waiting for is those squall lines. That's where the concern lies, especially as the sun now starts to go down. The concern of tornado warnings, nocturnal, overnight tornadoes certainly is going to be something we're going to continue to monitor. In the meantime, though, landfall is still expected between about 10 and 11 o'clock this evening, basically between Tallahassee and Perry, just a few miles wide of a forecast cone. The cone really hasn't changed much. The intensity is really what continues to increase, and it looks like it could continue to become a Category 2 hurricane as far north as southern, possibly even central Georgia. Wave heights embedded under this storm, just crazy number of seas there, 23 to 25 foot seas within the last run there. Now, storm surge, of course, is going to be the biggest concern, obviously on the west coast, but even along the east coast, still, as James Parvera was mentioning, still very, very rough surf, even along the Atlantic. The radar right now still showing just a big time blow up of those very heavy thunderstorms wrapping around. It's that eye wall. The worst of the weather is not the center. That's actually voided of a lot of rain, wind, and clouds. It's that outer band, that eye wall, that of course tends to bring the worst of the weather. And again, expecting to make landfall in just a few hours into the evening hours. Looking here at the radar, we are still seeing some of these feeder bands not very heavy in intensity. That's certainly some good news, but still bringing some tropical downpours from Claremont, Leesburg up through the villages. A heavier band. Thankfully, this is just offshore, because this would be a big time story if it was just a few miles further inland in areas of Brevard and Volusia County. With more on kind of a live look before the sun officially goes down, meteorologist Jonathan Kegas has a look at what's going on right now across Central Florida.
Yeah, this is where we have a hurricane warning in western Marion County and Dunnellon. This is with our WeatherStem Dunnellon camera right now, and you see the wind kind of blowing some of the trees around as we are losing daylight now. But the winds will likely pick up in Dunnellon anyway over the next couple of hours, and really for everybody, just a little bit from what we're seeing right now. It's nothing too crazy. So there's 7 to 8 o'clock on your Thursday evening, pretty much where we are right now. So it's doing a pretty nice job. The future radar and future future wind gust forecast center coming in right around the Perry area, maybe a little bit southeast. You see Horseshoe Beach likely going to have wind gusts near 100 miles an hour. We're going to be in that 40 to 50 mile per hour range as we move to that 8 to 9 o'clock hour. That's tropical storm force winds. That's why most, if not all, of Central Florida again is under those tropical storm warnings tonight. There's 1 o'clock on your Friday, wind gusts of about 25 to 30 miles an hour. So it's going to be gusty tomorrow. Certainly, though, the worst of this storm is going to be way, way over. And again, a lot of Central Florida has been on the drier side after that first band went through. And again, that was all to be expected. We're just watching the I-75 corridor right now for the chance for a few of those tropical tornadoes. We've had a few tornado warnings closer to I-75 tonight, Candace.
And right now, Jonathan, we're still picking up those wind gusts up to about 52 miles per hour right now in Leesburg. That's basically where that squall line is now starting to make its way through areas of Lake Sumter County. And that is exactly what we're expecting within these squall lines. The winds pick up. We tend to see some of those squally downpours also having that ability to quickly spin up. So we're going to continue to monitor all those velocity markers, making sure that nothing gets to that point of tornadic concern. Right now in Orlando, though, we're getting close to almost a 50 mile per hour wind gust at this hour. Now let's check on that hour-by-hour forecast for this evening.
Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
We're going to keep those rain chances still elevated, obviously, into the evening as those rain bands continue to spiral into Central Florida. Rain chances, again, up to about a 60% chance of rain. Temperatures for the overnight hours will be staying in the mid-80s at this point in time and continuing into the lower 80s. Now let's get results for your full 7-day forecast. You can see that those temperatures are going to stay pretty consistent. Rain chances, though, in the meantime, still staying pretty typical for the middle and end of September. Back to you guys.
All right, Candace, thank you. Inland counties are certainly hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst as this storm barrels toward landfall.
Yeah, News 6's Treasure Roberts is in Orange County for us tonight. Treasure.
You know, it's been pretty dry so far, but the wind has been picking up, and you can see that by just looking at the trees blowing the wind behind me. We're right off of Delaney Avenue, and this is in the Wade View Park area. If you remember, earlier this month, this area saw lots of flooding. Neighbors were super upset about it, and they say it's a combination of issues. Number one, It's what's right behind me, this construction right here. Neighbors say that they are working on a project to fix this road. It used to be cobblestone, and they're going to change that material. But while they were, doing the construction, this drain you might be able to see right here across the street was covered. They said they covered the drain so no big objects went into it to clog it up. But however, when they covered the drain, they said that the mud would, block that cover after a heavy rain. Therefore, the water had no place to go, causing the streets to flood. But that is not the only issue over here. They also say it's the new housing, the construction down this road. There's multiple houses we went down to see, and they said after those houses were built, it kind of pushed the water down along this road. We're actually standing in front of a home where the homeowner says his backyard has flooded just from heavy rain. His pool floods, and he actually had to drain his pool this evening just so it wouldn't ruin his backyard. We also spoke to another neighbor down the street. Here's what he had to say about the flooding in this area. Do you think that the city or the county should have taken into account how this construction project would affect the neighbors along this road in terms of flooding?
If I was in charge of that issue, I think I would have definitely had that as a major consideration.
And while neighbors are concerned about all of the elements, whether that be the wind and the rain, they're most concerned about the localized flooding. So they said they have made their preparations, whether that is to cover their windows and secure anything that's outside, maybe also using sandbags. We'll continue to monitor this area and see what happens. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that water is a concern. Treasure, thank you. Our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues after this break.
You're watching News 6 at 7, getting results. We'll be right back.
Watching out for more of a prevalent tornado threat. Storm Prediction Center into the day tomorrow actually has you, if I'm not mistaken, still at a rather high tornado risk thanks to that onshore flow. Let me just double check why my laptop's getting hot. What a shame. We've actually had a confirmed tornado up there in South Carolina already, just to the north of where Savannah is. And yes, we're still in an enhanced risk through the rest of the night tonight. And we have a 10% risk for tornadoes into the Savannah area. So our tornado risk is highest for places like Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, and North Charleston in South Carolina. So for North Carolina, for my viewers up there who were asking, that onshore flow that we've been talking about on the extreme eastern side of the system is going to come over those warm Gulf Stream waters and could help to enhance a little bit of those thunderstorms as they make their way inland in that east-southeast fetch of wind, pushing these feeder bands into the coastline. Landslides would not be a thing in Georgia, thankfully. Billy the Kid is a Cat 4, and it is a big deal. In fact, we should be getting another intermediate advisory from National Hurricane Center soon. Nothing yet. We did deepen down another 2 millibars, so this thing is still intensifying. This was National Hurricane Center's fear that this would be a strengthening system up until landfall.
Cast is sponsored by Florida Lottery.
And our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues right here on air.
Yeah, we're going to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Helene, which it intensified to a Cat 4 hurricane just not very long ago. We'll be right back with more after this break.
Is likely going to come ashore just to the immediate east of where Tallahassee is. The Tallahassee metro area is obviously underneath the names stamped here in the Panhandle of Florida. I'm thinking that landfall is going to be somewhere right in through here if you guys can see my cursor. It should not deviate very much from there at this point. We were just about locked in. It'll be pretty close to Perry, Florida again, a very infamous location for the likes of Idalia and Debbie earlier this hurricane season. From there, it's going to travel up into southern and central Georgia, and right around the Macon area is when we're expecting it to deviate towards the northwest. And then as we get up into the Georgia-Tennessee border, it'll cut hard west and begin to influence the weather for northern Alabama, most of Tennessee and Kentucky, and eventually get entrained into an upper low that's positioned out here. I'll go ahead and change that, as a matter of fact, so you guys can see. Go ahead and stop this, and I'll switch us back over to our satellite imagery. I'll go ahead and loop and then come back to the screen. So there's Helene. We can see the eye on radar. Very impressive hurricane. What's steering Helene is the anticyclone over Bermuda, the southwest Atlantic, and then we have this deep trough axis and a breakaway area of energy right there that's flowing right around where St. Louis is stamped there in southern Illinois. As this feature continues to drift towards the...
If you're just joining us, we're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Helene as it approaches that Florida Big Bend region. You can see it is headed very close to Perry, where we have one of our reporter stations. It became a Category 4 storm with powerful 130-mile-per-hour winds. But even before landfall, the impacts are being felt. Check out this video from Tampa Bay. I think it took them a little too long to close this bridge down. It's amazing to me that people were actually driving on this. This is a Howard Franklin Bridge. It connects Tampa to St. Pete. It's usually a gorgeous drive if you've ever done it. The waves crashing over the barrier there onto the road. Since this video was shot, we have learned all bridges, thankfully, between Hillsborough and Pinellas counties have been closed, so they're keeping people off of those things at this point. Now, the big question is, where exactly will this thing make landfall? Well, many say it doesn't matter because it's so big and so powerful. The effects are going to be felt all across Florida. Thank you for staying with us on our coverage of Helene. I'm Matt Austin.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. A storm like this takes a team of meteorologists. Let's begin with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos.
Hi, everybody. We are continuing to watch Hurricane Helene. We're still watching for that next 8 a.m. intermediate advisory. We will get a better idea. Right now, hurricane hunters are in there. They're still trying to figure out if it's going to continue to strengthen, if it'll strengthen a little further. A lot of things still need to be ironed out before we could officially get that landfall within the next 3-4 hours or so. Wind gusts, as Matt just mentioned there, sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, but primarily across that northeast quadrant. That zone right here in that bright maroon red had wind gusts at 155 miles per hour. It is churning up the surf. We have wave heights between 25 to 30 feet right under that center of the storm. So Hurricane Helene still expected to make landfall somewhere between Tallahassee and Perry later on this evening. Again, in about 3-4 hours or so, as long as it continues that motion, that drive towards the north at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, but still expected to be a Category 2 hurricane as far north as southern Georgia. But you see that big bright orange blob there, that